It is now year 128 of the Hidden Leaf. I am hiding on a nameless island, 100 miles from the land of water, deep within a mountain cave. A few candles flicker in the darkness, their dim light barely illuminating the surroundings. Lying on a stone bed, my hair is snow white, my face creased with deep wrinkles. An old man at the very edge of life, my days all but spent. If not for my emerald, green eyes, and the 3 whisker marks on each cheek, who could possibly recognize me as the man who once shook the world? The 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki? Looking back on my life, it was a wild ride, filled with dizzying ups and downs, like being swept along on a relentless roller coaster. My youth was marked by struggle and hardship, followed by moments of dazzling triumph, only for it all to end in such bitter loneliness. I graduated from a ninja academy at 12, becoming a genin of the Leaf. At 16, I defeated pain and became the village's hero. That same year, I took part in the 4th Great Ninja War, joining forces with Sasuke to seal away Kaguya, gifting the ninja world a fleeting peace. I had thought at last I could live in tranquility, but new crises kept coming, one after another. Kinshiki, Momoshiki, Urashiki, Ishiki. The threats from the Otsutsuki clan arrived in endless waves. In the final battle against Ishiki Otsutsuki, I lost Kurama. The Ninetales and Sasuke lost his Rinnegan. With no other choice, we entrusted the future of the ninja world to the new generation, led by Boruto. Thankfully, Boruto lived up to every hope we pinned on him. After countless trials with the power of his pure eye and Momoshiki's Otsutsuki strength, he even surpassed me at my peak, resolving many dangers and bringing about a new prosperity. But that peace proved as fragile as a bubble. The moment Shinjiki Otsutsuki appeared, everything was shattered. Shinjiki's power was overwhelming, almost invincible, many times more terrifying than Kaguya. In that war, the ninja world threw everything it had at him, but still met with utter defeat. My closest friends, my wife, my children, my comrades, all fell in battle. Their dying words still echo in my mind, bringing a pain beyond words. Naruto, our strength, it's no use anymore. Naruto-kun, you must survive. I'm sorry I can't stay by your side. Father, I did my best. 7th Hokage, you have to retreat. You're our last hope. In the end, I was utterly spent, rescued by the Hidden Cloud Village's secret technique, and whisked away. When I awoke, the enemy had vanished, leaving only devastation across the land. I knelt in the ruins and wept until no tears remained. From that day, I became a wanderer. I had wanted to do more, but age and frailty held me back, my spirit willing, my body hopelessly weak. Now, I'm about to bid farewell to this world. Next to the candlestick sits an ancient-looking turtle. This is Lee, the Otsutsuki clan's time-traveling device, once brought here by Urashiki and, after much passing from hand to hand, finally ended up with me. Yet now, this Lee has long since lost its power. Not only can it no longer traverse time, but even its ability to speak is faded away. In my old age, I am left alone, with no companion by my side. Only this Lee remains, listening as I pour out my heart. You know, old turtle, my greatest mistake in this life was underestimating the power of that clan. It was only after clashing with the Otsutsuki that I came to understand the harsh reality. In the distant reaches of the universe lies a planet called Takamagara, the homeland of the Otsutsuki. There, many beings exist who are even stronger than Kaguya. Back then, united in purpose, we managed to seal Kaguya and even defeated Momoshiki, so I thought our enemy's strength was nothing to fear. I was so naive, believing that as long as we stood together, we could overcome any threat from beyond our world. In truth, we humans have always been left behind since the very start. The path of the Sage of Six Paths was not entirely right, as it turns out. Everything Kaguya once worried about has come to pass. In the end, we were too short-sighted. Cough, cough, cough. At this point, a fit of coughing racked my body, and my vision grew increasingly blurred. The candle's flame was flickering, nearly extinguished. My time was almost up. Just then, after years of silence, Lee suddenly spoke. If you could start over, would you choose revenge? I thought it must be a final hallucination, so I paid it no mind. Staring calmly ahead, my voice rough and low, I answered, revenge only breeds endless hatred. I would never take that path. But if there truly were a chance to begin again, I would give up everything to gain the power to stand against those enemies. Only then could I truly protect the ones I hold most dear. Lee was silent for a moment, then said, at any cost? That doesn't sound like you. Slowly, I closed my eyes, a bitter smile curling at my lips. The innocent, idealistic Naruto Uzumaki died long ago, back when a nation fell and my family was torn apart. Lee fell silent again, a long pause stretching between us, before finally saying, perhaps. I can grant your wish. Softly, I asked, can you really send me back to the past? Lee replied, if it's just your soul, I can. But it will be a one-way journey. You'd remain in that era forever. Even so, would you want to go? I gave a quiet laugh. There is no one left in this world whom I care about. Why should I return? Lee said, then reach out your hand. I mustered the last of my strength, my hands trembling as I reached out. In that moment, Lee drained the final trace of chakra from my body. Suddenly, the noble phantasm activated, and my soul was torn free from its vessel, swept backward through the torrents of time. In the blink of an eye, the candlelight snuffed out, and, at that precise moment, my eyes closed forever. Meanwhile, countless cracks began to appear across Lee's body, threatening to shatter it completely. In the journey through time, I have witnessed too much, Naruto Uzumaki. If anyone can put an end to that family's atrocities, it is you. Go now. Choose the right moment and start anew. I felt my consciousness spiraling downward through a tunnel. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a dim, sealed space. In my hand was a book, Jiraiya's Tale of Perseverance, The Will of Ninja. And across from me, in the train carriage, Nagato sat, so thin he was little more than skin and bone, with Conan quietly standing by his side. What was happening? Was I dreaming? I was utterly bewildered. Instinctively, I pinched my leg, and the pain snapped me awake. This was no dream. With a deep, sorrowful tone, Nagato spoke. If the protagonist changes, so does the story. I am your elder disciple. We came from the same place, and once admired the same teacher. I once said we should be able to understand each other. Though at the time, it was meant as a joke. You really are special. You remind me of who I used to be. Hearing the strange emotion in Nagato's voice, Conan seemed to sense something and softly called, Nagato. Nagato continued, I can't bring myself to fully trust Jiraiya. In truth, I can't even trust myself. But I have a feeling the path you choose and the path I chose will lead to different futures. So now let me put my faith in you, Naruto Uzumaki. As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato forcefully broke free from the straps binding his hands and quickly formed an intricate, powerful hand sign. The outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. Conan cried out in alarm. Nagato, what are you? Nagato replied with unwavering resolve. Conan, that's enough. I have made a new decision. This is the choice I once abandoned. Suddenly, I snapped back to myself, shocked. Could it be? Thinking I was confused by the jutsu, Conan explained, those who possess the Rinnegan not only command the 6 paths of pain, but are also said to transcend the cycle of life and death. Nagato's ocular power governs the art of life and death. He is the 7th pain. I understand. I clenched my fists tightly, fully aware that the words I heard before my death were no hallucination. They were the voice left behind by Lee. I'll come back. Truly, I've returned. My soul is back at that pivotal moment. The moment I defeated pain and negotiated with Nagato. My heart raced in excitement, my hands trembling, and the book's cover was already drenched with my sweat. The me standing here is the me from the past, but my soul is from the future. Of course, Conan could never know any of this. She looked at Nagato with deep concern. With his chakra so depleted, casting this jutsu would. He was willing to pay any price, just to help me. She glanced at me again, marveling inwardly. This child is truly remarkable to have changed Nagato in this way. Outer path. Nagato's hands shook as he formed the seals, sweat streaming down his thin frame. His life force and chakra were nearly exhausted, and even the trademark red hair of the Uzumaki clan had turned white. When the technique was complete, his hands dropped limply to his sides. Perhaps this can count as a meager form of atonement. The tiny slug hidden in my clothes crawled out and spoke to me. The villagers are gradually coming back to life. Yes, I know. I had lived through all of this before. It was etched deeply in my memory. Yet, my feelings now were completely different. Nagato spoke in a faint voice. War always comes with casualties on both sides. The more precious the ones we lose, the harder it is to accept. In truth, the people we treasure never should have died. Especially for your generation, who have never experienced war. It's even harder to understand. And so you seek the meaning behind death. But in the end, all that's left is pain and hatred with nowhere to go. Death's as insignificant as ants. Endless hatred and wounds that never heal. That is war. Naruto, this is the reality you must face from now on. It seems my mission has come to an end. Naruto, maybe you really can do it. With a sudden rustle, the great tree conjured by the jutsu dissolved into countless sheets of paper, fluttering gently to the ground. I bowed my head, my entire face hidden in shadow. Brother, I understand your words. I will live through all of this, and I will remember it vividly. Your pain. I feel it even more deeply now than I did then. So, now that I have a second chance, I will change everything. A faint smile appeared on Nagato's lips. Whether it's that book, or you, it feels as if someone had planned it all for me. No, perhaps this is truly the arrangement of the gods. Conan's expression grew somber as she extended her sleeve. With a sweep, the paper sheets curled around Nagato's body. A final whisper of paper echoed through the room. I took a deep breath and suddenly grabbed the little slug on my shoulder, squeezing it tightly. There was a sharp snap. Ah! The little slug vanished instantly. This scene left Conan utterly stunned. Naruto, I spoke solemnly. The conversation that follows isn't suitable for others to hear. Sister Conan, for the future of the ninja world, I must inherit Nagato's Rinnegan. Conan could hardly believe her ears. Say that again. What do you want to inherit? Naruto repeated with unwavering resolve. I want to inherit Nagato's Rinnegan. She hadn't misheard. Conan lowered her gaze, reassessing the Naruto standing before her. In her memory, he had never seemed like someone who would say such things. She struggled to remain calm and spoke softly. Naruto, Nagato entrusted his will to you, but that will is not the same as his eyes. Naruto patiently explained, my brother has already passed from this world, but the power of the Rinnegan shouldn't just be buried with him. More importantly, there are others coveting those eyes. If they fall into the wrong hands, disaster will strike the ninja world. All things considered, it's safest for me to keep them. He was talking about Madara. He knew Madara existed. The Naruto before her was no longer the naive child she and Nagato once remembered. Conan's expression turned even colder. The Rinnegan is a power awakened by Nagato of the Hidden Rain Village. It is this country's, this village's, greatest treasure. Naruto, even if you ask, I cannot agree. Please don't make such an unreasonable demand. Nagato has already used the Rinnegan to revive the Leaf's ninja, and I will leave the Akatsuki. I will never act against the Leaf again. Now, I'm taking Nagato and the Deva Path Pain's bodies back to the Hidden Ring. I see. Naruto slowly closed his eyes. Ever since a moment ago, he had been quietly drawing in natural energy, and now he was fully prepared. A gentle hum filled the air. Orange markings appeared around his eyes, and his pupils turned into the horizontal slits of a toad. Sage mode activated. Naruto opened his eyes, his voice low and resolute. Sister Conan, you misunderstand. This isn't a request, it's a demand. In a flash, moving at blinding speed in Sage mode, he closed the distance to Conan and landed a precise punch to her abdomen. There was a deep, heavy thud. Ugh! Conan's orange-tinted eyes flew wide open, her body crumpling powerlessly to the ground. Naruto withdrew his fist and looked down at Conan, speaking softly, I'm sorry, sister. To avoid unnecessary conflict, this was the quickest way. When you wake up, I'll explain everything to you. Then, Naruto turned back in the direction of the Leaf Ninja, a longing in his eyes that he could no longer conceal. Everything he once lost, if he just turned around now, he could have it all back. However, what he was about to do would go against the very will of fire that Konoha held dear. Even if he laid out all his reasons, would people believe him? It was simply too unbelievable. Naruto felt that, if he were in their shoes, he wouldn't easily believe it either. He looked away, forcing down the impulse rising in his heart. I'm sorry, everyone. I love this village, and I love every single one of you. So, until the time is right, please let me bear all of this alone. On that day, the villagers waiting at the gates of Konoha never saw their hero return. The Konoha shinobi sent to search found, at the place where Nagato once hid, a well-worn copy of Tales of Gutsy Ninja, its cover marked with deep finger impressions, and a Konoha forehead protector, now engraved with the mark of a rogue ninja. Meanwhile, within the village, Lady Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, had fallen into a deep coma from exhausting her chakra reserves. Led by Shikaku Nara, the elite Jonin convened an emergency meeting. Shikaku spoke first. Earlier, we encountered Naruto on the mountain. He said he wanted to settle things with the enemy himself, and asked us to leave the negotiations to him. At this, Shikaku glanced at Kakashi, who had only just been brought back to life. Kakashi was staring absent-mindedly at the battered copy of Tales of Gutsy Ninja the search party had retrieved. Shikaku gathered his thoughts and continued. Soon after, everyone in the village who had died was revived. This suggests that Naruto's negotiations must have succeeded. But then, he suddenly attacked one of Lady Katsu's clones, left behind this book and the forehead protector. What actually happened in between, we have no way of knowing. After a pause, Shikaku analyzed, given the current situation, I see only two possibilities. The first is that Naruto was somehow controlled by the enemy's jutsu and acted against his will. The second is that Naruto has his own plan, one he can't share with us yet, and needs to deal with the enemy alone. He paused again, then added, as for the two items Naruto left behind, if we set aside our personal feelings and look at this objectively, it could mean that Naruto has abandoned the ninja way Jiraiya taught him, and has chosen to become a rogue ninja. At those words, the jonin in the room all drew sharp breaths, stunned. Had Naruto, the one who was always stubbornly true to himself and never gave up, really betrayed the village? At that moment, Kakashi spoke up. Naruto is my student. I've known him for years. He would never betray Konoha. That's why I believe, whatever he's done, he must have had his reasons. He held up the book so everyone could see the cover. Look at the finger marks here. He must have been clutching this book tightly, wrestling with himself inside. Shikaka Nara let out a gentle sigh and said gravely, before we uncover the truth, we must not rush to any conclusions. Whatever the case may be, it is an undeniable fact that Naruto defeated Pain and Nagato, saving the village. I propose that, for the time being, we keep Naruto's departure a secret from the public. Let's simply say he is recovering from exhaustion after the fierce battle. The Hyuga clan agrees. The Yamanaka clan agrees. The Aburame clan has no objections. One by one, the heads of the great clans voiced their support. Shikaku Nara nodded. However, concealment is not a long-term solution. Instruct the ANBU to expand their search. We must find Naruto as quickly as possible. Besides, the village has just endured a great calamity, and now, what matters most is to restore the people's confidence. With the fifth Hokage still unconscious and Naruto missing, the village cannot be left without a Hokage. I propose that Kakashi Hatake be appointed as the sixth Hokage. Kakashi Hatake closed the book in his hands and set it quietly on the table. His expression grew serious. I am ready for this responsibility. In the woods behind the ruins of the Leaf Village, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged silently from between the trees. White Zetsu whispered, I never imagined Pain could be defeated. That was beyond anything I expected. And that brat Uzumaki Naruto, he actually took Nagato's body with him. This is just too bizarre. Black Zetsu answered coolly. Let's report this to Toby immediately. Somewhere within the land of fire, in the shadowy depths of a mountain cave, Naruto sat on a stone chair, a bandage wrapped around his left eye. Propping his chin on one hand, he gazed at the flickering candlelight with his right eye, his expression clouded with thought and worry. So you're awake. He turned to glance at Conan, who was tied up in the corner with thick ropes. Conan struggled desperately, but could not break free. Naruto spoke in a calm, measured voice. To make communication easier, I had to restrain you. And to keep you from escaping with ninjutsu, I've already sealed your chakra. Naruto's voice was deep and mature, far removed from that of a typical 16-year-old boy. Sensing the profound change in him, Conan could only arrive at one conclusion. Uzumaki Naruto, your acting is truly masterful. Both Nagato and I were completely deceived by you. Naruto only offered a faint smile, making no attempt to deny it. Conan pressed further. Where did you hide Nagato's body? You've already taken his Rinnegan. Now that you've achieved your goal, if you don't intend to kill me, then return his body so I can bring him back to the Hidden Rain village. The Rinnegan, you say. Naruto turned slowly. It seems I need to clarify things. First of all, the Rinnegan wasn't awakened by Nagato himself. The true owner of those eyes was none other than Madara Uchiha, the ancestor of Konoha's Uchiha clan. The one who awakened the Rinnegan wasn't Nagato, but Uchiha Madara? That's impossible. Conan struggled to accept this revelation that shattered her beliefs. Naruto went on, and another thing, the Madara I mentioned isn't that masked man in the Akatsuki. He's just pretending to be Uchiha Madara. He deceived you all. Despair washed over Conan. One of you claims to be Madara, and now you say there's a real Madara? You're all liars. I won't believe anyone anymore. Well, this does make things a bit tricky, Naruto murmured, thoughtfully tapping the table with his left hand. It's worth noting that, in his previous life, Naruto lost his right arm during his final battle with Sasuke. Although he later received a prosthetic, he developed the habit of using his left hand, becoming a lefty by necessity. Now, even after his soul had crossed through time, Naruto still retained this habit. He searched his memories, trying to recall something that could move Conan. The memories were so distant, it took him a long while to bring them back. That's right. You once made special preparations to deal with that masked Madara. If I remember correctly, it was 600 billion explosive tags, wasn't it? How do you know that? Conan's face turned pale in an instant. No one knew about her secret preparations. Not even Nagato. Wait, did you read my mind? That was the only explanation Conan could think of. Naruto gave a helpless smile. Hey, come on. I don't even know Jinjutsu, nor do I have the Yamanaka clan's abilities. How could I possibly do something like that? In truth, Naruto had glimpsed a few memories of Obito's when he extracted the 10 tails from him during the Fourth Great Ninja War in his previous life. That's how he learned of Conan's 600 billion explosive tags. Seeing Conan still tense, Naruto seized the moment. So, does this at least prove I'm not just making things up? Conan worked to steady herself, regaining her usual calm. Even if you know this secret, it doesn't prove everything you've said about Madara is true. Naruto replied honestly, you're right. In the end, whether you believe me or not is up to you. But before you decide, could you at least let me finish what I have to say? By revealing Conan's greatest secret, Naruto had gained the upper hand in their conversation. Reluctantly, Conan compromised. Fine, go on then. Naruto began, his voice measured. Back when you were all still children, Madara lost to Hashirama Senju in battle. But through that defeat, he gained his rival's power and awakened the Rinnegan. The ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan, but to unlock it, one must possess the powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. To avoid overwhelming her with information, Naruto left out the details about the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. When Madara awakened the Rinnegan, he was already on the verge of death, unable to fulfill his grand ambitions. So, when Nagato was still a child, Madara transplanted those eyes into him. Nagato was a descendant of the Senju, carrying the blood of the Uzumaki clan. The same vibrant red hair as my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, is the clearest proof of that. Madara believed Nagato had the power to wield the Rinnegan. The reason Madara entrusted the Rinnegan to Nagato was to ensure that he could be resurrected in the future. The technique he had prepared, Samsara of heavenly life, was designed to use Nagato as his means of coming back to life. In other words, the real Madara had, in fact, died long ago. Conan followed Naruto's explanation, and quite naturally asked, then who is the masked man who claims to be Madara? Naruto answered frankly, Uchiha Obito. Everyone thought he died during the battle at Canopy Bridge in the Third Great Ninja War, but in reality, he was saved by Madara and chosen to carry out his plan. Obito was responsible for guiding Nagato to resurrect Madara. He was the true mastermind behind the Eye of the Moon plan. A heavy weight settled in Conan's heart. He even knows about the Eye of the Moon plan. Could everything he's saying be true? But it was still hard for her to accept that the ideals she and her companions had clung to for so many years might have been nothing but someone else's carefully woven lies. Seeing Conan's despair, Naruto refrained from revealing an even deeper truth, that Black Zetsu was the one lurking in the shadows, pulling the strings all along. Naruto spoke gently. Sister Conan, I know these words are harsh, but it's not too late to see the truth now. Conan challenged him, no, your story doesn't add up. The Akatsuki investigated you thoroughly. You've always been in the Hidden Leaf village, and it's only in the past 3 years that you traveled with Jiraiya for training. How could you possibly know all this? Naruto sighed inwardly, realizing he could no longer avoid the question. He stood up, walked over to Conan, and untied the ropes binding her. Then he extended his left fist. Bump fist with me. Then you'll understand everything. Conan remained skeptical, but the complex, unwavering resolve in Naruto's eyes stirred her curiosity. In the end, she couldn't help but want to find out the truth for herself. She drew a deep breath and reached out her hand. The moment their fists touched, memories and emotions rippled through her mind like waves spreading across a still lake, vivid images flooding in all at once. Conan's thoughts were in turmoil, her orange eyes ablaze with fierce light. All of this, is it really true? It's the absolute truth, Naruto replied, his voice low and steady. These are all real events from the future. I only returned to this time when I was on the brink of death. Ironically, I was able to come back thanks to a treasure of a certain clan. With our own strength alone, we could never have changed anything. Since I've come back, I have only one goal, to defeat those masterminds behind the scenes and protect this world. For that, I need power strong enough to stand against them. Conan was almost convinced by Naruto. After all, words can be deceiving, but the true feelings deep within one's heart can never be faked. She asked, so what do you plan to do? Naruto replied, I'll do whatever it takes to become stronger. With that in mind, my current plan is to gather the secret techniques and bloodline limits from all the major ninja villages, and to unite the powers of all the tailed beasts. Conan reminded him, secret techniques and bloodline limits are the most closely guarded secrets of each village, and the tailed beasts are the key to maintaining the balance of power among the 5 great nations. If you do this, you'll be making yourself the enemy of the entire ninja world. Naruto smiled faintly. That's right. Only by becoming the enemy of the whole world can I hope to save it. Who would ever believe something like that? In this world, there's only one person who's willing to trust me without question. I don't want her to get dragged into this too soon. Besides, I have to leave Konoha first. Otherwise, as a ninja of Konoha, anything I do will only bring trouble to the village. At this point, Naruto spoke sincerely. Conan, now that you know all the reasons behind my choice, can you understand why I have to do this? Conan replied with a question of her own. Where's Nagato's body now? Come with me. Naruto turned and pushed open the heavy stone door. Inside, two coffins rested in silence. Conan stepped forward to take a closer look. Nagato lay quietly in the first coffin. Aside from his empty eyes, his face was peaceful. She looked over at the second coffin, where the body of the Deva Path of Pain was laid to rest. The sight took Conan completely by surprise. Naruto smiled gently. That's Yahiko, isn't it? He was very important to you. Conan stroked Yahiko's face softly and whispered, Yes. He was not only my comrade, but also the one I loved. Naruto said, Only someone as exceptional as Yahiko could be worthy of you, Conan. Conan smiled faintly. That was all the answer he needed. She made her choice to forgive Naruto. The two of them walked outside the cave. Conan glanced around. Even with the protective barrier here, there was always a risk of being discovered. Conan said, This is still within the borders of the Land of Fire. Konoha must be searching everywhere for you. Naruto pressed a hand to the bandage over his left eye. Now that I can enter Sage mode, I'm able to sense what's happening around me. I won't be easy to find. I'll stay here for a while, until I get used to this new left eye. Where's Nagato's right eye? I've already put it away. I heard that transplanting the Rinnegan is extremely risky, so I want to try one first, just to be safe. So far, I haven't noticed anything unusual. Since you can't go back to Konoha, where do you plan to go? The shinobi world is vast. Surely, there must be a place for me somewhere. Conan fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. How about this? Come back to the Hidden Rain village with me. Naruto looked at her in surprise. Conan, are you serious? At last, Conan revealed her true thoughts. Such a dangerous plan can't be accomplished by you alone. You've inherited Nagato's will and his eyes. There's no reason for me not to help you with everything I have. The Hidden Rain village is willing to stand firmly behind you. Naruto's gratitude ran too deep for words. Countless emotions welled up, crystallizing into a single sentence. Thank you, Conan asked calmly. When do we set out? Naruto's gaze was unwavering as he replied. We'll need to wait a little longer, because there's someone I must see first. Beneath the wilds of the Land of Fire, under the looming skeleton of a massive beast, lay the hidden entrance to an underground lair. This was the Akatsuki's stronghold. Upon a stone altar sat the Geto statue, its hands bound tightly by heavy chains. Obito, masked, sat in a stone chair before it. From the single hole in his orange mask, his Sharingan glinted dimly, its light flickering. In and out of the darkness, just like the candle flames that wavered with his unsettled breath, casting shadows across the cavern. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu brought three shocking pieces of news that sent this usually calculating man into a long, silent contemplation. Nagato, famed as invincible, had been defeated. Nagato had betrayed him and used the Rinne rebirth jutsu to bring the dead of Konoha back to life. And Naruto, it seemed, had betrayed Konoha as well, and taken Nagato's body with him. Obito's voice was a low rumble beneath the mask. Nagato's betrayal surprised me, but Naruto's actions, they were even further beyond my expectations. White Zetsu asked, So what do we do now? Obito turned to him. Did you hear what Naruto and Conan were talking about? White Zetsu shook his head. No, I didn't. That kid can sense natural energy. If I got too close, I'd have been exposed. Obito looked away. The worst-case scenario is that Naruto is aiming to seize the Rinnegan. Also, according to intel Akatsuki intercepted, the Raikage has already called for a 5 Kage summit to discuss taking down Sasuke. I was planning to use this opportunity to declare war on the 5 great nations and reveal the Eye of the Moon plan. At this, Obito clenched his knee tightly. But our greatest bargaining chip is still the power of the 7-tailed beasts we've collected and sealed within the Geto statue. And to control that power, the Rinnegan is indispensable. White Zetsu exclaimed, Isn't that dangerous? If Naruto gets the Rinnegan, he could summon the statue away at any time, and even turn it against us. Obito spoke calmly, Don't panic. The power of the Rinnegan isn't easily mastered. Nagato spent years before he could barely summon the Geto statue. Yet even as he said this, Obito was weighing things carefully in his mind. Naruto possesses the same formidable Uzumaki clan vitality as Nagato. If he truly set his mind to it, sooner or later, he could accomplish the same. Whether it was his victory over pain or this sudden display of ambition, Naruto could no longer be treated as a mere child. To be on the safe side, I need to add another layer of insurance. Obito slowly stood up and reached toward the ghetto statue. Whoosh! With his right eye, he unleashed Kimui's swirling vortex, drawing the entire statue into its depths. Snap! The vortex faded, and the statue vanished without trace. Obito said, "This way we've eliminated the immediate risk." White Zetsu genuinely marveled. No one but you could teleport something that enormous in an instant. Black Zetsu asked in a low voice, "What's your next move?" Obito pondered for a moment before replying, "Mobilize all the White Zetsu. Find Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts. He should still be somewhere. In the land of fire. The moment you have any leads, report at once. We must reclaim the Rinnegan before things spiral out of control." White Zetsu answered, "Understood." Obito then turned to Kisame Hashigaki, who had been silently standing aside throughout. Not long ago, after the battle between the Uchiha brothers Itachi and Sasuke, Obito had sought out Kisame and revealed his true identity to him. Within the Akatsuki, aside from White Zetsu, Kisame was the comrade Obito trusted most. "Kisame, I'm leaving the matter of the Eight Tails to you." "I understand." Obito's gaze grew deep and inscrutable. "Don't let a minor setback shake you. The plan to declare war on the 5 great nations proceeds as scheduled. And as for that spare eye, it's time to let the 5 Kage nurture its potential. Go pay our failed warriors a visit. The matter of the 8 tails deserves a proper resolution. Don't you think, Sasuke?" Meanwhile, deep in the forests of the Land of Fire, Team Taka was resting before their journey to Konoha. Before Pain's assault on Konoha, Sasuke had led Team Taka on a raid at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, bringing back one of the 8 tails tails. Afterwards, they broke away from Akatsuki and began preparing for Sasuke's revenge. At that moment, Yugo, the gentle giant, was alone at the riverbank collecting water. A few birds perched on his shoulders, chirping softly. A rare, gentle smile appeared on his lips. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the birds startled and flew off in a flurry. Yugo spun around, looking into the woods behind him. There, a blond boy approached, his left eye wrapped in bandages, moving slowly and purposefully. "HM, it's you." Yugo recognized Naruto at once. Before the final battle between Sasuke and Itachi, Konoha had launched a massive search for Sasuke's whereabouts. At that time, one of Naruto's shadow clones had encountered Team Taka, and Yugo had never forgotten his face. For Naruto, who had just returned to the present from the future, Yugo was a familiar face. Naruto greeted him with a warm smile. "It's been a while, Yugo. As always, you really do love little animals, don't you?" Yugo replied curtly, not wanting to say more. "It's all right, I guess. Are you here looking for Sasuke?" A subtle, thoughtful look flickered in Naruto's eyes. "No. Actually, you're the one I'm here for. Or to be precise, someone I can only meet through you." Yugo's expression grew dark. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures burst out from the side, each forming a Rinnegan and hurling themselves straight at Yugo. Startled, Yugo gasped, "Shadow clones. When did he set them up?" With a thunderous explosion, Yugo was blasted backward, skidding a long distance across the water before coming to a stop in the middle of the river. His shoulders were nearly sliced flat, deep wounds gouged into his flesh. His sage power, it's even stronger than mine. Naruto walked across the water toward him, his voice calm and steady. "Those injuries aren't much for you. As long as you cooperate, I won't harm you again." Yugo's mind raced. Sasuke is about 10 kilometers from here. If I release the power of the curse mark, Karen should be able to sense what's happening. The sinister energy of the curse mark began to surge within him. Naruto's eyes sharpened. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Yugo, pressing his palm against Yugo's chest. In his past life, Sasuke's Rinnegan had been destroyed, robbing him of his ability to move through space, forcing him to seek out other ways to fill that void. Because of this, Naruto had gone out of his way to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Now that his soul had traveled back to the past, all the jutsu he'd mastered before were still at his command. As for the spatial marking required for the Flying Thunder God, the clones I sent in earlier already left a mark on him. Naruto's left hand pressed firmly against Yugo's chest. A torrent of sage energy from the curse mark poured from Yugo's body into the palm of Naruto's hand. Yugo cried out in shock. "Are you absorbing my chakra?" As the power of the curse mark flowed out of him, Yugo's body shrank rapidly until he was reduced to the form of a child, collapsing unconscious to the ground. What a remarkable body. No wonder Sasuke chose him. Naruto sighed, hoisting Yugo over his shoulder and turning back toward the riverbank. Before long, Konan's form coalesced from fluttering scraps of paper, appearing before Naruto. That went much more smoothly than expected. Naruto replied, "He's actually quite strong. To avoid any complications, I had to take him by surprise. Otherwise, if Sasuke and the others had arrived in time, The outcome would have been unpredictable. Years spent surviving in a post-apocalyptic world had made Naruto incredibly cautious. Without absolute certainty, he would never act rashly. Even when he was confident, he always chose the safest approach. He gently set Yugo down, removed the drenched clothes from his body, and draped his own clean robe over him to keep him from catching a chill. Conan asked, "Aren't you planning to take him with us?" Naruto glanced at the curse mark in the center of his left palm and replied, "I've already absorbed enough sage power from the curse mark. There's no need to bring him along." Conan gazed intently at the bandage that still covered Naruto's left eye, her thoughts churning. The optic nerve in his left eye hasn't fully connected, and yet he can already wield the initial power of the Rinnegan. Perhaps he's even more suited to possess these eyes than Nagato was. Naruto took the wet, black robe he'd removed from Yugo and threw it over his own shoulders. As he turned to leave, his cloak swept out behind him. "Let's go. On to our next destination." Meanwhile, inside the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, a council was underway to discuss the rebuilding of the Hidden Leaf Village. A long table was set in the center of a spacious hall. Mitsuhide, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, sat at the head of the table. To the east sat 5 senior advisors, each wearing a dark, tall hat. On the west side were 5 representatives from the Leaf, including the elder advisors Hamura Midokado and Kohor Udatane, a captain from the MBU. Black Ops dressed in a white cloak and animal mask, the Jonin representative Shikakanara, and Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root organization. Hamura Midokado was the first to speak. "We've reached an agreement with our allied nations to continue the established policy toward the Akatsuki." Directly across from him sat a bespectacled, mild-mannered chief advisor, who said, "Since the village has suffered such devastation, the Land of Fire will fully support its reconstruction. The first priority is to allocate the necessary budget. Afterward, we must quickly mend strained relations with other countries." At this, Danzo interjected, "Before any of that, there's a matter even more urgent. Deciding on the next Hokage." Shikakanara's senses went on high alert. Just as he'd feared, Danzo was already making his move. As the Jonin representative, Shikaku had previously suggested Kakashi as the next Hokage, but he knew all too well that Danzo coveted the position as well. It was clear that Kakashi's path to the office would not be without obstacles. The daimyo of the Land of Fire idly toyed with a small fan in his hand as he said, "Can't we wait until Tsunade has recovered?" Kohor Udatane answered, "My lord, Tsunade is still unconscious, and we have no way of knowing when she'll awaken. Given the village's current state, many decisions need to be made quickly. We can't afford to wait any longer. Besides, she bears some responsibility for the village's destruction." By responsibility, Kohoro was referring to Tsunade's decision to send Naruto into seclusion at Mount Myaboku, which led Pain to attack the Leaf in search of him. The feudal lord nodded and said, "Originally, I was more inclined to choose Jiraiya, as I have always admired him. Unfortunately, he has already passed away. So, are there any other suitable candidates?" Just as Danzo was about to speak, Shikakanara suddenly interrupted him. "I recommend Kakashi Hitaki." He paid no mind to the cold, piercing glare that Danzo shot his way. "Oh, the son of the White Fang, is it? Not a bad choice." The feudal lord's face lit up with delight as he turned to the other advisors. "What do you all think? In terms of reputation, strength, and character, he is truly outstanding. However, isn't he perhaps a bit too young? Wasn't the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, even younger back then?" The advisors began to express their opinions one after another, and the previously deadlocked situation gradually shifted in favor of Kakashi. At this moment, the bespectacled head advisor spoke up. "Kakashi Hitaki. Whose student is he?" Hamura Midokado replied, "He is the student of the 4th Hokage." The feudal lord clapped his hands with delight. The 4th Hokage was Jiraiya's disciple, and Jiraiya was the 3rd's. Looking at it this way, there doesn't seem to be any problem. Well then, just as the situation was becoming clear, Danzo suddenly cut in coldly. The way the 3rd Hokage taught his students was, in reality, leading the village down a path to destruction. Startled by Danzo's sharp gaze, the feudal lord hastily raised his fan to shield half his face. Danzo seized a moment and continued. "The leader of the Akatsuki, the group that brought our village to ruin, was once Jiraiya's own student. This is the bitter consequence of sympathizing with other nations and sharing our strength. It's sheer naivete. It's precisely this naivete, passed down from generation to generation, that has led to betrayal by our allies and gave Orochimaru the chance to attack the Leaf Village. Among the new members rising in Akatsuki, the leader is none other than the last of the Uchiha clan, the rogue ninja Sasuke Uchiha. Listening to Danzo's words, Shikaku Nara's expression grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, a knowing smile crept onto Danzo's lips, and he dropped an even more shocking revelation. Compared to those previous failures, the greatest of all is that another of Jiraiya's students, Konoha's own Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, has actually betrayed the village. The moment the news broke, Shikaku's expression changed instantly, and the entire assembly erupted in alarm. One of the chief advisors questioned loudly, "Wait a minute, isn't Naruto the hero who defeated the Akatsuki's leader? Shouldn't he be basking in glory and recovering in peace right now?" Danzo let out a cold chuckle, his gaze lingering on Shikaku. "This matter is best explained by our Jonin commander, Shikaku Nara." The feudal lord turned to Shikaku, his tone grave. "Shikaku, what exactly is going on?" Sweat beaded on Shikaku's forehead. As expected, this matter had not escaped Danzo's network of spies. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, "My lord daimyo, it's true that Naruto did not return to the village immediately after the war, but it's still too early to say he has truly betrayed Konoha." Danzo, however, refused to let the matter drop. "We have already received important intelligence. Uzumaki Naruto appears to be in contact with the Akatsuki's second-in-command and is likely plotting actions that could threaten the village." The others all frowned in concern. "Is the information reliable?" Danzo, seizing the moment, exaggerated, "It's largely reliable. In fact, there is reason to suspect that Nagato's attack on Konoha was part of an inside-outside scheme, a conspiracy between him and Uzumaki Naruto." The daimyo fell into deep thought. "That doesn't seem possible. They say his character is upstanding. He's a role model for many shinobi." Danzo replied earnestly, "Nothing is impossible. Remember, the Nine-Tails is sealed inside him, a creature that is the very embodiment of evil. No matter how kind the boy may be, with such darkness festering within him, he is bound to stray from the right path sooner or later. Besides, Jiraiya's lax teaching, Tsunade's indulgence as Hokage, and Kakashi's negligence as Jonin instructor all contributed to this situation." One of the counselors pushed up his glasses and spoke, "My lord daimyo, even if Danzo's claims have not been fully substantiated, it's clear Kakashi is not fit to become Hokage right now." Shikaku had wanted to object, but Danzo had already seized control of the discussion by leveraging the issue of Naruto's defection. The tide had turned, and it was nearly impossible to reverse the situation. At that moment, Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his tone resolute. "What kind of Hokage do we need now? It must be someone who can turn the tide in the gravest of crises, someone who will lead the shinobi world through a new era and restore order. That Hokage must be me." The daimyo closed his eyes, sinking into contemplation. Shikaku quickly interjected, "My lord daimyo, please don't base your decision solely on Danzo's account. Konoha's Ambu are still searching for Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts. I believe the truth will soon come to light." The daimyo opened his eyes and declared with finality, "Enough. I have made my decision. Danzo, from this moment forth, you are the 6th Hokage." A triumphant smile played on Danzo's lips. In his heart, he thought, "I had planned to use the power of my right eye to manipulate the daimyo's decision if things went badly. But using Naruto's situation to discredit Kakashi has gone far more smoothly than I expected. Even you, Shikaku, are powerless to turn the tide this time." After leaving the daimyo's residence, Danzo leaned on his cane and departed with the ANBU operative clad in white. "How was the matter I asked you to handle progressing?" "We've already spread the rumors among the villagers at the lowest levels, just as you instructed. Now, everyone believes that Naruto and the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, are acting in collusion, deceiving the villagers together to gain their trust. But Lord Danzo, you saw through their scheme in time, and Naruto was forced to flee the village overnight because of it." Danzo smiled, clearly satisfied. The masked ANBU in white asked again, "Lord Danzo, there's still no evidence that Uzumaki Naruto has betrayed the village. Besides, he's one of the few who can rival Jiraiya in strength. Isn't this approach risky?" Danzo replied, "Whether or not Naruto has truly betrayed us, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he is a latent threat to the village. We must act early, nip this growing seed in the bud before it matures. No matter how powerful a force is, if it cannot be made to serve me, it is merely a threat. For Konoha's future, such sacrifices are necessary." With his hand covering his right eye, Danzo's gaze brimmed with ambition. "Once Naruto is dealt with, the Nine-Tails will be under my control. And on that day, I, Shimura Danzo, will be the strongest Hokage Konoha has ever seen." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit hideout somewhere within the Land of Fire, candlelight flickered as several ink-painted mice with black markings scurried about, investigating every corner. This was Super Beast imitating drawing, a unique ninjutsu of size, blending chakra with exquisite artistry. Concealed in the thicket near the hideout, Sai was weaving hand signs. He spoke to Anko Mitarashi, who was assisting him in tracking Kabuto's whereabouts. That's right. This is one of Orochimaru's former hideouts. Hands thrust in her pockets, Anko replied. Looks like Kabuto is still using old hideouts as his refuge. Suddenly, a sound rustled from the large tree behind them. Sai instantly drew his blade, but Anko held out her hand to stop him. Wait, they're allies. Before them appeared a three-person squad from Konoha's reconnaissance unit. Takuma Hyuga, Muta Aburame, and Yudachi Awero. One Jonin, one Special Jonin, and one Chunin. Muta, dressed in the signature pale coat of the Aburame clan, wearing dark sunglasses and carrying a bug-filled jar on his back, stepped forward and addressed Anko. Captain Mitarashi, there's a new order from the village for you. The mission has changed. For now, we're to suspend the search for Yakushi Kabuto and prioritize locating Uzumaki Naruto. Our team will serve as your backup. Uzumaki Naruto. Anko was taken aback. Just now, on our way here, Yamato hurriedly returned to the village. Is this connected? Muta Aburame answered. Konoha was just attacked by the Akatsuki. The village suffered heavy damage and severe casualties. Lady Tsunade is still unconscious. What? As a result, Lord Danzo has been appointed as the 6th Hokage. At these words, Sai's pupils contracted sharply. Hondo spoke in a low voice. I still find it hard to believe. So what's really going on with Naruto now? We'll report the details to the captain later. At this moment, Takuma Hyuga stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at Sai, whose identity was a sensitive topic. There were some things that were better left unsaid in front of a root member like Sai. We're heading out now. Sai swiftly disappeared into the undergrowth, making his way back to Konoha. With Lord Danzo becoming Hokage and Naruto leaving the village, he couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. As their mission shifted, Hondo's squad began searching for Naruto's whereabouts. Only then did Hondo learn the whole story. There's no way I'd ever believe Naruto would betray Konoha. No matter what, that's impossible. She still remembered his straightforward nature during the Chunin exams, and she'd kept an eye on his growth ever since. Shino Aburame spoke up. None of us want to believe it, but we have to find Naruto ourselves if we're to know the truth. Only then can we prevent Danzo from either using him or framing him. Already, rumors are starting to spread in the village. Just then, Takuma, who was scanning the area with his Byakugan, suddenly raised his voice. Directly ahead at 12 o'clock, I see Naruto. He's heading straight toward us. What? Hondo landed on a branch, her voice sharp with surprise. That's almost too much of a coincidence. Everyone be on guard. The group instantly tensed, gripping their kunai tightly. A kilometer away, Naruto, who was racing through the trees, sensed the shift and released Sage Mode. We've been spotted. Since his return, this would be his first time facing his comrades head-on, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a little anxious. By the time he came to his senses, he was already standing before Hondo's squad. Exhaling slowly, Naruto took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Hello, Miss Hondo. It's been a while. The 4 members of Hondo's team carefully examined Naruto, and the woman standing quietly behind him, Konan. Shino frowned. That woman's outfit. She's from the Akatsuki. Hondo crossed her arms and stepped forward. Naruto, not only did you leave on your own, but now you show up with an Akatsuki member. We need an explanation. Naruto replied calmly. There's nothing to explain. It's exactly as you see. Oh, Hondo's heart tightened. Her hand, hidden in her pocket, unconsciously clenched into a fist, a vein pulsing at her temple. You really are as stubborn as ever. Never backing down, are you? With a serious expression, Naruto adjusted the scratch-marked forehead protector at his brow, the one Sasuke had left behind at the Valley of the End. That's right. This is my ninja way. Hondo, both exasperated and amused, couldn't help but let out a laugh. Even at a time like this, you can't resist cracking a joke. You really know how to get under my skin. Behind Naruto, Konan spoke in a cold tone. It seems they're not exactly welcoming me. Naruto replied with a light chuckle. After all, even before Nagato, the Akatsuki had already claimed the lives of quite a few Leaf Shinobi. Sister Konan. Konan asked, are you planning to take them on all by yourself? Naruto answered, it's been decades since I last truly fought. My reflexes have dulled quite a bit. These 4 are all Jonin level, just the right number. I can use their strength to help me regain my fighting instincts. Then you'd better be careful. With those words, Konan stepped back, retreating beyond the edge of the battle circle. Anko began to analyze the situation calmly. Surprisingly, that Akatsuki member doesn't seem interested in joining the fight. That's good news for us. But Naruto defeated the enemy who destroyed the village. His power now might even surpass that of my former master, Orochimaru. Even if we have the advantage in numbers, it's no guarantee we could actually defeat Naruto's overwhelming strength. Still, Naruto's combat abilities are public knowledge, and that might be the key to forming a solid strategy. He's adept at using shadow clones for deception. His strongest attack is the Rinnegan, and he's also mastered Jiraiya's Sage Mode. However, judging by his chakra flow, he hasn't entered Sage Mode yet. Right, rumor has it he can use shadow clones to recharge his Sage energy. Takuma, use your Byakugan to scan the area. Check for any of Naruto's shadow clones. Takuma responded, aside from that Akatsuki woman, Naruto is the only one here. Anko's gaze sharpened. He has no intention of using Sage Mode? Does he think it unnecessary? The boy who once flinched at my killing intent has grown this much. Formation B. In a flash, everyone scattered. Anko stood her ground, facing Naruto head-on. Takuma took the right flank, Muteta moved to the side, and Yavaro circled behind Naruto. Naruto, let me see just how strong you've become. A combative smile curled on Anko's lips. She bit her finger and quickly formed the hand signs for summoning. Summoning Jutsu. With a burst of white smoke, a giant snake coiled protectively in front of her. Naruto exclaimed in awe, "That's huge. Looks just like the one from the Forest of Death during the Chunin exam. Come to think of it, Miss Anko, you're still the student of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru." With a thunderous crash, the massive serpent lunged at Naruto. He leapt backward, narrowly avoiding its jaws as the tree beneath him shattered under the snake's impact. A flurry of movement. Yavaro hurled several kunai, each marked with explosive tags, from behind. There was a sharp clang of metal as Naruto casually flung a shuriken, intercepting every kunai with pinpoint accuracy. The explosive tags erupted midair, but Naruto landed unharmed, untouched by the blasts. Yavaro's expression grew somber. He intercepted my kunai with perfect precision without even turning around. Did he judge my position just by listening to the wind? His shuriken skills are unbelievable. At that moment, the giant serpent summoned earlier lunged forward with another fierce attack from straight ahead. A slight smile played at the corners of Naruto's lips. His hands moved in a blur, forming seals, and then pressed firmly to the ground. Earth-style quagmire. With a sudden surge, a muddy bog appeared out of nowhere, instantly trapping the giant serpent. Anko Mitarashi gasped in astonishment. Earth release? But isn't Naruto's chakra nature supposed to be wind? In reality, most people believe Naruto only possessed wind nature chakra, a widespread misconception. In truth, he commanded wind, earth, lightning, fire, water, and yang chakra transformations, lacking only yin, according to the official Naruto data book of formation. Among these, wind was his specialty, which was why, during chakra paper testing, its properties showed up first. After becoming Hokage in his previous life, Naruto developed mastery over the other natures as well. He was no longer the boy who relied solely on shadow clones and the Rinnegan, banking on a single technique to see him through the world. Naruto crouched low, maintaining the quagmire technique with steady focus. Just then, Yavaro positioned himself behind Naruto, forming hand seals with both hands before drawing a deep breath. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from his mouth, rapidly gathering into a giant fireball barreling toward Naruto. Through a swirl of white smoke, Naruto's shadow clone materialized. Everyone looked on in disbelief. He actually managed to form the shadow clone hand seals under those circumstances. The clone turned its back to Naruto's true form, facing Yavaro instead, hands moving quickly in another sequence. Wind-style Gale Palm. A fierce gust howled forward, colliding with the fireball and sending it hurtling back along its original path. Yavaro stared in shock. Impossible. He used wind style to overpower my fire style. A violent firestorm swept across the area, tearing up trees from their roots. The shock wave struck Yavaro, hurling him through the air and leaving him sprawled on the ground. Hey, are you alright, old man? Naruto was startled by his own strength. He'd only wanted to test his skills, not actually harm any of Konoha's ninja. Lying on the ground, Yavaro clutched a nearly shattered ninja shield. It was this battered shield that had saved his life. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. A Jonin should be able to handle that, right? I'm a Chunin. Yavaro managed to mumble before passing out cold. Just then, Shino Aburame opened the insect jar on his back. Instantly, thousands upon thousands of Kikaichu beetles surged out like a living black cloud, swarming toward Naruto. The Aburame clan's jutsu were known for their wide area of effect. There was almost nowhere to run. Naruto dared not let his guard down. Before the swarm could surround him, he quickly hurled a kunai at Shino. Shino dodged just in time, and the kunai embedded itself deep in the trunk of the tree behind him. At that moment, the parasite bugs had already surrounded Naruto completely. Muchien spoke up. I can feel it. The insects are draining his chakra. We've gained the upper hand. Excellent. Now, use this move to completely restrict his movements. Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. From beneath her sleeve, Anko unleashed several serpentine arms, which shot forward and wrapped tightly around Naruto, binding him fast. Give up, Naruto! But just then, the swarm of insects scattered in all directions, and the snake-shaped arms grasped at nothing, falling harmlessly to the ground. Mutien gasped in shock. What happened? The target? He just vanished. Hinata Takuma shouted a warning. Mutien, behind you! Look out! But was already too late. With a dull thud, Naruto's hand chopped down onto the back of Mutien's neck. Mutien tumbled from the tree trunk and lost consciousness. Naruto walked unhurriedly to the tree, withdrew the kunai he'd thrown earlier, and revealed a special sealing mark engraved on its blade. A cold sweat broke out on Anko's face. That's right, that's the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. He had actually mastered the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Anko's expression grew even more grave. As someone who had witnessed that era, she knew all too well that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had created legends on the battlefield thanks to his mastery of this very technique. Anko thought to herself, just like his earlier Earth-style jutsu, Naruto has shown abilities far beyond our intelligence reports, and it's clear he's concealed his true strength all along. He came prepared. Takuma's face was tense. Captain Anko, what should we do now? Anko answered decisively. We don't stand a chance. Grab Yawaro and Mutien. We're retreating immediately. But Naruto spoke up. The others may leave, but Miss Anko, you must stay behind. Takuma's heart tightened. His real target is Captain Anko? A low, ominous hum filled the air as the scattered parasite bugs began to regroup. This was a unique trait of the Aburame clan's jutsu. If the summoner lost consciousness during battle, the insects would lock onto the last designated target, attacking relentlessly until the target could no longer move. What a troublesome jutsu! Naruto quickly formed hand seals, pressing his palms together at his chest. Fire style, tornado. With a roar, flames erupted at Naruto's feet, swirling upwards in a vortex that incinerated the swarming insects as they drew near. Takuta muttered under his breath, now's our best chance to escape. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 multiple shadow clones of Naruto burst forth, concealed by the fire, each wielding a spinning Rinnegan in their hands. There are too many of them. We can't fight head-on. Takuma activated his Byakugan to the fullest, deftly maneuvering on his feet as chakra surged from every tenketsu in his body. Spinning at high speed, he created an impenetrable defensive barrier. 8 trigrams palm, rotation, bang, 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 bang. Naruto's shadow clones vanished one after another in rapid succession. As the whirling defense faded, Takuma locked onto the real Naruto with his Byakugan. Swiftly gathering chakra in his palm, he struck out with force. 8 trigrams, air palm. Thud! A powerful shockwave blasted Naruto backward, sending him skidding across the ground. Naruto nodded in approval, as expected of a Hyuga elite. But this is where your strength ends. Whoosh! A Rinnegan began to form in Naruto's hand, swelling larger and larger as he poured more chakra into it. Takuma realized he could no longer hold his ground. He shouted, Captain Anko, I'll stall him here, withdraw now. Report everything that's happened to the village, exactly as it occurred. Ultra Big Ball Rinnegan. Naruto leapt high into the air, raising the massive sphere of chakra above him, then brought it crashing down toward Takuma. 8 trigrams palm, rotation. Gritting his teeth, Hyuga Takuma spun up his defense once more. Boom! The enormous Rinnegan slammed into the chakra barrier, sending a deep, rumbling shockwave through the air. Gales whipped around the clearing, and, under the relentless force of the Rinnegan, Takuma's defense began to falter. Through the thinning shield, his struggling figure could be glimpsed. It wasn't that Takuma lacked strength. It was simply that Naruto's power was overwhelming. Crash! Just as the rotation shattered, Naruto deftly pulled back the force of his Rinnegan. Even so, the residual shock flung Takuma through the air. He crashed hard against a tree trunk and immediately lost consciousness. Naruto landed and turned his attention to Anko. Now, there's no one left to stand in our way, Miss Anko. Anko clenched her fists, demanding, Naruto, why are you doing this? Naruto was silent for a moment. Pulling up the hood of his cloak, he spoke in a low voice. For the future of the ninja world, I must have that person's help. Miss Anko, you have an irreplaceable role to play. That person? Anko was still puzzling over Naruto's words when a sudden, searing pain shot through the curse mark at the nape of her neck. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. The curse mark hasn't reacted in so long. Why now? But this isn't the time to worry about that. There's something more important at stake. Rustle, rustle. A small snake slid from her sleeve and darted into the grass, vanishing from sight. So she's sending intel back to the village. Naruto had clearly noticed, but made no move to stop her. He thought to himself, that's fine. I've already been branded a rogue ninja. From now on, my actions won't drag the village into this. With the little snake safely on its way, Anko finally let out a breath of relief. At least this mission wasn't a complete loss. She said, well then, Big Sis can give you her full attention now. Naruto said, you could also choose to run away. Maybe you'd actually have a chance to succeed. Anko looked around, her gaze falling on Takuma and the other comrades lying unconscious all over the ground. She understood that, given the situation, even if she managed to escape, there was no way she could take all three of her teammates with her. She tapped her forehead protector resolutely with her thumb and declared, a ninja of the leaf never abandons their comrades to save themselves. Since you're from the leaf, you should know that better than anyone. Naruto smiled in response. Yeah, I understand. In the world of ninja, those who break the rules are called trash, but those who don't value their comrades are worse than trash. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Anko swiftly formed hand signs, gathering her chakra, even as she thought to herself, of all the techniques I can use right now, there's only one that might work against Naruto as he is. But to pull it off, I'll have to get him close, make him drop his guard. So I'll need to set the stage first. When her hand signs were complete, Anko straightened her back. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Whoosh! A torrent of fire shot forward at high speed, surging straight toward Naruto. Facing the oncoming blaze, Naruto's mind raced. If I counter with a fire style, I'll definitely hurt her. Since neither of us can avoid getting hurt, it's safer to use a water style than to get burned. Splash, splash. Naruto's hands blurred as he formed hand signs. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. A roaring surge of water erupted forth, coiling into the shape of a dragon. It swallowed up the flames right before Naruto and surged toward Anko. Anko was engulfed by the rushing water and, for a moment, lost her ability to fight back. Naruto dashed forward, reaching out to grab her. But at that instant, Anko suddenly reached out as well, locking her fingers with Naruto's and forming a sign together. This is a mutual destruction technique, Naruto. Right now, you're a threat to the village, so I have to end this here, with both of us. Ninja art, twin snake sacrifice jutsu. Snap, snap. From beneath Anko's sleeves, two serpents lashed out, swiftly coiling around both her and Naruto. A dark red glow flashed, heralding an imminent explosion. Naruto's pupils contracted in shock. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion became the center of everyone's attention. Whoosh! In the same instant, the unmistakable light of the flying thunder god technique flared, and Naruto, carrying the now unconscious Anko, appeared at the location of his marked seal. Gazing at the ruined wasteland left by the explosion in the distance, Naruto murmured under his breath, as I thought, only battles fought in person can truly remind you of those tumultuous years. Conan walked over, glancing at the other three leaf ninjas who had also been rendered unconscious. She knew Naruto wouldn't kill them, so she said, all the wild beasts nearby have been driven off by the fighting. The leaf's people will arrive soon and take them back to the village. That's right, let's go home. Naruto hoisted Anko onto his back, leapt down from the tree, placed a hand on Conan's shoulder, and activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from the scene in an instant. Shortly after their departure, several ninjas clad in Konoha ANBU uniforms arrived at the site of the explosion. The leader, a ninja in a white cloak, held a scroll in his hand, the very intelligent scroll Anko had sent out earlier. The scroll had been intercepted along the way and had now fallen into their hands. Because Anko had written the information in haste without using complex encryption, they quickly deciphered its contents and understood what had transpired here. After inspecting Takuma and the others, a few ninjas dressed in black cloaks reported to the white-cloaked leader. These three are still alive. Uzumaki Naruto didn't finish them off, and Anko Mitarashi is missing. Judging by the situation, she was probably taken away by Uzumaki Naruto. What should we do with these three? Should we bring them back and wait for Lord Danzo's orders? The white-cloaked ninja leading the group was a mid-level commander en route, Danzo's loyal follower and a firm believer in enforcing justice through darkness. His eyes glinted coldly as he spoke. Though we are all Konoha shinobi, our conflicting beliefs mean we cannot coexist. Root's principle is to eliminate any unfavorable factors without mercy. He raised a scroll in his hand. With this intelligent scroll and the bodies of these three, the accusation of Naruto, Uzumaki betraying Konoha is irrefutable. Combined with the rumors already circulating among the lower ranks, this is the most powerful evidence we could have. There's no need to wait for Lord Danzo's instructions. We will carry out Root's will to the end. Kill them. Understood. The black-cloaked ninjas hesitated only for a moment before drawing their blades and, without hesitation, drove them into the hearts of Takuma, Hyuga, Muto, Aburame, and Yavaro. The three, who should have been saved by Konoha, met a silent end at the hands of their own comrades. Gazing at the three bloodied corpses, the white-cloaked ninja murmured, "At last, Lord Danzo's era is truly about to begin." A sharp sound sliced through the air. Within the forest, a swirling vortex suddenly appeared before Sasuke's group as they rested. Though the timing was a bit different from usual, Obito, masked as always, materialized right in front of Sasuke. He greeted them in a low, gravelly voice. "Well, Sasuke." All three, Sasuke, Karen, and Suigetsu, rose to their feet at once. Karen frowned. That guy's chakra just appeared out of nowhere. How is this possible? Suigetsu shrugged indifferently. Well, talk about bad timing. Sasuke's tone was icy. How did you know we were here? Obito replied in a calm, even voice. Don't underestimate me. I have my own ways. Kamui's space-time technique can also leave a marker. Although it's different from the one used for the Flying Thunder God, Kamui's marker can be placed simply by looking, making it even more convenient. Neither type of marker can be easily erased, except through yin-yang release. Sasuke spoke coldly. Why are you coming to us now? We, Taka, have already left the Akatsuki. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Obito's voice was low and grave. I've already told you. Betraying Akatsuki only leads to one end, death. You've broken the agreement we made. Sasuke frowned. What agreement are you talking about? Obito replied. The one concerning the mission to capture the tailed beasts. Karen interjected. But didn't we already hand over the 8 tails to you? Obito responded calmly. That was only a decoy. In other words, you failed. Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Karen were all struck with shock. Obito went on. You were completely fooled by the 8 tails. To be honest, you've disappointed me greatly. Sasuke's mind flashed back to the battle at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. I checked with my Sharingan. There shouldn't have been any chance for the 8 tails to use a clone. Then, a detail surfaced in his memory. When he cut off the 8 tails' tail with Chidori's sharp spear, that tail had sunk into the river. Could it be? At that very moment, the 8 tails used its tail as a decoy? Suigetsu retorted forcefully. Even so, what do you expect from us? We have nothing to do with Akatsuki anymore. Obito replied with icy calm. No, all I want is for you to complete the task assigned by Akatsuki. Although the matter with the 8 tails ends here, there's another mission I need you to carry out today. Sasuke's voice was cold as frost. And if I refuse? Obito continued as if Sasuke hadn't spoken. I came to find you because I don't want you going to Konoha. Looks like I'll have to use force. Sasuke unleashed Chidori, lunging with a fierce thrust, only for his attack to pass straight through Obito's body. Stunned, Sasuke recalled his fight with Deidara. My attack went right through him again, just like last time. So this is his ability? Obito turned his head slightly, his tone detached. I've heard what you're planning. Unfortunately, you're out of time. Sasuke spun around and demanded. What do you mean by that? Obito replied. The Hidden Leaf Village no longer exists. All three, Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Karen, were shocked once again. Karen asked anxiously, what happened? At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground beside Obito. Zetsu. Karen eyed him warily. Who's that? Obito lowered his head. No need to worry. He's an ally. Then he turned to White Zetsu. Who's become Hokage now? Zetsu answered, Danzo. Obito nodded. Just as I predicted. Sasuke's brows knitted together. Danzo. He became Hokage. Obito explained. That's right. The very Konoha elder who once drove your brother away has now become the new Hokage. Finally, Sasuke asked, what exactly happened in Konoha? Obito glanced at the two people behind Sasuke and inquired, where's that comrade of yours, Yugo? Suigetsu replied, he went to fetch some water, but he's been gone for quite a while now. Karen pushed up her glasses and said helplessly, every single one of them is a handful. On the surface, she looked stern, but inwardly she was fantasizing. Sasuke, hurry up and make them all leave, then we can run away together, just the two of us. He. Suigetsu spread his hands and said, "That's all on you, Karen. If you're thirsty, you could just drink the water from my body. Yugo only went to get water for your sake." Karen clenched her fists, a vein twitching on her forehead. "Who would want to drink water from an idiot like you? What if I become stupid after drinking it?" In her mind, she couldn't help imagining. "And someday, Sasuke and I will have children together." He. Suigetsu couldn't hold back his retort. "You're not exactly a genius to begin with. One step down won't change much." "Idiot." Thud. Karen landed a punch right on Suigetsu's head, turning it into a splash of water, then followed up with a few kicks, making Suigetsu cry out in pain. Sasuke let out a resigned sigh. "That's enough." "Suigetsu," Karen cut out. Obito watched the chaos with an expression of disbelief, but soon brought the focus back. "Never mind. If he's not here, he's not here. It won't affect our discussion. Konoha has already been destroyed by my subordinate, Pain. Sasuke, your actions with Pain have drawn too much attention. Now, the five Kage have finally decided to act." Sasuke's expression darkened. "The five Kage." Obito continued. "The five Kage summit is about to begin." Then Zetsu spoke up. "Let me explain the situation from here." The news that Naruto had betrayed Konoha and turned his blade against his comrades was relayed back to the village by the Root organization, causing a tremendous stir in Konoha. Before this, Root had already been spreading rumors that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, attacked Konoha as part of a stage plot, with Naruto intended to win the villagers' trust. But Danzo saw through it all, and Naruto fled Konoha under the cover of night. At first, the villagers were skeptical of these rumors. After all, Naruto had always been steadfast and hardworking, earning everyone's trust through years of effort. But the bodies of Takuma Hyuga and his two companions, along with the scroll left behind by Anko, were undeniable evidence. The people of Konoha gathered anxiously in front of the tent hastily erected for the high-level meeting, desperately awaiting news. Once the contents of the scroll were verified as true, public opinion made a complete turn. As expected, a Jinchuriki is always a Jinchuriki. Naruto, that menace, hid himself way too well. We were all deceived by him. Despicable Naruto. He deserves the harshest punishment. At that moment, the sound of a cane striking the ground echoed through the crowd, gradually calming everyone down. Danzo stepped forward, his voice low and resolute. "Konoha has never shown mercy to rogue ninja. It's only because of the fifth Hokage's weakness and indulgence that things have come to this. But I, Shimura Danzo, will bring this storm to an end. I will give everyone in Konoha the answers they deserve." After a brief silence, a wave of fervent shouts erupted. "We pledge our lives to support Lord Danzo's leadership." No one noticed the sly, triumphant smile that curled at the corner of Danzo's lips beneath his Hokage hat. Naruto and Konan returned to the original cave. Konan asked, "Are you ready?" Naruto replied, "Yes. Let's begin." Konan supported Anko Mitarashi, a trace of doubt lingering in her expression. "It's still hard for me to believe. Can something like this really be done?" Naruto answered, "The curse mark developed by Orochimaru is, in essence, an independent consciousness. As long as the curse mark exists, he will never truly disappear. However, to awaken him, we need the original template. I've already obtained it from Yugo." Naruto stepped forward and placed his left hand over the curse mark on the back of Anko's neck. A faint sound broke the silence as he channeled the power of the curse mark he'd absorbed from Yugo into it. As Naruto slowly lifted his hand, a white snake emerged from the mark on Anko's neck. Its jaws opened wide, and that unmistakable figure of Orochimaru began to take shape. Anko, suddenly losing all support, collapsed to the ground, still deep in unconsciousness. Naruto and Konan exchanged a glance, both instinctively taking a step back. Orochimaru rose from the viscous fluid on the ground, his golden, slit pupils locking onto Naruto. His voice was deep and alluring with a hint of mockery. "You truly surprised me. Of all people, I never expected it would be you who brought me back to this world." Naruto. He had long black hair, vertical golden pupils, and purple eyeshadow that extended to the bridge of his nose. His skin was pale, his earlobes adorned with jade blue Magatama earrings, and a pale yellow rope with a light purple knot was tied around his waist. Orochimaru, the man known as the Calamity Wind, still seemed detached from the world, marked by that unmistakable, otherworldly aura. He studied Naruto carefully, his gaze stripped of any former disdain. And rightfully so, for within Anko, he had already experienced firsthand the true extent of Naruto's power. Uzumaki Naruto, the boy who once clumsily chased after Sasuke, now seems to have grown into a true ninja. "So, after all the trouble you've gone through to awaken me, someone who once hurt you, what is it that you really want?" Naruto responded bluntly. Orochimaru, I won't beat around the bush. I need great power. I want to create an entirely new world for shinobi, and your knowledge and jutsu are vital to me. Orochimaru's gaze deepened. I thought you simply wanted some small favor, perhaps to meet your father, Minato Namikaze. I never imagined your ambitions would be this grand. Naruto replied calmly. It seems you're not too willing then. Orochimaru answered coolly. My goal is to uncover every truth in this world. I've never served any person or organization. Whether it's a village or the Akatsuki, to me they're all just chains that bind. Naruto said, I won't become your shackles. As long as you're willing to assist me, you can continue your research as you please, but... Orochimaru cut in with a sly smile. But what? You want me to promise not to harm the shinobi world? Naruto surprised him. It's impossible never to cause harm. All I ask is that you act within certain boundaries. Oh, Orochimaru raised his brows, a hint of surprise in his tone. I didn't expect you to speak so realistically. Now I'm curious. What have you been through to think this way? Naruto answered, If you're interested, I can tell you about it in detail another time. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Better not. My instincts tell me it's best not to dig too deep into such matters. At that moment, Conan interjected, Orochimaru, right now you need a safe place to stay. As long as you're willing to help Naruto, Amage Cure will fully support you, providing both a laboratory and shelter. Orochimaru replied coolly, That sounds appealing, but I'm afraid I must decline. Is that so? What a pity. Conan's gaze turned icy as she watched Naruto out of the corner of her eye. At that moment, Naruto lowered his head, lost in thought. It seemed Orochimaru wanted to crush Naruto's hopes completely. Let me be frank, Naruto. I've studied the power of the Uzumaki clan for a long time. Their tremendous life force can suppress Tail Beast Chakra. They possess powerful sealing techniques and a potential rivaling even the Senju. But compared to all that, I find the power of the Uchiha clan far more alluring. The shock Itachi had given Orochimaru in the past still haunted him, fueling his obsession with the Uchiha's power. Naruto looked up and met his eyes. So, you still refuse to give up on Sasuke, do you? Orochimaru replied. To pursue the truth, you must be relentless, Naruto. Even if your current strength has exceeded my expectations, I will not give up on Sasuke. He is my ideal vessel, possessing the potential to surpass Itachi and even Madara Uchiha. Unlike in his previous life, this time Orochimaru was resurrected before witnessing Kabuto's fate. Thus, his obsession with obtaining Sasuke's body still burned fiercely. Naruto's gaze grew icy. In that case, I can't let you leave. Do you really think you can stop me? Suddenly, Orochimaru's feet transformed into a serpent's tail, propelling him swiftly toward the mouth of the cave. In a flash, Naruto appeared at the entrance, already having marked the spot with his Flying Thunder God technique, blocking Orochimaru's escape. So, the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru mused inwardly. My hands are still trapped in the belly of the Reaper from the dead demon consuming seal, so I can't perform any jutsu that require hand signs. I observed this when I was inside Anko. Naruto's current combat ability is already on par with an elite jonin. If he enters Sage mode, things will turn terribly against me. Ninja A, soft physique modification. With a swift motion, Orochimaru's neck suddenly extended, looping around Naruto in a blur. Too sharp, venomous fangs sank cleanly into Naruto's neck. I'll use the power of the cursed seal to temporarily restrain his movements. A sinister hum filled the air as black, curse-mark patterns rapidly spread from Naruto's neck to cover his entire body. At that moment, Naruto suddenly raised his arm, locking Orochimaru's neck in a tight chokehold, preventing him from pulling away. Orochimaru's eyes widened with shock. Did he let me bite him on purpose? You use your fangs to inject chakra into my body, then I can do the same to you. Naruto closed his eyes and stood perfectly still, meditating to enter Sage mode. In an instant, natural energy surged forth. Orochimaru's once elegant features contorted in agony as intense pain racked his body. Ugh, natural energy. It's flowing back into my body through the channel that connects us. Ah! Naruto opened his eyes with a calm smile. So, Orochimaru, tell me, what's the difference between the sage energy of Mount Myaboku and the Senjutsu of the Ryuchi Cave? Care to share your experience? With a sharp snap, Orochimaru's mouth opened impossibly wide, and first an arm, then his head and body emerged. Within seconds, a brand new Orochimaru slithered onto the ground, quickly putting distance between them. A faint sizzling sound accompanied the curse mark as Naruto suppressed it, glancing down at the shriveled snake skin in his hand. Orochimaru's body replacement technique truly is peerless. It seems you won't let me go so easily. Formation of 10,000 serpent prison. Orochimaru crouched low to the ground, a sly smile spreading across his face. Hundreds of snakes poured from his mouth, each one opening wide to unleash countless Kusanagi blades, transforming into a surging torrent of white blades that swept forward in a devastating wave. "Senior Sister Conan, I'll leave Miss Anko in your care," Naruto shouted, then quickly retreated, slipping out of the cave. Conan scooped Anko into her arms and carried her swiftly away from the danger zone. With a sharp pop, the shadow clone Naruto had stationed outside the cave disappeared, sending its accumulated sage chakra rushing back to the original. Orange markings appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his right eye shifted into the horizontal pupil of a toad, a clear sign he had entered sage mode. Another pop sounded. A fresh shadow clone materialized in midair. With one hand, Naruto formed a Rinnegan and began infusing it with wind nature chakra. A piercing roar filled the air as razor-sharp wind blades danced over the surface of his Rinnegan. Gathering his strength mid-leap, Naruto hurled his deadly sphere into the flood of serpents and swords below. Sage art. Wine style, Rasen Shuriken. A roaring explosion erupted as a white storm tore through every snake in its path. The cave shook violently under the onslaught, its walls groaning as if about to collapse. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the cave caved in completely. From the ruins, a monstrous eight-headed serpent reared up, towering and grotesque. With a slithering hiss, Orochimaru's slick, viscous form wriggled free from the central serpent head. He gave a hoarse, sinister chuckle. "Ahaha, too bad, Naruto. Your jutsu is powerful, but it's still not enough to finish me off." So that's Orochimaru's ultimate technique, the eight-headed serpent jutsu. Naruto landed firmly on his feet, his expression growing grave. "Ever since I returned, Kurama has been giving me the silent treatment. I'd thought about summoning the great toad sages to help with this predicament, but explaining everything to them would be complicated." Hovering above, Conan called out, "Naruto, do you need my help?" "No, that won't be necessary. Even if we take Orochimaru by force, there's no point unless he submits willingly." No sooner had I finished speaking than I tore off the bandage covering my left eye, opening it wide. In my pale, violet iris, 3 concentric ripples began to flow, radiating a solemn, awe-inspiring light. The Rinnegan, the legendary symbol of the 6 paths. Orochimaru's pupils constricted in shock. "What? Your left eye is that?" A faint smile played on my lips. "Things might get interesting now, don't you think?" The Rinnegan. Before joining the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had once crossed paths with Pain, the Deva path, in a little-known encounter. The moment he saw Pain's eyes, he recognized them as the supreme ocular power said to belong only to the sage of 6 paths. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power and truth, he couldn't hold himself back. He did something wildly reckless. Without any hesitation, he lunged straight for Pain, intent on gouging out those legendary eyes. As a result, he was thrown back by an overwhelming force, sent flying 100 meters away in utter disarray, crashing into the shattered remains of trees, his body covered in dust. The distance between the two of them was a perfect reflection of the gap in their strength. That was the first time he had been awed by sheer power, and in that moment, he developed a deep interest in the Akatsuki. With the mindset of muddling through and seizing opportunities, he joined their ranks. Unfortunately, Pain's strength was simply overwhelming, leaving him with no chance to make a move. It wasn't until now that Orochimaru truly saw things for what they were. "So, you really did defeat Pain, and you got that eye before Toby did. Humph. I think I understand now why you dare to set me free and yet aren't worried about me turning against you." I asked, "So, are you truly willing to submit to me?" Orochimaru replied, "Judging by your demeanor, you must have only just obtained that eye, right? How much of its power can you actually wield?" I smiled. "Even if I can only use 1/10 of it, I'm afraid that's more than enough to deal with you." Orochimaru let out a low, sinister laugh. Then let's put that to the test." A thunderous crash echoed out. The ground shook violently as the 8-headed serpent charged forward in a frenzy. Without an immense chakra avatar like Susanoo, there were few who could stand against such a force. At this moment, the wisest choice would have been to withdraw and wait for a better opportunity, but I didn't take a single step back. The reason was simple. I intended to utterly subdue Orochimaru with absolute power. As the Yamata no Orochi closed in, its massive snake bodies lunged one after another, each one more powerful than Manda himself. I narrowed my left eye slightly, raised my palm, and conjured an invisible barrier to block the ferocious assault of the 8-headed serpent. This barrier was one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, specifically the power known as Deva Path, among the 6 paths. Back in his childhood, before Nagato had fully mastered the Rinnegan, he had unconsciously activated this ability in a moment of crisis, managing to protect Yahiko and Konan from the blast. Later, Pain's Deva path could easily fend off Naruto's tailed beast ball in his 6-tailed form with this defensive shield. However, this kind of barrier had a clear limitation. One had to raise their palm in advance to activate it. Not bad. In that case, seeing that brute force alone couldn't break through the barrier, Orochimaru commanded all 7 heads, except for the one containing his true body, to open their jaws and spit out gigantic Kusanagi swords. With their strength gathered, the 7 heads and 7 swords struck toward Naruto's position in unison. Naruto raised his palm. A series of sharp metallic clangs rang out. The 7 enormous Kusanagi swords all froze in midair, unable to move forward an inch. Orochimaru's vertical pupils narrowed. That kind of area effect. This isn't just an ordinary barrier. Naruto's left eye flashed with light, his voice resolute and commanding, "Shinra, Tensei." With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming repulsive force erupted from Naruto as its center, and the ground sank rapidly, forming a colossal basin. Ugh, isn't this the same technique Pain once used on me? The massive body of the 8-headed serpent was relentlessly forced back by this devastating shockwave. High above, Konan unfolded her white paper wings, observing the battle while carrying the unconscious Anko. It's like watching Nagato fight back then. I never expected Naruto to master this power so quickly. With another earth-shaking crash, the 8-headed serpent retreated all the way to the distant mountain cliffs. In a flash, Naruto sprang into action, hurling a kunai into the sky. The moment it reached the height parallel to Orochimaru, he used Flying Raijin to teleport. Catching the kunai deftly with his left hand, his cloak billowed in the wind. Naruto spun gracefully in midair, his right hand pointing towards a mountain dozens of meters away, while his left eye suddenly gleamed. Universalpur. With a rumbling tremor, the mountain crumbled, sending boulders hurtling down upon the 8-headed serpent. As the kunai landed, Naruto swiftly returned to the ground, stooping to pick it up. Glancing at the serpent buried beneath the avalanche of stones, he half-joked, "I still can't pull off planetary devastation, so I'll have to make do with this. It should be close enough, right?" But as the echoes faded, the 8 serpent heads burst out from beneath the rocks once more. Naruto shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. "Looks like I've still got a long way to go." "Naruto, you've completely ignited my fighting spirit." No sooner had Orochimaru finished speaking than his body shrank back, the 8 serpent heads clustering together. Gathering immense chakra, they formed a gigantic, glowing purple sphere. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "That move?" Konan cautioned him. "Be careful. This chakra is incredibly dangerous." Naruto replied in a low voice, "Yeah, it's almost on par with Kurama's tailed beast bomb." Deep within Naruto, the slumbering Nine-Tails twitched its large ears at the mention of Kurama. Boom! The 8-headed serpent gathered chakra into an enormous sphere and suddenly launched it at Naruto. "Yamada Great Sphere. So this is your strongest attack under the power of the Yamada technique." Naruto stood his ground, unwavering as the massive sphere barreled toward him. At the last moment, he thrust out his palm, and his left eye flashed with light. Predapath. Whoosh! A translucent barrier unfolded before Naruto, and the Yamada Great Sphere came to an abrupt halt in midair. It was the sealing barrier of the Predapath. Any technique fueled by chakra that touched this barrier would have all its energy absorbed. Though the Predapath had its limits, among all known jutsu, none had ever managed to overwhelm its absorption. Not even the tailed beast bomb could break through, let alone the slightly less powerful Yamada Great Sphere. Whoosh! The Yamada Great Sphere rapidly shrank, consumed by the barrier and reverting back into pure chakra. Orochimaru's figure emerged once more from the center of the serpent's head, his gaze filled with disbelief as he stared intently at everything unfolding before him. Once the mighty Yamada no Orochi had vanished completely, the playful smirk on Naruto's face gave way to a serious expression. "It's time to finish this." Naruto charged at Orochimaru again. Orochimaru's body recoiled swiftly, desperate to retreat back inside the serpent's head. "Don't even think about escaping." Mid-air, Naruto suddenly thrust out his palm. Universalpur. A surge of powerful gravitational force burst forth from the sky. Orochimaru, not yet fully withdrawn, was yanked irresistibly toward Naruto. Orochimaru fought back with all his strength, alarm flashing in his mind. He wants to separate my true form from the Yamada no Orochi. I must not let him succeed. The pull in Naruto's palm intensified in an instant. and at last, Orochimaru was wrenched out completely. Naruto brought his hand down with force. The gravity smashed Orochimaru hard against the ground. Orochimaru's body, specially modified to be extraordinarily resilient, managed to retain mobility even after such a brutal blow. It's over. Naruto leapt high, flinging several black rods from his sleeve. They struck with precision at the critical points where Orochimaru's chakra flowed. Through the black rods of the Six Paths technique, Naruto's chakra surged in, utterly suppressing the chakra within Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru struggled for a moment, then finally, in a low and powerless voice, said, "I can't move." With a puff, the uncontrolled Yamada no Orochi behind him dissolved into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. In a flash, Naruto used a flying thunder god kunai to teleport to Orochimaru's side. Looking down at him from above, Naruto said, "Orochimaru, now, can you promise to give up targeting Sasuke?" Compared to persuading Orochimaru to surrender, what Naruto cared about more was Sasuke's safety. Orochimaru's heart was far from calm. In such a short time, this boy has managed to wield eyes greater than the eternal Mangekyo to such an extent. Naruto Uzumaki, born of the Senju's side branch. Could he also possess the capacity to embrace the Uchiha? For the first time in his life, Orochimaru began to wonder if he had misjudged someone in the past. He quickly straightened his expression and said, "The vanquished have no right to speak. From now on, I'll give up on Sasuke. But asking me to pledge allegiance to you right away, that's a bit difficult for me." A ninja of Orochimaru's level would never submit to sheer force alone. Having secured Orochimaru's promise not to involve Sasuke, Naruto's expression grew much more relaxed. Moreover, Orochimaru had said he couldn't pledge loyalty immediately, not that he would never do so. With that, Naruto removed the black rod from Orochimaru. After rising to his feet, Orochimaru asked with great interest, "Naruto, aren't you afraid I'll just run off?" Naruto gave a faint smile. He was no longer the naive boy of years past. After so many years as Hokage, he understood well how to win people over. A balance of kindness and authority works far better than brute force alone. "Orochimaru, you're free to leave whenever you wish. But I promise you, one day, you'll come back to me of your own accord." That calm confidence of Naruto's only piqued Orochimaru's curiosity further. It was only half a year ago that I last clashed with Naruto. Back then, he was still impulsive, possessed nothing but incomplete Nine-Tails power, and had little else to show for himself. Yet now, in just half a year, he's grown to the point where I can't quite see through him anymore. Orochimaru said, "Very well. Show me your next move. My decision will depend on it." Naruto mused, "We'll go to the Shinigami who holds the Reaper Death Seal. The first order of business is to reclaim your hands." Orochimaru's slitted pupils contracted sharply. Naruto smiled, half teasing, "I chose this spot because it's close to the Uzumaki clan's memorial hall. Very convenient for what you need to do." Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly stretched out his hand. Universal Pool. With a swift motion, a white Zetsu who had been spying from the bushes was yanked into the clearing as if plucked by an invisible force. Naruto's left hand closed tightly around white Zetsu's throat. "Did Toby send you? You've already found us. Impressive. Naruto Uzumaki, I won't let you relay any information to your comrades." Crackle. Naruto's left Rinnegan eye focused. The light in white Zetsu's eyes faded away instantly. Naruto turned and said, "Let's go, Orochimaru. Don't you want to reclaim the jutsu you've longed for?" Orochimaru gazed deeply at Naruto's back. This wind, Naruto's wind, now blows far stronger than Sasuke's ever did. It makes one wonder, just where will this wind take him? Within the Uzumaki clan's Hall of Masks, surrounded by a dazzling array of visages, Orochimaru finally found the one described in the secret scroll. The Hanya mask, vessel of the Reaper Death Seal, held the spirit of the ritual Shinigami, and was the sole key to breaking the seal's curse. Orochimaru said, "This is it. I searched through countless records before I even learned of its existence." "Naruto, how did you know about it?" Konan couldn't help but glance sideways. She alone knew the truth. She wondered if Naruto would reveal everything to Orochimaru. But after a moment's thought, Naruto answered, "The Reaper Death Seal is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. I am, for what it's worth, a member of the clan. So isn't it natural that I'd know about it?" Konan withdrew her gaze, feeling slightly relieved. Such a grave secret must never be shared with someone whose intentions are still unclear. If they one day become enemies, divulging the truth would only invite disaster. Naruto's expression grew serious. "Orochimaru, let's perform the ritual here." Orochimaru mused. "In truth, I'd always pictured this moment happening somewhere else." He referred to the Uchiha Shrine. Performing the ritual, there would have symbolized his longing for the Uchiha and lent the act a deeper sense of ceremony. But here, within the Uzumaki clan's Hall of Masks, wasn't that another kind of ceremony in itself? Drawing a deep breath, Orochimaru placed the Hanya mask upon his face. A thunderous shockwave erupted. Aga! A violent storm of chakra whipped through the hall. Orochimaru was swept up in its force, his body trembling, arms outstretched. The Shinigami invoked by the Reaper Death Seal now revealed its terrifying form. Orochimaru said, "Naruto, aside from the souls of my own arms, there are 4 others who will also be released. Among them is—" "I know," Naruto interrupted. "I have my own way to handle it." Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Good. Release, Reaper Death Seal." With a slicing sound, the Shinigami raised its sword and cut open its own belly. Af! As the sacrifice, Orochimaru was struck by excruciating pain, his scream echoing through the chamber. In a burst of light, the souls trapped within, the souls of Orochimaru's arms and the 4 Hokage, flew free from the Shinigami's opened belly. Naruto crouched down and forced open the white Zetsu's mouth. Orochimaru emerged, shedding the true form of the white phosphorus serpent and slipping inside. A substitution, a cunning exchange. Orochimaru had turned the Shinigami's curse against itself. With the forbidden technique, living corpse reincarnation, he possessed the white Zetsu's body, his soul displacing the original occupant. At once, the souls of his arms returned, restoring his lost jutsu. The 4 gleaming spirits hovered in midair. Naruto's eyes fixed on the 4th spirit, his expression complicated as he murmured, "I'm sorry, father. Now still isn't the time." His left eye, the Rinnegan, snapped open. The path of hell. A blaze flared forth. Purple flames rose up, transforming into the majestic visage of the Yama King, and consumed the souls of the 4 Hokage within. In his heart, Naruto hoped, "Still, I believe the day we meet again is not far away." Orochimaru flexed his hand for the first time in ages. Once he lowered them, he looked at Naruto with newfound admiration in his eyes. Conan stepped forward and asked, "What's the plan now? Are we returning to the Hidden Rain village?" Naruto closed his eyes, silently contemplating the current state of affairs. The 5 Kage Summit was about to commence, an event convened by the Raikage, focused on the campaign against Sasuke and the Akatsuki. Danzo, having seized the seat of Hokage, would be attending the summit. Meanwhile, Sasuke, pushed by Tobi's manipulations, would strike at the gathering and confront Danzo head-on. Naruto's memories drifted back. How? To save Sasuke, he had traveled leagues and knelt before the Raikage. And later, when Sasuke, after slaying Danzo, gazed at him with eyes nearly blinded by overusing his visual powers, their stares crossing in that fateful moment. A banquet in the world of the living. How swiftly time flies. But Naruto knew all too well, this was not the moment to dwell in the past. For years, Genjutsu had been his weak spot. In Kurama mode, he could unravel most illusions in real time, but those were ordinary. Genjutsu, if faced with a technique like Tsukuyami, which could bend time itself within an illusion, it would be a different story. Especially considering the Otsutsuki clan. So many among them wielded Genjutsu of unfathomable power. Moreover, if he hoped to win future battles without bloodshed, he needed an eye skilled in illusions above all else. Danzo's right eye was, without a doubt, the best option at hand. Opening his eyes, Naruto had already forged a new plan. Under the watchful gaze of Konan and Orochimaru, Naruto took a mask from the wall and slowly placed it over his face. We're heading to the Land of Iron. The 5 Kage Summit. We have to get a Danzo before Obito and Sasuke do. Yugo. Team Taka followed the riverbank until they found Yugo, unconscious on the ground, his body now as small as a child's. Ugh! Groaning, Yugo clutched his throbbing head as he sat up. Sasuke asked what happened. Yugo looked lost, unable to recall. Unknown to him, before Naruto left, he had tampered with Yugo's memories. Naruto wasn't ready to step into Sasuke's sight just yet. Yugo had been ambushed. Sasuke should have pressed for answers, but his mind was consumed with tracking down his enemy. Sasuke said, "Forget it. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. We'll look into this later. Right now, we have more important business." Yugo asked, "More important business?" Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, with its 6-pointed star, gleamed fiercely. "Our target has changed. The Land of Iron. The 5 Kage Summit. Team Taka will hunt down Konoha's most vile criminal, Danzo." And so, Team Taka set out for the Land of Iron. Obito, wearing his mask, and White Zetsu stood among the trees in the distance, silently observing. White Zetsu asked, puzzled, "Why don't you let me inform Sasuke about Naruto's actions? Wouldn't it be more effective to deal with Naruto using Sasuke's hand. Obito considered carefully. Naruto has taken Nagato's body. This involves the Rinnegan and the Geto statue, the two greatest secrets. It's best not to let Sasuke get involved. Besides, as things stand, I doubt Sasuke could handle Naruto anymore. White Zetsu replied, "That's true." Obito continued, "It's safer to use the battle with the 5 Kage to nurture Sasuke's Mangekyo, keeping him as our backup plan. By the way, has Naruto's whereabouts been found?" White Zetsu answered, "No sign of him yet, but just a moment ago, one of my clones suddenly vanished. Someone must have taken it out." "Oh." Obito's brow arched beneath the mask. To eliminate a Zetsu clone before it could relay any information, that's worth investigating. Tell me where the connection was lost. Whoosh. Seconds later, space twisted with the Kamui vortex, and Obito appeared at the site where Naruto and Orochimaru had recently clashed. Kamui's teleportation required a spatial marker. Obito had lain in wait for more than a decade, not to the extent of marking the entire land of fire, but across the hidden leaf and for miles around. He could come and go as he pleased. About a minute after Obito arrived, White Zetsu finally caught up, a little out of breath. Obito surveyed the shattered ruins, his voice low and grave. "There's no mistake. Only those eyes could cause this level of destruction. Naruto can already wield the power of the Rinnegan." White Zetsu marveled. Unbelievable. Come to think of it, even Nagato only reached this level years after Akatsuki was founded. Obito replied, "Not surprising. That boy Naruto was always a late bloomer. By now, his potential likely surpasses Nagato's." White Zetsu asked, "So what do we do now? We're on the back foot." Obito's gaze darkened. "There's no need to fear. As long as I control the Geto statue and the tailed beasts, Naruto can't seize the Initiativa entirely. And even if things go as badly as possible, I still have one trump card left, a last resort that could turn the tide. Even if that card is something I've avoided using all these years." Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, aside from Shikaku and the senior Jonin, the people of the village had grown to fully accept Danzo's leadership. This momentum was something Danzo had carefully constructed, smearing Naruto's name to rally the masses behind him. It had to be said, he'd succeeded impressively. Now, all that remained was for the 5 Kage summit to conclude smoothly and for the village to hunt down the rogue Sasuke. Once that was done, even the most seasoned Jonin would have no choice but to acknowledge Danzo as Hokage. Inside the temporary Hokage's tent, Danzo sat upright, composed and stern. Before him, 3 root members in white knelt in silence. Danzo spoke, "With this, I can attend the 5 Kage summit with peace of mind. These are extraordinary times. To ensure nothing goes wrong, we must avoid any mistakes at all costs. We can send more people. We absolutely must capture Kabuto." In Danzo's mind, a new worry flickered. Kabuto might know about my connection with Orochimaru. It was easy to see why. Orochimaru had been the executor of the previous plan to destroy the Leaf Village. Any association with him could throw Danzo's newly secured position as Hokage into chaos once again. And the data from Orochimaru's human experiments is likely with Kabuto as well. We have to get our hands on it. A sharp, metallic sound echoed in the room. Danzo revealed his armored right arm, pressing his bandaged right eye, his expression dark and unreadable. "For my right eye and right hand, that thing might still prove useful." After giving these instructions, he turned his gaze to the 3 people standing before him. "Fu and Toryun, you stay. Terai, you're in charge of tracking Kabuto. Go now." "Yes, sir." With a swift movement, Terai vanished, leaving Fu and Toryun behind. Danzo continued, "All right, it's time for me to attend the 5 Kage summit. As agreed, except under special circumstances, I'm only allowed 2 guards at my side during the meeting. As 2 of the top elites en route, you'll accompany me. But masks are not permitted. Take them off." The 2 removed their masks, revealing their true faces, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun. Yamanaka Fu asked, "As your guards, what kind of weapon configuration would you prefer?" Danzo replied, "I'll leave that to your judgment." Fu nodded, "Understood." Danzo turned to Toryun. "Toryun, have your men search for the whereabouts of Uzumaki. The Ninetales must not slip from our control. And keep an eye on Sai. He might betray Root. Be vigilant. Eliminate the rogue ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Eliminate the 9-tailed demon, Fox Naruto. Give us back our home." The people of the Leaf Village, inflamed with anger, took to the streets in protest, denouncing Naruto Uzumaki. Some even went so far as to set fire to Naruto's house in the village, burning it to ashes. The situation was completely out of control. Led by Kakashi, those close to Naruto were weighed down with anxiety. But faced with the harsh, undeniable reality, they found themselves unable to speak a word in Naruto's defense. Danzo had ascended to the position of Hokage and issued an order to hunt down the rogue ninja Sasuke. Naruto, once so upright and honorable, had now lost his reputation and standing. The emergence of two rogue ninjas dealt a crushing blow to their peers. They gathered around some hastily arranged benches in the leaf, discussing the unfolding disaster. Hyuga Neji and Aburame Shino sat in heavy silence, weighed down by the knowledge that among the dead linked to Naruto were members of the Hyuga and Aburame clans. On a bench, Yamanaka Ino wept openly. After all, Sasuke had been the prince of her girlish dreams. Sakura's face was ashen as well. Her village lay in ruins, her mentor remained unconscious, and now both of her classmates had become traitors. Those two, one had always been her source of support, and the other was the deepest yearning in her heart. Without Naruto and Sasuke, could Team 7 still truly be called Team 7? But the greatest pain fell upon Hinata. Everyone said the boy she liked most had killed an elder of her clan. Among them, Shikamaru Nara remained the clearest-headed. Sensing the oppressive mood weighing on the group, this habitual avoider of trouble took the initiative to speak. It's too soon to judge Naruto guilty. The bodies of those three were brought back by members of the Foundation, and knowing how Root operates, there might be more to this than meets the eye. Everyone fell into silent contemplation. After a long pause, Sakura spoke up, torn with indecision. Then what about Sasuke? Shikamaru let out a long sigh. As for Sasuke, the evidence against him is undeniable, and no one could defend his actions. He's an even greater danger than Naruto. No matter what, Naruto's actions threaten only the hidden. Leave for now, but Sasuke is already considered the enemy of the entire shinobi world. The 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron was convened specifically to hunt Sasuke down. Sakura bit her lip hard, anguish twisting inside her. Naruto, why? When you're the hero everyone looks up to, why did you choose this moment to do something so reckless? You're the only one left who can save Sasuke. Just then, Shikamaru sighed again, about to say more, when suddenly a gentle yet resolute female voice rang out. I'm going to find Naruto-kun. Everyone turned to her in shock. Hinata! Hinata declared with unwavering resolve. Naruto must have had his reasons for leaving the village. He would never have killed Uncle Takuma. There is definitely more to this story. At this, Neji tried to comfort her. Lady Hinata, I understand how you feel, but we're shinobi. We can't let our personal feelings cloud our judgment. But Sakura interjected. Hinata's got a point. Sakura thought to herself. Naruto, if you've truly lost your way, then I'll be the one to bring you back. I'll do it in my own way. Rock Lee stepped forward, his eyes shining. Looks like we have no other choice. Youth means charging ahead without hesitation. Kiba Inuzuka grinned. There's no searching without our noses, right, Akamaru? Akamaru barked enthusiastically in agreement. Neji nodded. Truthfully, I don't believe Naruto could do such a thing either. Let's get to the bottom of this ourselves. Shino spoke up in his quiet, steady way. Count me in. If you ask why. Last time, when we went after Sasuke, I was left out. This time, I won't sit on the sidelines while we search for Naruto. Besides, I want answers about Brother Takuma's death, too. With a resigned sigh, Shikamaru stood up. Such a drag. One after another, all of us from the same class are like this, and I guess that includes me. Hinata's eyes filled with gratitude. Shino, Kiba, everyone, thank you. Thus, with tensions rising on all sides, the 5 Kage summit was convened right on schedule. The Land of Iron, a country of samurai, lies close to the lands of earth and lightning on the map of the ninja world. It borders the lands of fire, waterfall, and fields. The climate here is frigid, and heavy snow blankets the land year-round. Because this nation has always maintained a neutral stance amidst the conflicts of ninja, it has avoided the ravages of war and become the perfect, undisputed location for the 5 Kage summit. At this moment, on the border of the Land of Fire, Sasuke's Taka squad sped forward, swiftly closing in on the territory of the Land of Iron. Suddenly, Karen's brow furrowed. Wait, there's an unknown chakra ahead. Sasuke and the others halted, instantly on guard. In a flurry, countless butterflies swirled through the air, gathering and forming the elegant figure of Konan. Her expression was icy as she spoke. This road is closed. Sasuke frowned. That cloak, she's from the Akatsuki. Suigetsu glanced at Zetsu, who was leading the way. Is she one of yours? Zetsu called out, Konan, you've already betrayed Akatsuki, so why show up here now? Konan's voice was calm. Akatsuki was created by Yahiko in Amage Cure. It was only stolen by the likes of you. I can claim Akatsuki's name wherever and whenever I choose. Zetsu snapped. Damn it. I never thought she'd interfere. Sasuke's voice was cold. If she isn't with you, then there's no problem if I take her out, right? Zetsu replied. Go ahead. Help us deal with the traitor. I'll be grateful. Sasuke drew his blade and advanced, his eyes spinning with a sudden brilliance. Sharingan's three-tomo world and transformed into the Mangekyo. His gaze was sharp as steel. Don't stand in my way. But Conan's answer was a storm. Paper sheets curling into a rain of gunfire. Scatter. Taka squad split up instantly. Metal clashed and rang out as Sasuke swung his Kusanagi sword, intercepting the relentless barrage of paper bullets. Conan's jutsu was formidable, its reach vast, its power relentless, and its force impressive. While parrying, Sasuke's left eye locked onto Conan's form in the sky. A trail of blood, stark against the snowy ground, traced down from the corner of his eye, tendrils of crimson spreading like a spider's web across his iris. Amaterasu. With a burst, the black flames of Amaterasu ignited Conan's paper body. The downpour of paper bullets came to a sudden end. The inextinguishable black flame, Amaterasu, just like Itachi's eyes. Conan's voice faded into a whisper as her form burned away. But as pieces of paper drifted through the sky, more Conans appeared. Yugo murmured, "Was that just a clone?" Sasuke's tone was cold. "Karen, can you find a real body?" Karen formed a hand seal, focusing her sensory abilities to the limit, then shook her head. "All the chakra signatures are identical." Zetsu commented, "That woman's ability is troublesome. Sasuke, you should conserve chakra before fighting the 5 Kage." Sasuke, impatient and fierce, replied, "Doesn't matter. I'll burn them all." Flames erupted again and again, devouring everything in their path. Black flames erupted in the sky, raining down indiscriminately upon Conan's clones. Karen's heart was full of worry. Ever since she heard that Danzo had become Hokage, Sasuke's chakra had changed. It was no longer as it used to be, but cold as ice. On the towering snow-capped mountain, the 5 Kage summit proceeded as planned. In the meeting grounds, 5 great banners stood tall. Wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water, the emblems of the 5 great nations. Around the massive circular table, aligned east to west, all 5 Kage had arrived. The 4th Reikage, A. The 5th Mizukage, Meitoromi. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki of the double scales. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara of the sand. The 6th Hokage, Danzo Shimura. The Kage guards remained concealed behind curtains for now, closely watching the summit's proceedings, ready to step in at a moment's notice. In the center sat Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron and the summit's moderator, flanked by 2 imposing, sword-bearing samurai, Chojuro and Ringo, both renowned warriors with strength rivaling that of elite jonin. But in truth, these 2 were none other than Naruto and Orochimaru in disguise. "Naruto, I have to admit, I never imagined you'd be so familiar with the Land of Iron. We blended in without the slightest effort." Of course, in his previous life, Naruto, as the leader of the 5 Kage, had convened more than one Kage summit and had even visited the Land of Iron at Mifune's invitation. In a stable nation like the Land of Iron, fortresses rarely changed, making infiltration straightforward. The 3 of them had already devised their plan en route. Naruto said, "Danzo's right. I once belonged to Shursui Uchiha and holds the power of Kodo Amatsukami. That eye technique is extremely dangerous, even to me. Unless we can strike Danzo down before he activates it, we have almost no chance of success. And besides, Danzo possesses Izanagi, so the odds of a clean kill are slim to none. So, our basic strategy is to force him to use Kodo Amatsukami before any fighting breaks out." Orochimaru asked, "And how do you intend to make him use it?" Naruto replied, "If I'm right, during the summit, Danzo will try to seize the initiative by using that technique on Mifune, the moderator. After all, Kodo Amatsukami can't be used more than once a day. With the Rinnegan, Naruto should be able to resist the illusion of the Mangekyo, but he decided to stay cautious." Conan said, "So after the summit ends, we ambush Danzo on his way back to the village?" Naruto shook his head. "That would be too late. We're not the only ones targeting Danzo. If we encounter others, things could get complicated fast. Orochimaru and I will head to the summit in advance, blending in among the samurai tasked with keeping order. We'll watch Danzo closely. To be honest, transformation jutsu is something I excel at. As for Sasuke, Conan, I'll need you to stall his team. But whatever you do, don't get drawn into a prolonged fight." Back to the present. Mifune spoke in a deep voice. "Let the 5 Kage summit begin." Gaara rested his chin on his hands and addressed the other 4 Kage. "Allow me to speak first. Please listen." Inoki, with a look full of meaning, remarked, "The 5 Kage have certainly changed quite a bit. To become Kage at such a young age, impressive truly. Lord Kazekage, it seems your father taught you well, though apparently he forgot to teach you manners." "Damn old man. Behind the curtain, Kankuro, serving as Gaara's bodyguard, gritted his teeth, furious at seeing his younger brother slighted. Gaara responded calmly, "Yes, and that is precisely why I am sitting here as the Kazekage." Inoki burst out laughing. What an arrogant young man you are. What's with that Suchikage?" Kankuro, brimming with youthful indignation, wished he could leap out and argue face to face. "Keep it down." Temari, cooler and more rational, tried to quiet him, though her hand slid toward her ninja pouch, ready for anything. At that moment, Meitarumi, the equally young Mizukage, intervened to mediate. "Lord Suchikage, please refrain from interrupting. Lord Kazekage, please continue." Gaara went on, "I was once a Jinchuriki, and I was captured by the Akatsuki. That is why I believe their existence poses a grave danger. I have appealed to the 5 Kage many times, but all my requests were ignored, except by the former Hokage. To be frank, waiting until all the nations have lost their Jinchuriki before joining forces will be far too late." Then, Inoki offered his own unique perspective. Once the 5 great nations lose their Jinchuriki, their villages can no longer serve as examples for others. It's a disgrace of the highest order. The norm is to secretly recover what was stolen. Right after losing them, no one would ever seek help from another village. Gaara scoffed. Dignity? Prestige? What pointless, hidebound thinking. Inoki thought to himself, the arrogance of youth. Meitarumi said, setting aside whether it's outdated, as the Mizukage, I admit we've been far too passive. Still, even if the tailed beasts are stolen, they can't immediately be used as weapons. It takes knowledge, skill, and time to control them. Inoki added, a Jinchuriki must grow together with their tailed beast, learning to adapt to each other. But even then, controlling them is no easy feat. Perhaps I'm talking too much. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Kazekage? Gaara fell silent. At that moment, Danzo spoke up, his tone layered with meaning. When it comes to truly controlling the tailed beasts, only Madara, Uchiha, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, the 4th Mizukage Yagura, and Lord Raikage's brother Killer Bee have ever succeeded. However, a sharp snap echoed through the room. Hearing Danzo mention his beloved brother Killer Bee, who had recently gone missing, the Raikage's right hand clenched beneath his armored sleeve, a murderous aura leaking out. Sensing the sudden shift in bloodlust, the guards hidden behind the curtains instantly sprang into action. Enough of this pointless chatter. The Raikage raised his fist and slammed it down hard onto the table in front of him. With a sharp crack, the table and chairs shattered into pieces. The guards had all entered the room, and the atmosphere was now tense, on the verge of erupting. A heavy sigh escaped Mifyun's lips, filled with resignation. "This is a place for discussion," he said. "Please refrain from actions that lack decorum." The Kage dismissed their guards, and the meeting continued. The Raikage raised his booming voice. "Konoha, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure. Every member of Akatsuki was once a missing mean from your villages, and that's not all. Investigations reveal that some among us, sitting right here, have made use of Akatsuki in the past." Gaara looked surprised. "Made use of Akatsuki?" The Raikage barked. "How am I supposed to trust any of you, let alone work together? I called you all here today to ask you face to face, what does trust and loyalty mean to you?" Gaara replied, "What do you mean by made use of Akatsuki?" Pointing directly at Inoki, the Raikage shouted, "You're the Tsuchikage, don't pretend you don't know. Ask that old man beside you. He's used Akatsuki in war before." Inoki spoke up. "These days the great nations are at peace, and military cutbacks are everywhere. The days of constant tension are gone, and as a result, ninja villages, once the backbone of military force, have become a heavy burden on the national budget. But even so, the risk remains. If war breaks out suddenly, can we really rely on ninjas who've never seen real combat? That's an unknown. Defeat could be inevitable," Gaara said, "and to mitigate that risk, one method is to hire a battle-hardened mercenary group. Akatsuki, am I right?" Inoki nodded. "Training excellent shinobi on our own demands massive amounts of time and money. Akatsuki, on the other hand, is a ready-made professional group of mercenaries thriving on war. For pittance, you can hire them and get the best results." The Raikage cut him off. "Don't sugarcoat it, Tsuchikage." Inoki snorted coldly. The Raikage went on. "Sunagakure once used Akatsuki, aiming to destroy Konoha, that time with Orochimaru. We still don't know if he was part of Akatsuki back then, but the fact is, both the previous Kazekage and Hokage died as a result. There's a good chance someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes." As he said this, the Raikage shot a meaningful glance at Danzo, thinking, this old fox. "But the strangest of all is you and Kirigakure. You've been almost completely cut off from the world. There are even rumors that Akatsuki was born there." Meitarumi lowered her eyes, her voice quiet. At this point, I may as well be frank. I suspect someone was manipulating the former fourth Mizukage from the shadows. The guard behind her, Ao, with the Byakugan, was startled. The fifth really wouldn't. Meitarumi lifted her gaze. There's a good chance it was connected to Akatsuki, so we're not in a position to say much more. The Reikage was just as surprised by the Mizukage's stance, yet he pressed on, his tone unyielding. Birds of a feather, aren't you? Inoki was clearly losing his patience. Don't push it, Reikage. Right now, everyone else is scaling back their military, but only you in. The Hidden Cloud are still expanding, gathering every jutsu you can find. Hiring the Akatsuki was a last resort to counter your moves. What? The Reikage's temper flared instantly. But just then, Danzo spoke in a low, grave voice. Before you argue your different cases any further, there's something I need to say first. The Reikage barked, what is it? Danzo replied, the leader of Akatsuki is very likely Uchiha Madara. What? All four Kage were stunned. Inoki was unsettled. That man, isn't he supposed to have been dead for ages? Danzo answered, the details are still unclear, but the intelligence we have is reliable. Inoki muttered in disbelief. Hard to imagine that Madara is actually still alive. At that moment, Mifune, head of the neutral nation, cut in. As a neutral leader, allow me to say this. The Akatsuki's leader is a master at reading the times. He's used the mistrust among our nations to build his power in this age of peace. But as fortune and misfortune entwine, the gathering of the five Kage today is a blessing. I propose we form an allied shinobi force to face the threat of Akatsuki together. Inoki said, an allied shinobi force. That's not something we can settle with words alone. The five great villages are evenly matched. Who would be qualified to command such an army? Mifune responded. Now the only Jinchuriki left is Konoha's Nine Tails. Deciding how to guide him should be our top priority. The Kage fell silent. Mifune continued. Then, how about letting the Hokage command the allied shinobi force? The suggestion sent shockwaves through the room. After all, outside of Konoha, none of them knew of Naruto's recent defection. What did you say? The Reikage's reaction was by far the most explosive. Danzo, his face unreadable, replied, if there are no objections, then I will humbly accept this responsibility. The Reikage shouted, why should it be the Hokage? He's the very embodiment of this world's darkness. How can we entrust such a task to someone like him? Mifune's gaze shifted to the Reikage. Then, Lord Reikage, who do you think should take charge? The Reikage retorted, no one from our village has ever joined Akatsuki. Someone who isn't trusted can't carry this burden. I'm the most suitable candidate for this job. Mifune replied, that would be hard for everyone to accept, I'm afraid. The Reikage snapped, what? Mifune pointed calmly at the shattered table in front of the Reikage, his reasoning precise. Is this really the kind of method and strength you'd use to lead the shinobi? If everything is ruled by emotion and brute force, the allied force will break apart just like this table. CRRK. CRRK. Bullseye. The Reikage was so angry, he ground his teeth audibly. Mifune withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. Of course, this is merely my objective assessment as an outsider. Lord Kazekage, though entrusted with this important duty, is rather young and may struggle to earn the trust of all. Besides, as Kazekage, he already bears a heavy burden. As for Lord Tsuchikage, his advanced age is plain to see. He clearly lacks vigor. Furthermore, he seems inclined to make use of the Akatsuki, making him hard to trust. Then there's Lord Mizukage. The Akatsuki originated in Kirigakure, so the risk of information leaking is worrisome, not to mention the question of spies. Although we still don't understand why the Akatsuki are collecting tailed beasts, one thing is certain. The Nine Tails must never fall into their hands. And since the Nine Tails originally belonged to Konoha, we believe that appointing the Hokage as commander is the safest choice. Mifune's reasoning sounded logical and well-founded. Realizing he had no chance of becoming commander, the Reikage barked. I only came here to show off the strength of the Hidden Cloud. This allied shinobi force nonsense has nothing to do with me. Ao, the Mizukage's bodyguard, possessed a clear and discerning mind. He noticed that Mifune, as the leader of a neutral nation, was showing a rather obvious bias. There's something odd here. In this situation, it's best to be sure. Chojuro, prepare for battle. The young Chojuro, not yet experienced, couldn't quite grasp the situation, but he gripped his massive sword tightly nonetheless. With a sharp hiss, Ao pressed two fingers together to form a seal. The network of veins around his right eye, covered by a black sealing eye patch, began to show. Byakugan. Through the Byakugan, Danzo's chakra stood out in vivid color. A jolt of shock ran through Ao's mind. How can this be? The chakra color in his right eye and the surrounding meridians? It can't be. Mistaken. That's Uchiha Shirsui's chakra. The color of the fierce rival I once faced in battle. A color I'd never forget in this lifetime. Swish. I'll landed behind you, mate, it'll me. Fasing dozo. Lord Hokage, would you mind showing us your right eye under that bandage? All four Kage were taken aback. Danzo said nothing. Inoki inquired, what's going on? Ao questioned Danzo directly. That right eye? It must have been transplanted from Uchiha Shirsui, correct? Shirsui's ocular jutsu can invade a person's mind and manipulate their thoughts without them even realizing it. To be manipulated and not even sense it. That is the most formidable of ocular techniques. The Reikage caught on. Hokage, don't tell me you've already put Mifune under your control. Mifune was startled. Ao continued, this right eye of mine is a rare trophy from a battle with the Hyuga, so I can hardly judge others. But the Jinjutsu placed on Lord Mifune has just now been broken. And besides, also Dana glided behind you, Mifune. You too, it's time to show your true selves. Everyone present turned their eyes to where Choke and Rikaku were standing. Disguised as the tall samurai Rikaku, Orochimaru thought to himself, so I've been found out after all. But even you couldn't have expected this, Naruto-kun, that among the Mizukage's guards, there would be someone with the Byakugan. Naruto, disguised as the one-eyed samurai Chijuro, remained silent, his expression as calm and cold as still water. After all, it was something that happened long ago. Naruto had only heard about what took place at this meeting from the accounts of others, so it was impossible for him to know every detail. But the goal had already been accomplished, and that was Danzo's Kotoame Tsukumi had been used up. Poof! The transformation jutsu was released. Naruto, now wearing his mask, and Orochimaru revealed themselves before everyone. Slash! Without a word, Mifune drew his blade and struck without hesitation. Naruto unsheathed the sword at his waist, blocking Mifune's fierce attack. Naruto smiled lightly. As expected from the leader of the samurai, such swift swordsmanship. Mifune demanded, where are Chojuro and Rikaku? Who knows? Naruto replied. With his left hand, Naruto pushed against the blade, while his right hand reached into his ninja tool pouch. Mifune's eyes narrowed, and he quickly withdrew, sword at the ready. He watched as Naruto pulled out a ninja smoke bomb from his pouch and hurled it to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. From within the smoke, the sounds of fists and feet colliding rang out. Then, with a deafening crash, the wall shattered. Danzo, clutching his shoulder, fled in haste, with Fu and Toryun close behind. As Naruto and Orochimaru prepared to pursue them, Ao of the hidden mist blocked their path. Even if you're wearing a mask, your chakra can't be hidden. You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from the leaf, aren't you? And you must be one of the three legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, the infamous danger from Konoha who is rumored to be dead. To think you're still alive, and together with the village's Jinchuriki. Orochimaru let out a bewitching laugh. Naruto thought to himself, Ao of the mist, though I've had little dealing with him. I can see now he truly is a sharp ninja. I'm beginning to understand why, after surviving the Fourth Great Ninja War, he'd be recruited by the Kara organization. At this moment, the Reikage barked, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So you're that Uzumaki Naruto. Tell me, do you know where Uchiha Sasuke is? Naruto replied, Ido. Reikage pressed, then where is he? Naruto answered, I won't tell you. What did you say? Reikage's temper flared at Naruto's attitude, and with a crackling burst, lightning armor erupted around him. Lariat. He charged straight at Naruto's face. Zulfust. Naruto marveled, but was already bracing himself to meet the attack. Whoosh. But suddenly, sand swept in, blocking Reikage's path. It was Gaara's doing. Reikage spun around, furious. Kazekage, you'd better have a good explanation for this. Reikage's guards, Darui and C, prepared to act. The Kazekage's guards, Temari and Kankuro, also readied their weapons, the giant three-star fan and their puppets, standing at full alert. In this tense standoff, Gaara slowly rose to his feet. He is my friend. May I ask just one question before we begin? The Reikage snapped coldly. Make it quick. Otherwise, I'll deal with you at the same time. Gaara. Naruto looked at him with deep, conflicted eyes. He hadn't told Orochimaru the real reason for his evasiveness. Not just his wariness of Danzo's Kotoame Tsukumi, but also because in this very hall were bonds he could never forget. They had both carried the same fate. The lonely boy of the desert, who once loved only himself, had learned what it meant to care for others. Gaara took a deep breath to steady himself. When he'd first seen Naruto, he could hardly believe his eyes. Yet he still trusted Naruto, believing that whatever he did, there must be a reason he could not avoid. Gaara fixed his gaze on Naruto. Naruto, I will only ask you one thing. Are those two samurai still alive? The samurai leader, Mifune, tightened his grip on his sword. His men's lives weighed heavy on his mind. Naruto met his gaze, calm and unwavering. Of course, I would never harm the innocent. The tension eased from Gaara's lips, and a faint smile broke through. Good. I've asked what I needed. You may do what you must. I trust there's a reason you have no choice. Thank you. Naruto clenched his fist, unable to put his gratitude into words. The Raikage scoffed. Kazekage, are you kidding me? Are these childish words what a shinobi should say? Gaara replied resolutely. Childish or not, it doesn't matter. If anyone lays a hand on Naruto again, you'll have to go through me. I'll stand with him to the end. The Raikage roared, fine. Then I'll kill you first, and then the Nine Tails. These youngsters are just impossible. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, the old man with the two scales, floated into the air. His aging eyes were dim, yet still sharp. Right now, the Nine Tails was the only Jinchuriki not yet captured by the Akatsuki. If he were dealt with here, not only would Akatsuki's plans be crushed, but Konoha's strength would be weakened. Ah, these young ones, if you must blame someone, blame yourself for acting with such ambiguous motives. Now, I have every reason to deal with you openly. Right here, a crackle of energy filled the air. As he finished the thought, a transparent white cube formed between Inoki's hands, aimed straight at Naruto below. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Gaara shouted in alarm. Naruto, watch out. Too late. No one has ever survived my particle style. A sharp, searing beam, capable of reducing anything to dust at the molecular level, shot down in a diagonal flash. But Naruto simply raised his left hand, and the deadly beam vanished instantly. Inoki's eyes flew wide in shock. What? Akatsuki, too, was dumbfounded. He neutralized the old man's particle style. How did he do that? Black Soil's beautiful eyes sparkled. That's amazing. Naruto looked up, murmuring softly, the Tsuchikage's dust release. It's as troublesome as ever. The only one who remained still on the field was the Mizukage, Meitarumi. Her beautiful eyes flickered with thought. Uzumaki Naruto, his actions and motives are still a mystery. For now, I can set him aside. But Orochimaru was once a member of the Akatsuki. That's an undeniable fact. No matter what, I can't let him go. In a heartbeat, Meitarumi formed a series of hand signs. Her fiery red lips parted, and a powerful, corrosive solution poured down toward Orochimaru. Lava release, dissolving monster technique. A hiss filled the air as the acidic attack showered down. The ground sizzled and smoked where it landed. Dozens of gray serpents, summoned as Orochimaru's shield, melted away, slithering off his body and leaving his tattered robes exposed. Orochimaru sighed, the bloodline limit of lava release, truly troublesome. Meitarumi's eyes turned icy. Chojuro. Yes, ma'am. Even though he's one of the legendary Sannin, I'll give it everything I've got. Though Chojuro's voice trembled with nervousness, his grip on his sword was rock steady. As he channeled a surge of chakra, the Hiramakiri blade swelled to a massive size. He launched himself forward with all his might. Hiramakiri, release. Thud. Af. Orochimaru took the full force of the strike, smashing through a wall and tumbling into the hallway. The rapid clatter of footsteps followed as Meitarumi gave chase. When Orochimaru managed to rise from the floor, he saw that the collapsed wall had already been sealed up by Mei's lava release. The space had been completely transformed into a sealed chamber. With regal authority flashing in her eyes, Meitarumi declared, Orochimaru, it said you conduct all sorts of dangerous experiments and have ties with the Akatsuki. Your very existence poses a threat to the ninja world. Eliminating that threat is my inescapable duty as a Kage. She formed another seal, and scalding acidic mist poured from her lips. Boil release, skilled mist technique. As the acrid fog thickened, the air in the chamber grew dense and opaque. A sinister sizzle rose as Orochimaru's skin began to show signs of melting. His vertical pupils glinted. Lava release and boil release, two bloodline limits. You're still young, but your potential already surpasses that of the former Mizukage, Yagura. Would you be interested in becoming one of my test subjects? Meitarumi replied, Don't be ridiculous. Just dissolve quietly right here. I assure you, I'm not joking. In a flash, Orochimaru's neck suddenly stretched toward Meitarumi in a grotesque arc. Huh? Meitarumi gasped and hurriedly retreated, but the cramped chamber left her little room to maneuver. Orochimaru's serpentine neck wound several times around her torso before his fangs sank deep into her neck. A sharp, Chilling sounds sliced through the air. Orochimaru's neck retracted. Magurumi collapsed limply. This is a paralysis curse seal, but I've already adjusted the acid mist to its maximum concentration. Your body will melt away. That's not necessarily true. Covered in wounds, Orochimaru gave a seductive smile, then opened his mouth wide and spat out a brand new version of himself, rising up from a pool of sticky residue. Magurumi's gaze trembled. How is this possible? If you want to kill me, your technique still isn't strong enough. Among the current 5 Kage, the only one who can truly threaten my life is Inoki, the Tsuchikage, with his particle style. In a flash, Naruto suddenly appeared in the secret chamber, his hand pressing down on Orochimaru's shoulder. We have business to take care of, Orochimaru. Another flash. In an instant, he whisked Orochimaru away from the chamber. The flying thunder god technique. He must have marked Danzo back then. Magurumi's eyes sharpened, though weakness prevented her from precisely controlling her chakra. The lava flow sealing the wall began to dissolve. This is bad. The acid mist is about to seep into the conference hall. I have to adjust the concentration. The clash at the 5 Kage summit, for now, had come to a temporary halt. Naruto was about to face Danzo in battle. Land of Iron. Out on the snowy plains, Naruto and Orochimaru appeared right in front of Danzo and his entourage. Unlike the bridge where the battle once took place, though this was again an escape from the 5 Kage summit, Naruto had used the flying thunder god to arrive. This time, the timing was different. Danzo had not yet left the Land of Iron. After a moment's thought, Danzo glanced sidelong at his own shoulder. The flying thunder god mark. He waited until I left the conference hall before acting to avoid dragging the other Kage into this. Orochimaru greeted him with a sly tone. Danzo, long time no see. That right arm of yours, are you still getting used to it? Danzo ignored Orochimaru's taunt. He loosened his grip on his cane and unwrapped the bandages from his right arm, revealing a finely crafted armored sleeve. Fu, Torian, buy me some time. I need to remove the seal on my right arm. Understood. Fu, and Torian stepped forward. Naruto took Nagato's body, so he must have acquired the power of the Rinnegan. Be careful when you engage him, Danzo warned, unclasping the first buckle at the front of his armored sleeve. As Fu and Torian advanced, Naruto's expression remained indifferent beneath his mask. My only target is Danzo. If you insist on getting in my way, I won't hold back. Torian Aburame stood his ground, resolute. If you wish to approach Lord Danzo, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Naruto replied, That's unfortunate. Yamanaka Fu thought to himself, the Nine Tails? Its life is crucial for Lord Danzo's plans. I have to capture him alive if possible. Thinking quickly, he formed a unique hand sign, targeting Naruto from a distance. Naruto's eyes narrowed. That hand sign, the wind in the mountains murmured. This move is impossible to evade. The art of mind-body switch. A hum resounded. Naruto's body trembled. Yamanaka Kaze's consciousness had already entered Naruto's mind. I'll destroy your left eye. Because of the connection with the mind-body switch, my left eye will be ruined as well, but that price is well worth it. Controlling Naruto, Yamanaka Kaze drew a kunai and drove it toward his left eye. Clack! But just as the kunai's tip reached the eye, it suddenly halted, unable to move even a fraction further. A few seconds passed. Yamanaka Kaze opened his eyes with a sigh. It failed. The Jinchuriki's spirit is abnormally powerful. My mind-body switch was broken in just 3 seconds. Beside him, Aburame Torian spoke up. Then let me use my technique to finish him off. He unbuttoned his black shirt, and a dark purple fluid began to flow over his torso as he charged straight at Naruto. Orochimaru warned. He's the son of Aburame Shikuro. He can control nano-sized poison insects. Without the first Hokage cells, being infected is a death sentence. Naruto, be careful. Yeah, I understand. Beneath his mask, Naruto's left eye narrowed with fierce focus. Almighty push. A thunderous blast echoed. What? The repulsive force exploded outward. Torian, who had charged in close, was sent flying in complete disarray, tumbling across the ground until he landed face down. Yamanaka Kaze gasped. What just happened? Was that the power of the Rinnegan? Torian struggled to his feet, wincing. Every bone in my body feels like it's coming apart. If I take another hit or two like that, I won't make it out alive. At that moment, Naruto pulled out a pair of black gloves, slipped one onto his left hand, and extended it toward Torian from a distance. Universal pull. A whoosh cut through the air as gravitational force surged, yanking Torian toward him. Torian cried out. This time it's a traction. Crack. In a sudden move, Yamanaka Kaze leaped forward, grabbing Torian's shoulder. At the same time, he whipped a chain behind them, quickly wrapping it around a large tree in the background. Snap! The chain went taut, freezing both men in place. Rustling noises followed. The dark purple fluid from Torian's shoulder began to creep along Yamanaka Kaze's arm. Torian shouted anxiously, "Kaze, let go! You'll be infected by the poison insects." Naruto watched this scene coldly, and with a surge of power from his palm, the gravitational pull intensified. Whoosh! Yamanaka Kaze could hold on no longer. Torian was wrenched forward, and Naruto, with his gloved left hand, pressed against Torian's chest and yanked forcefully. Human path. A swift motion, and Torian's soul was torn out, leaving his body to collapse at Naruto's feet. Naraka path. With a roar, ghostly purple flames erupted, forming the visage of the King of Hell. It engulfed both Torian's body and soul before vanishing without a trace. Naruto removed his glove, tossing it aside, and turned to the dumbfounded Yamanaka Kaze. "Do you want to join him in there?" Yamanaka Kaze glanced over his shoulder. There, Danzo remained calm and unhurried, undoing the clasps on the armor of his right arm. The lives of his subordinates meant nothing more to him than tools to buy himself time. Yamanaka Kaze turned his gaze back, his face set with the resolve of one marching toward death. "From the day I joined Root, my life has existed for Lord Danzo." Crack! With a swift motion, he severed his own arm that had been infected by poisonous insects. Knowing his fate was sealed, he didn't even bother to bandage the wound. Gripping his ninja blade, he charged straight at Naruto. Boom! A surge of repulsive force erupted. Yamanaka Kaze's sword was flung from his grasp, and he crashed to the ground in a sorry heap. Snap! A black rod pierced his heart with deadly precision. He died instantly, without the slightest pain. Naruto sighed. Even if you were part of Root, a symbol of the darkness, it doesn't change your nature as a ninja. Yamanaka Kaze, Aburame Torian, I'll remember your names. Thanks to the time bought by the selfless sacrifice of his two trusted men, Danzo finally broke the seal on his right arm. 10 Sharingan eyes spun in a chaotic, unsettling pattern. Naruto said, "So that's Danzo's right arm. The merging of Senju and Uchiha powers. If I remember right, that arm was created using cells from Uchiha Shin." Orochimaru replied, "Correct. Shin's ability is resistance to rejection, allowing him to host both Hashirama's cells and the eyes collected after the Uchiha's demise." Naruto thought to himself, "Even I can hardly keep my anger in check." When Sasuke first saw this, he must have been furious. This time, it's my turn to settle things with Danzo. His methods and ideals will only ruin everything we hope to build. Certain of his victory, Danzo declared, "Naruto Uzumaki, it seems you've obtained one of Nagato's Rinnegan and can control its power to some extent. But against the combined might of Senju and Uchiha, you don't stand a chance." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He swiftly formed 3 hand signs and charged toward Naruto in wide strides. Naruto stood firm, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Izanagi, so it begins. Orochimaru withdrew to a safe distance, leaving the stage to Naruto. Danzo wields both Senju and Uchiha power, while Naruto possesses the Rinnegan. Both hold the keys to the sage's legacy. This is one clash I wouldn't miss for the world. The left eye of sure sway. I failed to obtain it back then. Looking back, perhaps it was fate, leading me instead to the Rinnegan. Your left eye, I'll be taking for myself. Swoosh! Danzo closed in, wasting no time. His hand shot straight for Naruto's left eye. At such close range, his right hand darted for Naruto's face. To gouge out a living eye barehanded. This was no reckless act. With Izanagi, any injury could be undone as if it were nothing but a dream. That was the confidence that fueled Danzo's bold move. There's nothing to lose in failure, and with success, everything falls perfectly into place. So why not go for it? Danzo, is this how you got Shirsue's right eye as well? Naruto murmured quietly to himself, his left eye sharpening in an instant. Shinra Tensei. A thunderous force erupted. Ugh! Danzo was blasted backward, sent flying in utter disarray by the overwhelming repulsion. Shinra Tensei, an unparalleled jutsu radiating indiscriminate force from the caster's center, repelling physical and even ninjutsu attacks alike. It's the perfect blend of offense and defense, truly flawless. In a blur, Danzo's battered form dissolved like a fleeting mirage, and his real body reappeared, suddenly close to Naruto. But between each use, there's a 5-second gap. That's the jutsu's only weakness. It's worth mentioning that during Pain's attack on the Leaf, Danzo and his Root operatives stayed hidden underground. They didn't join the battle, but they kept a close eye on the unfolding events. The intelligence gathered on the Rinnegan by Jiraiya and the Leaf through relentless battle was also acquired by Root. Danzo's original plan had been to wait until both Pain and the Leaf had exhausted each other, then emerge as the hero to turn the tide. That way, He could both weaken Tsunade's faction and win the acclaim needed to step into the spotlight. But things didn't go as he'd hoped. Naruto returned from Mount Myaboku in defeated pain. With a swift movement, Danzo lunged forward, a kunai slipping from his sleeve and driving straight for Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes closed briefly. The shadow clone hidden in the darkness dispelled itself, sending Sage Chakra surging back. His true body instantly entered Sage mode. In a flash, he sidestepped the kunai, seized Danzo's arm with his right hand, and formed a Rinnegan in his left, driving it into Danzo's chest. Sage Art! Rinnegan! Art! The Rinnegan exploded, tearing Danzo's chest into a bloody mess. With a heavy thud, Naruto launched a powerful kick, sending Danzo hurtling through the air. He crashed through 3 trees in a straight line before finally coming to a stop, snow cascading over his battered form. Moments later, the effect of Izanagi took hold. Every wound vanished as if they'd never been. Danzo stood up, brushed the snow from his shoulders, and spoke with a calm composure. Sage mode greatly enhances both perception and taijutsu, and when paired with the Rinnegan's abilities, it leaves almost no openings. A sly smile curled at his lips. But no matter how powerful you become, Izanagi ensures I remain invincible. With a sharp motion, Danzo formed a string of hand seals, drew a deep breath, and pursed his wrinkled lips tightly together. Wind style, vacuum bullets. A rapid-fire barrage erupted. Wind-infused chakra shot forth like bullets, covering a wide area with breathtaking speed. Naruto dove, weaved, and flipped, moving gracefully through the gaps between the vacuum bullets, closing in on Danzo with lightning speed. So you like using wind style too? Then let me return the favor with one of my own. As the final act of Danzo's vacuum sphere unfolded, Naruto summoned his shadow clones, and, combining them with the Rinnegan's elemental transformation, a sharp, keening wind tore through the air within seconds, sending shivers down the spine. With a graceful spin, Naruto gathered his strength and hurled the deadly weapon in his palm straight at Danzo. Sage Art. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. There was no escape. Danzo was struck by the razor-sharp gale and sent hurtling backward. Then, an earth-shattering explosion. Thunderous blasts erupted, and the raging spiral storm tore through the woods, engulfing Danzo and the surrounding trees in its relentless fury. In a blink, Danzo reappeared 20 meters away, standing on an open patch of ground. He gazed at the devastation left in the wake of the storm, his expression shifting as he took in the scene. Blending elemental transformation into the Rinnegan and combining it with Sage Art Chakra to turn it into a long-range attack. This is the very limit of wind style. Yet, what a pity that such a breathtaking jutsu will vanish from the ninja world today. As he spoke, Danzo lowered his gaze to his right arm. The first Sharingan had already closed completely, and the second one was now counting down its remaining time. He turned his thoughts inward. Naruto possesses the Rinnegan and Sage Art power, with far too many ways to finish this fight. To be cautious, I can't afford to conserve chakra. If I cancel Izanagi midway, I'll lose my chance. 9 eyes mean roughly 9 minutes of Izanagi's duration. Fortunately, Naruto's Sage mode still can't be maintained indefinitely, unlike the first Hokage. According to Intel, Naruto can only use up to 2 shadow clones during battle to replenish his Sage chakra, and using powerful wind-style Sage Arts like that one just now will further drain his Sage chakra, risking the end of Sage mode. If that's the case, 9 minutes might be enough. My chances of victory aren't small. I'll keep up the pressure, look for an opening, and once I take his left eye, the victory will be mine. With his plan set, Danzo weaved hand signs and took a deep breath. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A mighty gust transformed into a forceful cannon blast, sweeping up the lingering snow and crashing down upon Naruto's position. Naruto, meanwhile, kept Shinra Tensei in reserve to guard against Danzo's close-range attacks. With the Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities, he had plenty of options. As the vacuum great sphere surged toward him, Naruto raised his left hand, summoning a sealing barrier right before his palm. Predapath. In an instant, the vacuum great sphere shrank rapidly as its power was absorbed by the Predapath. That's the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu mentioned in the intel. Without hesitation, Danzo unfurled a stack of explosive tags and detonated them on the spot. While Izanagi was active, dying allowed him to freely choose a spot for his resurrection. Danzo seized on this peculiar trait of Izanagi, appearing behind Naruto in a surprise attack. Naruto continued absorbing the ninjutsu, but caught the movement behind him out of the corner of his eye. Danzo's lips curled up ever so slightly as he plotted inwardly. That's right. Use that repulsive force technique on me. With those 5 seconds of vulnerability, I'll finally have my chance. But then, he saw Naruto's lips twist into an amused, almost taunting smile. Naruto reached into his ninja tool pouch with his right hand, pulled out a ninja smoke bomb, and threw it to the ground. A loud bang echoed as thick smoke billowed out, completely obscuring the view behind them. Danzo's steps faltered. What? He actually used a smoke bomb. In that brief moment of hesitation, Naruto had already absorbed the attack with the Predapath. His hands flew into a sequence of seals as he spun around with practice flair. Sage art, fire style, majestic blaze. With a roaring whoosh, a wall of fierce flames instantly cut off Danzo's path forward. Now, the two faced each other from dozens of meters apart, locked in a tense standoff. Naruto lifted his hand and smiled lightly. Honestly, I just find these techniques interesting, so I've been using them a lot. You don't actually think that just because I've learned to run, I've forgotten how to walk, do you? Danzo was at a loss for words. He glanced at his right arm, where the second Sharingan I had completely closed, and the third was already half shut, its timer more than halfway spent. A quarter of his Izanagi's power was already used up, and yet he'd gained nothing from it. He knew well. Izanagi was powerful, yes, but as time dragged on, his chakra would only drain faster and faster, a jutsu with enormous risk. Naruto spoke, his tone laced with subtle meaning. Are you sure you're all right? You've nearly used up 3 eyes already, but I still have plenty of chakra left. Danzo's gaze sharpened as he clenched his fists tightly. After a moment, he released his grip, and a smile creased his wrinkled face. Naruto, in all my long years, I have never misjudged a person. You have the makings of true darkness within you. There's no soil more suited to you than root. Naruto narrowed his eyes. So, Danzo spoke with sudden boldness. So, let's join forces. I'm already Hokage. I'm not fit to stay in root any longer. If you agree, I'll make you the new leader of root. What do you say? After Danzo's proposition, Naruto stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful. When you put it like that, it does sound like a tempting offer. Danzo's eyes lit up. Exactly. If we work together, there's nothing to stop Konoha from ruling over the entire ninja world. Naruto lowered his hand from his chin, his gaze turning deep and unreadable. Konoha ruling the ninja world. You really think that's enough? Oh, Danzo raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're aiming for something even greater? Naruto answered plainly. Of course I am. But you wouldn't understand. Not with your limited vision and abilities. Danzo's tone grew somber. Set aside ability for the moment. Why do you say my vision is lacking? Naruto shot back. Let me ask you. When Pain attacked the village, where were you? Where was Root? Danzo argued in his own defense. For the future of the ninja world, it's necessary to endure and bide our time in the shadows. Root needs the right opportunity to step forward. With Tsunade's slug technique, the village would never be wiped out completely. Those sacrifices are only temporary. Once I become Hokage, Konoha will enter a new era of prosperity. Suddenly, his tone shifted. But let's be honest, why did the Pain disaster happen in the first place? Wasn't it because of Jiraiya's naivety and Tsunade's indulgence? If I had been in charge, Pain would never have come into being, and Akatsuki would never have risen. Eliminating any risk that threatens the village before it even takes root. That's the way Root operates. Tell me, in what way is my vision lacking? Naruto replied in a deep voice, but along with the risks you crush, you also destroy hope. Danzo let out a cold chuckle. Hope? You want me to wager our future on something so intangible? Naruto answered coolly, calling hope intangible. This is exactly where your vision is so narrow. Flowers wither in soil without hope. Even if they survive, they'll be covered in thorns. Danzo, you keep saying you wouldn't have let Pain be born or let Akatsuki rise. But in its early days, Akatsuki was a group devoted to justice. It was your schemes in the shadows that broke Nagato's faith, turning him into Pain and twisting Akatsuki's ideals. That's right. The real culprit behind the village's destruction wasn't Jiraiya or Lady Tsunade, but the so-called dark laws of Root that you pride yourself on. To put it bluntly, you're just using the village as a pretext to satisfy your own ambition. Danzo, you are not fit to be Hokage. Danzo clenched his hand tightly, his aged face growing icy cold. So, you refuse to accept my offer? Naruto gave a mocking laugh. Idiot! The road ahead is so wide. Why would I choose a dead end? Danzo's voice dropped to a growl. Then leave your Nine Tails and your Rinnegan to become stepping stones for my rise. Taking advantage of their conversation, Danzo had gathered an unprecedented amount of chakra. Now, he was about to unleash a deadly technique that even Sasuke had never seen before in their battle. He wove a series of hand signs, then forcefully pressed his hands together in front of his chest. Would release. Nativity of a world of trees. With a resounding crash, saplings burst forth from the earth, breaking free from the soil's grip and, in mere seconds, towering into mighty trees. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, his would release quelled chaos and could even suppress the Nine Tails. Naruto Uzumaki bowed before this power. Ar, as he shouted, veins bulged on Danzo's forehead, and his clasped hands shook violently before his chest. He forced every ounce of chakra into his technique, commanding the giant trees to strangle Naruto with relentless force. Orochimaru, watching from the sidelines, murmured to himself, using both Izanagi and wood style at once. The chakra drain must be unimaginable. It seems Danzo is convinced that ordinary ninjutsu can no longer deal with the current Naruto. So after negotiations failed, he's decided to risk everything on one final gambit. Now then, Naruto, what will you do? The forest of trees rampaged, surging like an earthquake. What style is it? Perfect timing. I've been wanting to try this technique for a while now. Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile. He formed hand signs in front of his chest and inhaled deeply. Sage art, fire style, great fire annihilation. With a mighty roar, a sharp column of flame shot from Naruto's mouth, stretching 10 meters before erupting into a blazing inferno that roared across the battlefield, halting the advance of the rampaging trees. The searing heat was so intense, it evaporated the falling snow in an instant. Danzo's voice trembled with disbelief. Is this a joke? He's using fire style to suppress my wood style? Naruto thought to himself, I've seen wood style 10 times stronger than this. If you want to catch me off guard, you'll need at least a flower tree whirl technique. A sudden burst. Amidst a puff of white smoke, Naruto's shadow clone appeared high above the clash of fire and wood, the air thrumming with energy. In the clone's hand, a blade of wind spun furiously before being hurled downward. Sage art. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. The cyclone of wind joined forces with the raging flames, overwhelming the forest in their path. The incoming wave of fire made Danzo's heart race with fear. He still has chakra left? He can use a shadow clone and unleash such a powerful fire style at the same time. But after this, his sage mode should be running out. Sure enough, the orange pigment faded from around Naruto's eyes as his sage mode dissolved. Danzo glanced down his right arm, 3 Sharingan, eyes still open. No time to waste. Now's my chance. He pulled out a vial of his own blood and used it to perform a summoning technique. With a thunderous burst of smoke, the dream taper appeared, its enormous maw gulping down the rampaging sea of fire before it, sacrificing itself as it vanished with a wail. In the precious moments won by his self-sacrificing summoned beast, Danzo spun a shuriken between his fingers, infusing it with wind chakra and hurling it forward in a rapid volley. Using this as a feint, Danzo charged straight at Naruto. But with the Rinnegan, Naruto's visual prowess had far surpassed what it once was. He tracked every single wind-style shuriken with clarity, nimbly dodging, and for those he couldn't avoid, he deftly slipped a kunai through the shuriken's center hole, knocking them safely aside. In short, he refused to use Shinra Tensei. As long as he kept that jutsu in reserve, Danzo wouldn't dare approach recklessly to snatch his eyes. Seeing his feint had failed, Danzo scowled, then quickly formed another set of hand signs. Wind style, vacuum wave. With a sharp whistle, a blade of wind howled from his lips, sweeping across the field. Naruto leapt, twisting in midair, the blast of wind grazing close behind him. Danzo's eyes narrowed with determination, and he slammed his right hand to the ground. Wood style, violent spear technique. Boom! From directly beneath Naruto, sharp wooden spikes burst upward from the earth. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Bang! With a swift substitution jutsu, the violent wooden spears impaled only a wooden decoy. Naruto landed, unharmed but shaken, 5 meters away. Pop! At the same time, his second shadow clone storing sage chakra disappeared, allowing Naruto's sage mode to continue. TCH, what a troublesome brat. But by my calculations, my right eye's power should be about ready to recover. Note, before fighting Sasuke, Danzo had used Kotoa Mitsukami twice, once on the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and once on Mifune. In this timeline, Danzo never used it on the daimyo, so the cooldown period ended earlier. Danzo calculated silently, glancing down at his right arm, as he routinely checked the time left for Izanagi. But then he realized the number of open Sharingan eyes remained at 3. Impossible. It was 3 just now, why is it still 3? A sharp, Involuntary breath escaped Danzo as he became painfully aware of a catastrophic truth. Could it be Izanagi never activated? In the heat of battle, he'd overused with style far beyond his limits. Without realizing it, his chakra had dropped below the minimum required to trigger Izanagi. Naruto's eyes flashed, the corners of his mouth lifting into a sly smile. Danzo's face twisted in alarm. No. In a blur, Naruto traced the flying thunder god mark he'd left on Danzo and instantly teleported right in front of him. His left hand arced in a swift, precise slash. With a sickening sound and a spray of blood, Naruto gouged Danzo's right eye straight from its socket. A guttural, agonized scream tore from Danzo as he clutched his bleeding eye, stumbling backward. But misfortune piled on. The right arm Danzo had grafted with Hashirame's cells suddenly spun out of control. Orochimaru let out a low whistle. Danzo is finished. The difference in strength is now crystal clear. Naruto-kun has already surpassed the level of Hokage. Naruto held the bloody, still warm eye in his hand. Orochimaru pulled out a bottle filled with preservation fluid and tossed it to Naruto. Thanks. Naruto thanked him, uncorked the bottle, and carefully placed Shirsue's eye, optic nerve still trailing, inside. He thought to himself, I'd heard that, in the end of his battle with Sasuke, Danzo sealed this eye away. I could probably break the seal, but it would be a real hassle. Being able to take it like this is the best outcome. Art, with his power out of control, would sprouted wildly from his right shoulder, growing feverishly toward the sky. No, if this keeps up, I'll be devoured by the first Hokage's cells. Crunch. Gritting his teeth, Danzo snapped his right arm off. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Now, Danzo was utterly defanged, a paper tiger in every sense of the word. A rush of sound, like tumbling water. A paper butterfly fluttered gracefully through the air, gathering in the sky to form Conan's silhouette. Hey there, Naruto greeted her with a cheerful smile. Conan replied in a cool, detached voice. It seems things went quite smoothly. Naruto shrugged off her words. So, I guess. I ended up using almost 20% of my chakra. After his casual remark, he asked, How's Sasuke? Conan answered, I did as you asked and held him up, but that boy is stubborn. He chased me relentlessly. When I figured enough time had passed, I managed to slip away. I see. Naruto smiled gently. That's just like Sasuke. Suddenly, sensing something through sage mode, Naruto turned to look toward the distant edge of the forest, sighing. So they really did come after all, Conan said. Among his subordinates, there's a girl who's highly skilled at sensing. Orochimaru added, That must be Karen. She used to be an invaluable subordinate of mine. Naruto-kun, she's just like you, a descendant of the Uzumaki, blessed with exceptional sensory abilities. Naruto reminisced, Yes, I know her. Moments later, Team Taka arrived, halting some distance away from Naruto and his companions. By Sasuke's left eye, a dried scab of blood remained. He scanned the battlefield, strewn with chaos, and when his gaze lingered on the battered Danzo, his eyes grew cold. Finally, his attention settled on Naruto's back, draped in a cloak. Something strange flickered deep in his eyes before he quickly hid it. He demanded in a hard voice, Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Sasuke, I've dealt with Danzo for you. As you can see, he's lost all his power and has become a broken man. Naruto spoke calmly, standing with his back to Sasuke, though inwardly his feelings were tangled and conflicted, so much so that he didn't immediately turn to face him. Sasuke clenched his fists, shouting, Who gave you the right to interfere? Naruto's shoulders shifted. Your original plan was to attack the Five Kage summit, wasn't it? Given your current situation, that would only worsen your crimes. You don't really want to become the enemy of the entire shinobi world, do you? As he finished speaking, Naruto lifted his hand and removed the mask from his face, then slowly turned to face Sasuke. The swirling snowstorm seemed to ease, its fury lessening for a moment. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. What happened to your left eye? Naruto answered. The man who once tried to destroy Konoha Nagato. He fought me, and this eye was the legacy he left behind before he died. Silently, Naruto thought, One day, you'll possess this power too, Sasuke. Behind Sasuke, Yugo, now transformed into a child, suddenly recognized Naruto's face and exclaimed, alarmed, I remember now. He's the one who attacked me by the river before. A heavy sigh escaped. Sasuke closed his eyes. Naruto, it seems you've been doing a lot without me knowing. But right now, I don't have time to deal with you. With a sudden swish, Sasuke's cloak billowed as he strode forward, heading straight for Danzo. Naruto felt a deep sense of melancholy in his heart. No matter what, Sasuke, you're determined to kill Danzo, aren't you? He didn't want Sasuke to go through with it, but Naruto knew that, at this point in time, Sasuke's heart was overflowing with hatred, and with Obito's encouragement, persuading him would be nearly impossible. If Sasuke wasn't allowed to act now and vent this surge of hatred, things could become even more complicated in the future. With this thought, Naruto stepped aside, clearing the way for Sasuke. Crack! Lightning release crackled, shaping into a blade in Sasuke's grasp. Fixing his gaze on his enemy, he demanded coldly, "Danzo, answer me. Was it you who ordered Itachi to carry out the Uchiha clan massacre all those years ago?" Huff, huff, huff. Danzo panted heavily, his left eye glancing at the shattered right arm lying beside him, 3 Sharingan eyes still embedded in it. Though he had lost his right arm, there were still traces of Hashiroma's cells left in his body. He had just enough strength to use Izanagi one more time. Sasuke barked, "I asked you a question." Danzo's reply was weak, yet his voice was grave. "So, you already know the truth. It seems that Itachi wasn't able to keep his mouth shut after all." Sasuke's eyes turned icy. "So it's true then?" Danzo's tone was somber. "That's right. It's true." Sasuke's gaze was frigid. "Just as I thought." In a flash, Danzo reached out, gouged out one of the Sharingan eyes, and set it into his right eye socket. The Hashirama cells lingering in his body sprang into action, linking to his optic nerve. Forming a hand seal with a single hand, a pale smile twisted Danzo's lips. Sizzle. Izanagi activated. Without a second thought, he bolted away at full speed. "Oof." Sasuke scoffed, his cloak billowing as he dashed after him. "Did you really think you could get away?" Sasuke's left eye locked onto Danzo's fleeing form. Amaterasu. Whoosh. Black flames erupted, engulfing Danzo's body in an instant. "Aarg!" Danzo howled in agony, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful heap. But in the blink of an eye, the burning Danzo vanished. His real body had reappeared farther away, still running desperately. Sasuke stared in shock. "What's going on?" Naruto shouted. "Sasuke, Danzo's using Izanagi. Right now, he can't be killed, but it'll only last for less than a minute. Keep up your fiercest attacks. Relentless force is the only way to finish him off." A glint flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Huff, huff, huff. Danzo fled for his life, but his chakra was nearly depleted, and despair closed in on him. "Am I really going to die here, after all?" Tulp? Suddenly, Sasuke's pursuit came to a halt. Everyone stared. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" "It doesn't matter. Letting him live for one more day changes nothing. Revenge achieved by another's hand is not enough to fulfill the Uchiha clan's ultimate redemption." Sasuke slowly turned around. Those eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, radiated emotions as deep and shadowy as a winter night. He fixed his gaze on Naruto. "Especially you, Naruto. Of all people, you're the last one I'd ever want someone else to deal with for me." In the storm of wind and snow, Danzo's battered figure faded into the distance, becoming nothing more than a background shadow. Naruto and Sasuke locked eyes in silence. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a swirling vortex twisted through the air. With a rush, Master Obito appeared. Farther away, at the border of the Land of Iron, the Konoha team raced forward through the snow. Leading the charge were Hinata and Sakura. Naruto, Sasuke. Conflicting convictions were about to collide. Naruto and Sasuke stood in silent confrontation, as if fate itself had decreed that something must happen between them. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing. The two winds I've most looked forward to are about to clash at last. Sasuke, of course, noticed the presence of Orochimaru, someone who shouldn't be here. His expression was unreadable as he thought. Orochimaru's back too? Looks like Naruto's doing. And the attack on Yugo, was that for the same purpose? And earlier, that Akatsuki woman blocked my path. Was that to buy time to deal with Danzo? Naruto, in his position, is doing what I wanted to do myself. Is it just a coincidence? How strange. That fool who only ever charges forward. Suddenly, I can't see through him anymore. Damn it. Frustrated, Sasuke clenched his fist. Again, the swirling vortex stirred, and Master Obito arrived on the scene. Everyone turned to look, faces tense and wary. Conan's eyes showed a coldness she made no effort to hide, and she immediately went on high alert. Orochimaru's thoughts were impossible to read, but it was clear he, too, was on guard. Naruto hid his face behind a mask once more, his thoughts as tumultuous as the ocean. Obito, I didn't expect to see him this soon. He's one of the very few I'd consider an SSR-level threat. Better stay cautious. Note, in the Boruto era, a ninja card game became popular. The 7th Hokage, Naruto, was considered an SSR-level card at the time. Since then, he's taken to using SSR as a way to describe those who are on par with himself. Obito, who had been searching for Naruto all this time, finally had him right in front of his eyes. Yet, upon seeing Naruto at last, he remained calm. You all go ahead and talk. Don't mind me. He adjusted his robes and sat down at a leisurely pace, radiating the quiet confidence of a fisherman unmoved by the fiercest storms. And, somehow, that very attitude made him all the more impossible to ignore. Soft, rustling sounds whispered across the ground. The white Zetsu who'd been traveling with Sasuke burrowed up from beneath the earth, emerging beside Obito. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he asked, "Is this okay? Nagato's Rinnegan is so close at hand." Obito replied, "At this point, there's no need to rush. With Orochimaru and Konan here, it won't be easy to get what we want." White Zetsu asked, "How's it going on the 5 Kage summit side?" Obito pondered for a moment before saying, "Naruto was the first to act, and after thinking it through, I realized now isn't the best time to declare war. Kisame has already gone to hunt the 8 tails, and with Naruto, who possesses the 9 tails, defecting from Konoha, he's become everyone's target. The purpose of war is to seize the tailed beasts inside those 2. Since there's a shortcut, why bother with an all-out war?" By a twist of fate, the 4th Great Ninja War, which should have erupted immediately, was thus postponed. White Zetsu said helplessly, "I can't shake the feeling that sending Nagato to attack Konoha was a mistake. Our original plan has completely veered off course. There's no point regretting it now. I underestimated Naruto in the past. Who could have guessed he'd take Nagato's Rinnegan on a whim, resurrect Orochimaru, and even sway Konan, who once served me, to his side?" As he spoke, Obito's gaze grew profound. Now, just how far has he spread his wings? I'll see it with my own eyes. It appears he really doesn't intend to make a move here. Naruto eased up a little and withdrew his sidelong gaze, though he still kept an eye on Obito's actions through his sage mode senses. Sasuke, meanwhile, cared nothing for these matters. Right now, his eyes were fixed solely on Naruto, and he could barely contain his urge to test his own strength against him. He ordered, "Yugo, Suigetsu, you two keep an eye on the woman from Akatsuki and Orochimaru." Understood. With a swish, Yugo appeared before Konan, his curse marks surging to the brink of a rampage. Konan's expression was calm, her vigilance focused on Obito. From the very beginning, she had no intention of holding back. As for Suigetsu, gripping his most impressive sword, he spoke with practiced caution, "Lord Orochimaru, I'm really thrilled to see you resurrected." Orochimaru chuckled, teasing, "Haha, Suigetsu, my adorable subordinate, you seem full of spirit. I wonder if your skills have improved as well." Suigetsu managed a wry smile. "You're kidding, right? I'm just here to help out. I hope you won't make things difficult for me." Orochimaru laughed. "Haha, that sounds amusing. Shall I ask Naruto-kun if I can spar with you a little?" Suigetsu blurted out, "No need to ask. This is perfect. Let's just keep things on this tense edge and have a nice, friendly chat." Karen adjusted her glasses and said, "Sasuke, what about me?" Sasuke replied in a low voice, "You just stay to the side and support." "Is Sasuke worried about me?" Hee. Karen was having her own little drama inwardly, but on her face, she remained concerned. "If you get hurt, I can heal you." "Humph." Sasuke snorted, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his Mangekyo Sharingan flickered with a fierce light. "Injured? That's not even possible." In a blur, his hands flew through a series of signs, and his chest swelled with breath. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A volley of blazing fireballs shot forth, one after another. Fireballs shot from a mouth in quick succession, their arcs like bursting touch-me-not pods, not only engulfing Naruto, but sealing off all possible escape routes. There was nowhere to dodge, only room to defend. Though this fire-style technique might not have a grand name, its effectiveness in combat was outstanding. One reason why masters like Itachi favored it so much. "It's coming." Naruto's eyes flashed with resolve. He drew the katana he'd carried since the 5 Kage summit, advancing while swinging his blade, parrying the swirling fireballs head-on. A piercing shriek cut through the chaos, Chidori's cry. Hidden behind the cover of the fire style, Sasuke dashed in with astonishing speed, eyes locked on Naruto, lightning coiling around his hand, thrusting forward like a bolt from the blue. Steel clashed with a sharp clang as Naruto's left hand swept his sword to knock away the last fireballs. In his right, he instantly formed a Rinnegan, lunging upward to meet the attack. The impact exploded, a thunderous roar as Rinnegan collided with Chidori, sending shockwaves through the air. As the smoke cleared, both figures were forced back at once. A smirk flickered at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. The Kusanagi sword flashed from its sheath, and he lunged forward in a blur. Naruto was quick to respond, refusing to yield. He met the charge, blade in hand. Steel rang out, again and again, as their swords met in a dazzling flurry, blades crossing in rapid, relentless succession. The very air between them seemed untouchable. Not even the falling snow could approach the heart of their battle. With every exchange, Sasuke's astonishment grew. When had Naruto, once so brash and reliant on overwhelming chakra, mastered a sword style of such subtlety and finesse? Naruto, too, felt a surge of emotion. The swordsmanship Sasuke honed since childhood, amplified by his Sharingan, truly was extraordinary. Sasuke had achieved so much at such a young age. After sealing Kagaya, Naruto had worked hard to shore up his own shortcomings as a ninja, especially in the basics. How about this? Finding his attacks ineffective so far, Sasuke suddenly wrapped his Kusanagi blade in crackling lightning-release chakra. "I could do that too," replied Naruto. With a sharp whoosh, wind-released chakra gathered around his katana. Their swords clashed once more, eyes locked in mutual challenge. Sasuke's voice was cold. "Are you just going to let your left eye go to waste?" Naruto replied, "I don't want to use this eye's power against a friend." Friend, a fleeting wave of emotion passed through Sasuke's eyes, quickly replaced by icy resolve. Still as naive as ever. "You'll regret that." A low hum thrummed in the air as the light of Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan began to swirl. "Genjutsu, Sharingan." Naruto blinked in surprise. "Why are you glaring at me like that?" Sasuke was taken aback. His Genjutsu had no effect? Naruto's Rinnegan rendered him completely immune to Sasuke's Sharingan illusions. He didn't even realize Sasuke had tried. With a sharp motion, Sasuke sheathed his blade and stepped back, genuine coldness flickering in his eyes. A single drop of blood trickled from the corner of his left eye, streaking down his cheek and falling onto the snow, a web of crimson spreading across his eye. "Naruto, if you don't get serious, you're going to die." Amaterasu. In theory, Amaterasu is an unavoidable technique, except for someone like the Raikage, with his freakish reflexes and lightning-release body flicker. Although Sage Mode sharpens one's senses and physical abilities, it still isn't enough to dodge visual jutsu, like Amaterasu. During the fierce battle between Itachi and Sasuke, there was once a scene where the flames were drawn onto one's self. Anyone with sense knew exactly what was going on. Floom! Black flames erupted over Naruto's body, the searing heat instantly tightening his expression. "Ow, that's scorching. If this keeps up, I really might burn to death." Back in the days of their fateful clash, Sasuke had also unleashed Amaterasu on Naruto. At that time, Naruto's solution was to use the Nine-Tails chakra as a buffer to isolate the flames, forcing them off his body. But now, with Kurama unwilling to lend him any chakra, and even shutting off their connection altogether, that trick was off the table. Of course, with the power of the Rinnegan's Devapath and Predapath, he could easily dispel Amaterasu. But Naruto had already declared that he wouldn't use the Rinnegan's eye techniques against Sasuke in this fight. Sasuke narrowed his left eye, the glint of his Sharingan visible between his fingers as he watched Naruto with unwavering attention. Murderous intent flickered in his gaze. With his left eye, he unleashed Amaterasu. With his right, he could manipulate the shape of the black flames, or extinguish them altogether. Still not planning to use your left eye's power? Or is that all it can do? Either way, I have no intention of putting out these flames. Let them burn, Naruto. As long as you die, no one will be left to stop me. Then I alone can raise the fires of vengeance against Danzo, against all of Konoha. But then, Naruto pulled a scroll from his robes, quickly rummaged through his tool pouch for a brush, and began scribbling a complex incantation at lightning speed. Once finished, he bit down on the handle of the brush, pressed both hands to the scroll, and, sealing fire technique, whoosh, all the black flames of Amaterasu surged into the center of the scroll, gathering into a single character for fire, surrounded by bands of black scripted seals. Though the flames had already scorched his body, that much was unavoidable. The onlookers, masters all, felt a surge of emotion at the sight. Conan thought, that's Jiraiya-sensei's technique. Orochimaru mused, to flawlessly execute such a complex sealing jutsu while being burned by Amaterasu. Such endurance and precision is truly extraordinary. The more I see, the more curious I become. Naruto-kun, just what trials did you endure during my absence to achieve such remarkable growth? Obito observed. He and Sasuke are no longer on the same level. Calmly, Naruto stowed away the brush and scroll, stood up, and said, "Shall we continue, Sasuke? Don't get ahead of yourself, you dead last." Sasuke clenched his fists, fury coursing through him as an aura of dark purple chakra began to flare around his body. Xianglin shivered. This was that chakra, cold as if she'd fallen into an icy abyss. The purple chakra surged and solidified, forming the skeletal frame of a skull. So what if you have this? Sasuke's aura blazed, brash and proud like never before. Susan, how nostalgic. Naruto's expression became solemn as he formed a hand sign with 4 fingers pressed to his chest. With a puff, a shadow clone appeared from the swirling smoke, channeling wind-style chakra into the Rinnegan forming in Naruto's left hand. With a piercing whistle, the wind-style Raisin Shuriken took shape, its razor-sharp wind blades shrieking through the air. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. What is that? A wind-style, an enhanced Rinnegan? The clone dissipated with a pop. Catch this, Sasuke! Naruto gathered his strength and hurled the spinning sphere straight at him. Sage Art. Wind-style, Raisin Shuriken. The attack sliced through the air with a swift, cutting sound, and Sasuke, trusting in Susanu's protection, braced himself to take it head-on. A thunderous explosion erupted, a savage tempest engulfing the very ground beneath Sasuke's feet in an instant. The surging storm forced Yugo and the others, who had been skirmishing nearby, to retreat from its raging edge. Amidst the howling winds, the crack and splinter of breaking bones echoed out. Xianlin screamed, "Sasuke!" As the storm gradually subsided, Sasuke emerged unharmed, but Susanu's skeletal armor had nearly disintegrated, leaving only the thinnest veil of violet chakra clinging to his body. Head bowed, shoulders trembling, Sasuke's expression was shadowed. Again and again. Suddenly, with a series of sharp cracks, new bone buds burst forth from the purple aura, reconnecting and growing. Sasuke's head snapped up, his gaze wild as he shouted, "How many times will you push me before you're satisfied?" Rare. With a resounding boom, the dark purple skeleton rose anew. Excess chakra wrapped around the bones, forming muscle, and then, in a shimmer, a coat of armor materialized. Susanoo evolved to a more advanced form. Obito watched with a secretive gleam in his eye. Yes, that's it. Keep pushing Sasuke forward, Naruto. With a swift motion, Susanoo's left hand formed a magnificent longbow, while the right conjured a formidable arrow. Naruto's eyes narrowed with recognition. The bow of heavenly Magatama, Sasuke's Susanoo's ultimate weapon, had appeared. With a rapid series of clicks, the bow was drawn, and the arrow nocked, its lethal tip aimed straight at Naruto. Naruto didn't dare let his guard down for a second. He sharpened his sage mode senses to their utmost, flung his body backward with all his strength, and unleashed a surge of chakra from his left hand. As the giant arrow closed in, he thrust a sage art, super ultra big ball Rinnegan upward to meet it. The impact landed with a heavy thud. The great arrow veered off its path, crashing into the forest behind, sending dust and debris flying. Having witnessed Naruto's power earlier, Sasuke was no longer so easily shocked. He had expected Naruto to parry the first shot. Huff, 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 huff. Every cell in my body is aching. So this is what it felt like when Itachi used this jutsu back then. Sasuke was gasping for breath, forcing himself to endure the pain. Another arrow began to take shape, knocked onto the bowstring, drawn to its limit. The same trick won't work on me twice. This shot, I'll put even more force behind it. You won't be able to deflect it this time. With a sharp whistle, the arrow, empowered with even greater force, tore through the air. A metallic snap echoed. No other choice. Naruto bit his finger and pressed his hand, using only one hand, firmly to the ground. Orochimaru's beautiful eyes flashed with recognition. That's triple Rashomon. With a thunderous clang, 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 3 massive gates, each carved with demonic faces, bristling with menacing iron spikes and adorned with bells, rose up one after another in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The huge arrow pierced through the first 2 gates in a single rush, its shaft embedding halfway into the third, the tip stopping just about a meter from Naruto. With a puff, the Rashomon gates vanished into smoke, taking the arrow with them. In the drifting snow of the Iron Country, Sasuke stood, his vision blurred and unfocused from overusing his ocular powers. He stared at Naruto, his voice thick with conflicted emotion as he demanded, "Naruto, what exactly are you to me?" Naruto replied with heartfelt sincerity, "I'm your friend. In the past, now, and always. That has never changed." "Friend?" Sasuke let out a few bitter, almost absurd laughs, then asked in a low, intense voice, "Then if I wanted to destroy the village, would you help me? Answer me." "Well." Naruto lightly pinched his chin, his eyes reflecting memories of years gone by. "How about this time we switch to the right hand?" Sasuke, puzzled, asked, "Right hand? What do you mean?" Naruto took a deep breath and held out his left hand. "Do you remember what happened back at the Ninja Academy? What Irika-sensei asked us to do afterward. Sasuke lowered his eyes, recalling the memory. The two of them had been fighting in the schoolyard, and in the end, were ordered to reconcile with a hand seal. Back then, Sasuke had used his left hand to form the seal. So, you mean this time we're switching to the right hand? Sasuke pondered. What you're really saying is, if I try to destroy Konoha, not only will you refuse to help me, you'll break my left hand so I can never form seals again. Naruto couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. Sasuke pressed on, unwilling to let it go. Answer me. Naruto, with a mischievous glint in his eye, partly out of stubbornness, partly because he wanted to see Sasuke sulk, replied, Yeah, you got it. I'll break your hand. Sasuke fumed. So that's how it is. You arrogant fool. Since you want to bring up the past, have you forgotten who lost at the Valley of the End? If I'd really meant to forget your left hand, your life would have been forfeit back then. Back at the Valley of the End, it was true. Naruto lost. Sasuke had every chance to kill him. But many people have overlooked an important detail. In that brief instant when their blades crossed, Naruto's Rinnegan was aimed upward at an angle, striking Sasuke's forehead protector. The scratch in the center of that protector was left by Naruto's sharp claw when he was partially transformed by the Nine Tails. Sasuke's Chidori, on the other hand, was angled downward, aimed straight at Naruto's heart, his vital spot. If it hadn't happened this way, the one who fell back then might not have been Naruto. Naruto's expression grew distant as he recalled the past. Then he softened and smiled, saying, Come on, don't take it so seriously. Didn't you notice? I was just teasing you. Sasuke's face relaxed a fraction, but then he barked coldly. I'm not joking with you. You keep saying I'm your friend, but then you mock me with your words. Stop looking down on me. Do you really think I don't know anything? You're the hero of the leaf now, the darling of those ignorant villagers. If I'm going to destroy the leaf, you're my #1 enemy. Naruto fell silent for a moment, then said quietly, I've already betrayed the leaf. What? Sasuke froze, his eyes widening. Only then did he notice that the forehead protector Naruto wore was the one Sasuke himself had left behind, the symbol of a rogue ninja. Sasuke turned to look at Tobi. Back when they'd met in the forest outside the leaf, Tobi had only mentioned the 5 Kage summit in Danzo, becoming Hokage, and had briefly added that Naruto had defeated Pain. But as for Naruto having defected from the village, Tobi hadn't said a single word about that. Behind the mask, Tobi's expression was unreadable. Sasuke turned his gaze back to Naruto and pressed. What's really going on? Naruto replied. My goal has diverged from the ideals of the village. To do what I must, I had to break free from its constraints. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and his tone carried a hint of inexplicable disappointment. So, your attack on Danzo was for your own reasons, not to clear the way for me? People are such complicated creatures. If it was for your sake, you call it meddling. But when you find out it wasn't, resentment grows anyway. Naruto sighed. That's not entirely true. It was half and half. I hope that if you killed Danzo, it would ease the hatred in your heart, and maybe then you wouldn't turn your vengeance on the village. But you let Danzo go out of spite. I guess I underestimated the depth of your need for revenge. Looks like there'll be trouble ahead. Sasuke clenched his fist, the chakra of his Susanoo flickering unsteadily around him. Naruto's gaze grew serious, all traces of humor gone. Sasuke, if you go after Danzo again, I still won't stop you. But as for anyone else, I don't want you to hurt them. Sasuke's eyes grew colder. And what if I insist? Naruto's voice hardened. Then I'll do everything I can to stop you. Sasuke's words grew even colder. So what you're saying is, you still have strength to spare? Naruto refused to back down. At the very least, I haven't given it my all yet. Sasuke let out a low, chilling chuckle. He was arrogant, but not a fool. He knew Naruto was telling the truth. Still, his tone turned icy as he continued. Yes, your power has grown, but what do you really know about me? Do you understand the true reason I want revenge on the Leaf Village? Naruto's reply was shocking. Actually, I do. I know the truth about Itachi. What? Sasuke was stunned. That's one of the deepest secrets. How could you possibly know that? Don't tell me. He turned sharply, looking once more at Obito. Obito shook his head, indicating that he hadn't told Naruto. Yet, the truth was Naruto really had learned it from Obito. Just not this version, but Obito from a previous timeline. Obito thought to himself, this kid Naruto, I really did underestimate him in the past. Sasuke's voice was frosty. If you already know what Itachi went through, then why are you still trying to stop me from taking revenge? Naruto answered, if Itachi were still alive, he'd never want you to do this. Sasuke's shoulders trembled with anger. Itachi was his untouchable sore spot. Anyone who touched it would incur his wrath. Even if Naruto was special to him, it didn't give him the right to judge Itachi, whether for good or ill. What Sasuke didn't realize was that Naruto wasn't just talking in vain. He truly met Itachi, and more than once at that. Don't talk as if you understand Itachi. And don't you dare use his name as an excuse to meddle in my revenge, Naruto. A thunderous crash echoed out. In sync with Sasuke's furious heart, a surge of violet chakra erupted, shaping itself around the form of Susanoo, now clad in a magnificent suit of armor. This was the ultimate form of his half-body, Susanoo, a menacing crow Tengu. Another shockwave rumbled through the air. The overwhelming, icy chakra rattled the hearts of everyone in Taka, and even the top fighters present were awed. Karen shuddered uncontrollably. He's nothing like the Sasuke we once knew. Obito's gaze darkened. Oh, he's pushed Susanoo to this level all at once. As I thought, for Sasuke, you're the real catalyst, not the five Kage. Naruto. A blazing aura flared to life. The heavenly Magatama bow drew taut once more, but this time the arrow paired with it was a flame-release arrow of Kagetsuchi, its scale and power on an entirely different level. In Sasuke's eyes now blazed unfiltered killing intent. Naruto, I'm done listening to your endless lectures. You're my way. I'll destroy you here, then hunt down Danzo, and raze the Leaf Village to the ground. Naruto's expression grew solemn. This form of Susanoo was a true transformation, and that arrow, it was no longer something any ordinary means could counter. A shrill whistle split the air. The black flame arrow tore through the sky, toward him. So be it. Naruto shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the brilliance of ocular power shimmered within. Shinra Tensei, a thunderous force erupted. The mighty, solid black flame arrow shattered at once, crumbling into smoldering embers on the ground. Obito's gaze darkened. So, you've finally chosen to use the power of the Rinnegan. In Sage mode, Naruto sensed the changes around him. The battle here has already drawn attention from the outside. Massive amounts of chakra are converging on us. Let's finish this quickly. Naruto formed hand signs, gathering chakra more powerful than ever before. A rapid volley of sounds echoed through the air. Hundreds, thousands of shadow clones burst forth amid swirling white mist. Each clone conjured a massive Rinnegan, launching a joint assault on Sasuke's Susanoo. Sage Art, Multi-Ultra Big Ball Rinnegan Barrage. An endless series of explosions followed, one after another. Rinnegan after Rinnegan piled atop each other, completely burying Susanoo in a relentless barrage. Explosive shockwaves crashed like ocean. Waves in Susanoo's armored shell, unyielding as it was, began to fracture under the onslaught of Sage Art, teetering on the edge of collapse. Sasuke, wild with fury, shouted, "Where did he get this kind of power?" With a sharp motion, Naruto dipped his hand in the blood from the wound left by Amaterasu, forming hand signs once more. Summoning Jutsu, Food Cart Destroyer Technique. With a thunderous impact, Gemaguro, the giant toad, draped in sashes and broad of shoulder, descended from the sky, becoming the final straw that broke Susanoo's back. Ugh! Just before Susanoo crumbled, Sasuke summoned all his strength and leaped out to safety. Naruto stretched out his palm. Bansho Tenin. In an instant, powerful gravitational force seized Sasuke from afar, pulling him through the air. Sasuke reacted quickly. As he was drawn closer, he formed hand signs, channeling that force to his own advantage. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Naruto stood unfazed, maintaining the pull of Bansho Tenin. He activated the Rinnegan's protective barrier, shielding himself from the flames while his hand closed tightly around Sasuke's throat. Predapath. A surge of energy followed. Sasuke's chakra was drawn out of him, flowing into Naruto's palm. Sasuke managed a wry smile. So that's the power of your left eye. Naruto replied softly, "Sorry, but this is the only way to make you settle down. If you keep pushing your eyes any further, you'll go blind before long." With a faint sizzle, as the chakra drained away, Sasuke's Mangekyo faded back to a 3-tomo Sharingan, then dimmed altogether, reverting to plain, ordinary eyes. Just before he lost consciousness, Sasuke murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of meaning, "Things like that don't matter anymore." Seeing Sasuke collapse, Naruto gently laid him down on the snowy ground, released a soft sigh, and stepped back. "Sasuke." Karen rushed forward. But with a sudden flicker, Master Obito appeared at Sasuke's side even faster, hoisting him onto his shoulder. His right eye spun into a swirling vortex, pulling both Sasuke and Karen into its depths. "Go restore Sasuke's chakra." Igariegajis. Swish, swish. Konan and Orochimaru moved quickly, taking their places on either side of Naruto. Konan asked with concern, "How are you? Are you alright?" Naruto smiled and replied, "Sorry, I may have overused my chakra a bit. Things could get tricky from here on out, so I'll be counting on the two of you." Conan gave a gentle smile. "Of course." Eh. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly grin. "As I thought, when it comes to Sasuke, you just can't bring yourself to drain all of his chakra, can you?" Naruto gave no reply, neither confirming nor denying. To the south, the samurai of a land of iron, led by Mifune, arrive along with the 5 Kage, everyone except Danzo. To the north, figures could be seen dashing through the snowstorm, young, energetic, each wearing a Leaf Village forehead protector. Seeing this, Obito's expression grew complicated beneath his mask. "Well then, this time I'll truly stay out of it. Think carefully about how you want this to end. And remember, the Rinnegan is mine to claim. Naruto, guard it well." Whoosh! With a swirling vortex, he and White Zetsu vanished into the strange spiral. Crack! Like thunder splitting the sky, the Raikage arrived with 2 of his guards at lightning speed. They stared at the patch of Amaterasu's black flames still burning on the snowy ground. "See," a senior ninja from the cloud said, "those undying black flames of Amaterasu are Itachi's unique power. But Itachi is dead now, so the only one who could have used it, there's no doubt." Darui added, "Not long ago, Uchiha Sasuke was right here, wasn't?" The Raikage turned on Naruto, his fury blazing. "Where's Sasuke? Where did Sasuke go?" Naruto paid him no mind. All of his attention was drawn irresistibly to the figure at the front of the other group, a figure radiating anxiety and concern. Hinata. Panting for breath, Hinata finally stopped, sweat pouring down her weary face, instantly freezing into tiny icicles in the winter wind. Despite the crowd before her, Hinata's pale eyes saw only Naruto. Naruto's gaze trembled with emotion and worry. "How far did you have to run to make it here? After all these years, seeing each other again should have brought nothing but joy." Yet, the weight of the past cast a shadow over their reunion. Before him stood the love of his life, desperate to reach him. Behind, the fierce and watchful Raikage and his men. "Please, don't come any closer," Naruto silently pleaded in his heart. Naruto, Hinata, unable to contain her anxiety any longer, took a step forward. Suddenly, a shadow whipped across the ground, stretching out and fastening itself to Hinata's feet. Shadow Possession Jutsu. In the sky, birds painted in ink soared gracefully. Shikamaru, who had broken his leg during Pain's assault on the village, sat astride one of these birds, his hands forming seals as he spoke. "Hinata, I understand how you feel, but now isn't the time. Look at the battlefield. If you rush in, all you'll do is distract Naruto." Hinata bit down hard on her lip, her pearly teeth pressing white, but in the end, she managed to suppress her overwhelming urge. Naruto's heart overflowed with gratitude. "Shikamaru, thank you." From the cloud, the Raikage's bodyguard, watched carefully. "They're from a leaf," he observed. "Judging by their age, those are his peers. 2 from the Hyuga clan alone." The long history between the Hidden Cloud and the Hyuga clan made the Byakugan users a focus of special attention. Darui's gaze settled on Neji. I've seen this kid while on missions before. Hyuga Neji, one of Konoha's youngest jonin. A shame he was born to the branch family, destined to live like a caged bird. To deal with their own rogue ninja, they send a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears brats. Konoha never changes, always so pretentious. Well then, I'll half-kill Uzumaki Naruto and drag him back to the Cloud prison to torture the location of Sasuke out of him. With a sharp crack, the Raikage twisted his neck, lightning crackling fiercely around him as he launched himself straight at Naruto. He moved so fast that even Conan and Orochimaru, who flanked Naruto, couldn't react. In a flash of lightning, Naruto was sent flying. Naruto braced his samurai sword against the Raikage's fist, his feet skidding across the snowy ground. "Oof." The Raikage snorted, putting more force into his punch. With a sharp snap, Naruto's sword broke in two. Even so, Naruto's Sage Mode perception was top-notch. He twisted aside, dodging the fist. But the Raikage's fist shifted into a knife-hand strike, slicing across Naruto's right shoulder. A sickening pop echoed, a joint dislocated. Pain flashed across Naruto's face as he activated the power in his left eye. Predapath. Crackling energy surged as the Raikage's armor of lightning dissolved, turning into pure chakra that Naruto absorbed. What? The Raikage's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Conan swooped in, paper bombs swirling, slapping an explosive tag right onto the Raikage's back. A thunderous explosion erupted at point-blank range. Naruto seized the opening, retreating swiftly. He grabbed his right shoulder with his left hand, and, with a forceful push, pop, snapped the dislocated joint back into place. He thought to himself, that was close. If I hadn't absorbed that troublesome lightning chakra in time, it would have been much worse than a dislocation. He stared at the smoke and debris of the explosion. Hey, is the boss all right? Darui replied calmly. He may have lost the protection of his lightning armor, but an explosion like that won't do any real damage to the boss's body. As expected, the Reikage emerged without a scratch, his round eyes glaring as he declared, Humph, looks like you got yourself a remarkable eye. Back at the summit, you dispelled that old fox Anoki's particle. Style with its power, didn't you? But unfortunately for you, there's always a slight delay between being hit and activating absorption. That tiny gap is all I need to take you down 3 times over. Crackling. An even fiercer surge of lightning erupted around the Reikage, his hair standing on end, bristling like iron spikes. Darui remarked, oh, so, to counter the threat of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Boss has cranked that technique up to full power. With an overwhelming presence, the Reikage roared. This lightning release, Chakra Mode 2, was forged to put an end to the yellow flash of the leaf. It's a shame the yellow flash is long dead. So, I'll finish off his son right here. Naruto's mind raced. The lightning release Chakra Mode, an ultimate taijutsu passed down through generations of Reikage, each user bringing their own unique flair. While the fourth's defense isn't quite on par with his father, the third, his speed, is even greater. I may have learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but without Kurama's chakra, my reflexes can't rival my father's. Darui shouted, Boss, weren't we supposed to capture him alive and interrogate him about Sasuke's whereabouts? The Reikage growled, doesn't matter. As long as that brat Sasuke keeps making waves, tracking him down will be a matter of minutes. Boom! With the force of a thunderclap, the Reikage launched himself at Naruto, moving so fast that even the Rinnegan struggled to keep up. Fortunately, Sage Mode could still sense the threat just in time. Shinra Tensei! Boom! A sweeping shockwave burst out in all directions, indiscriminate and unstoppable. Thud! The Reikage's hurtling form was suddenly halted, his lightning-clad iron fist stopping just inches from Naruto's face. Damn it! With both feet planted, the Reikage pushed his fist forward another half-inch with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close the final gap. For a tense moment, they remained locked in a stalemate. Then, with a deep, muffled thud, the Reikage was blasted back, landing before Darui and C. Swish! Swish! Orochimaru and Konan sprang to shield Naruto once more. This time, Konan scattered a flurry of paper slips, while Orochimaru summoned several massive serpents. Naruto, clutching his left eye, caught his breath. When a Reikage goes all out, he's truly terrifying. Just now, he almost managed to overpower the Shinra Tensei. Orochimaru observed, the Reikage's fighting style happens to be your current weakness. That overwhelming destructive power, paired with absolute speed. Anyone in your place, even the slightest slip, could mean death. Konan said, but if it were the double Rinnegan, he should be able to read his opponent's moves precisely. Even the techniques of the Deva Path wouldn't reach their limits so quickly. Naruto had his own thoughts on the matter. In the end, at that time, my own chakra just wasn't strong enough. I relied too much on Kurama's power. Even my ability to keep Sage Mode going for long periods depended on his cooperation. Compared to the first Hokage, the difference was overwhelming. What's more, if the Sage of Six Paths hadn't granted us power midway through the battle, how could we ever have stood against Madara, let alone Kagaya? There's still a long road ahead. This time, I'll become truly strong, by my own means. Darui said, Boss, the enemy's eyes are extremely troublesome, and he's got 2 powerful allies. It'll be hard to take them down quickly. The Reikage turned to the people behind him and barked, Are you all just going to stand there and watch? Mifune replied courteously, Lord Reikage, my 2 men who were impersonated by them have been found, safe and sound. Since this is a matter between ninja, we samurai don't plan to interfere for now. My old back can't take it, so I'll leave it to you young ones. Anoki pressed a hand to his aching back and glanced sidelong, thinking to himself, Ever since this started, the Kazekage keeps shooting me warning looks. Meiterumi commented, This is the land of Iron's territory. If we ninja act recklessly here, we'd be overstepping our bounds. Gaara said, I'll say it again. I trust Naruto. He wouldn't do anything to harm the interests of the ninja. What a bunch of long-winded fools. Seeing that none of the Kage intended to step in, the Reikage clenched his teeth and shouted at Naruto again. Naruto Uzumaki, I know Uchiha Sasuke was just here. Where'd he go? Tell me. This is your last chance. Sasuke was just here. Hearing this, Sakura, who had been standing behind Hinata, was visibly shocked. But Naruto just smiled and said, Reikage, Must you really go after Sasuke? The Reikage roared. That bastard killed my brother. Naruto replied, your brother, Killer Bee, is still alive. But Akatsuki is after him. If you hurry, you might still make it in time. The Reikage was taken aback. What did you say? His eyes went wide with disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Naruto turned and said, absolutely. With all the Kage here, do you really think I'd lie? The Reikage gripped his fists tight, a fierce struggle in his eyes. When it came down to it, his brother's safety mattered more than anything else. A sharp crackle of tension filled the air. As the crackling armor of lightning faded away, the Reikage, before leaving, threw out a harsh warning. Naruto Uzumaki, I'll let you go for now. But Uchiha, Sasuke has stained his hands with the blood of our hidden cloud. If he ever falls into my grasp, I will have no mercy. And you, take care of yourself. Naruto replied with a meaningful tone. Very well. I look forward to learning from you in the future. This was no mere formality. Naruto knew he would cross paths with the Reikage many more times. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the two of them would clash in a legendary battle of taijutsu within the Hidden Cloud's secret domain, the Valley of Hell. Inoki placed the Tsuchikage's hat back on his head and sighed. What a spectacle this has been. My long journey was well worth it. Who knows when the five Kage will meet again? Meiterumi's beautiful eyes turned his way. Tsuchikage, are you heading home already? It's not every day you visit the Land of Iron. Why not try one of our famous hot springs? They're said to work wonders for back pain. Wow! Karatsuchi's eyes sparkled, clearly tempted by the idea. Hot springs could be found in many places, but in this land of biting cold, their warmth was especially delightful. Inoki responded, his tone thoughtful. With the way the ninja world is crawling with troublemakers lately, I can't shake the feeling that there are shady figures lurking out of sight. I'd best return to the village and keep watch. After all, during the talks, Danzo had revealed that the mastermind behind Akatsuki was Uchiha Madara, a claim that hardly seemed baseless. The name Madara alone was enough to stir up a storm. Meiterumi's face grew somber as well. Inoki grew serious. Danzo caused quite the scandal today by fleeing from the summit. I doubt he'll keep the Hokage's seat for long. But we can't rule out further schemes. I propose we all jointly petition the Fire Daimyo to impeach Danzo. What do you all think? Meiterumi agreed. I'm happy to cooperate. Root's ideology could jeopardize the interests of the Land of Water. Gaara's gaze lingered on Naruto, his eyes conflicted. Temari placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, regardless, he's a rogue ninja from the Leaf now. You're the Kazekage. Remember where you stand. Yeah, I understand. Gaara turned away with a heavy sigh, quietly hoping, Naruto, I wish that one day you'll tell me yourself what truly happened. Meanwhile, Suigetsu had already tugged Yugo away, slipping from the scene unnoticed. Apart from Naruto, Konan, and Orochimaru, only Mifune and his samurai, along with the visiting Leaf delegation, remained in the hall. Naruto turned to Mifune. Mifune-sama, I apologize for the trouble we've caused. My fellow Leaf shinobi and I still have matters to discuss. Would you grant us a little more time? Mifune replied. You must leave the Land of Iron before midnight, at the latest. Naruto nodded. Thank you. Mifune left with his men. The samurai he represented had long maintained a stance of neutrality in the shinobi world. Though guided by the spirit of Bushido, their choices were often dictated more by the harsh necessities of survival. As long as their interests were not threatened, he preferred not to get entangled in the conflicts of the ninja. Yet Mifune was a man of great principle. In a previous life, when Obito declared war at the summit, it was Mifune who led the samurai to stand up for the safety of the world, joining the alliance against the Akatsuki. For that reason, Naruto still held a measure of respect for Mifune. Orochimaru, ever adept at reading the mood, didn't wait for Naruto to speak. He offered first, Naruto-kun, I'll excuse myself for now. Naruto replied, go ahead. Wait for me at the usual place. I'll be there soon. Konan and Orochimaru withdrew. With everyone else dispersed, the snowy field became vast and empty, leaving only the crackling of black flames. Whether it was the psychological effect of those flames, or the tension of facing once loved ones and friends again, Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. The people of Konoha felt a similar sense of loss deep within. During the conversation between Naruto and Mifune, Naruto had deliberately referred to them as the ninja of Konoha. The word stung, a clear sign that he had drawn a line, severing ties with them. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one volunteered to break the silence. Hinata, especially, stood hunched, her face buried in the shadows. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Midair, a giant bird dissolved into a splash of ink as Sai landed, supporting Shikomu, whose right leg was bound in a cast. Sai was widely known for his utter lack of tact. Without hesitation, he asked Naruto, where's Lord Danzo? Naruto answered bluntly. He's still alive. I was planning to kill Danzo myself, but Sasuke showed up. He wanted to take revenge with his own hands, so I let him. But Sasuke refused to use me as a tool for vengeance, so, in the end, Danzo got away. The sheer weight of this revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Shikamaru, always the sharpest mind, quickly gathered his thoughts and pressed. Regardless, Danzo is still the Hokage right now. You attacked the Hokage. That means you've completely set yourself against Konoha, haven't you, Naruto? Naruto's eyes darkened, but he steeled himself and answered, That's right. I have. Damn you. Sakura couldn't contain her fury any longer. She strode forward and landed a heavy punch. Naruto could have dodged, but he didn't. The blow sent him flying. With a cry, Sakura lunged after him, grabbing the collar of his cloak and yanking hard. Do you even know what you're saying? Naruto responded calm and cold. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Sakura grew even more agitated. Liar. Where's the Naruto who always charged ahead? Who kept his word no matter what? Where's the Naruto who never shut up about becoming Hokage? Where did he go? Naruto glanced back at Hinata, who was consumed by grief, and swallowed his bitterness before saying, Times have changed. With a swift motion, Sakura drew a kunai and pressed it to Naruto's throat. Enough with the jokes. If you say one more word, I'll kill you right here and now. Everyone present knew, of course, that Sakura would never really harm Naruto. She lowered her kunai, and the fragile emotion she'd been holding back suddenly burst forth. Eyes rimmed red, she pleaded, Naruto, tell me honestly, was it the promise you made all those years ago that put so much pressure on you, that you ended up doing this? It was the only reason she could imagine that would drive Naruto to betray the leaf. No, it wasn't, Naruto replied at once, firm and unwavering. How could something so childish be the cause? There are things in this world that can't be explained in just a few words, Sakura. Please stop asking. One day, you'll understand. I don't want to wait for that day. Tears streamed down Sakura's face. What if I beg you, through my tears, to take back that promise and return to the leaf? Naruto answered, I refuse. A bitter smile flickered on Sakura's lips. Then what if I told you, the person I love isn't Sasuke, it's you? Naruto fell silent. She had said those same words to him years ago. Even though he'd known they weren't true, they'd still shaken him deeply. But now, he was no longer that same boy. This time, Sakura's confession didn't stir his heart in the slightest. Still, he knew her intentions were good. She was simply desperate, at her wit's end. That's enough, Sakura. Don't say such childish things. There are too many things in this world beyond your or my control. Don't forget, we are shinobi. We endure, and we move forward. His voice was low as he spoke, placing a hand gently on Sakura's shoulder, gradually applying pressure to ease her away from him. Sakura stood there, stunned. The sudden distance and unfamiliarity in Naruto's manner left her completely lost. But the truth was, Naruto's words, though meant for Sakura, carried another message entirely. If Hinata were to beg him in tears like this, he wasn't sure he could hold himself together. Letting out a slow breath, Naruto stood up, brushing the snowflakes from his clothes. Then he stepped toward Hinata. I'm sorry, Hinata. Standing before her, Naruto tried to mask his feelings with cold indifference, but all that remained was tenderness and regret. Everyone thought Naruto was apologizing to Hinata for the time she'd risked her life for him during the battle with pain. Even Hinata herself believed that. But their perspectives were different. Naruto had lived through a whole cycle of reincarnation. To him, Hinata was the wife who had stood by his side, the mother of their 2 children. In that apology, in that look, there was a world of meaning. From Hinata's perspective, all she had done was to step forward, defend Naruto from pain, and muster the courage to confess her feelings. So, she still didn't understand Naruto's feelings for her, nor could she grasp the depth behind the look in his eyes at this moment. But even without understanding, she could deeply sense the heavy sorrow within Naruto. Hinata lifted her face, her voice gentle and clear, as she said, Why are you apologizing? Naruto, you've always stayed true to your ninja way. Even now, you keep your word and move forward bravely. That's the Naruto I know. Then why are you crying, Hinata? Naruto's heart trembled. Hidden beneath his sleeves, his fists clenched tight, he yearned desperately to reach out and wipe away her tears. Yes, why is that? When she first heard that Naruto had become a rogue, pain surged over her like a relentless tide, threatening to drown her. Yet the trust and attachment she'd felt since childhood made her believe that Naruto must have his reasons. She was determined to find him and ask for the truth face to face. After seeing Naruto again, Hinata understood a few things. Naruto, he wants to avoid us, to shoulder the burden alone. That's why he's keeping his distance from everyone. But he can't hide it from my eyes. Because every glance, every gesture, Naruto, I see them all. I know it must be true. Naruto, you must be in so much pain, aren't you? Yes, Hinata's tears weren't for her own sorrow, but for Naruto's suffering. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit her head spinning from lack of oxygen, and Hinata's feet faltered beneath her. Hinata! The anxious cries of her friends echoed around her. Naruto's strong hand caught her shoulders just in time. Don't rush, breathe, slowly. Through her blurred vision, Hinata saw Naruto's face, at once familiar and changed, so young, yet marked by hardship and struggle. She raised her hand, gently caressing his cheek, her eyes shimmering with tears, full of tenderness. Naruto, I believe in you. I know you must have your reasons. You don't have to tell us now, but I have one request. Can I stay by your side? Hey! Kiba's face changed instantly at her words, but Shikamaru stopped him with a look. Naruto listened quietly to Hinata's soft plea. Naruto, I know I'm not strong enough, but I promise, I'll behave, I won't cause you any trouble. So please, don't bear all of this alone. All right. She didn't know what Naruto had been through, but she still put herself in his place, thinking only of him. Naruto replied, his voice full of conflicting emotions. That would be dangerous. Hinata's reply was resolute. I'm not afraid. I understand your feelings. Every single one. And it's because I do that I can't let you stay by my side. Stay safely in Konoha and wait for me to come home. These words were Naruto's heartfelt murmur to himself. Hinata's eyes, filled with a pleading light, still shimmered before him. Naruto feared that even a moment's hesitation would shake his resolve. He supported Hinata's neck with his left hand, while his right hand passed gently before her eyes, moving softly back and forth. It was a technique designed to lull someone into sleep. In the past, he often used it to coax his daughter Himawari to bed, a jutsu imbued with deep love and connection. Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Still calling out for her beloved, she reluctantly drifted into slumber. With a long, shaky breath, Naruto closed his eyes tightly. This was the most turbulent his emotions had been since returning. He forced himself to calm down. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Neji. To Naruto, Neji too was a cherished friend from the past. A genius who died young. A soul who never escaped the curse of the caged bird, yet played a pivotal role in Naruto's life. Neji, I won't let tragedy repeat itself. I swear it. Naruto made this vow silently in his heart. With a grave expression, he said, Neji, I'm counting on you to look after Hinata. Don't let her leave the village recklessly. It's far too dangerous. I will, Neji answered, supporting Hinata's weight on his shoulder. The doubts that once lingered in his heart had now been resolved. Shino Aburame spoke up. Naruto, I only have one question for you. Was it you who killed Mutien? Aburame Mutien and Hyuga Takema had both been members of Anko's team. They died in the forest, their bodies retrieved by root operatives, who then pinned the blame on Naruto. Naruto was stunned. They're dead. Behind his dark sunglasses, Shino's expression was unreadable. Yes, they're dead. Anko left behind an intelligence scroll. According to it, you fought their team in the woods outside Konoha. That makes you the prime suspect. Naruto replied, It's true that I fought them, but I didn't kill them. Shino was silent for a moment before saying, That's not a very convincing argument. Even if we believe you, the rest of the village will not. Naruto's heart was clear as glass. So, after we left, the root operatives beat us to it. At that moment, Shikamaru asked, What about Miss Anko? Is she still alive? Naruto caught a glimpse of Sai from the corner of his eye. Back then, Sai only left Root after Danzo's death, but at this moment, he was still one of their ranks. Naruto chose his words carefully. That, who can say for sure? Shikamaru seemed to ponder this, then pulled out a scroll he'd prepared in advance and handed it to Naruto. Written on the scroll was, Danzo has already begun a smear campaign against you. Right now, the overall mood in the village is overwhelmingly unfavorable to you. Hongdo is the only one who knows what truly happened during that battle, and she's also the only person who can prove your innocence. If she is in your custody, you must never let her go, because Danzo will stop at nothing to silence her. By the same token, if you ever plan to return to Konoha, you absolutely must protect Hongdo. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up his brush and wrote on the scroll. With Danzo in power, Konoha is bound to go through a period of darkness. You and your father must look out for your own safety and act with prudence. If my predictions are correct, Sasuke will surely pursue new, greater power, determined to kill Danzo without my help. His hatred needs an outlet, so I still won't stop him this time. But if Sasuke tries to destroy Konoha after killing Danzo, then I will step in and stop him. A sharp snap echoed. Shikamaru took the scroll back, read through it, and looked deeply at Naruto. So, right now, are you our ally or our enemy? Naruto adjusted the forehead protector of a rogue ninja and swept his robe with a flourish. If we meet again on the battlefield, you needn't hold back on my account. With a rush of wind, he vanished from sight using the flying thunder god technique. Shikamaru gave a helpless smile. This is about as troublesome as it gets. Another rush of wind. In a mountain ravine outside the Land of Iron, Naruto appeared before Konan and Orochimaru. Took you long enough. Naruto offered a sheepish smile. Ran into some old friends and ended up chatting for a while. Konan asked, are we heading back to the Hidden Rain village? Naruto glanced around at the barren, desolate landscape. My flying thunder god marker hasn't reached the rain village yet. If we go on foot, it'll take a while. He reached into his cloak and drew out the bottle containing Shirsue's right eye, his tone careful. Just to be safe, let's find a place to swap in this right eye first. In Konoha, inside the temporary Hokage tent, Danzo, who had barely survived the ordeal in the Land of Iron, now leaned on his cane with his left hand. His right eye and arm had been replaced with prosthetics, both tightly wrapped in bandages to avoid attracting attention. The daimyo had just sent a letter, one which did not bode well for him. It read, Danzo, your performance at the 5 Kage Summit was, frankly, a disappointment. Yet you are the Hokage I appointed myself. If I dismiss you now, it will mean I have poor judgment. You have 100 days to turn things around and get Konoha back on track, or I will choose another Hokage. After reading, Danzo lit the letter with a candle, his gaze dark and brooding. If only I still had Shirsue's right eye, then I could have used it to deal with the daimyo. Once the letter was reduced to ash, Danzo brooded for a long time before summoning the official responsible for Konoha's reconstruction. He inquired about the village's rebuilding and added new requirements for the construction of the 6th Hokage's memorial stone. The person in charge hesitated. Although the village has received reconstruction funds subsidized by the Land of Fire, the workload is enormous and the people's morale is unstable. At a time like this, repairing the Hokage rock, wouldn't that be inappropriate? He watched Danzo's expression carefully, speaking with utmost caution. But after all, Danzo was able to seize the seat of Hokage. Surely he would have at least this much patience. Danzo replied, acting as if it was a matter of great importance. Every Hokage, upon taking office, has restored the Hokage rock. It symbolizes a fresh start and renewal. Right now, when a village is in desperate need of rebuilding, a brand new Hokage rock is even more essential, as a pillar of hope and spirit for the people. The person in charge wanted to say more, but caught the cold gazes hidden behind the root members' masks on both sides. He quickly changed his tune. That does make sense. Danzo ordered, then begin at once. The new Hokage rock must be customized for me personally. From materials to procedures to manpower, everything is to be submitted for my approval. Yes, Lord Hokage. Once the person in charge had withdrawn, Danzo lifted the tent flap, revealing his lone left eye, which stared intently at the mountain wall where the Hokage rock stood at the edge of the ruins. At last, the face of Danzo the Hokage will be carved for all the world to see. His recent narrow escape from the Land of Iron still felt almost unreal to him. Even now, recalling it sent a chill down his spine, and for days he had slept fitfully, plagued by anxiety. Seating himself once more, he gripped his cane tightly. So close. I had only just grasped the title of Hokage, and nearly lost it all. Who could have foreseen the true extent of Uzumaki Naruto's strength? The Rinnegan's boost to power is unprecedented. Had I known sooner, I should have done everything possible to obtain Nagato's eyes back when I was in Amige Cure. The loss of his right eye and arm had stripped him of his last means of self-preservation. Now, wherever he went, elite root operatives guarded him within 100 paces, and all the former ANBU assigned to village security had been replaced by Root's own spies. As dusk fell, on the eve of the 5 Kage Summit, Terai, whom Danzo had sent to track down Kabuto Yakushi, returned, battered and wounded. Terai reported, Lord Danzo, I found his whereabouts, but his strength is far beyond what our intelligence suggested. Danzo's brow furrowed. Far beyond our intel? Then how did you survive? To tell you the truth, it seems he deliberately spared my life. A flicker, a serpent's vertical pupil flashed in Terai's eyes, vanishing in an instant. Without warning, Danzo's gaze sharpened. He tossed aside his cane, sprang from his seat, and seized Terai by the throat. A strangled, desperate scream tore the air. From Terai's mouth, a white snake clutching a scroll slithered out, and Terai collapsed dead to the ground. Danzo stooped to retrieve the scroll, unrolling it. As his eyes scanned its contents, a sharp glint flashed across his face. Lord Danzo, dispose of Terai's body. Yes, sir. And one more thing. I must leave the village for a while. This is top secret. No one must be alerted. But, Lord Hokage, what about the village? My body double will handle things in my stead. Being a schemer constantly on others' minds, a body double was naturally indispensable. From physique and appearance to speech and mannerisms, every detail was meticulously controlled. Even Jonin-level ninjas would find it hard to tell the difference. Danzo added, though it's a double, the Hokage's presence must be maintained without the slightest compromise. Otherwise, suspicion will arise. The daimyo is already putting pressure on me. At a time like this, we can't afford any missteps. What about your personal guards? Danzo's personal guards, Fu and Torian, had both fallen at Naruto's hands. After a moment's thought, he recalled someone. Summon Ryoma back. Elder Aburame Ryoma. The root member in white revealed a flicker of awe. Aburame Ryoma, one of the top masters of the Aburame clan. In years past, when Orochimaru served in Root, he had partnered with Ryoma. In the Hokage orphanage arc, the one standing behind Danzo with Orochimaru was indeed Ryoma. Night fell. Once all was arranged, Danzo donned black garb, concealing his features, and slipped quietly out of the village. Before leaving, he looked back at the stone face of the Hokage carved in the mountain, murmuring, "By the time I return, the Hokage monument will surely be completed. At last, the era that belongs to me is about to begin." Danzo turned away and vanished into the cloak of night. The night stretched endlessly, darkness weaving its tapestry. In the south of the Land of Fire, within Akatsuki's hideout, Sasuke awoke. "Sasuke!" Karen's face lit up with joy. "You're awake." Masked Toby sat on a high perch, propping his chin with one hand. Sasuke's muddled mind cleared. He asked, "Where's Naruto?" Toby replied. After clashing with the Raikage, he left the Land of Iron safely. Thud! Sasuke's fist slammed hard against the stone slab. "Damn it, Naruto's power. It's already reached this level." Toby said, "Sasuke, there's no need to despair. By the end of your fight, your own power had awakened to a remarkable degree. If Naruto hadn't gained Nagato's eyes, he wouldn't have defeated you so easily." Sasuke answered coldly, "Spare me the childish excuses. I don't need your consolation." Toby continued, coaxing, "So what will you do now? If you go to Konoha for revenge like this, the outcome won't change." A burning desire for power welled up in Sasuke's eyes. "I'll transplant Itachi's eyes." "Oh." Toby's gaze flickered as he dropped down from above. "So, you finally made up your mind?" "I need power, enough to crush Naruto, to crush Konoha. That's all that matters." Toby looked deep into Sasuke's eyes. "Then, come with me." Beyond the Land of Iron, hidden within the caves nestled deep among the mountains. A faint sizzle echoed as Naruto's right eye slowly opened, revealing four sharply defined comma-shaped tomo, the Mangekyo Sharingan, once belonging to Shursui Uchiha. "How do you feel, Naruto-kun?" Orochimaru, who had personally overseen the transplant, asked with a sly smile. Naruto replied, "This darkness, it's become even clearer to my eyes." Orochimaru continued, "Kodo Amitsukami is an exceptionally unique ocular jutsu. Without Hashirama cells, it can only be used once every several years. But you, Naruto-kun, hail from the Uzumaki clan, distant kin to the Senju. You won't have to wait nearly as long. The interval for you is about half a month. However, the risk of blindness still remains." Naruto looked at him thoughtfully. "Orochimaru, aren't you worried I might use this eye technique on you?" Orochimaru responded, his tone laced with reason and amusement. "If you truly plan to use it on me, why bother telling me at all? Besides, with this jutsu, even if you did, I wouldn't be able to perceive it, would I?" Naruto withdrew his gaze. Conan stepped forward and asked, "Now that our goal is achieved, shall we return to the Hidden Rain village?" Naruto's eyes grew distant, his thoughts profound. Right now, the Akatsuki were preparing to hunt the Eight Tails. The Raikage was racing through the night to mount a rescue. That man, his chances of survival were slim at best. Naruto could never forget the image of that man, who fought to the death to protect his comrades. "To facilitate our next moves, it's best if we can gather more allies." Conan asked, "So when we return to Amigakure, are you planning to recruit new forces?" Naruto half closed his right eye. "There's a man I want to protect at all costs, and make him one of our own." Conan asked, "Who do you mean?" Naruto's gaze blazed with intensity. "One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the wielder of Samahata, Kisame Hashigaki. By all accounts, Kisame Hashigaki should have been doomed. Yet in this, Naruto had truly miscalculated. Because he had acted first, Obito did not declare war at the 5 Kage summit as he once had, setting off a chain of unforeseen consequences. In the original timeline, after the 5 Kage summit, the Raikage swiftly discovered Killer Bee's whereabouts. This was only possible because the great ninja villages, united by the looming threat of war, formed joint search parties. This time was different. Only the Hidden Cloud village had organized a search, so progress was markedly slower. And then there was Kisame's mission. Obito was always a master strategist. He knew that once war was declared, the 5 great ninja villages would inevitably unite to protect the 8 Tails and 9 Tails for the sake of their shared interests. In that situation, rather than send Kisame to capture the 8 Tails alone, it was wiser to have him fake his own death and secretly infiltrate, gathering intel on the Jinchuriki's hiding place, so both hosts could be seized in one fell swoop. But now, with Naruto having defected from Konoha, even if war breaks out, he will not be shielded by the 5 great nations. Different circumstances demand different strategies. If a clean sweep is impossible, then divide and conquer, one at a time. So, without further pretense, this time Kisame's mission was clear. Defeat Killer Bee, bring him back to the base, and keep him firmly under Akatsuki's control. A crash of water echoed through the nearly leveled woods as Killer Bee, his chakra drained, fell helplessly to the ground. It's important to remember that the time Samehada turned against Kisame had been a prearranged act all along. But with things unfolding as they had, there was no need to put on that show again. Nor was there any reason to stage White Zetsu's sacrificial act. Huff, 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 Kisame panted, his breath ragged. What a troublesome octopus bastard you are. But now, you should be more cooperative, eh? Yes, the 8 Tails have been completely defeated by the man known as the Tailless-Tailed Beast. A soft rustling sounded as White Zetsu emerged from his side. Impressive as ever, Kisame. You never let us down. Kisame, bare-chested, asked, "Where's the boss?" White Zetsu replied, "Tobi's tied up with other matters. He can't get away right now." After all, Sasuke had decided to transplant Itachi's eyes, and Tobi needed to prioritize that. White Zetsu thought to himself, besides, in this remote wilderness, Kamui space-time marks haven't reached here. He continued aloud, "Head 100 miles east. There's a village we used as a safe house in the past. Take the Jinchuriki there. By the time you arrive, Tobi should be able to meet you." With a sharp scrape, Kisame hefted his great blade, Samehada, slinging the barely breathing Killer Bee onto it. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's move." White Zetsu cautioned, "Be careful. I've received intel that the Cloud Shinobi are searching for the 8 Tails. There's a real chance you'll run into them. The Raikage is furious. His own brother has fallen into our hands again." Kisame chuckled. "The Raikage, huh? He's a tough one. His taijutsu's even more fearsome than that Leaf Village beast's. If Itachi were still alive, dealing with him might be a breeze." White Zetsu responded, "Akatsuki is stretched thin right now. Once the 8 Tails is securely ours, we can focus everything we have on the 9 Tails. Thankfully, Sasuke is still on our side. With Itachi's eyes, he'll soon wield unprecedented power." Kisame mused, Itachi's little brother. Even with Itachi's eyes, what he sees may never be the same as Itachi did. I wonder where Akatsuki's future will lead. It's something to look forward to. We'll be waiting for your news, Kisame. With that, White Zetsu slipped back underground. Under the cover of night, Kisame, blade on his back and Killer Bee in tow, hurried toward the appointed village. It was this 100-mile journey that would change the course of his life. The next morning, Cloud's search teams, following the trail of clues, finally discovered the place where Killer Bee and Kisame had clashed. Cloud Village's ANBU reported, "There are numerous marks left by ninja swords at the scene. The pattern matches Lord B, and there's evidence of another blade. Judging by the cut, it's the Hidden Mist's great sword, Samehada." The Raikage grunted, "Humph. Kisame Hashigaki. Just as I thought. Akatsuki." The ANBU continued, "The traces of battle are fresh. We estimate the fight took place last night. Lord B didn't use Tailed Beast Bomb. Otherwise, this whole area would have been leveled." Indeed, just before encountering Kisame, Killer Bee had been learning Enka singing from Master Motoi. If he had used the Tailed Beast Bomb, Motoi would have been caught in the crossfire. So, B hadn't fought at full strength. The Raikage demanded, "Where's B? Can you find him?" The NBU replied, "The ground here is damp, and there's a lot of residual water. From our readings, it looks like someone triggered large-scale water style jutsu with chakra. If the caster was taken down, the water would dissipate quickly, but it's still lingering, which means the jutsu user is alive. Lord B isn't adept at this kind of large-scale water-style jutsu, so we believe the enemy used it. That would mean Lord B has been defeated. Damn those Akatsuki." In a fit of rage, the Raikage smashed a massive tree with a single punch. The fight happened last night. That means with B in tow, he can't have gone far. After him, there's no way he fought B and escaped unscathed. He's bound to have left some trace. Find that Akatsuki thief. I'll tear his head off myself. And so, the Cloud Village launched a full-scale pursuit of Kisame. Noon. They were now just 10 li away from the agreed-upon village. A series of thunderous crashes echoed from the forest behind them. Kisame paused and glanced back. The traps I set are being triggered one after another. Clearly, the pursuers know they're there, but are barging through anyway. This kind of recklessness. He looked at Killer Bee, who was still unconscious. Your big brother's coming to save you. Realizing a major battle was inevitable, Kisame calmly took out an iron chain, securing Killer Bee firmly onto his back. He gripped Samahata and faced the woods behind him. From within, lightning crackled and flashed. The Reikage led the charge, followed by elite Jonin Darui and C, and a large contingent of Cloud A and BU. Kisame, unflinching, called out, Reikage, your little brother is right here on my back. If you want to save him, you'll have to turn me into a corpse first. The Reikage shouted back, As you wish. Darui, all of you stay out of this. I'll deal with this Akatsuki scum myself. A surge of lightning burst around him as he landed, knees bent, and then, in a flash, he shot forward. He covered 100 meters in a heartbeat, charging with his elbow crackling with lightning-released chakra, heading straight for the enemy. Heavy current violent attack. This was the very move that once forced Yugo, even in his cursed third state, back to his original form. Kisame raised his great sword to block in front of him. There was a dull thud. The Reikage's elbow crashed straight onto Samahata. Kisame grunted with effort, barely able to withstand the force. He was forced to retreat, bracing the back of his blade with his free hand and summoning all his monstrous strength to resist. Even so, he continued to stagger backward. Boom! With another surge from the Reikage's elbow, Kisame was sent hurtling through the air. As he flew, Samahata stabbed into the ground, dragging a deep trench for dozens of meters before Kisame finally managed to steady himself. The trees on either side had already been snapped and scattered. Feeling the lingering numbness in his arms, Kisame couldn't help but exclaim, What a terrifying monster. That power is even stronger than your brother's tailed beast transformation. Oomph. The Reikage snorted, twisting his neck, so thick it was almost the width of his own shoulders, until it cracked loudly. It's too late to be afraid now. He lunged forward for another fierce assault. Kisame dared not be careless. Samahata, flying chain slash. The hilt of Samahata extended over 10 meters, curving like a chain, the jagged blade whipping toward the Reikage. Crack! Snap! The Reikage shifted positions mid-charge, evading the flying chain slash. Kisame frowned. Even more troublesome than his strength is his speed. He let go of Samahata, and his hands flashed through a rapid series of seals. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. Whoosh! A torrent of chakra condensed into a massive shark-shaped water projectile, surging forward at blinding speed. Oomph! Petty tricks. The Reikage snorted, neither dodging nor defending, but smashed straight through the water shark bomb with his body. Yet the drag of the water slowed him for just a split second. Kisame seized the moment to retrieve Samahata and took a position at the side. Ordinary water-style techniques are useless against a body like his. I'll have to use that jutsu directly. His hands flashed through another rapid sequence of seals, his chest puffing up high. Water style, super water prison. Whoosh! A colossal wave erupted from his mouth, instantly forming a massive oval-shaped water prison. From above, the entire stretch of forest looked submerged beneath a rolling sea. Darui and the others, who had been supporting from the rear, quickly retreated to a safer distance. Staring at the enormous sphere of water before them, they couldn't help but marvel. What a monstrous technique! That must be the source of the water we found lingering on the last battlefield. Fighting in the enemy's own territory, this doesn't look good for the boss. Shing! Darui drew his sword. Get ready to back up the boss. By the time the Reikage regained his bearings, he found himself trapped within a boundless water realm. His vision was obscured, the pressure of water all around constricted his movements, and most dangerously, he couldn't breathe. You might wonder why lightning style can't conduct through water here. It's because the chakra for lightning style is absorbed by the water itself. SSSHHHHH. On the far side of the water sphere, Kisame had already fused with Samahata, transforming into the form of a half-man, half-shark. In this state, Kisame could breathe and glide freely in the water, while also possessing the abilities to devour chakra and sense its presence. Now, your greatest speed advantage is useless. The lightning cloak around you is made of chakra, which means it cannot escape being absorbed, and I'll make sure to speed up that process myself. Splash! 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 Thud! 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 Kisame darted through the water at incredible speed, ramming into the Raikage's body again and again. Having fused with Samahata, Kisame was now like a living blade. With each collision, he drained away a tremendous amount of chakra. The lightning armor around the Raikage began to flicker and fade. He closed his eyes, lowering his face, burying it deeply. Kisame taunted, "Losing your chakra, unable to breathe. It hurts, doesn't it? Don't worry, you'll be free soon enough." Outside the water prison, Darui called out anxiously, "What's happening in there?" "See," activating his sensory ability, reported, "The boss isn't moving at all right now." "Still not working." Darui gripped his sword, ready to rush in. C stopped him. "Wait, the boss's chakra. It's not dropping, it's actually rising." Darui paused, sheathing his blade. "Looks like the boss is about to use that move. Guess he doesn't want us to interfere. He's so stubborn, always insisting on fighting alone when we could just gang up on the guy." Crackle, crackle. Beneath the water, the lightning grew even fiercer, and the Raikage's hair bristled into hardened spikes. Lightning released chakra mode. Full power. Whoosh. Kisame lunged through the water again, but this time, he struck nothing but empty space. What? He's resisting the water pressure and dodging my attacks? And his chakra, in an instant, surged to the level of a tailed beast. What's going on? Bubbles churned up. The Raikage, holding his breath, charged forward. Kisame instantly shifted tactics, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the Raikage. The water prison moved with Kisame at its center, so as long as he kept away, the Raikage would be trapped at the edge, unable to escape. But with his chakra draining away and the unrelenting suffocation, even someone as strong as the Raikage wouldn't last much longer. The Raikage realized Kisame's strategy and pushed himself even harder to give chase. Unfortunately, though he was fast, the water prison still limited his movements. On top of that, this was Kisame's domain. The Raikage couldn't sense his chakra at all. Bit by bit, he started to reach his limit. Damn it, every member of Akatsuki has more disgusting abilities than the last. Focusing all his senses on the Raikage, Kisame relaxed, confident. Now, it's only a matter of time. The eighth blade. But just then, tightly chained behind Kisame, Killer Bee muttered in a low voice. Bubbles, tinged blood red, surged up from Killer Bee's dark skin, morphing into a transparent cloak of tailed beast chakra. Kisame instantly sensed something was wrong. Even fused with Samahata, just making contact should let me absorb all his chakra. So how is he able to unleash so much at once? Crack, crack. Wait, Killer Bee tensed his arms, every muscle in his body bulging with strength as the chains snapped one after another. Kisame was struck by a chilling realization. Could it be the Samahata willingly gave him chakra? Swish, swish, swish. Misfortune never comes alone. Kisame's body was suddenly rejected by Samahata, flung far away as the bond between man and blade dissolved. Their fusion was undone. Kisame groaned. Ugh, that damn blade even took my chakra with it on its way out. With a splash, the water prison formed by the great exploding water shock wave began to collapse rapidly, losing the chakra that sustained it. The Raikage and Killer Bee broke free. Gasping for breath, the Raikage drew in mouthfuls of fresh air. Samahata scampered happily into Killer Bee's hands, eagerly offering up the chakra it had absorbed from Kisame. As Killer Bee stroked the affectionate blade in his arms, he began to sing. Yo yo yo, life is luck. From now on, you're my god kid. A storm of emotions swept through Kisame. Samahata, do you really prefer his chakra that much? With Samahata now slung across his back, Killer Bee broke into a wild dance. An afternoon of betrayal, the lonely language of sharks, sashimi's fresh blood is the melancholy. Of dusk while I still have strength to spare, my charm's blazing glare, I am the eight-tails Killer Bee. That's me. Yeah, the battle's begun, and soon it'll be done. Watching his lively little brother, the Raikage couldn't help but smile. You really can't sit still for a second. B, use that move. It's time to finish this. Ugh, brother. Boom. In an instant, the beastly chakra around Killer Bee tightened, condensing into a dense, crimson cloak around his body, with massive bones extending from his back. Crackle. Meanwhile, the Raikage's lightning cloak flared up again, explosive lightning crackling with terrifying power. Darui spoke in a low voice, now that he's lost his precious blade, facing the strongest combo of the Cloud's AB brothers, Kisame Hashigaki. This is the end of the line for you. Wei, hiya. After adjusting their stances, the Raikage and Killer Bee charged together, launching a coordinated assault on Kisame from front and back. Absolut Bullfander Leriet. Realizing his fate was sealed, Kisame closed his eyes and sighed. A traitor is always betrayed in the end. I can't escape this destiny. Itachi, did you also come to this realization before you died? But in that very instant, a hand suddenly shot up from the earth, seizing Kisame by the ankle and yanking him violently downward. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. In the blink of an eye, the target vanished from Killer Bee and the Raikage charging line of sight, but it was too late to stop their momentum. Boom! Boom! The Raikage and Killer Bee, both in their most powerful forms, crashed into each other, their mighty arms locking around each other's necks. Ugh! Arg! The scene was so intense, words failed to capture its full force. The two burly men's bodies suddenly went rigid. Then, as if thrown by a great force, they tumbled to the ground, skidding and twitching uncontrollably. Darui instinctively clutched his throat. Hey, this is no joke. Somehow, Kisame had narrowly escaped disaster. Only his head peeked out from the earth. He grinned and said, I see now, it really does. Look just like a beheading, doesn't it? Well then, whoever's lurking beneath the earth, I think it's about time you showed yourself. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The soil broke open, and a blonde, caped youth rose from the earth, standing tall amid the earthy scent. He smiled. Though this kind of entrance isn't really my style, when facing the AB brothers from the cloud, it pays to be cautious. The sight caught Kisame completely off guard. It's you. Naruto Uzumaki turned with a gentle smile. Mr. Kisame, long time no see. I suppose there's no need for introductions, is there? Back when he and Itachi had infiltrated the Leaf, Naruto had been just a boy. Other than the fact that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame hadn't given Naruto a second thought. But in just a few short years, his growth had been astonishing. First, he'd struck down 2 of Kakuzu's lives in a single move, and not long ago, he'd even defeated Pain, Akatsuki's former leader. Now, he'd become such a threat that even Tobi was forced to make all sorts of preparations to counter him. Kisame spoke in a low, steady voice. You're the one Akatsuki will take sooner or later, and you've taken the eyes he wanted. You and I are utter opposites. There's no reason you'd save me. Naruto replied. Things always happen suddenly. Reasons are what we search for afterward. Kisame said. Even so, whatever you're plotting, I'm not about to go along with it. A smile flickered beneath Naruto's mask. I understand. That's exactly why I respect you. The Raikage and Killer Bee were both still down, yet to recover. After colliding at such blazing speed, the fact that they'd survived it all only proved how formidable they were. Darui, at the head of the Cloud Ninja, hurried over to assist them. Darui said, The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so it's you again. After the chaos you caused at the 5 Kage Summit, wasn't that enough? We gave our boss your information, and it took all we had just to convince him to let you go. But you still won't give up. Why have you come? Naruto glanced at Killer Bee, pushing aside memories of the past, and replied calmly. He's managed to save his brother, just as he wished. Now, I want to save the one I care about. Isn't that fair? Darui's gaze sharpened. The one you want to save? Is that Akatsuki's shark? But he doesn't seem very grateful, does he? So what is it you really want? Naruto spread his hands. I don't owe you any more explanations, Darui raised his voice. Then let's speak with our jutsu. Storm Release, Laser Circus. Storm Release, a fusion of water and lightning, combining the destructive force of thunder with the controlling nature of water. Darui thrust out his hands, unleashing vapor that transformed into powerful beams of searing energy, shooting straight at Naruto. Naruto, calm and composed, raised his palm. A translucent ceiling barrier unfolded before him, the glow of ocular power flickering in his left eye. Predapath. With a sharp hiss, the storm release lasers instantly lost their vigor, thoroughly absorbed by the Predapath's power. Lowering his hand, Naruto spoke coolly enough. I have no intention of fighting you right now. Darui gritted his teeth. TCH, what a thoroughly boring eye you have. Naruto reached up toward the mask on his face, a single lens mask, revealing only his left eye. Kisame, I know you well. No matter what, you'd never betray your ideals. So, part of my boldness. As he removed the mask, Naruto turned to Kisame. His right eye, marked with 3 tomo, began to spin, morphing into the sharply angled Mangekyo Sharingan. A dark crimson light flickered in his gaze. Kotoame Tsukumi. A deep hum resonated. This technique's effect was subtle, almost imperceptible. The target wouldn't suspect a thing, simply acting in perfect accordance with the caster's wishes. Naturally, effortlessly, as if it were always meant to be. No resistance. Everything unfolded seamlessly. The ground cracked open. Kisame's arm emerged. Naruto reached out, helping Kisame to his feet with a smile. Kisame, I look forward to working with you. Brushing dirt from his clothes, Kisame replied with unexpected courtesy, Not at all. The pleasure's mine. What? Darui could hardly believe his eyes. How was this possible? Kisame's attitude before was clearly defiant. That man, who stared death in the face without a trace of fear. Why would he betray his beliefs for a single act of rescue? The glow faded from Naruto's right eye, reverting to the three-tomo state. He replaced the mask, concealing his right eye once more. Then, with his left hand, he gestured in the air behind Darui. Universal pull. A surge of force yanked Samahata, the living blade strapped to Killer Bee's back, straight into Naruto's waiting grasp. With a tearing sound, Samahata resisted, barbs protruding menacingly from under its bandages. Naruto's hand ran red with blood, but his expression remained unchanged as he held fast to the blade. Samahata thrashed wildly, writhing in protest. When escape proved futile, it began to draw in Naruto's chakra, its body swelling with energy. Naruto's lips curled into a knowing smile. Predapath's power activated, reversing the flow. Now, he was absorbing Samahata's chakra instead. When it came to absorption, the Predapath was unmatched. Defeated, Samahata's massive form quickly shriveled, falling limp and powerless. A high-pitched whimper escaped the blade, a plea for mercy. With a resounding thud, Naruto tossed Samahata at Kisame's feet. Here, it's yours again. Kisame bent down to pick up Samahata once more. We're both traitors now. From here on out, I'll be counting on you, Samahata. Samahata returned to its original master, but Kisame Hashigaki had already pledged his allegiance to Naruto. Such was the power of Kodoe Tsukumi. Naruto wrapped his blood-soaked left hand with bandages, looking down at the earth beneath his feet, stained with his own blood. He drove a kunai, its handle bound with an explosive tag, deep into the ground. Raising his left hand, he placed it on Kisame's shoulder and said to Darui, who was still staring in stunned disbelief, "Well then, this is where we part ways." In a flash, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. Naruto whisked Kisame away, vanishing into the distance. A thunderous explosion followed. The explosive tag detonated, obliterating every last trace of blood-stained earth. Rustling. In the distant grass, a small snake, tongue flicking as it watched from the shadows, glared with frustration in its slit-pupiled eyes. TCH. He didn't leave behind even a drop of blood. Naruto now isn't the reckless brat from back then. He's cautious in every move, like an old fox. No wonder even Lord Orochimaru fell prey to him. Ugh. No sooner had Naruto departed than the Raikage and Killer Bee regained consciousness. The Raikage growled, "Where's that damned shark from Akatsuki?" Killer Bee shouted, "Where's my good kid?" Darui replied, "He took him and left." The Raikage's temper flared instantly. "What did you say? Uzumaki Naruto again. If I get my hands on him one more time, I'll have his head." Though Killer Bee was clearly disappointed to lose Samahata so soon after acquiring it, he still broke into an impromptu rap. The Raikage glared at him. Killer Bee looked back. "Bro. Crack. Running around everywhere. Always causing me trouble." The Raikage's iron grip clamped down on Killer Bee's head. "Ow, ow, ow, ow. Big bro's discipline never misses a beat, whoa." Killer Bee's wails echoed through the air. Darui and the Cloud Shinobi exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile. Naruto, with Kisame in tow, returned to where Konan and Orochimaru were waiting. They were all old acquaintances by now. Kisame grinned. "Konan, Orochimaru, who would have thought we'd end up working together again?" Orochimaru let out a sly chuckle. "Even I didn't expect this. May I study your Samahata a bit this time?" Konan asked, "Now that our objective is achieved, are we heading back to Amage Cure?" Dusk was falling, and swallows darted over fields lush with grass. The scene pulled Naruto into memories of his training days. After every session, he'd always go to a certain place. But now, perhaps, he would never set foot there again. Before that, there's somewhere I need to visit. The Hidden Leaf Village, in the midst of reconstruction, was no longer a desolate ruin. Scattered wooden houses had sprung up, and the outline of village was beginning to take shape. Ichiraku Ramen, temporary, had already opened for business, and a steady flow of diners came and went. In an inconspicuous corner sat an unremarkable young man. He gazed at the large bowl of tonkatsu ramen before him, unable to keep himself from drooling. His left hand, wrapped in bandages, joined the chopsticks in his palms. With a ceremonial air, he announced, "Itadakamasu. I'm going to dig in now." He snapped apart his chopsticks and began to devour the noodles with gusto, slurping them up with enthusiasm. Yes, this boyish ninja was none other than Naruto. Every day in the past, after finishing his daily training, he would reward himself with a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, just as he did after becoming Hokage. That flavor was etched into his soul. It had become a part of his very being. no ramen, no Naruto. So even now, though he was a missing nin, a traitor to the village, he could not resist the pull of that taste. He was willing to risk everything, using the transformation jutsu to sneak back into the village, just for one more taste of that familiar, beloved dish. Again and again, Naruto slurped the noodles, losing himself in the deliciousness. In this moment, Naruto forgot all about his country's grudges and his personal vendettas. He forgot the rocky road ahead. He returned to his truest self, becoming just another diner lost in the simple joy of a good meal. In only 3 minutes, he had finished the entire bowl, down to the very last drop of broth. So full, he murmured contentedly, leaning back in his seat and rubbing his belly with satisfaction. Casually turning his head, he was startled to spot a familiar figure seated beside him. Iruka-sensei, Naruto almost called out without thinking. For some reason, Iruka looked troubled, his face clouded with worry. The steam had long faded from his ramen, yet his chopsticks remained untouched. Naruto's eyes dimmed, and his hand, half raised in greeting, slowly dropped back to his side. A student once full of promise had become a reviled traitor. It must have been a heavy blow for Iruka. Unable to bear seeing Iruka so downcast, Naruto chose to quietly stand and leave. At that moment, Tuchi, the owner of Ichiraku, who was busy kneading dough, looked up to wipe the sweat from his brow. He was suddenly drawn to the departing figure. "Father, what is it?" his daughter Ayame asked, noticing his distraction. That silhouette looked so much like Naruto, but surely it was just his imagination. How could it possibly be? "It's nothing," Tuchi replied, shaking his head and returning to his work. Naruto walked along the streets at dusk. People bustled past, many with familiar faces, but Naruto merely walked on in silence, lost in his thoughts. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the place he knew best. When he saw the ruins, he snapped back to reality. Of course it's gone. After Pain's devastation, Konoha was destroyed. How could that old place possibly remain? I really am foolish to forget, Naruto muttered to himself, shaking his head. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly noticed blood-red words smeared across the wreckage. Demon fox, traitor, filthy beast, monster. Those twisted words were filled with malice and hatred, echoes of the villagers' deepest resentments. Naruto's face was expressionless. He had long since tasted the warmth and coldness of the world, and by now, the misunderstandings and malice of others were no longer enough to shake him in the slightest. Standing atop the ruins, he observed his surroundings. The writing before him was freshly painted, while other traces looked recently wiped away. "What's going on here this time?" he murmured to himself. Just as he was puzzling over this, Konohamaru appeared, an OK bandage on his cheek, carrying a wooden bucket and a brush, with Moegi and Udon by his side. Catching sight of the fresh, blood-red words and the unfamiliar boy standing among the ruins, Konohamaru grew anxious. "You wrote these words today, didn't you?" Before Naruto could answer, Konohamaru exclaimed, "Listen to me. Big Brother Naruto is nothing like what you think. He's the strongest ninja, and one day he'll become Hokage." Though still young, there was already a fierce determination in Konohamaru's gaze. "Konohamaru, don't be rash." Moegi tugged uneasily at the hem of his shirt. "Yeah, I know. As a ninja, I won't start a fight over something like this," Konohamaru declared, though the OK bandage on his face seemed to betray his true feelings. Ignoring Naruto, he splashed paint over the offensive words, erasing them in one swift motion. Naruto offered a faint smile, leapt down from the ruins, shoved his hands into his pockets, and headed home. A deep and distant light shimmered in his eyes. "There's really no need, Konohamaru. After weathering the vastness of the ocean, one won't be blinded by mere grains of sand." He made his way to the Konoha cemetery, watching from afar. In the glow of the setting sun, Kakashi stood before the memorial stone, mourning Obito as always, though today his expression was tinged with an unfamiliar melancholy. After paying her respects to her lover and her late sister, Yugao Yuzuki approached and greeted him. "Kakashi-senpai, are you confiding in Obito about Naruto?" Seeing his thoughts laid bare, Kakashi replied, "Yugao, you've caught me." Yugao said, "With everything that's happened to Naruto, it's hard on everyone. Now that Danzo holds Hokage's power, public opinion is even more against him. But I believe that once Lady Tsunade wakes up, she'll turn things around." Kakashi sighed, "Let's hope so." Naruto was too far away to hear their conversation. Gazing at the memorial stone, his thoughts drifted to his master, Jiraiya. After his negotiation with Nagato, on the way back to the village, Naruto had built a cenotaph for Jiraiya. But this time he did not, because in the battles with the Kara organization in the future, Naruto had already encountered another Jiraiya, Koji Kashin, a clone created by Kara's chief scientist, Amato, using Jiraiya's cells. Naruto muttered to himself. Actually, if I trace things back, this isn't really the ideal point in time. If I come a month or so earlier, the pervy sage might not have died. But at this stage, it doesn't really matter anymore. As long as I can find the pervy sage's body before Amato does. Tampering with time had always been considered a forbidden art among ninja. I, Naruto Uzumaki, have already gone against the current of time, so it won't make a difference if I break the rules once more. It was deep into the night. Naruto glanced over at the Hokage rock, where next to Tsunade's likeness, a new outline had just begun to take shape. He turned away and strode deeper into the heart of the village. Halt! This is the area for the Hokage's official business. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed through. 2 members of Root, clad in white cloaks and wearing animal masks, blocked his path. Naruto's expression was unreadable. Oh, the Hokage. One of them barked, the 6th Hokage. Lord Danzo. I see. Sorry to bother you. After leaving, Naruto slipped into a deserted alleyway. So Danzo's back in the village. The timing fits. Judging by those tight security measures, they're acting like startled birds. But after losing his power, would that Danzo really settle down and stay here in the village, just waiting for Sasuke or me to come knocking? Hard to believe. I'd better check it out myself. A faint crackle of energy. Naruto entered sage mode. As his senses swept into the tent where the Hokage resided, Naruto's eyes flickered and a sly smile played at the corner of his lips. Just as I thought. He pressed his left hand to the utility pole beside the street lamp, leaving a flying thunder god seal on it. In a swift blur, he vanished without leaving a trace. Moments later, a few ninja walked by, shoulder to shoulder. It was Shikaku, Hayashi, Choza, the veteran Inoshikacho trio of a leaf. Choza, clearly drunk, was being supported by Shikaku and Hayashi on either side. As they passed beneath the street lamp, Shikaku suddenly stopped, gazing intently at the utility pole. Hayashi asked, "What is it, Shikaku? The mark, could it be?" "Nothing," Shikaku replied quietly, making a mental note before turning his eyes away. In the forest outside, Konoha, Konan, Orochimaru, and Kisame stood before a shallow pit. In a flash, Naruto reappeared near them in a burst of flying thunder god, dispelling his transformation jutsu. He swept back his cloak and walked up. How did it go? Before infiltrating the village, he'd given them another task. Kisame replied, "My Samahata definitely isn't suited for digging, but sure enough, he was right here. Problem is, it seems he's already..." Naruto stepped up to the edge of the pit and looked down. At the bottom lay a dull, ashen head, eyes tightly shut, lifeless. It was Haiden. Universalpur. With a sharp whoosh, gravitational force lifted Haiden's head from the bottom of the pit and drew it into Naruto's hand. A faint, brittle sound echoed in the night. Haiden's eyes snapped open, and he glared fiercely at the figure before him. But Naruto paid him no heed and promptly shoved him into the box. Clang! Thud! The box shook violently, but Naruto remained unfazed. Orochimaru watched the box, an enigmatic smile playing at the corner of his lips. Konan stepped forward and asked, "What's our next move?" Naruto replied, "Let's go. We're heading back to the Hidden Rain Village. The land of rain lies at the crossroads of the earth, leaf, and sand territories. A brooding sky, endless curtains of rain, and a village encircled by lakes. This place seemed utterly forsaken by the world. The cold sculptures at the village entrance, washed by countless rains, appeared all the more desolate and forlorn. Naruto felt a deep sense of guilt toward the Hidden Rain. He had once promised Konan that, after becoming Hokage, he would bring peace to their village. Yet, in the years that followed, Rain was left to decay, gradually consumed by the Kara organization, and turned into a breeding ground for darkness. Even when Kara, with a Shiki and code among its members, was finally uprooted, Rain never revived. It simply faded away into the endless sea of shinobi, with nothing left but the ceaseless rain. Now, this bleak village would become his refuge, his new stronghold. Of course, Naruto could not simply accept this shelter without a care. He was prepared to weather hardship alongside it, to share its fate, come what may. Standing atop the rain-lashed surface of a lake, gazing at the village, he made a silent vow. From this day forward, the Hidden Rain will be my second home. Whatever debts I owe for my past life, I'll repay them in this one. Konan, Orochimaru, and Kisame, who traveled with him, had no inkling of Naruto's resolve, but they could tell from his posture that some new determination had taken root within him. Upon entering the village, there was no grand welcome. Yet, whether civilian or shinobi, everyone greeted Konan with genuine, heartfelt reverence. To them, Konan was the angel, the voice of God, Pain's representative. She held tremendous sway in the Hidden Rain. Cut off from the world, The villagers did not know that Pain, their leader, was gone. They eyed the unfamiliar faces accompanying their angel with a mix of curiosity and caution. Especially the blond man in the mask walking at Conan's side. People whispered among themselves. Could that be Lord Pain? That's unlikely. Lord Pain is shrouded in mystery. He never appears in public. Some even doubt if he really exists. Then they must be outsiders. But why would the angel bring strangers here? I suppose, whatever the reason, Lord Pain would never put us in danger. Feeling the wary and suspicious atmosphere all around, Naruto murmured under his breath. Pervy Sage must have had a rough time when he snuck in here to investigate. Conan spoke calmly. Yes, this place is cut off from the world. After defeating Hanzo and unifying the rain-hidden village, Pain became a god in the hearts of the people. Anyone who shows hostility toward Pain will become the target of everyone's ire. In addition, before Pain's reign, there were actually 2 ninja villages in Amegakure, one in the land of rain and another in the land of rivers. It was only after Pain unified these divided territories that today's Amegakure came into being. At this point, Conan turned her gaze to Naruto. Now that Nagato is gone, Naruto, I want to support you to become the new leader of the Rain Village. Naruto pondered for a moment, then replied, It's not the right time yet. I'm an outsider here, with no foundation to stand on. If I suddenly take over as village leader, it could damage your own reputation, Sister Conan. Conan's eyes flickered as she withdrew her gaze. I've thought about that as well. There are no secrets that last forever. Eventually, people will realize Pain is gone. Before that day comes, if you build up your reputation, you'll be able to take his place as leader with everyone's blessing. While discussing, they left the civilian district and ventured deeper into the rain-hidden village. Here, the architecture was dominated by steel, with a fair share of stone structures as well. The style leaned towards cold, somber tones, adorned with religiously themed reliefs, creating an atmosphere both oppressive and solemn. Inside and out, countless steel pipes of varying sizes rose upward, forming a unique skyline. This was closely tied to the village's constant rainfall. The abundance of large pipes and sewers was a natural adaptation. Perhaps because of his own experiences, Naruto found the environment here resonated deeply with his inner self. Gazing at the tallest tower to the south, Naruto remarked, These towers rise everywhere in Amegakure. They say Pain lived atop the highest one. That must be it, right? Conan nodded. Yes, Pain liked to watch over the rain-soaked village from that tower. Akatsuki's most important meetings were held there as well, so that tower has been marked by him. Naruto glanced over. You mean Obito? Conan's amber eyes darkened slightly. Yes, that man who calls himself Madara. His Sharingan possesses a space-time jutsu. After years of observation, I've nearly unraveled the secrets of his power. He can mark a space with his eyes, allowing him to jump back and forth between his personal dimension and any place he's marked. That tower is among the many locations he's marked. Naruto reflected silently. So, Kamui space-time marking targets locations, not individuals. In that sense, my Flying Thunder God Jutsu has an advantage. Conan lifted her gaze to the north. That's why I'm planning to abandon that tower and use the backup one to the north. Follow me. The 4 of them arrived at an open space in the north. Conan formed a seal, then pressed her hand to the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a deafening roar, a towering structure buried deep beneath the earth began to rise, accompanied by a host of smaller towers branching from its sides. Once the spectacle was over, she stood up, letting the rain soak her as she gazed forward with hope in her eyes. This, she said, is our new beginning. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Just what I was hoping for. Conan suggested, We've been braving the elements for so long. Let's take tonight to rest well and discuss our plans for the future tomorrow. What do you say? Naruto looked over at Orochimaru and Kisame. How about you two? No objections, they answered in unison. All right then, let's do that. With a flourish of his cloak, Naruto strode into the tower. From the outside, the tower didn't seem all that large, but the inside was remarkably spacious. There were 9 stories in total, with corridors and rooms on each of the first 7 floors. As they climbed the stairs, Conan said, Orochimaru, Kisame, you may choose any room you like on the first 6 floors. The 7th floor is off-limits unless given permission. Kisame stopped on the 2nd floor. Orochimaru stopped on the 4th. Conan, meanwhile, continued upward with Naruto to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was rather unique. It held only 3 rooms, all designed side by side. Conan asked, Naruto, which room would you like? Naruto replied, What about you, Conan? She smiled gently. I'm fine with any of them. You pick first, and I'll take the room next to yours. That way, we can look out for each other. After thinking for a moment, Naruto said, All right, then I'll take the one in the middle. Conan nodded. Then I'll take the one furthest inside, if you ever find it uncomfortable. Naruto took off his mask, revealing a youthful face marked with the weariness of years. That won't be a problem. After all these years, even cave dwelling became routine for me. Just having a bed to sleep on is more than enough. Conan gave a soft, elegant smile. Those days are behind us now. Naruto, let me officially welcome you to Amigay. Late into the night, as the world fell silent, Naruto lay on his bed, hands tucked behind his head, lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling. His journey from the brink of death to this rebirth as a youth still felt surreal, even though he knew it all to be true. So, he used the quiet of night to settle himself, letting his soul and body catch up with reality. The gentle sound of water drifted in from the neighboring room, a shower running, muffled but clear. Naruto's mind stirred. He slid his left hand out from beneath his pillow, slowly moving it down to rest on his lower abdomen. A faint sizzle, and the seal of the 8 trigrams revealed itself. Naruto spoke. Hey, Kurama, you've seen it all now, haven't you? The memories I brought with me? Nearly a century's worth of memories. Such an immense trove of information couldn't be processed in an instant, even for the 9 tails. Kurama's haughty voice echoed. Humph. And so what? Naruto remained calm. Since you've seen it all, you should understand why I did what I did, right? Kurama, still proud as ever, replied. So what? Naruto's tone didn't change. So, can we trust each other again, like we once did? The 9 tails spoke in a deep, gruff voice. Open your heart to me? I don't recall having that kind of relationship with you. And as for the one in your memories, that's not me at all. Naruto sat up, protesting. Hey, that was clearly you, wasn't it? The 9 tails snarled. Silence. I am the embodiment of evil itself. How could I ever bow my head to a brat like you? Uttering such nauseating words? That wasn't me. Naruto replied helplessly. Kurama, I know you like to be difficult, but you're just lying to yourself. Back enough. Don't call me by my name, as if you and I are close or something. Within Naruto's mind, the 9 tails lashed its tails furiously, its simmering anger almost seeping out through the sealing technique itself. Thud! Ouch! Naruto's head smacked against the bed frame, and pain shot up from the back of his skull. Even if that was me, so what? I don't like you as you are now. I don't like you. Not at all. Not one bit, in fact. I can't stand you. Kurama, Naruto tried to explain, but the 9 tails cut him off, making a vow on the spot. No matter what reasons you give, you're not Uzumaki Naruto. Get out. Get out of this kid's body. I will never acknowledge someone like you as Naruto. Never. Not in a million years. With a rush, the sealing marks of the 8 trigrams faded once more, and the 9 tails fell silent. It had clearly shut off the chakra pathway again. Naruto could only shake his head in resignation, though he understood the 9 tails' feelings at this moment. Tailed beasts are still creatures, and creatures have emotions. They need experiences to grow. In his previous life, the 9 tails had gradually opened up to Naruto, eventually even choosing to sacrifice itself for him. But this 9 tails had yet to experience such growth. So even after seeing those memories, even after sensing the pain deep within Naruto's heart, it still couldn't easily reach an understanding. Such differences in perception can't be changed overnight. Naruto murmured to himself, but I truly believe the day will come when we can open our hearts to each other again. Suddenly, a concerned voice came from the room next door. Disturbed by the earlier commotion, Conan called out, Naruto, what's going on? Are you arguing with someone? Naruto replied, Sister Conan, I'm Fine. I just ran into an old friend, that's all. I see. Conan's tone was knowing. After witnessing the 9 tails' attitude, Naruto couldn't help but ask, his feelings mixed, Sister Conan, do you really help me just because I showed you those memories from the past? After a long silence from the room next door, Conan's voice echoed again. We are all Jiraiya's disciples, but from beginning to end, you were the only one who always upheld Jiraiya's way of the ninja. Even up to your final moments, in you, I could still see a faint shadow of Yahiko from those years. Those memories certainly make up a large part of who we are, but they're not everything. A sense of peace washed over Naruto's heart. I understand now. That's enough to put my mind at ease. Conan spoke softly, as if she truly understood him. Get some sleep. The road ahead is still long, and you'll have to walk it step by step. Naruto closed his eyes. All right. Good night, Sister Conan. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Naruto, feeling refreshed, had breakfast, and then joined everyone as they made their way to the 9th floor of the tall tower. It was here that they would discuss the plans for their future endeavors. 3 chairs stood at the east, south, and west. Naruto sat in the southern seat, facing north. Before him was a round table with a wooden box atop it. From this vantage point, he could take in the gloomy sky and sheets of rain pouring outside the tower. Conan stood behind Naruto, poised and attentive. Orochimaru sat to the east, arms folded across his chest, the corners of his lips curled in an intellectual smile. Kisame sat to the west, his posture impeccable, with Samehada propped upright beside him. Naruto leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly, resting his chin on the backs of his hands, his gaze deep and contemplative. Let's begin. With a soft swish, Konan moved her palm, and a parchment map of the ninja world unfurled against the back wall. Thunder rolled in the distance, lightning streaking the sky, illuminating her cold expression. The piercing at the corner of her lips only added to her mature and formidable presence. Naruto spoke with steady clarity. Konoha, Suna, Kyumo, Kiri, and Iwa, these 5 hidden villages, backed by the economic might of the great nations, have used their inherited jutsu to carve up the ninja world. Our first objective is to collect the secret techniques and Kekkai Genkai of all the major villages. Kekkai Genkai rely on bloodline, so we'll begin with their secret arts. The lightning release body technique of Kyumogakure, the light and heavy rock techniques of Awagakure, the assassination arts of Kirigakure, the puppet mastery of Sunagakure, and the Ino, Shika, Cho clan techniques of Konoha. These are the powers I seek. In his previous life, the 5 great villages enjoyed peaceful relations, and as the pillar among the 5 Kage, Naruto could have easily obtained these jutsu if he wished. But back then, he never paid them much mind, believing the techniques he already mastered were enough. It wasn't until he faced overwhelming foes that Naruto finally realized how valuable it was to have a wide range of skills, especially those unique techniques which could turn the tide when least expected. So in this life, Naruto's first priority is to obtain these secret arts. Orochimaru ran his hand through his hair, resting his palm on his cheek. He turned his head to gaze at the map of the shinobi world, and his voice, low and hoarse, resounded in the room. Our Amage cure lies at the border of sand, stone, and leaf. We should start with these 3 villages. If we look closer, Konoha already bears the mark of Flying Thunder God, and Sunagakure's forces are rather weak. These 2 ought to be our first choices. I'd rather leave Konoha for last. As for Sunagakure, the endless sandstorms make travel difficult. The Wagakure, on the other hand, is ruled by Inoki, a battle-hardened Tsuchikage with years of experience. I doubt we'd have much luck there, either. What's more, because Amagakure sits at the crossroads of these 3 great villages, we can't afford to confront any of them first. They're all too close. They could send shinobi to strike at us at any moment. We're still weak in numbers, and a direct fight would be hopeless. Slowly, Naruto rose to his feet and walked up to the map. He picked up a pen, circled the territory of Kyumogakure, and drew an arrow from Amagakure pointing toward it. Kyumogakure has already shown us open hostility. Sooner or later, there's bound to be conflict. We might as well strike first. Naruto thought to himself, I can even draw the Raikage's hatred, his vengeance for Sasuke, onto myself. Orochimaru chuckled. So, you've made up your mind. You really want that chakra mode, don't you, Naruto-kun? Naruto's gaze was deep and unwavering. Yeah, the lightning release chakra mode could push my reflexes, taijutsu, and defenses to a whole new level. If I combine it with Sage mode, or even one day Kurama's chakra, I might grow so powerful I'd even frighten myself. At that moment, Kisame spoke up. That reminds me, our organization still doesn't have a name. Are we acting in the name of Amagakure? That doesn't sound intimidating enough. Naruto looked over at Konan, who was still wearing her Akatsuki cloak, the red clouds stark against the darkness. Retracting his gaze, Naruto spoke with crisp determination. We'll keep the name Akatsuki. We dwell in shadow, but our hearts yearn for the light. To distinguish ourselves from the other Akatsuki, we'll add the character for light, will be Meikatsuki. Meikatsuki. A gentle smile blossomed on Konan's cool lips. From this moment on, Akatsuki was divided into light and dark. That day, Kisame never arrived at the appointed place with Killer Bee. Without a word, Toby turned and left. Late at night, in Akatsuki's hideout. Inside, candlelight flickered dimly. Sasuke, dressed in black, his eyes wrapped in white bandages, sat in silence. To gain greater ocular power, he had transplanted Itachi's eyes. A low, twisted chuckle escaped him. Haha, I can feel it. The power just keeps surging. I'm getting stronger. As the candlelight wavered between light and shadow, Sasuke's manic laughter echoed through the darkness. In the corner, Karen hugged her knees tightly. Her senses were overwhelmed by Sasuke's descent into the darkness of his chakra, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Outside, in the next room, Obito waited in silence for news. The air was stifling, the candlelight flickered, and even through his mask, the agitation seeped through. At last, with a soft rustling, Like aloe leaves unfurling in the night, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu returned, bringing a string of bad news. Kisame has betrayed us. He's joined Naruto. The Eight Tails has been reclaimed by the hidden cloud and is already on its way back to the village. In the trembling candlelight, the shadow of Obito's mask stretched long, and his deep voice resonated in the gloom. The one person least likely to betray us has done just that, and surrendered to the one person he'd be least likely to serve. Such an absurd turn of events could only be made possible by the Uchiha's ocular powers, and not just any, but that man's Mangekyo. Sure, Sue's right eye. Naruto's managed to get his hands on it, after all. Once again, he's beaten us to it. Black Zetsu spoke, his tone grim. What now? We've suffered unprecedented losses, and we're more vulnerable than ever. White Zetsu piped up, as if to console. But we still have Sasuke, don't we? He's already transplanted Itachi's eyes, and is about to gain even greater power. Black Zetsu retorted. If only things were that simple. Obito interjected. Right now, Sasuke is consumed by his thirst for revenge against Konoha. He won't put our plans first, and with his new powers, it won't be so easy to threaten him as we did before. Again, White Zetsu offered up a naive suggestion. But isn't there that girl who has a crush on him? Can't we use her to force Sasuke's hand? Black Zetsu objected. You said it yourself. It's just a one-sided infatuation. And with how cold-blooded Sasuke is now, he could just as easily kill her himself. White Zetsu, undeterred, pushed further. Then why not have her bear Sasuke's child? We could use the child to control him. No matter how cold he gets, surely he wouldn't abandon his own flesh and blood. Black Zetsu fell silent, exasperated. Are you done? Obito's voice was icy. White Zetsu mumbled awkwardly. Oh, I was only joking. You seem so down, I thought I'd try to cheer you up. Honestly, stuff like this is more a phase style anyway. After this brief, awkward interlude, the oppressive atmosphere returned. Obito's gaze darkened. Ever since Naruto started acting out of character, we've been forced onto the back foot at every turn. The progress of the Eye of the Moon plan has stalled for ages. The Eight Tails, the Nine Tails, the Rinnegan. Of the 3 keys needed to resurrect the 10 Tails, Naruto now controls 2. Worse yet, he's gained access to Kodoame Tsukumi, a dangerously powerful ocular technique. To stand a chance against Naruto as he is now, at minimum, no, without exception, we must get the Eight Tails firmly into our grasp. White Zetsu grew serious. But we've already failed twice trying to capture the Eight Tails, and we lost Kisame on top of that. Who should we send this time? Try to convince Sasuke to clean up the mess? Or do we need to look for someone else? A sharp sound split the air as Obito's Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan, visible through the swirl of his mask, flared with crimson veins. I'll go myself. He rose to his feet, his steps slow yet brimming with strength, and walked out of the lair. Watching his retreating figure, White Zetsu sighed. Ever since the battle with the hidden mist ninja, I haven't sensed such a chilling murderous intent from Obito in ages. Looks like this time he's truly enraged. Black Zetsu muttered in a low voice. If it turns out like last time, he might accidentally kill the Eight Tails. That would ruin everything we've worked for. Someone needs to keep an eye on him. Seems like a lot happened while I was gone. At that moment, a lazy, nonchalant voice drifted in, followed by a white spiral-faced figure. White Zetsu perked up. Oh, you're finally back, Toby. Black Zetsu frowned. Ugh, you stink. Did you just poke around in an outhouse or something? By the way, did you overhear what we were saying? I heard. He's going to catch the Eight Tails alone, but his mood isn't great right now. He might lose control and kill the Eight Tails. The languid expression on Toby's spiral face grew serious. So, I'll go with him. Amage Cure, 7th floor of the tower, inside a quiet room. Naruto stood before the mirror, sizing up his reflection in the flame cloak. He let out a rueful laugh. Who would have thought I'd wear these robes one day? All right, let's do this. He tapped his fist into his palm with a decisive snap, his cloak swirling as he turned. With long, confident strides, Naruto strode out of the room. In the corridor, Konan leaned against a window. As Naruto approached, her amber eyes gleamed. This cloak suits you well. Naruto waved off her words with a modest smile. No need to tease me. This is for you. Konan opened her palm, revealing a ring. Naruto accepted the ring, still warm from her hand. In the center, against a pale blue background, was engraved the character 40. His gaze sharpened. Konan's tone turned solemn. Akatsuki members act in pairs, and each official member has a codename. Pain's former codename was Zero. It stands for nothingness. I hope you'll inherit this name. As she spoke, Konan turned over her hand, showing the white ring with white lettering on her slender right middle finger. By the way, my codename is White, symbolizing the white tiger. Understand. Naruto nodded and, with great care, slipped the ring onto his left thumb. Seeing this, Conan's lips curved with a gentle smile. And also, she reached to her waist, taking out a bulging pouch and handing it over. These are soldier pills. I checked your old ones. They've gotten a bit damp. Naruto scratched his head. I spent a long time lurking underground when we went after Kisame. Conan advised, just toss those old ones. They're not good for you anymore. Naruto accepted the new soldier pills, bowing his head with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Conan. Shounen said, we walk the same path. There's no need for such formality between us. A few minutes later, the two of them stepped out of the tall tower. Orochimaru and Kisame had already been waiting for quite some time in the rain. Naruto, ever cautious, thought to himself, news of our arrival in Amagakure might not go unnoticed. To be on the safe side, he formed a hand seal. With a puff, a shadow clone appeared. I'll leave my shadow clone here to keep watch. If anything unexpected happens, I can use the Flying Thunder God to return instantly. The journey from Amagakure to Kimogakure stretched across 10,000 miles, passing through the lands of grass, waterfall, iron, sound, hot springs, and moon before finally reaching the land of lightning, where Kimogakure was hidden. Even for elite ninja, such a journey would take 10 days or more on foot. But Naruto could leap straight to a pre-marked spot in the land of iron using the Flying Thunder God, cutting the trip by more than half. Along the way, he could leave more marks, making it possible to shuttle back and forth between Amagakure and the front lines with ease. Such was the power of space-time ninjutsu. The place where the Reikage and Kisame fought is at the southern border of the Land of Waves. To return to his village, the Reikage must travel north across the entire country. The Land of Waves is crisscrossed with waterways, which will drain his chakra without him even noticing, forcing him to rest along the way. That gives us a chance. We just might reach Kimogakure before the Reikage returns. Naruto slowly put on his mask, his entire aura shifting in an instant. Conan placed her hand gently on Naruto's back, while Naruto rested his hands on the shoulders of Orochimaru and Kisame. Let's go. Before they left, Orochimaru glanced at the open ground outside the tower. Once we return from this mission, it's time I started preparing for the construction of my laboratory. At that moment, in the wind and snow behind the mountains of the Land of Iron, our two patrolling samurai fell to the ground with agonized cries. With a heavy clang, Suijitsu Hozuki drove his executioner's blade into the earth. Flashing his sharp teeth, he said, I've left you one alive. Now's your chance. Yugo, now in the form of a child, walked coldly toward the samurai lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. The samurai gritted his teeth. Why you're ninja? Blame that blonde-haired ninja. He's the reason I've ended up like this. Yugo straddled the samurai's back, clamped a hand over his mouth and nose, and summoned the power of the curse mark. A muffled, desperate moan escaped the samurai as his body withered away in moments, leaving behind nothing but a hollow suit of armor. Having absorbed every last drop of a samurai's life force, Yugo returned to his adult form. Suigetsu grinned. That was a thrill. If we ever get caught for something like this, we'll be thrown straight into a death cell. As the curse mark slowly receded, Yugo's eyes darkened. Let's hurry back to Sasuke. I can feel the urge to kill rising in me again. Earlier, when the five Kage and Naruto confronted each other, these two quietly slipped away. They didn't leave the Land of Iron immediately, but instead disguised themselves as samurai, waiting for the right moment to act. Hey, Yugo, Suijitsu. Fancy seeing you again so soon. Just as they turned to leave, a playful voice suddenly rang out behind them. Whoosh! They spun around in alarm. There stood Naruto, who had somehow appeared without a sound, and behind him, Conan, Orochimaru, and Kisame. Suigetsu's heart skipped a beat. Just a moment ago, there was only a dead end behind us. How'd he get here? Yugo's tone grew somber. He has the power to leap through space. Of all times, why now? Talk about bad timing. Indeed, life is full of such coincidences. Naruto glanced at the samurai corpses and their shriveled armor scattered on the ground, then turned his gaze away. It's best not to mess with monsters who could pin Sasuke to the ground without breaking a sweat. Wait a second, that outfit, and Kisame-senpai, have they joined Akatsuki too? Suigetsu's mind raced. We're on the same side. Don't attack. Naruto smirked. Aren't you guys Taka? Suijitsu replied. Taka and Akatsuki are allies, after all. Naruto gave a faint smile. Sorry to disappoint, but we're not Akatsuki. Yugo asked, so what do you want from us? Did you come here just for us? Naruto answered, honestly, I just happened to be passing by. But since fate brought us together here, you can come with us, or... A faint, dangerous aura emanated from him, making Suigetsu's hair stand on end. Yugo's gaze turned grave. Deep down, he had no desire to betray Sasuke. Suigetsu kept signaling with his eyes. Hey, now's not the time to be stubborn. Survival comes first. Naruto's eyes darkened. Yugo, if you want to find Sasuke, it won't be easy. You don't want to lose control of your curse mark and end up hurting innocent people or animals, do you? Before you see Sasuke again, maybe I can be the one to keep your power in check. With that, Naruto slowly removed his mask, revealing his left eye, 3 tomo, swirling within it, unmistakably the Sharingan. Sharingan. Yugo's gaze sharpened. Fine, I don't know what your true motive is, but I'll follow you for now. Still, don't expect me to betray Sasuke. Naruto pointed at the carnage on the ground. Suit yourself. But in exchange for covering up your actions, Akatsuki Dawn will need your help in this mission. Yugo considered it for a moment. Deal. Phew. Suigetsu finally let out a long breath and joined Yugo behind Naruto. Orochimaru's lips curled with amusement. Suigetsu, my adorable little subordinate. Just a while ago you drew your sword on me, and now, look at us, working side by side. Suigetsu rubbed his hands together and flattered him. That's right. I've always thought, Lord Orochimaru, you're the one I was destined to serve. Naruto put his mask back on his face. Let's keep moving. Our next stop is the Hidden Cloud Village. Their mission: infiltrate, search, locate the scroll detailing the secret techniques of the cloud's lightning release chakra mode, and bring it back. Difficulty rating: S rank beyond compare. After this tense and fleeting encounter, Naruto and his 5 companions set out from the Land of Iron, heading straight for the Hidden Cloud. 3 arduous days passed. They traversed mountain after mountain until, on the 3rd night, they finally arrived at Thunderclap Mountain, deep within the Land of Lightning. Thunderclap Mountain pierced the clouds, shrouded in thick mist, and echoed with thunder so loud it shook the very bones. At its summit, the mountain dipped into a vast basin. Within that basin lay the Hidden Cloud Village. The group stood atop the high ridge, gazing down through whirling clouds at the imposing village below. So this is the Hidden Cloud, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, renowned across the ninja world for both its military might and economic power. Its reputation is well-deserved, Naruto murmured to himself. He activated the Rinnegan's enhanced vision and immediately saw a faint blue glow, like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire basin. Oh, this barrier is quite extraordinary, he remarked. Though Konan couldn't see the barrier, she understood what it was. That's probably the village's Heaven's Retribution Array, a protective technique of the Hidden Cloud. Anyone who enters without permission is instantly detected and struck down by lightning until nothing remains. It's considered an impenetrable defense. Naruto turned to ask behind him, Orochimaru, you once infiltrated the Hidden Cloud and attacked the former 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Blue Bee. How did you get past this barrier back then? At this point, Orochimaru no longer bothered to question how Naruto knew such details. He replied, that was many years ago. Back then, the Hidden Cloud's barrier wasn't this Heaven's Retribution Array. It was a sensory barrier, much like the one in the leaf. They used coded signals, so as long as you had the right code, you could slip through undetected. I made sure to scout ahead, steal the code, and only then did I sneak in. But after that incident, the Hidden Cloud replaced their barrier with the Heaven's Retribution Array. The method of identification changed, too. Now, every shinobi from the village carries a unique identification mark. As long as you have it, the lightning won't strike. Naruto sighed. Such a setup is truly troublesome. Orochimaru nodded. Indeed, I wouldn't be able to get in now. This array was the creation of the first Raikage. Formidable, yes, but incomplete. Despite its strength, it still has a flaw, though. If you know about it, there's an extremely small chance it can be triggered by accident, even if you have the correct identification mark. Should that happen, all you can do is accept your fate. In the Hidden Cloud, there are a few accidental deaths by Heaven's Retribution every year, but of course, the village keeps such scandals tightly under wraps. At this point, Orochimaru remarked with intrigue. Of course, the Raikage need not worry about accidental contact. His body, shielded by that lightning armor, can easily withstand the wrath of a thunderbolt from the heavens. Naruto nodded. I see, so that's the real story behind it. I honestly didn't know. Orochimaru continued. So, what shall we do? Naruto can... Well, if you ask whether it's difficult, I wouldn't really call it hard. With that, Naruto raised his hand and formed a hand seal. With a puff, a shadow clone appeared at his side. The clone bit down on a flying thunder god kunai, holding it between his teeth. Naruto turned and said, Kisame, use your monstrous strength and Samahata to give my shadow clone a boost. I get it now. Understood, Kisame replied with a grin, gripping Samahata tightly. With a clang, Naruto's shadow clone leapt up and landed on the broad back of the massive blade. Roar! Kisame let out a thunderous shout and swung his sword with brute force. With a whoosh, the shadow clone shot upward with the force, slicing through the clouds and darting into the barrier. Crackling thunder gathered overhead, and a savage bolt came crashing down. Naruto's clone vanished instantly in the smoke, leaving behind a scorched, sunken crater on the ground below. Naruto smiled. That was fast, couldn't even dispel the clone in time. Sneaking in unnoticed is almost impossible. In an instant, Naruto's form flickered out, traversing space with the flying thunder god technique to appear beside the fallen kunai. He caught the kunai midair and sheathed it, his robes fluttering as he landed steadily in the hollowed ground, the light of the Rinnegan swirling in his left eye. Well then next, he formed another hand seal and pressed his palms to the earth. Summoning Jutsu. With 5 simultaneous bursts of smoke, Konin, Orochimaru, Kisame, Suigetsu, and Yugo were summoned to Naruto's side. Suigetsu exclaimed in surprise. You can even do that? Naruto stood and said, just as planned, go out and create chaos, draw their fire. Remember, no killing. Everyone replied, understood. With a sweep of his arm, Naruto ordered, scatter. With a swish, 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 the 4, except for Konin, shot off toward the 4 directions of the compass. Konin warned him, there are many skilled ninja in the hidden cloud. Be careful out there. Naruto nodded. Yeah, you too. With a shimmering rustle, Konin's arms spread wide, and her body and flowing robes dissolved into thousands of dazzling paper butterflies. If it were me, Naruto mused, picking up the kunai and gazing toward the distant blue-domed fortress. A scroll containing such important secret techniques would surely be kept in the safest place. He bent to retrieve the kunai, eyes fixed on the horizon, on the Reikage mansion. Inside the Hidden Clouds barrier squad, a masked ninja spoke up. Just a moment ago, the barrier was triggered. Judging by the ripples, the intruder acted with clear intent and broke in at high speed. Another member of the barrier team gazed out at the clear sky and said, the heavenly retribution Jutsu's lightning strike will continue until any intruder is annihilated. Since there have been no further strikes, it means the intruder has already been eliminated. The team leader responded, let's conduct an on-site investigation before jumping to conclusions. Also, just to be safe, dispatch a full squad to Lord Reikage's residence. Yes, Captain. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, thunderous rumbles echoed from all directions. What's going on? Whoosh, a hidden cloud ninja darted in. The village is under attack. The assaults are happening from multiple directions at once. What? So there's more than one intruder? And they somehow evaded the heavenly retribution Jutsu's detection. It seems these infiltrators are highly skilled. Immediately send reinforcements to the attack sites. Also, use the thunder transmission technique to notify Lord Reikage to return to the village at once. Understood. Still, to launch an organized assault on a great nation's shinobi village with the intent to destroy is sheer folly. What could the invaders' true goal be? Watching the rising columns of smoke outside the window, he fell into deep thought. Could it be? A large number of hidden cloud ninjas rushed to the locations under attack. Meanwhile, Naruto, using his transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a hidden cloud ninja, approached the Reikage residence. This is going much more smoothly than I expected. Your plan is clever, but this is where it ends, intruder. Just then, a hidden cloud ninja appeared before Naruto, flanked by a squad of elite Umbu. The man wore a black eye patch, his face resolute and composed. Uncle Homo? Recognizing the Todai before him, Naruto couldn't help but recall the nickname he'd given him years ago. Back in the Fourth Great Ninja War, Todai had used his lava release, Homuul, multiple times to protect Naruto's shadow clones, displaying exceptional skill and intellect on the battlefield. He was one of the few foreign shinobi to leave a lasting impression on Naruto. Todai spoke coldly. Your intentions have been exposed. While you stirred chaos on all sides, your true target was this very residence. Naruto's expression remained unchanged. Mr. Todai, whatever do you mean? I just returned to the village and was about to report to Lord Reikage. Todai's eyes swept over him, voice heavy. Drop the act. Your transformation into Samui is nearly perfect, but Samui left on an A-rank mission 3 hours ago. There's no way she could have returned so quickly. Besides, Samui always addresses me by name, never with honorifics. Reveal your true self. Naruto looked down at his own surging confidence and said helplessly, is that so? I used to be pretty sure of myself in this area, but since I've run into trouble now, there's nothing I can do about it. Bang! The transformation jutsu was released, and Naruto appeared before the hidden cloud shinobi in his fire cloud, cloak, and mask. Sukadai's eyes narrowed. That cloak, you with the Akatsuki. Naruto replied in a deep voice, "Remember this name, Ming Xiao. From now on, it will be known throughout the ninja world." Sukadai answered with cold disdain. "Such arrogance. You and your companions, none of you will leave the hidden cloud village alive. Attack!" Crackling. Lightning danced in the air as the hidden clouds Umbu used their lightning-style body flicker jutsu, and in a flash, they completed their encirclement. Shing! Shing! Their ninja blades were drawn and stabbed into the ground. With a swift motion, they formed hand seals in perfect unison. Together they shouted, "Lightning-style, ground surge." Naruto's left eye snapped open. "Shinra Tensei! Shinra Tensei!" Lightning surged in from all directions, but it was scattered by a violent, repulsive force. The shockwave tore up the ground, flinging both the jutsu and its casters far away. He bounced back our ground surge? How'd he do that? Shinra Tensei. Whoosh. 5 seconds later, a second wave of force sent them flying even farther, leaving them completely incapacitated. With each use, Naruto had grown more confident in the power of Shinra Tensei. For a Jonin-level ninja, usually one hit would leave the body, aching as if it were falling apart. A second strike would drop them to the ground, utterly unable to fight, though it wouldn't be fatal. Beneath the cracked walls of the Reikage residence, Sukadai had managed, just before the second Shinra Tensei, to create a resilient protective jade with a lava release technique to shield himself. He was both alarmed and puzzled. What just happened? Centered on him, every attack, and even the attackers themselves were blasted away. Does that mean both physical and jutsu attacks are useless against him? Peering through a gap in his protective shield, he saw the hidden cloud, Jonin, lying motionless all across the battlefield. There was a tiny opening between the two uses of his power just now. If not for that, I'd never have had the chance to create this protective jade. So, that ability isn't entirely flawless after all. Naruto swept his gaze around, then lifted his fire cloud, cloak, and strode boldly toward the main entrance of the mansion. Sukadai's eyes flashed. I miscalculated. I assumed a foe who needed to create a distraction to sneak in must not be that strong. So, I assigned most of our forces to deal with his supposed allies. But it's clear now that's not the case at all. If there's even a brief interval between uses of that repulsive jutsu, then with my technique, I might just find an opening. After a brief but meticulous analysis, Sukadai opened his protective jade even wider and extended his hand, ready to act. Naruto glanced sideways with a calm look and said, "That's enough, Uncle Humo. Your technique won't be able to protect you a second time." Suddenly, everything froze. Sukadai's outstretched hand came to a jarring halt, cold sweat beating down his face. He realized he had been seen through completely. The gap in their strength was insurmountable. Who was this young man, truly? The protective orb dissipated with a faint rustle. Sukadai ventured cautiously. "Lord Reikage is not in the village right now." Naruto replied, "Of course I know that." A sharp glint flashed in Sukadai's eyes. "What is it you want?" Naruto smiled and answered with a question of his own. "Why? Are you in a position to give me what I want?" Sukadai's gaze flickered. "You can at least tell me. Perhaps we can work something out. We're both shinobi. Let's not kid ourselves." Naruto withdrew his gaze. With a sudden rush of wind at his feet, he lifted off the ground, defying gravity as he rose into the air. Instinctively, Sukadai's eyes followed his ascent. Naruto wasn't using any jutsu like the Tsuchikage Inoki's technique to make his body light as a feather, nor the fourth Kazekage Raza's flying platform made of gold dust. And yet he was flying. Wait, that earlier ability to repel ninjutsu. Could it be that his true power was manipulating force fields? Naruto's mastery of the Rinnegan had grown increasingly adept. He could now manipulate force fields, overcoming gravity, and achieve flight. A technique he once only gained after inheriting the power of the Sage of Six Paths in his previous life. Rising weightlessly, Naruto swept his sleeves. With 4 crisp strikes, 4 black rods shot out, landing precisely around the perimeter of the Reikage residence. He formed a hand sign before his chest. Modified 4 violet flames formation. Vivid purple flames erupted from the black rods, swelling rapidly and forming a massive barrier of fire, sealing off the Reikage's mansion from the outside world. Outside the barrier, Sukadai cried out in shock. He cast an enhanced 4 violet flames formation by himself. "Are you one of Konoha's rogue ninja who joined Akatsuki?" "Not Akatsuki. Ming Xiao. That's important, so I hope you remember the difference." Inside the barrier, Naruto spoke quietly to those behind him, then fell silent. With a sweep of his palm, a thunderous crash, the main beam of the Reikage's residence collapsed, and Naruto descended into the wreckage. Explosions echoed, one, then another, and another. All across the hidden cloud, chaos erupted. Yugo, Suigetsu, Konin, Kisame, Orochimaru, each unleashed their signature techniques, clashing with Cloud Village's finest, all to buy Naruto precious time. Under the cover of night, deep in the border forest between the land of lightning and the land of waves, the Reikage and Killer Bee's group had stopped to rest. The only reason we made it out alive this time is because they wanted to capture the Jinchuriki. If I'd arrived just a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. These past years, they've been operating in the shadows. The Jinchuriki of the sand, mist, and stone villages have all fallen victim to their schemes one after another. Konoha's own Jinchuriki defected and disappeared without a trace. It's clear they'll come after you next, so for now, just stay put in the village and don't cause any trouble. A goody-goody, such a fool, what an idiot, what a pain. Killer Bee bobbed his head, completely unconcerned. Reikage rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hey, Bee, I'm talking about serious business. Clang. After taking a solid punch from the Reikage, Killer Bee finally quieted down. The Reikage sighed in resignation. All right, here's the deal. If you promise to stay quietly in the village, I'll have Samui accompany you at all times. Killer Bee's eyes gleamed from behind his sunglasses, and for once he stopped humming. All the time, even at night, the Reikage chuckled, shaking his head. That depends on your own charm. But remember, whatever happens, don't do anything that would bring shame to a ninja's honor. Crack! Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky above the Reikage. He looked up and caught in his bare hand a thunder transmission. Has something happened in the village? The lightning vanished, replaced by an urgent voice echoing in the Reikage's mind. The village is under attack. Return at once. Whoosh! The Reikage sprang to his feet. Killer Bee called out, Big bro. The Reikage barked over his shoulder. Mabui, prepare the heavenly transfer technique. Mabui stood up, alarmed. What's going on? The village is under attack, the Reikage replied tersely. The other ninja gasped, what? Who would dare? The Reikage's tone was icy. In today's ninja world, only Akatsuki would have a nerve. He was just rescued, and now the village is attacked? If it's not Akatsuki, who else could it be? A heavy silence fell as the Cloud Ninja tensed. They'd all heard of Konoha's devastation at Akatsuki's hands. Every ninja saw Akatsuki as the greatest threat in the world. The Reikage quickly instructed, B, I have to return to the village immediately. Killer Bee straightened, his expression serious at last. Don't worry, big bro. I won't sneak off to play this time. Go back and crush the enemy. I'll be waiting here for your return. The Reikage grinned with pride. Good. Once I've crushed Akatsuki's scum, I'll see you back in the village. The AB brothers bumped fists, sharing a smile. Lord Reikage, please step into the technique's circle. Mabui called, the heavenly transfer technique, now prepared. Crackle. Lightning armor flared around the Reikage as he stepped into the center of the array, a necessary safeguard, for without it, his body would be torn apart by the speed of the teleportation. Mabui closed her eyes and formed the necessary seals. Ninja art. Heavenly transfer technique. Whoosh. Bathed in the light of the jutsu, the Reikage vanished instantly. Darui let out a heavy sigh. These are troubled times in the ninja world. Let's get back as quickly as we can. Whoosh. At that moment, an ominous black vortex swirled through space and time, accompanied by a chilling greeting. Well, I finally get to meet you, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Behind the mask, Tobi's Sharingan swept coldly over the wary shinobi before him. So, the Reikage isn't here? Well, that certainly saves me a lot of trouble. Emerging from the mysterious vortex, the masked man appeared before the Cloud Village ninja. Mabui muttered, what was that just now? Darui replied, it's a space-time ninjutsu. Does Akatsuki really have someone with that ability? A mysterious night, a pitch-black vortex. Out from the shadows comes the man of the wind, his eyes behind the mask radiating an enigmatic chill. A gust of wind sweeps through the woods, and Eight-Tails Killer Bee is ready to take on a super challenge. Showtime. Killer Bee broke into a wild dance, completely unfazed by the crisis. Darui, ever the strategist, thought to himself, the boss had barely left, and Akatsuki showed up right away. Could it be that attacking the village was just a ruse to lure the Reikage away? If so, this is truly dangerous. He made a quick decision. Protect Lord Bee at all costs. Yes, sir. The Cloud Village ANBU immediately formed a defensive formation, placing Killer Bee at the center. Tobi's Sharingan glinted beneath the mask. Darui, Cloud's elite Jonin, the Reikage's right-hand man, and the strongest candidate to succeed him. Darui, fully on guard, replied, you flatter me. I'm just a bit ahead of my peers, that's all. I've heard Akatsuki always operates in pairs. Are you sure? You're fine alone? Our boss has already returned to the village. The partner stirring up trouble here in Cloud is probably in serious trouble by now. A hint of confusion flickered beneath Toby's mask. Enough talk. Akatsuki scum, let's end this right here and now. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blonde youth with the kanji for heat tattooed on his shoulder grabbed his ninja blade and charged forward without hesitation. Darui shouted, Atsui, don't be reckless. We don't know what this enemy is capable of. But Atsui, hot-blooded and fired up, paid no heed. With a roar, flames flared up along his blade as he sprinted forward. Toby stood completely still, making no move to defend himself. Huh, paralyzed with fear, are you? So much for Akatsuki. Seeing this, Atsui sneered and swung his blade with all his might. Cloud style, hot flame slash. In a flash, as the blade cut through the air, Atsui's lips curled into a victorious grin. Got him. But the familiar resistance of blade against flesh and bone never came. It felt just like slicing through empty air. Before he could react, Atsui's momentum carried him straight through Toby's form, their bodies passing right through each other. What? He was left utterly dumbfounded. Whether reckless or calm, the result won't change. The only difference is who dies first. A cold, indifferent voice sounded from beneath the mask. Obito spun around, his hand reaching for Atsui's shoulder. With a sharp whoosh, a powerful vortex burst from his right eye, engulfing Atsui in an instant. A crisp snap echoed as the swirling energy tightened. Following the dark trail, Obito gave a twist of his neck. In the blink of an eye, Atsui, the man who bore the heat tattoo, vanished right before their eyes, utterly erased from existence. The sight left the Cloud Ninja utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Darui shouted, Where did he go? Obito glanced back with icy calm. Another dimension. Don't worry, you'll all be reunited soon enough. Regret twisted in Darui's heart. How am I supposed to explain this to Samui? Atsui was Samui's younger brother. Now it's my turn. Obito lunged forward, Gale style, encouraging frustration lock. Darui's hands flashed through signs, merging water and lightning into a searing laser that wove a deadly net of firepower. But every shot missed without exception. With another piercing rush, Obito and Darui passed right through each other. Darui gritted his teeth. Just as I thought, his body could be phased through. Obito tore through the Cloud Umbu's defensive formation as if it didn't exist, ignoring their every move. In a blur, he was suddenly face-to-face with Killer Bee, his hand reaching out menacingly. Not everyone is as quick as Minato. If that hand catches you, it's over. Lightning style, Black Panther. A bolt of black lightning, shaped like a panther, crashed down. Obito's eyes flickered in surprise. The hand he'd extended passed straight through Killer Bee's face. A thunderous explosion erupted as the Black Panther struck Killer Bee, scattering electric arcs in every direction and forming an electrified zone no one dared approach. At the center of the storm, Killer Bee's body twitched and jerked. Baptized by lightning allies, back me up, legs giving out. Retirement's coming up in this dim-lit hour. Eight Tails Killer Bee's got the blues. Stuck in the loo dumb fool, you rascal, too. Outside the lightning field, Obito's masked gaze slid toward Darui. The Black Lightning style, specialized by the Third Raikage, is far more paralyzing than ordinary lightning. Of all those who bear the Cloud's lightning tattoo, you're the only one who can wield it today, Darui replied. Even if your body can phase through attacks, you have to become solid for an instant when you strike. If we seize that moment, we can stop you. I won't let you get close to Lord B that easily. Obito gave a faint, intrigued sound. Oh, to figure that out so quickly. You're more perceptive than most. Darui's gaze darkened. But that also means if he never attacks, we have no way to touch him. Catching that instant is easier said than done. One mistake, and it's all over. Thunder boomed. Explosions raged. Swords, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. A dazzling cascade of ninja arts filled the air. The Cloud Umbu launched their assault in force. None of the attacks had any effect under the piercing power of Kamui. Swish, swish, swish. With a sword technique that could ignore and pierce through a hidden Cloud Umbu, Obito lunged forward as if to grab him. The instant he attacks, he becomes tangible. Now, seizing the moment, another Umbu drew his blade, but the sharp edge once again passed through, plunging straight into his own comrade's chest. Having accidentally killed his companion, the Umbu was struck with horror. What? Did he deliberately make a move to attack, using his own jutsu's weakness to lure me in? Huh? Crack. In his shock and despair, Obito had already locked his arms around the Umbu's neck from behind. A swift twist, and it was over. Darui watched with growing dread. Indeed, The safest course was to send Lord B away. As long as he and the Eight Tails didn't fall into Akatsuki's hands, it wouldn't matter even if the rest of them perished here. Weighing the situation, he made a snap decision. Mabui, use Heavenly Transfer to send B away. Mabui protested, but Darui pressed on. I know, but as long as Lord B enters State 2, with that dense-tailed beast cloak protecting him, his body won't be torn apart by the speed of the transfer, though he'll definitely be seriously wounded. Mabui hesitated. Is it really necessary? The enemy's ability is troublesome, but if we work together with Lord B, it's not that simple. Look at him, so calm and composed. He clearly hasn't shown his full power yet. Akatsuki has failed twice trying to capture Lord B. This third time, they've gone to extraordinary lengths, launching a surprise attack on the village just to draw the boss away. This time, Akatsuki is determined to succeed. Seeing Mabui still hesitate, Darui barked, "Hurry! The black spot lightning zone is about to vanish." Understood. Mabui no longer hesitated and began to form the heavenly transfer hand signs. Don't even think about it. Obito shot a cold glance out of the corner of his eye. Swoosh! A sharpened wooden branch shot from his sleeve, streaking straight from Mabui's chest. After it pierced her, he mercilessly formed more hand signs. Crack! 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 Grotesque wooden spikes erupted instantly from Mabui's chest and back. Thud! Mabui collapsed, dying a brutal death in a pool of blood. Darui's pupils shrank as he stammered. That's with style. Correct. But the only reward is death. Whoosh! The swirling vortex of Kimui appeared in midair, and Obito, sleeves sweeping through the air, unleashed a rain of wooden spikes. Wood style, cutting sprigs technique. Arghara! Despairing, agonized screams echoed above the forest of wood. Standing in the blood, Darui roared hoarsely, "B, run! You fool, you bastard! Lord Killer Bee of the Eight Tails is turning into the murder hornet." Beneath Killer Bee's sunglasses, his eyes were wide with fury, and his singing voice brimmed with boundless rage. Boom, boom! His body and chakra swelled together, morphing into a bull's head with an octopus body. The Eight Tails revealed its true form. Tailed Beast Transformation. Obito's gaze remained calm and shadowy. Oh, so you're ready now. Whoosh! Pitch black, terrifying chakra compressed in the Eight Tails' mouth, then surged outward in a massive blast. Tailed Beast Ball! A deafening rumble thundered through the air. No matter if it's a tailed beast ball or anything else under the power of my eyes, all of it is meaningless. Whoosh! As the tailed beast ball shot forward, Obito's body slipped through its leading edge. An earth-shattering explosion followed, shaking the land. The mountains behind them vanished within a curtain of blinding light. A cornered beast struggle. Even the Eight Tails, second only to the Nine Tails in strength, is no exception. Fwoosh! 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 5 tongues of flame ignited at Obito's fingertips. He bent down, pressing his palm to the ground. Uchiha Barrier, Ring of Fire. Violet flames erupted from the earth, quickly forming an enormous, sealed barrier. The Uchiha Barrier, a secret technique personally taught by Madara, far surpassing the 4 Violet Flames formation and second only to the 4 Red Yang formation, powerful enough to confine even the Ghetto statue at its peak. I am the Great Killer Bee, the Eight Tails who longs for freedom. I won't become a grilled octopus stuck in a jar, fool. You fool, you fool. The Eight Tails shook its head, snorting through its nostrils. 8 octopus arms wrapped around its own body, and with a massive heave, matching the beat of a rap, he rolled forward with ferocious momentum. Eight Tails technique, Bullhead Battle Wagon. Crash! A sky-shattering crash echoed as the battle wagon slammed to a halt. 8 octopus arms scraped furiously against the barrier wall, sparks and flames flying everywhere, but the barrier showed no sign of breaking. Even after gouging a deep pit in the earth, the Bullhead Battle Wagon was stopped cold. The barrier remained unscathed, while the Eight Tails' scorched tentacles steamed and lay limp on the ground. Ow, that hurts, really hurts. Sorry, I once enjoyed some delicious, springy takoyaki. Obito looked on coldly. Have you calmed down a bit now? Within the mental realm, the Eight Tails spoke. B, it's best to retreat for now. The enemy's abilities are too troublesome. Even the tailed beast ball can't scratch him. Though it stings to lose, the enemy's tricks are like something out of a dream. Revenge can wait 10 years, fool. You fool, you fool. Whoosh. The Eight Tails gathered an ultramassive tailed beast ball in its jaws. Whoosh. The tailed beast ball passed through Obito's body and struck the rear wall of the barrier. Obito's voice was icy. So, you still haven't learned your lesson. A massive explosion of fire erupted, contained perfectly within the barrier. A low, muffled bubbling echoed, simmering inside the sealed flames. The intense heat and crushing pressure twisted the barrier out of shape, tearing open a rift at the top. A pillar of fire shot skyward, roaring with unleashed fury. Once the energy had found its outlet, the gap sealed shut. The barrier returned to its perfect, four-sided form, not a single mark left behind. But the Eight Tails was not so fortunate. Caught in the blast of its own tailed beast bomb, its massive body was battered and torn. Obito's voice was ice cold. That's what they call hoisting a rock only to drop it on your own foot, isn't it? The Eight Tails cursed, "You bastard." Obito's right eye sharpened with focus. Kamui. With a sharp whir, a Fuma shuriken spun out from the vortex of Kamui, sinking deep into one of the Eight Tails' tentacles. And then, in quick succession, stakes rained down like a sudden storm, whirling as they fell, pinning themselves all across the Eight Tails' flesh. With a savage series of tearing sounds, barbs exploded out from each stake, triggered by Obito's forming hand seals. Blood streamed from the Eight Tails' colossal body, pooling and staining the ground below. The Eight Tails cried out, "Think of something. If this keeps up, we're finished." Killer Bee braced himself. That guy's phasing ability is tied to his Sharingan. It must have its limits. He can't keep it up forever. The Eight Tails replied, "That may be true, but we don't know what his limits are at all." Killer Bee answered with steely resolve. Eight Tails and Killer Bee don't back down from a challenge. The Eight Tails rumbled. To stay this optimistic when we're on the brink. Fine, I'll go all in with you. If worst comes to worst, we'll drag him down with us. With a fierce surge, the Eight Tails gathered chakra on a scale never seen before. Obito's gaze narrowed, and he eased the swirling vortex from his right eye. Killer Bee gathered all his strength and launched a full-force assault. Consecutive tailed beast bombs. A thunderous barrage erupted, one tailed beast bomb after another, like cannon fire, sparking a deadly resonance within the confines of the barrier. Surrounded by this storm of indiscriminate explosions, Obito muttered to himself, "To wound your enemy 1,000 times, you must be willing to injure yourself 800. Such a reckless, nearly suicidal attack. It's the most foolish, yet somehow the wisest strategy. But every blast is still trapped within this barrier. Even when I'm intangible, I can shift positions using my non-space-time teleportation." Amid the roaring chaos, Obito shifted his place within the explosion. After nearly 2 minutes, with a sharp flicker, his form phased out at the barrier's edge, emerging into the open air outside. Gazing back at the inferno raging within, Obito's eyes were dark as night. So, in the end, your own destruction is all you achieved. Suddenly, a sharp, cracking sound echoed out. Cracks appeared along the inside wall of the barrier. Ominous waves of force seeping from within, enough to make one's heart race. The strain from the heat, it surpassed even the limits of the Uchiha fire barrier. Kamui. In an instant, a vortex spun from his right eye, pulling Obito into the space-time dimension. A colossale explosion érupted. The Uchiha fire barrier shattered completely. In a heartbeat, the searing blast devoured the land. And with a final flicker, when Obito returned from the space-time dimension, the forest within several miles around had been completely razed to the ground. Everything was wiped out. Nothing remained. Killer Bee, his whole body charred black, lay motionless at the bottom of a deep crater. This is the true power of the Eight Tails. Whether you face Sasuke or Kisame, you never fought with your full strength. Obito stepped forward, his Sharingan eyes staring on coldly. "I'm quite certain you're not a clone or a substitute, so I'll be taking this without any more courtesy." He bent down, reaching his hand toward Killer Bee. Suddenly, Killer Bee's eyes snapped open from beneath his sunglasses. In a flash, his arm shot out like lightning. Crack! A pencil, crackling with lightning release, shot from Obito's mask, burst out the back of his head, and vanished into the sky. Whoosh! His ambush having failed, Killer Bee gritted through the pain and retreated 3 meters back. With the last of his tailed beast chakra, he formed a translucent cloak of tailed beast energy. His breath was ragged and heavy, but beneath his shades, his spirit was unbroken. Obito slowly withdrew his hand, his voice low and menacing. "Surrender peacefully. It'll save you a lot of pain." Killer Bee grinned and replied, "Sorry, but that tune's not in my songbook." "What a pity." Obito slowly bowed his head. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. Snarling tree trunks burst from his right shoulder, ripping through his cloak, and began to surge wildly toward the blood-red moon above. Wood style, pandemonium of hell. At the hidden cloud village, the Raikage returned. Dodai called out, Lord Rakage, the intruders have used a barrier to surround the mansion. Oomph. The Rakage snorted, his thick neck twisting as lightning crackled around him, enveloping him in a lightning armor. Staring at the barrier, he extended 2 fingers, lightning surging to form a piercing spear. Dodai's face grew solemn. That's the 3rd signature 1-finger thrust. The 4th prefers punches and kicks, so he developed the 2-finger thrust, but that's still enough to shatter the barrier. Snap! The Rakage gathered his power and lunged forward. The lightning spear at his fingertips pierced the barrier, and then his powerful body crashed inside. In the office, books, tables, chairs, and weights were strewn all over the floor. Naruto rummaged through every drawer, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. I've searched everywhere. Could it be? It's not here at all. Boom! The wall exploded. Akatsuki thief, prepare to die. Along with the blast came the Rakage's thunderous roar. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the figure in the cloak with red clouds. So, what's the Rakage? We meet again so soon. Actually, there's something I need to ask you. The words rang out calm and steady. The Rakage's eyes widened with disbelief. Huh. That voice, are you? Naruto slowly turned around, all seriousness on his face as he asked, where did you put the scroll that records the lightning release chakra mode? I've looked everywhere and just can't find it. What? As if suffering a grave humiliation, the Rakage erupted in a blaze of fury. Are you kidding me? Prepare to die. Crackling with electricity, the Rakage burst toward Naruto, 2 fingers crackling with lightning aimed straight for Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes flashed. This technique, it's the 3rd Rakage's strongest spear. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh. The Rakage charge came to an abrupt halt. The lightning at his fingertips clashed with the repulsive force, sending arcs of electricity flickering through the air, but he failed to break through. Snap! After a tense standoff of several seconds, the Rakage braced his feet and leapt back, coming to a sudden stop at the opening in the wall. Boom! All 4 walls collapsed at once. The repulsive force sent rocks and dust flying, and the Rakage's mansion was reduced to an open-air plaza. The Rakage roared, cursing, damn it, that rebound force again. Naruto thought to himself, if he'd used the 1-finger thrust just now, that could have been bad. Whoosh! Air swirled around Naruto's feet as he soared skyward. The Rakage shouted up, trying to run away, are you? From above, Naruto called down, if you want to fight to the finish with me, you'd better be ready for your village to be leveled. Tell me, are you prepared for that? The Rakage's voice rang out, resolute and unyielding. I've ruled the shinobi world for half my life. I never feared your father, the Yellow Flash. Do you think I fear his son? Especially a petty thief and trickster like you. A petty thief and trickster. Naruto's Rinnegan eyes glimmered coldly as he replied, his voice heavy. Years ago, the Hidden Cloud coveted the Hyuga's Byakugan. You used the Chunin exams as an excuse to try and abduct the Hyuga's young heiress. Even after your plan failed, you wouldn't let it go, and in the end, it led to the tragedy of Hayashi and Hisashi. Tell me, how righteous were your actions then? The Rakage answered with arrogance. It's just survival of the fittest. The 3rd Hokage didn't dare risk war, so he sacrificed Hisashi Hyuga. That's on him, not me. Naruto closed his eyes and answered coldly. Well, you're not wrong about that. The Rakage sneered. What's this? You're a rogue ninja from Konoha. Are you still planning to stand up for them? Naruto opened his eyes. I'm a rogue ninja, true. And exactly because I am. Everything I do is for my own reasons. Snap. As he finished speaking, he suddenly brought his palms together. Sizzle. In the space between his hands, a tiny, pitch-black orb began to form. Though barely an inch across, it radiated a dark chakra, so intense it seemed to draw in the very light around it, leaving those who saw it with a chill deep in their bones. The Rakage's pupils contracted sharply. What is that? Naruto lifted the black orb in his left hand and hurled it into the sky. Buzz. The orb melted into the night, resonating with the moon's glow, scattering thousands of beams of white light across the world. Naruto's voice echoed softly. This is my parting gift. Snap! He clasped his hands together, and the light in his left eye blazed brilliantly. Chibaku Tensei. Boom! The Rakage's residence was the first to collapse, stones and rubble bursting forth, carrying the Rakage up into the sky. Damn it! Is this some kind of gravitational force? As he was lifted higher, the Rakage stepped across the floating debris, trying desperately to break free from the pull. When that failed, he pounded at the stones with fists and feet, smashing them to pieces. Crack! Crack! Yet the earth below split apart, sending forth an endless stream of massive boulders. Unable to fend them all off, the Rakage was tossed about, struggling in vain. At last, his strength gave out. He crashed heavily against a newly formed boulder and was quickly buried beneath the rising stones. Lightning release chakra mode is mine for the taking. I'll be back for it, just you wait. Whoosh. In an instant, flying thunder, god technique activated, and Naruto vanished from the sky. Whoosh. Barely 10 seconds later, Naruto reappeared with the others atop a mountain ridge outside the hidden cloud village. Suigetsu leaned wearily on his massive blade, relieved. Good thing you showed up when you did. The Cloud Ninja's lightning release totally counters my hydration ability. 1 minute later, and I'd be done for. Whoosh. The curse mark receded as Yugo's chest and back bore deep, jagged cuts. He spoke in a low, steady voice. Cloud swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. They managed to wound my cursed form with ease. I nearly lost control of my killing intent. Kisame Hashigaki slung the Samahata sword over his shoulder. Personally, I love going up against opponents with massive chakra reserves. Too bad there's no one left in the hidden cloud like the Eight Tails or the Reikage. Orochimaru, his long hair flowing and his body coiled by a white snake, gave a sly, raspy chuckle. Chakra aside, I'm far more intrigued by rare bloodline limits and mysterious techniques. This little raid provided me with quite a few interesting samples. HMHM. The planetary devastation was complete, hanging motionless in the night sky. A breathtaking spectacle. Conan's icy gaze softened with rare appreciation. Planetary devastation. I hadn't realized you could already wield such a technique. Who had you trapped inside? Naruto replied calmly. The Reikage. Everyone turned in astonishment. After a brief moment of surprise, Conan speculated, are you planning to use the Reikage death to announce Akatsuki's presence to the world? No. Naruto shook his head coolly. I simply wanted the Reikage to experience what it feels like to be a caged bird. I never intended to take his life. Sizzle. An orange tint swept over Naruto's eyes as he entered Sage mode. Sage Art. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades tore through the night, unstoppable in their fury. When the storm subsided, a breach had been blasted in the lower edge of the planetary devastation, giving the Reikage a chance to escape. I've already left my flying thunder god marker here. From now on, coming back will be as easy as returning home. With a flourish, Naruto's cloak billowed, and he turned with effortless poise. Let's go, back to the hidden rain village. The group vanished in a flash, returning to the rain. Boom! Several minutes later, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning burst forth from the fissure in the Chibaku Tensei. As the lightning faded, the exhausted Reikage plummeted to the ground, cursing bitterly. Damn you, Naruto, Uzumaki. From now on, you are me. You are the Hidden Cloud's #1 enemy. Thud. He crashed into a field of ruins. It's the Reikage. Hurry, bring the medical squad. Meanwhile, another battle had also reached its end. Crack. A blood-soaked tree trunk snapped off from Obito's right shoulder. Beneath his mask, the Mangekyo Sharingan looked on coldly, fixated on Killer Bee, who now lay on the brink of death, unable to rise again. Don't blame me. This shinobi world has long since rotted to the core. Only the tailed beast within you can shape the infinite dream, a symbol of hope. Whoosh! With a ripple of Kamui, Killer Bee was swept away. The Eight Tails. The hunt is over. As the swirling vortex subsided, Obito turned to face someone who had appeared behind him, greeting him in a calm, unhurried tone. You're here. This greeting was not spoken in the voice of Madara, but with his own original voice. Toby replied, I was worried you might accidentally kill the Eight Tails, and that would throw off our plans. Obito looked away. I'm not a kid anymore. Even when venting my anger, I know when to stop. Anyway, the Eight Tails is in our hands now. Toby said, are we sealing the Eight Tails into the demonic statue right away? Honestly, with the manpower we have now, it'll probably take more than 10 days. Obito's gaze grew distant. Even if we do seal the Eight Tails into the demonic statue, it'll become stronger than ever. If we can't control it, it's all for nothing. Toby shrugged. True enough. After all, only the Rinnegan can command that thing. Obito considered carefully. That's why, until I reclaim the Rinnegan, I'll extract the Eight Tails from its Jinchuriki and use it as a summoning beast for the time being, just like I once did with the Nine Tails. Toby snapped his fingers. That's a pretty good plan. If you could control the Nine Tails, the most powerful of them all, even for a while, then handling the Eight Tails should be easy. Obito turned and laid a hand on Toby's shoulder, his right eye swirling into a vortex. Let's go. Sasuke's eyes should be ready by now. Our next move will revolve around him. Amage Cure. Beneath the tower, Naruto walked toward the entrance. I've been out for so long, I'm starving. Can we leave now? Naruto paused, turning to look at Yugo. Yugo, calm and composed, replied, "We've already acted according to our agreement and assisted you. We're not obliged to stay by your side any longer." Suigetsu hurriedly whispered a warning. "Hey, Yugo, remember whose turf we're on?" But Naruto answered evenly, Sasuke should be in Akatsuki's underground lair. Do you know how to get there? Yugo replied, "We know. After his battle with Itachi, we went there once." Naruto said, "Then go ahead. Oh, and when you see Sasuke, please give him a message from me." Yugo was surprised. He hadn't expected Naruto to let them go so readily. He asked, "What is it?" "I'll be sure to tell him." Naruto replied, "Danzo is no longer in Konoha. He's most likely gone to find Kabuto Yakushi. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. Don't give him another chance to rise again." Yugo nodded. "Understood." Naruto said, "Go on, then." The two left Amigakure, making their way across the muddy ground. Suigetsu walked with his hands behind his head, remarking, "I never would have thought he'd let us go so easily. Honestly, I expected him to use some sweet talk to keep us around, then gradually pressure us into doing his bidding, or if all else failed, control us with Jinjutsu and turn us into his puppets." Yugo remained silent. Suigetsu speculated, "Do you think he's planning to use Sasuke to get rid of Danzo?" Yugo mused, "I doubt it. With his strength, if he'd wanted to do that, Danzo wouldn't have made it out of the land of Iron alive. Maybe he truly wants to let Sasuke have his revenge." Suigetsu sounded puzzled. "I just can't figure out the relationship between those two. Are they friends or enemies?" "It's more accurate to call them both rivals and comrades," Yugo murmured. "If Sasuke hadn't been entrusted to me by Kimimaro, choosing Naruto wouldn't have been out of the question." "Huh? What was that last part?" "I didn't catch it," Suigetsu asked. Yugo replied, "It's nothing. Let's keep moving." In Kumogakure, after a long night of defending the village, the shinobi tallied up the damage. The village overall suffered about 10% destruction. The Reikage mansion and its surroundings were hit the hardest. "We have over 100 wounded, most with minor injuries. No fatalities. No deaths. That's a small mercy amid all this misfortune. We still don't know how the enemy broke through the heavenly retribution barrier. The leader of the attackers was incredibly powerful, with unimaginable techniques. Especially that jutsu that trapped the Reikage. No one's ever seen anything like it." The shinobi of the hidden cloud looked up at the stars shining in the night sky. The Chibaku Tensei orb was still slowly disintegrating overhead, occasionally sending massive rocks crashing down with a thunderous roar. It was impossible to even approach the area directly beneath it for cleanup. Have we figured out who the enemy was? According to Lord Tsukadai, the enemy was a rogue ninja from Konoha, calling themselves Mingxiao. Their true identity is still unknown. Mingxiao? Isn't that pretty much the same as Akatsuki? The Reikage probably knows who they really are, but he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Is he badly hurt? Due to asphyxiation, he suffered from hypoxia and lung damage. In order to break through, he exhausted all his chakra. Most seriously, when he fell, he had already lost the protection of lightning release chakra, so he injured his cervical spine. His cervical spine? Yes, from now on, Lord Reikage probably won't be able to twist his neck as freely as he used to. How could this happen? That was a habit Lord Reikage developed over so many years. Lord B and the others should be back soon as well. Thunder rumbled, rolling across the sky. Outside the hidden cloud village, in the woods, Darui stumbled forward in a sorry state. His face was deathly pale, his eyes unfocused. Staring at the village gates just ahead, he muttered to himself, I can't collapse yet, I'm so close." His entire left side had been pierced by a vicious tree trunk. There was no feeling left in it. He had survived the wood release. Cutting technique. It was both strength and a stroke of luck. At the critical moment, Darui avoided a fatal blow with all his might, letting his left shoulder take the brunt of the piercing branches. Though the spreading would injured his internal organs, it narrowly missed his heart. Using lightning release body flicker, he escaped the battlefield, enduring excruciating pain, and finally made it back to the village. The ninja guarding the gate cried out in shock. "Darui, what happened to you?" "B has fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki." With a heavy thud, Darui used the last of his strength to utter these words before collapsing, unconscious. "Darui, these wounds, my god. Quickly, get the medical team." Within the space of Kamui, a heavy crash echoed as Killer Bee landed hard on the platform. Now nothing but a lifeless body. "How dare you bastards kill Bee?" The Eight Tails' anguished roar reverberated endlessly. A surge of energy began to gather, the tailed beast bomb building up with a fierce intensity. But this was Obito's pocket dimension. Here, phasing out was impossible. Obito was present, and so was Toby. We can't let you go on a rampage here. With arms crossed over his chest, Toby spoke calmly. From the ground, wooden dragons erupted one after another, winding upward and coiling around the eight tails, draining its chakra away. The tailed beast bomb, nearly complete, shrank rapidly before everyone's eyes. The eight tails glared fiercely at the unassuming Toby. That's the first Hokages with dragons. You, Toby replied. Obito, finish it. Leave it to me. Obito snapped his head up, his mask revealing his right eye, which was now shot with blood-red streaks. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. A sinister current crackled in the air. In an instant, the eight tails went blank, its eyes turning into the swirling pattern of Sharingan, a sign that it had fallen under Jinjutsu control. A chilling snap resounded. Obito unfurled the scroll, his blade swiftly slicing through the eight tails' tough hide before slitting his own wrist. With the mingled blood of the eight tails and himself, he sealed a summoning contract. The pact was made. The scroll rolled up and vanished from sight. Kamui, temporal spatial prison. With a resounding clang, blocks converged from every direction, forming an inescapable cell that trapped the eight tails within its walls. Obito's voice was icy and commanding. Eight tails, from this moment until I reclaim the Rinnegan, you will serve as my summoned beast. When your duty ends, the demonic statue of the outer path will be your final resting place. At the break of dawn, amid the swirling vortex of Kemi, Obito and Deidara returned to Akatsuki's lair. Thunder rumbled deep within the heart of the hideout, shaking the very foundations. A rustle of white smoke seeped from the walls. You're finally back. Go check on Sasuke quickly. A shrill cry echoed from the dark chamber, where Karen huddled in a corner, clutching her head in terror. Not far from her, an ominous purple chakra forged the imposing armor of Susanoo, its form reminiscent of the mythical Tengu from ancient legend. With a sharp, tearing sound, Sasuke, from within Susanoo, ripped the white bandages from his eyes. The intricate pattern, kama-shaped tomo intertwined, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, shone brilliantly in the darkness. A faint, confident smile played on his lips. With these eyes, even the deepest shadows are laid bare before me. Stone shattered beneath their feet as he and Susanoo strode forward together. Obito appeared before him, his tone grave. Sasuke, this is Akatsuki's stronghold. You're drawing too much attention. At those words, Sasuke smirked with arrogant defiance. Ah, it's you. Perfect timing. Let me test my newfound power on you. In an instant, black flames of Amaterasu erupted from Susanoo's massive hand, forging a blade of searing darkness that stabbed toward Obito's position. The sword of flame pierced Obito's body, driving deep into the ground. Fire exploded outward, consuming everything in its path. But Obito simply sidestepped, his form slipping through the sword as if it were insubstantial. It seems this surge in ocular power has made you recklessly confident. Very well. Let me teach you a lesson, Sasuke. Sasuke shot back coldly. Such arrogance. Obito lunged forward, phasing straight into the heart of Susanoo. Sasuke, prideful yet composed, thought to himself, just as I suspected, his body can pass through anything. But in the instant he attacks, he must become tangible. As Obito closed in, his hand shot toward Sasuke's face. Now, Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Kagetsuchi. In an instant, black flames morphed into a wall of fire, coiling protectively around him. Obito's hand passed harmlessly through Sasuke's cheek, followed by his body. Emerging from Susanoo's back, Obito turned with cold indifference. I did nothing, and yet you've already used Kagetsuchi twice. A flicker of movement. The great sword of black flames swept behind him once more, sending out a thunderous roar, but Obito simply phased through it, ignoring the attack. Sasuke shouted, "Is that all you can do? Just swagger around relying on your intangibility. I haven't seen you use any real ninjutsu yet." Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Ninjutsu, you say? Very well. Whoosh. His body flickered to the side, distancing himself from the zone of black fire. Swiftly forming hand signs, he pressed his right palm to the ground. Wood style bramble assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wooden vines shot up from beneath Sasuke's feet, twisting to bind him tight. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. He's targeting the weak point beneath Susanoo's feet. But if he's casting jutsu now, he must be material. Boom. The flaming sword crashed down again, but Obito once more phased through it without harm. Obito spoke calmly. Even if I go intangible, the effects of ninjutsu I've already cast won't vanish. Crack, crack, crack. The wooden vines continued to coil around Sasuke, tightening their grip with every pass. Sasuke sneered. So this is with style? Just like that Yamato from the Leaf. Nothing impressive. Chidori current. A surge of electricity sizzled through the air as lightning crackled, shredding the wooden binds. But Obito seized the moment, slipping into the earth and launching a sudden attack from beneath Sasuke's feet. In a flash, Sasuke, along with his Susanoo, leapt skyward, glaring down at Obito as he emerged from the ground. With a cold laugh, Sasuke taunted, "Petty tricks like that are useless against these eyes. I see everything." With a swift motion, Sasuke formed hand signs in midair. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A roaring fireball surged forward, heat radiating in waves. Fire style is it. This time, Obito did not rely on Kamui to phase through. Instead, he formed hand signs, his right eye unleashing a powerful, warping field as he combined it with his own fire style technique. Fire style, Storm Maelstrom. A spiraling inferno erupted, instantly overpowering Sasuke's Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Damn, his fire style, amplified by his eye technique, is this strong? But Amaterasu, those flames can consume even fire itself. A drop of blood trickled from the corner of Sasuke's left eye as he focused intently on the swirling flames. Amaterasu, black flames burst forth, devouring the storm maelstrom in an instant. But the clash of fire created a massive surge of heat, and Susanoo crashed through the ceiling of the lair, bursting out into the open air. Obito emerged outside as well, and the two faced off atop the massive bones of a beast. Rolling his shoulders, Obito remarked, "Out here, we can finally cut loose a little." Sasuke declared arrogantly, "None of your techniques have worked on me so far. The so-called legendary Madara. So this is all you're capable of?" A glint flashed from behind Obito's mask. "Is that so? Then let me show you something that will make you admit defeat." Sasuke replied coldly, "Right back at you. I'll return those words to you unchanged." A great blaze erupted. The Susanoo divine weapon materialized, the heavenly Magakumi bow drawn, its string pulled taut, a black flame condensed into an arrow, nocked and ready. A sharp twang split the air. The bowstring was drawn to its fullest, aimed straight at the heavens. With a piercing whistle, the black flame arrow shot skyward, tearing through the firmament. High above, it exploded, scorching the very atmosphere, the heat generating powerful updrafts that gathered into thunderclouds. Thunder rolled in a deep, rumbling chorus, swirling into the shape of a mighty Chilin that roared furiously across the sky. Crackling lightning danced around Sasuke's palm, echoing the wrathful thunder overhead. With a wild, defiant laugh, he declared, "This is my strongest lightning style, Kirin. Without Susanoo's protection, no matter how powerful you are, you'd be obliterated in an instant." Obito gazed up at the sky, his voice cool and indifferent. "That lightning style is indeed formidable, but it won't so much as scratch me." But Sasuke's lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Maybe it can't hurt you, but it's more than enough to destroy your lair. Those white creatures of yours won't it be a problem if they're wiped out in one blow?" Obito's eyes darkened instantly. "You're going too far, Sasuke." Sasuke scoffed, reckless as ever. "So what if I am? If your strength is beneath mine, that just proves Akatsuki is nothing special. And that puppet leader, Nagato, who answers to you, he's nothing too. If he could destroy Konoha so easily, then so can I." With a dramatic sweep of his sleeve, Obito retorted, "Go ahead and try, but let me remind you, not only those white Zetsu are in the nest. That red-haired woman with you is there too." A flicker of hesitation flashed in Sasuke's eyes, but it quickly hardened into cold resolve. People like that don't matter anymore. With a swift motion, Sasuke raised his hand high, commanding Susanoo. He leapt from the giant beast's bony back, and as soon as he landed, his raised hand came slashing down. Lightning style, Kirin. A wild, monstrous roar echoed as the Chilin plummeted, unleashing a cataclysmic thunderstorm. Crackling bolts erupted everywhere. Sasuke stood, his eyes icy as he surveyed the devastation, clenching his fists. "Now, with these nuisances out of the way, you're next, Naruto." But as the storm faded, the sight before him left Sasuke speechless. A majestic barrier of violet flames towered skyward, unyielding, perfectly shielding against the Kirin's wrath. Sasuke gasped, "How can this be?" With a swoosh, Obito stepped through the barrier, his tone dark and enigmatic. The Uchiha Fire Barrier Formation, the most advanced technique of the Uchiha clan. Even you, born of Uchiha blood, have never seen it. In a flash, Sasuke put distance between them, his mind racing. His ocular power only works at close range. As long as I keep my distance, he can't touch me. So naive. A spiraling vortex of Kamui opened behind Susanoo, and Obito emerged from within. Yet Sasuke remained composed in the face of danger. Even if he gets close, as long as I'm on guard for when he tries to touch me. He can't lay a finger on me. ZZZ. Blood vessels burst forth in Obito's right eye as he cast a genjutsu command upon the eight tails within the space-time dimension. Whoosh! Inside Kemui's warped space, the eight tails gathered its chakra, forming a tailed beast bomb. Whoosh! The tailed beast bomb shot out directly from Obito's right eye, slamming down upon Susanoo with overwhelming force. Crack, crack, crack! The armor plating of Susanoo began to splinter and collapse. Sasuke stared in horror. That's a tailed beast's attack. How is it coming out of his eye? Obito spoke in a low, echoing tone. I told you, Sasuke, this time, you be utterly convinced. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he activated his intangibility. Thunderous explosions erupted. The tailed beast bomb detonated with a cataclysmic roar. Crack! Af! Fragments of Susanoo scattered in all directions, and Sasuke was sent tumbling helplessly, blown away by the blast. Whoosh! Obito emerged alongside a swirling vortex, pressing his palm against Sasuke's back. With a second surge from his right eye, the swirling space absorbed Sasuke, pulling him into the other dimension. Snap! As the vortex closed, Obito murmured, Sasuke, you're still far too inexperienced. Rustle, rustle, rustle. White Zetsu slipped out from nearby. That ended even faster than I expected. So, when are you planning to let him out? The Uchiha fire formation faded away. Obito gazed at the ruined underground lair, his voice cold and deep. Not until we find new base. For now, let Sasuke have some time to reflect. White Zetsu shrugged. Well, maybe that's for the best. Let's hope this finally takes his arrogance down a notch. Swoosh! Obito flicked his cloak and strode away, the light in his right eye beneath the mask gleaming with a chilling intensity. It better be, because no matter how fine a blade, if it doesn't fit the hand, it's destined to break. No one can override Akatsuki's will. Not Sasuke. Not even Naruto. Naruto, Konan, and Kisame walked together through the shadowy tunnels. 3 days had passed since their return from the Cloud Village. Orochimaru had gone out, searching through his old laboratories for any equipment that could still be of use. Konan asked quietly, Aren't you afraid he'll just disappear without a trace? Naruto replied, He won't. That man's thirst for truth surpasses everything else. By my side, he's closer to reaching it than anywhere else. Konan continued, How's the food? Is everything to your taste? Naruto nodded. It's great, Konan said. I specially picked out the best chefs from the village. If there's anything you don't like, just tell me. I can recruit more from outside. Naruto smiled. That would be too much trouble, Konan insists. Konan replied, Don't worry. We have enough savings in Amigakure. Tap! At the end of the tunnel, the world opened up to a vast ocean sky. Gazing out over the sea, Naruto's voice carried a trace of melancholy. The pervy sage, he rests somewhere beneath these waves, doesn't he? Konan's eyes reflected deep regret. To tell you the truth, Jiraiya-sensei once lost an arm, and that severed arm was later disposed of by Akatsuki's White Zetsu. Naruto said, That's right. They all use Zetsu to dispose of the bodies of allies or enemies, to prevent any sensitive information from leaking out. Konan's eyes lowered. This ocean is vast. Searching for anything in it will be quite difficult, I'm afraid. The deep sea's water pressure is an absolute danger zone for any ninja. Even someone like the third Raikage, with a body as tough as steel and capable of withstanding the pressure, would still be defeated by the problem of breathing underwater. Of course, it's a different story for a ninja who can swim the oceans like a shark and breathe freely at any depth. Naruto said, Kisame, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. Kisame replied. He stepped forward and merged with his great sword, Samahata, transforming into his half-man, half-shark form. Marine creatures have a liquid inside every cell of their bodies that matches the pressure of the water outside, so there's little difference between internal and external pressure. This keeps them from being crushed by the weight of the ocean. What's more, sea creatures can breathe with their gills. Water flows in through their mouths and out through their gill slits, and, as it passes through, they exchange gases to breathe. Naruto asked with concern, Kisame, I've heard there are deep-sea fish and shallow-water fish. If a deep-sea fish comes up to shallow water, it bursts apart because of the pressure difference. If a shallow-water fish goes down to the deep sea, it gets crushed. In this form, can you really handle the pressure down there? No problem, Kisame answered. Once I fuse with Samahata, I can adjust the internal pressure of my cells to match the depth of the ocean. I can even use my 1,000 feeding sharks technique to widen the search area, but compared to the entire ocean, it still feels a bit inadequate. Naruto said quietly, I'm truly counting on you, Kisame. With a swift motion, Kisame dove into the sea and vanished in an instant. His powerful, graceful form inspired awe. Naruto sat where he was, waiting in silence. Night fell. The surface of the sea rippled, and Kisame leapt up from the water. Naruto's spirits lifted as he landed on the water surface. Kisame reverted to his normal form and laid down a skeleton, tightly entwined with seaweed. Naruto examined the remains. The skeleton clearly had both arms intact, which didn't match Jiraiya's characteristics at all. Konan said, "It must belong to someone else who died at sea." In the past, Hanzo's surviving followers would sometimes sneak in here, and their bodies were just thrown straight into the ocean. Naruto replied quietly, "Yeah, maybe that's it." In truth, Konan couldn't bring herself to say that most bodies lost at sea end up as food for the fish, and Jiraiya was likely no exception. But Naruto had solid evidence. In the future, Amato, the scientist from Kara, created a clone of Jiraiya. He stated plainly that he used specialized equipment to recover Jiraiya's body from the ocean. Kisame let out a deep breath. "All right, I'll go back and keep looking." Naruto quickly intervened. "Kisame, let's call it a day. Out here in the ocean, you can't replenish your chakra anyway. Save your strength. This isn't something we can finish in just a short while." He was prepared for a long, drawn-out battle. Kisame went back to rest. Naruto walked on through the rain-soaked night, weighed down by heavy thoughts. With a sigh, Konan murmured, "I'm sorry. If it weren't for us, Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't have died." Naruto managed a faint smile. "It's all right. That's in the past now. Actually, I was just thinking, if we had a summoning beast like Pains, we could get things done so much faster." Konan asked, "You mean the one summoned by the animal path?" Naruto half closed his left eye. "Yeah, amphibious, able to cross land, sea, and sky. Fully capable, and incredibly powerful. The numbers don't even seem limited. If I could summon those crab creatures and the like, maybe we could speed things up." Konan said, "If it's the animal path's abilities, I might be able to help you." Naruto stopped in his tracks. Konan continued, "All of the animal path's summoning beasts come from the realm of reincarnation. That's a place only accessible to those who possess the Rinnegan. It's a contract land reached only by the Eye's true wielders." This was the first time Naruto had ever heard this secret. After all, even Sasuke later on never awakened any abilities connected to the animal path. Naruto's spirits lifted. "So how do I get there?" Konan shook her head. "It can't be entered at will. For those with the Rinnegan, there's a chance of entering it through dreams. Nagato only triggered the realm of reincarnation after he first summoned the Geto statue." Naruto's gaze grew somber. "I've already tried summoning the Geto statue, but there's some massive barrier in the way. My guess is that Akatsuki did something to it. Maybe Toby sealed it inside that eye of his." Konan said, "But in your case, maybe you don't even need to summon the Geto statue." Naruto replied, "Oh, and why is that?" Konan said, "Because you've already mastered the heavenly path of the Rinnegan. Nagato only gradually awakened those abilities after summoning the Geto statue and sacrificing his chakra. But you've achieved it without ever summoning the statue. That means your natural affinity for the Rinnegan surpasses even Nagato's. Maybe you already meet the conditions to trigger the realm of reincarnation." Naruto said, "But there's no way to enter it at will, right?" Konan nodded. "Right. It all depends on fate. It could be tonight, a month from now, a year, or even longer." Naruto said, "But I can't afford to wait that long." Ever since he'd seen that vast sea, Naruto couldn't stop thinking about it, about the pervy sage sleeping at the bottom of those cold waters. He could find no peace, whether awake or asleep. But out of consideration for Konan's feelings, he kept those words to himself. A shadow fell over Konan's face. Even if Naruto hadn't said a word, she already understood why he was so desperate to make progress. At that moment, a spark of resolve lit up in Naruto's eyes. "Maybe I have a way." Konan looked at him in surprise. "What way?" Naruto pressed his hands together in front of his chest, forming a seal. "Back when I was training, I often used this method to speed up my progress. But I've never had thousands of shadow clones all dream at the same time before. Ninja art. Multi-shadow clone jutsu." With a series of explosive bursts, clouds of white smoke billowed out. To Konan's astonished gaze, thousands of shadow clones materialized in the rain. With a decisive clap of his fists, Naruto declared in a ringing voice, "Whatever this realm of samsara really is, tonight we're going to crash right into it and see what it's made of." The shadow clones erupted in shouts and cheers. "Yeah, no problem. Leave it to me. I'm going to catch that big foaming crab. Just you wait." Konan stood and watched, emotions swirling inside her. This boy, he's simply unbelievable. Out in the open ground beneath the tower of the hidden rain village, Thousands of Naruto's shadow clones sat cross-legged on the soaked earth, rain pouring down around them. Conan stood by Naruto's side, looking apologetic. "I'm sorry, there are just too many of you. We can only do this outside." Naruto smiled gently. "Conan, you should go get some rest. There's no need to stand out here in the rain with me." Conan replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "How could I do that? With your determination, how could I just slack off now?" And so, Naruto and his legion of clones began trying to fall asleep. Maybe it was the pounding rain, maybe the chill of the night, or maybe it was simply nerves, but sleep didn't come easily. Achoo! One of the shadow clones, shivering from the cold, sneezed and vanished in a puff of smoke. Another clone managed to doze off, only to suffer a bout of sleep paralysis, and after a series of twitches, disappeared into the mist as well. As each clone's experience flowed back into him, Naruto's brow furrowed tighter and tighter, restlessness gnawing at his mind. Conan's gaze grew thoughtful. This won't get us anywhere. Suddenly, with a rustle, she spread her arms wide. Her body dissolved into thousands of sheets of paper, which gathered and folded, transforming into floating paper umbrellas that hovered over Naruto and his clones, shielding them from the rain. Naruto stared in amazement. Conan! Right in front of him, Conan's incomplete paper form held a single paper umbrella above his head. She smiled gently. "Now, maybe you'll be able to get some proper rest." Naruto glanced back, considering the sheer number of clones, controlling that many paper umbrellas must be draining an enormous amount of chakra. He knew those sheets of paper were, in a sense, parts of Conan's own body. It was as if she had multiplied herself thousands of times over, exposing herself to the pounding rain. It was reckless, almost wild. Naruto felt deeply guilty inside, even beginning to regret his own stubbornness. But Conan said, "Being able to free Sensei from that vast ocean is my own small way of atoning." Naruto, "Understand now." Naruto said no more. Pushing aside the pressure, he did his best to fall asleep, and soon, some ideas began to take shape. His mind always shone brightest in critical moments. This remained true even in his second life. The meditative process of sage mode requires complete stillness of body and mind. Perhaps I can cleverly draw on that. So, Naruto and his shadow clones, following the example of sage mode meditation, calmed their minds and stilled their hearts. Soon, the quiet rhythm of their breathing filled the air. Sure enough, it worked. With distractions swept away, both Naruto and his shadow clones drifted off to sleep, bubbles rising softly from their noses. Triggering the realm of samsara required a measure of luck. Increasing the number of participants could significantly boost the chances of success, though, of course, the consequences were unknown. After all, this was uncharted territory. No one had ever tried it before. As the cold rain drummed on through the long night, half an hour passed. Suddenly, with a soft pop, all the shadow clones disappeared at once. Conan's eyes flickered with realization. If she thought back to Nagato's experience, entering the realm of samsara required a high concentration of chakra. When the shadow clones were forcefully dispelled, the chakra and triggering effect would be sent back to the original body. Was that what just happened? Thinking about it, it really worked. Indeed, one of Naruto's shadow clones had succeeded in setting off the process, and what followed was just as Conan had guessed. The realm of samsara is not a place to be taken lightly. The slightest carelessness could be dangerous. To be safe, I must stay by his side and assist him. In a flash, thousands of paper umbrellas unfurled in the air, the damp sheets of paper merging together once more. Conan, her amber eyes fixed on Naruto, sat cross-legged before him, took out a special paper talisman, and pressed it to his forehead, forming a hand seal with 2 fingers. Paper jutsu, transference. Conan's eyelids slowly drifted shut as chakra surged into the talisman, breaking the seal character at its center. With a rush, Naruto suddenly found himself standing in a vast, unfamiliar land. Just as confusion set in, Conan's figure shimmered into view beside him. Naruto cried out in surprise, "Conan-e!" Conan explained, "I used my secret technique to bring my chakra here. I once used the same method to assist Nagato." Naruto glanced around, his brow furrowed. "So, this is the realm of samsara? I don't sense any summoned beasts here." Conan answered, "This realm is incredibly vast. That's why sensory abilities are especially important here. Nagato's senses were far beyond those of ordinary people." Naruto nodded in understanding, thinking, that's true. When Nagato was reanimated by Kabuto, he could sense both Bi and me, and even Kabuto's own presence. Conan continued, "Of course, your sensory skills in Sage Mode are just as outstanding." "Ah, that's exactly what I was thinking." Naruto sat down cross-legged, entering Sage Mode meditation. Orange markings appeared at the corners of his eyes, and the Naruto outside mirrored this change. A faint sizzle filled the air. Naruto opened his eyes and pointed behind him. I sense you. Don't think you can hide there without me noticing. So that's the spot. Konan stretched out her palm, and a flurry of paper swirled out, forming a distinct shape. Naruto's eyes lit up. A lizard, Konan explained. That's a chameleon, one of Nagato's former summoned beasts. Now that Nagato is gone, it's returned to the wild. Its ability is invisibility. Naruto frowned. Its chakra doesn't feel very strong. Konan replied, summoning through the Rinnegan falls under amplified summoning. Once a contract is signed, their power multiplies several times over. Naruto suddenly understood. So that's it. The monster's Nagato uses summon boar black rods just like Pain, but this one doesn't. A sharp hiss. The chameleon spat out a stream of acid, dissolving the paper, then turned and darted away with an odd, jerky gait. Konan said, acid spit is another of its abilities. Defeat it, then drive a black rod into its body, and you'll form a summoning contract. Naruto cracked his knuckles eagerly. Is it okay if I go a little rough on it? Konan smiled. Better not overdo it. In the realm of reincarnation, they don't truly die, but if it's reborn too far away, we'll have a hard time tracking it down again. Got it. With a thunderous leap, Naruto launched himself forward. In Sage mode, his agility and speed were extraordinary. He quickly caught up to the chameleon, gathering power into his fist before striking from a distance. Frog Kumite. With a heavy thud, the fist of natural energy sent the chameleon sprawling to the ground. Clack, clack, clack. Several black rods flew out, nailing themselves into the chameleon's body. A sharp sound as the chameleon's form vanished into a puff of smoke. Konan said, it's yours now. Once we leave the realm of reincarnation, you can summon it with the animal path to aid you in battle. Naruto remarked. That was a lot easier than I expected. Konan cautioned, don't let your guard down. They say the realm of reincarnation holds countless formidable summoned beasts from ages past. There are even monsters that Nagato, at his peak, couldn't contract with. Naruto and Konan had already explored the realm for 2 hours. One after another, Naruto had formed contracts with Pain's former summons. The statue panda, the mighty rhino, the flying bird beast, and the three-headed hellhound. A shadow clone grabbed the crab by its 2 massive antennae, while Naruto, using Frog Kumite, drove a black rod forcefully into its brow. Phew! After landing, Naruto exited Sage mode and caught his breath. This was even tougher than fighting Danzo. Bang! The crab vanished. Contract successfully sealed. Konan remarked, we've made quite a haul tonight. That makes 18 already. Naruto asked, Konan, is there a limit to how many summons the animal path can contract? Konan replied, there's no upper limit to the number of summoning beasts you can make contracts with. But with the Rinnegan, each summoned creature needs to act through the caster's chakra. So in actual combat, there is a practical limit. Nagato could summon up to 27 at once. Naruto muttered to himself, 27? Huh? I've signed contract with 18 so far, 6 of them from the ocean. Still room for more. Konan asked, aren't you going to rest? Naruto smiled. Dreams always end eventually. Getting in here wasn't easy. We should make every second count. Konan nodded. All right, I'll stay with you. Naruto entered Sage mode again. After advancing 10 more kilometers, he suddenly stopped and stared at the huge, familiar beast before him, his face full of surprise. I can't believe it. Konan, puzzled, asked, what is that? I've never seen it before. Naruto replied, if I'm not mistaken, that's Danzo's summon, the dream taper. Konan looked at Naruto. Danzo's summon, is it dead? Naruto nodded. Yeah, you weren't there at the time, but Danzo sacrificed the dream taper to block my sage fire style. Konan looked at the dream taper again. Any summoned beast that enters the realm of reincarnation after death is no ordinary creature. Do you want to claim it? Naruto grinned. A fateful encounter like this shouldn't be missed. The dream taper let out a wail. It recognized Naruto. Old traumas surged up, and it turned to flee. Naruto laughed. Looks bulky, but it sure can run. Crash. Realizing that Naruto wasn't giving up the chase, the dream taper knew escape was impossible. It stopped, spun around, and opened its massive jaws, trying desperately to suck Naruto in. So, you want to try that again? Guess you haven't learned your lesson. Naruto remained calm. With a black rod in hand, he flung it straight into the dream taper's gaping maw. A pained cry echoed. The dream taper vanished in a swirl of white smoke. It now belonged to Naruto. Landing softly, Naruto murmured, it's powerful, no doubt, but not exactly the brightest, just like its former master. If the dream taper was here, then that other one should be around as well. Naruto mused silently. This is too slow. I need to speed up the search. Ninja art. Multi-shadow, clone, jutsu. Everyone, handle whatever you can on your own. If you can't take care of it yourself, team up. If the team still can't handle it, leave a marker, dispel the shadow clone, and as soon as I sense it, I'll teleport over in a flash. Understood. Leave it to me. Are there any other kinds of crab around here? I want to catch every last one of them. The shadow clones scattered in all directions, while Naruto sat down on the ground. First, he had used multiple shadow clones to test the waters of the realm of samsara, and after entering this domain, he unleashed another wave of shadow clones. Conan watched in silent astonishment. Back when he fought pain, Naruto's chakra was strong, but it wasn't at this level. Ever since he awakened the Rinnegan, his chakra had surged by leaps and bounds. At this rate, he might not be far behind Nagato anymore. All over the place, the shadow clones engaged in fierce battles with the summoned beasts they encountered. But the clones were abundant, and with 10, or even nearly 100, teaming up against a single beast, the process went very smoothly. The number of summoned beasts under contract quickly soared past 100, and continued to rise. Conan spoke with mixed feelings. Nagato spent more than 10 years, entering the realm of samsara at least 10 times. He signed contracts with all sorts of summoned beasts, about 150 in total. It looks like you'll catch up in a single night. Naruto just smiled. Quantity doesn't mean quality. Big brother Nagato likes to pick and choose, but my mother always taught me, never be a picky eater. Conan shook her head, a helpless smile on her lips. Oh, suddenly, Naruto's eyes flickered with surprise, and he stood up. Conan asked, did you find something interesting? In a way, yes. Naruto placed a hand on Conan's shoulder, and with a flash of flying thunder god, they vanished to another location. Just before the shadow clone disappeared, it left a flying thunder god marker on the ground. Naruto found himself standing before a gigantic purple serpent, tens of meters tall. He said in a low voice, as I expected, you're here too, Manda. Manda's vertical pupils fixed on Naruto, unblinking. So, the blonde brat who used to run around with that stinking toad shows up here. Now, that's a surprise for me. Naruto grinned. I guess you could say we got to know each other by fighting. So, how about we skip the unnecessary pleasantries? Manda's gaze was cold as he stared Naruto down. If you want my cooperation, it's not impossible. Just return to the outside world and kill Uchiha Sasuke for me. Oh, Naruto's eyes glinted. Mind sharing your reasons? Manda growled. He used me. Used that Sharingan of his. I'd rather die than let that brat get his way. Naruto's eyes grew dark and thoughtful. Say, Manda, let me ask you, can you swim? Manda, Naruto said earnestly. Answer me. It's important, Manda replied. Aside from not being able to fly, there's nothing I can't handle. I just don't like mixing with that stinking toad, so I rarely get in the water. Naruto said, oh, then I suppose you're still of some use for now. Manda replied, what did you just say? ZZZZT. Naruto's right eye, the 3-tomo Sharingan. That eye. In that instant of shock, Manda's vertical pupil flashed with 3-tomo. Swish. Naruto sprang up, gripping a sharpened black rod in both hands, and drove it fiercely into Manda's eye. Crunch. The blinding pain jolted Manda awake. He roared, how could I once again fall victim to that damned Sharingan? Naruto said, do your job well. If you can help me find the pervy sage, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll send you back to the realm of reincarnation, to wander there for eternity. I will never return to that place. There's that monster. Bang. With a terrified cry, Manda vanished into a cloud of white smoke, now completely under Naruto's control. Bang, bang, bang. All across the battlefield, Naruto's shadow clones finished their fights and disappeared one after another. Naruto had ventured deep into the realm of reincarnation. His gaze was grave as he stared into the thick mist ahead. I can feel it. There are terrifying chakra signatures up ahead, so powerful, they're not even inferior to the tailed beasts. Conan asked, shall we keep going? Naruto replied, we've come this far. How can we not see it through? But don't worry, Conan, I'll be careful. Conan nodded. All right, that's good. Together, the two of them advanced toward the dense fog, the forbidden zone of the realm of reincarnation. Erring on the side of caution, Naruto asked, Conan, you mentioned earlier that there are beings here that not even Nagato at his peak could form contracts with. Could you tell me more? Conan explained, when I ventured into the realm of reincarnation with him, we once encountered an enormous ape. Its body was incredibly tough. Even Nagato's black rods couldn't pierce it. That creature was called the Ape Demon King, if I recall correctly. Naruto's eyes flashed. The Ape Demon King? The third Hokage's summoning beast was called Enma. Nagato speculated that this might be Enma's ancestor. Conan paused. then shared another startling fact. Once before that, Nagato entered alone and nearly lost his life. I asked him what happened, but he never said a word about it. That's why I insisted on coming with him after that. I'm certain there are entities here that not even Nagato could handle. If we run into one... Tap! Suddenly, Naruto stopped in his tracks, his expression turning deadly serious. Conan frowned. What is it? Naruto clenched his fist. I sense a chakra that's incredibly evil and frightening. What's more, it carries the same sage power as I do. Conan asked in surprise. The same sage power as you, Mount Myaboku? Naruto answered warily. I'm not sure yet. Conan, stay close to me. Don't stray too far. Possessing the power of a sage as well, Naruto sensed the presence of his opponent, and at the same moment his opponent sensed him. A faint crackle echoed through the mist. A pair of golden, slit-pupil eyes flashed into view, cheeks moving with a gulp. Naruto's pupils shrank in alarm. Killing intent. In a split second, a dark shape shot through the fog like an arrow. So fast. Clutching Conan, Naruto darted aside at lightning speed. The flying shadow struck the very spot where Naruto had just been standing. It was an arrow, its tip coated in a sinister blend of purple and green fluids. The arrow dissolved rapidly, hissing as it melted into a toxic mist. This is poison. Having tangled with Hanzo's forces many times in her early years, Conan was especially sensitive to toxins. The potency of this poison surpasses even the salamanders. Naruto, we have to get out of here or we're both dead. Another venomous arrow followed close behind, the threat relentless. Naruto's left eye snapped open wide. Shinra Tensei. With a thunderous boom, a surge of repulsive force shattered the arrow, releasing an even denser, more menacing cloud of poison. Fixing his Rinnegan on the depths of the swirling mist, Naruto growled, I'll remember your chakra. A sharp whir, Naruto's Rinnegan contracted into a perfect black circle at its center. Realm of Samsara. Release. In an instant. Amage Cure. Outside the central tower. Naruto and Conan opened their eyes at the same time. Rain poured down around them as their gazes met. Faces drenched and pale in the cold light, yet still carrying the adrenaline of their narrow escape. Naruto let out a breath, marveling. That was a close call, exhilarating too. Conan only replied, compared to the memories you've shown me, this is nothing. Naruto chuckled and stretched, rising to his feet. 152 in all. Over 30 of them can go to sea. That should be enough. Ah, yes, it's time for a break. Conan stood up, her face ashen, and hurried toward the tower, only to stumble suddenly and collapse. Alarmed, Naruto rushed to her side, catching her before she could fall. Are you all right, Conan? Conan, utterly spent, managed a faint reply. I'm fine, just used a bit too much chakra. But Naruto could tell it wasn't that simple from the look of her. He gently pressed the back of his hand to her forehead, his expression changing instantly. You're burning up. Your fever's really high. Conan's gaze wavered. Maybe I used too much chakra, splitting up the paper clones, and then got soaked in the rain. Sorry, Naruto. Could you help me back? Naruto supported Conan back to her room. Her fever showed no sign of breaking, and her clothes were still dripping wet. If this went on, things could get much worse. Naruto decided on the spot. I'll go to the village and find some women to help. But before he could leave, Conan reached out and grabbed his hand. No, Naruto, that won't do. I am the leader of the Hidden Rain. The image I've built in people's minds is one untouched by worldly affairs. If that impression is shattered, things will become incredibly troublesome in the future. Naruto, growing anxious, insisted, but we can't just leave things like this, can we? Conan let out a weary sigh and released Naruto's hand, closing her eyes as she struggled for breath. It's all right. I am a ninja. Something like a little illness won't be the end of me. Naruto's expression twisted with indecision as he glanced at Conan's rain-soaked cloak, her mesh top with the zipper partially open at the back, and her tight, pale purple pants. He remembered how Hinata, back in the day, had fallen gravely ill, and he had looked after her with utmost care, even tending to her most personal needs. That was only natural between husband and wife. But Conan was his senior, someone he deeply respected. He could never cross that line. If he did, it would spell endless trouble in the days to come. Drawing a deep breath, Naruto said, Sister Conan, wait here for me. I'll be back in a moment. But by now, Conan was already slipping into unconsciousness. In the pre-dawn hours, the Hidden Leaf village was alive with commotion. After the devastation of the battle with Pain, Tsunade, who had been in a coma for days, had finally regained consciousness. Shizen stepped out of a temporary tent, cradling her pet pig, Tun-Tun, in her arms. Suddenly, she stopped and peered into the shadows, her voice cold. Who's there? Miss Shizune, it's been a while. A young man in a cloak marked with crimson clouds strode forward with quiet confidence, removing his mask. Naruto, Shizune exclaimed, startled. But the realization of Naruto's status as a rogue ninja quickly set in, putting her instantly on guard. What are you doing here in the leaf? Naruto replied calmly. I'd like to ask a favor of you, Shizune. Still holding Tun-Tun in her left arm, Shizune subtly gripped a kunai in her right hand. You're not serious, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Naruto's right eye spun, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. Sharingan, this is bad. Realizing the danger, Shizune squeezed her eyes shut. Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile as he dashed forward, deftly hoisting Shizune over his shoulder. Shizune's face drained of color. And Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Sorry, but this is an emergency. I don't have a choice. In a flash, Naruto vanished with Shizune using the Flying Thunder God technique. Tun-Tun tumbled through the air, squealing. But in an instant, Naruto reappeared, caught Tun-Tun, and then disappeared again. On the 7th floor of the Rain's tallest tower, Shizune sat by the wall, her face tense. Naruto, you'd better have a good explanation for all of this. Cradling Tun-Tun in his arms, Naruto turned to her with a sincere expression. Sorry for bringing you here so abruptly, Shizune. My companions. Fallen ill and needs looking after, but it's awkward for me because of the circumstances. You were the first person I thought of. Shizune simply regarded Naruto, her gaze sharp and questioning. Naruto said, You have to trust me, Shizune. Otherwise, I could have just used Sharingan Jinjutsu on you. At last, the tension in Shizune's expression eased a little. Having dealt with Naruto before, even though things had escalated to this point, deep down, she still wanted to believe in him. After all, as a medical ninja trained by Tsunade, she lived by the principle of putting her patients above all else. Shizune stood up, her face turning serious. Where is the patient? Naruto replied. In the room right behind you. After this, I have a lot of questions for you. She gave Naruto a long, searching look before turning and heading into the room. Cradling Tun-Tun in his arms, Naruto gazed at the cold rain falling outside the tower. The chill of the moonlight seemed to pierce straight to his heart. So, I'm no longer the Hokage. Gone are the days when everyone rallied to my call. Now, I even have to sneak back into the village like a thief. He sighed softly. Being a rogue ninja is far heavier than I ever imagined. Sasuke, I suppose it's the same for you, isn't it? The road ahead for us is still so very long. Tun-Tun let out a soft, plaintive squeal. Naruto stroked her rosy little head and smiled. Hungry, huh? Don't worry. I'll make sure you eat your fill before we go back. Meanwhile, in Akatsuki's new hideout. Whoosh! The Kamui vortex spiraled open. Obito stood over the cold, impassive boy who had been forced back to his original self. Obito's voice was low and stern. So, have you calmed down a little? Sasuke. Sasuke lifted his eyes to Obito, his tone hard. What exactly do you want from me? Huh, so you're finally willing to talk. Obito's expression softened slightly beneath his mask. He sat down nearby, his voice a measured blend of firmness and gentleness. Well, as fellow survivors of the Uchiha, I have no desire to force your hand. All I hope for is that we continue to benefit one another. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Benefit one another? Obito continued. Your goal is to take revenge on the Leaf Village for driving the Uchiha into ruin and to restore your clan. My goal is to gather the power of all the tailed beasts and declare war on the entire world. Sasuke fell silent, his eyes darkening. Obito pressed on. But on your own, you can never get revenge on Konoha. You've seen that for yourself, haven't you? I, Uchiha, am long past my prime. What remains of me is just an empty shell. Yet, even at the height of my power, I was defeated by Hashirama Senju, the founder of the Leaf. Sasuke said, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, is already dead, but the will and power of his era still live on. Obito's gaze grew deep and penetrating. Sasuke, how much do you truly know about the Leaf? Sasuke fell silent, lost in thought. Obito said, Sasuke, earlier you compared yourself to Nagato to gauge your chances of attacking the Leaf. Let me be clear with you. Even if Naruto didn't intervene, Nagato would still have never been able to challenge the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Well, if Nagato had insisted on a fight to the death with the Leaf, maybe the casualties would have been much worse than they are now. But in the end, Nagato would still have been defeated, and I mean in a scenario where Naruto never showed up. So, leading Taka to attack the Leaf is nothing but a dead end for you. Sasuke gripped the edge of the stone chair tightly, his eyes seething with frustration. Obito shifted the conversation. But if Akatsuki were to support you, the outcome would be very different. A sudden laugh burst from Sasuke. Obito frowned. What's so funny? Sasuke replied coldly. First you belittle yourself, then you put the leaf village on a pedestal. But what's so great about Akatsuki? Aside from you, Akatsuki is just a bunch of white creatures. White Zetsu protested. Hey, Sasuke, there's a limit to how much you can underestimate us, you know? Obito gazed deeply at Sasuke. Enough. It's time you learned what Akatsuki is truly capable of. Sasuke's eyes flickered. What do you mean, truly capable? Come with me. Obito rose and led the way. Sasuke hesitated, suspicion flickering in his eyes, but followed nonetheless. When they reached the depths of the lair and Sasuke laid eyes on the vast army of white Zetsu, his eyes widened in shock. What is this? Obito spoke in a grave tone. Did you really think collecting the tailed beasts was just a game? Using the chakra I've gathered from the tailed beasts so far and channeling it through the demonic statue of the outer path, I've cultivated the white Zetsu, those white creatures you mentioned. All told, there are about 100,000 of them. Sasuke was stunned. 100,000? White Zetsu added. That's even more than all the ninjas currently capable of fighting on the entire continent. By the way, each of us is about as strong as a Chunin, or Jonin, and the very best among us can even reach Kage level. Plus, we have a much wider range of abilities than ordinary ninjas, perfect for large-scale battles. Obito picked up where white Zetsu left off. Originally, I intended to use this army as my trump card to declare war on the ninja world. But the 5 great shinobi villages failed to unite at the 5 Kage summit, and now that I've secured the 8 tails, there's no need to create more pointless enemies. Sasuke, I can lend you these 100,000 white Zetsu as your army to attack the leaf. A gleam flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Naruto has already betrayed the leaf, and you're offering to help me declare war on them. But what's in it for you? Wouldn't it be simpler to just declare war on Naruto directly? Obito saw through the situation even more clearly. Naruto has already mastered the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. His movements are unpredictable. Unless we have leverage to tie him down, there's no way to force a direct confrontation with him. Sasuke turned his gaze toward Obito. So, Konoha is the so-called leverage you're talking about? Obito chuckled. Naruto said it to you himself, didn't he? If you attack Konoha, he'll try to stop you. That's how we'll lure him out and trap him, giving us the chance to finally face him head-on. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, clenching his hand unconsciously. And when this confrontation you speak of finally happens, how will things be divided? Obito replied, we'll handle Naruto ourselves. As for you, go and fulfill your revenge. Of course, the white Zetsu army will continue to support you. Sasuke's eyes turned dark, and for a moment, he didn't answer. Ha, Sasuke, is your hesitation now because you can't bear to see the only person who ever treated you as a friend being used like this? Or do you simply not trust me? That thought flashed through Obito's mind, but his expression remained unreadable. Well, there's no need to overthink it. From a pragmatic standpoint, your attack on Konoha will split Naruto's attention, increasing our chances of victory. Our interests are still aligned for now. Whether you act or not, the choice is yours. Obito and white Zetsu waited silently for Sasuke's decision. At last, Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes. Faces from his memories flickered through his mind. Former teammates, village elders, clansmen, his parents, Naruto. But in the end, it was Itachi's gentle smile before his death that lingered. The fire of vengeance burned away everything else. In a flash, his eyes snapped open, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming with an icy light. Sasuke declared with determination, I will have my revenge on Konoha. So it's as I thought. Hope is nothing but an illusion. No one can escape the chain of hatred. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can bring the world to its final evolution. A faint smile curled at the corner of Obito's lips. Excellent. Akatsuki will fully support your actions. This war isn't Akatsuki against the entire shinobi world. It's Akatsuki against Konoha. The outcome was decided from the very start. White Zetsu, standing nearby, stirred slightly. Obito asked, what is it? White Zetsu replied, we've received word from one of the units watching the abandoned base. Yugo and Suigetsu have arrived there. They want to join up with Sasuke. Obito pondered for a moment. Those two still have their uses. Bring them here. Around half an hour later, guided by white Zetsu, Yugo and Suigetsu arrived at Akatsuki's new hideout. The moment he saw Sasuke, Suigetsu began pouring out his grievances, recounting everything he'd endured since they parted ways in the Land of Iron. Sasuke simply sat on the stone bench, listening with a cold, indifferent expression. It wasn't until he heard a critical detail that a flicker of light crossed his eyes. Did you say you and Naruto participated together in the attack on the Hidden Cloud Village? And he took you to the Hidden Rain Village. In a flash, Tobi appeared right in front of Yugo. Don't move. From behind his mask, the Sharingan glimmered with the power of a Jinjutsu, instantly binding Yugo in place. Without hesitation, Toby pulled open Yugo's shirt, revealing the flying thunder god, marks burned into both his shoulders. Oomph. Toby snorted coldly and, without another word, seized Yugo's arms and wrenched them off with brutal force. AR. The blinding agony snapped Yugo out of the Jinjutsu. He let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground as blood and sweat pooled beneath him. With a sharp whoosh, the swirling vortex of Kingui sucked Yugo's severed arms into Toby's right eye. Hurry up and stop the bleeding, Toby said coldly, tossing out the words as he turned away. The scene was so ghastly even Suigetsu couldn't bear it any longer. He shouted at Sasuke, "Hey, Sasuke, are you really just going to stand there and watch him treat our comrade like this without saying a word?" Sasuke's gaze remained low and shadowed, betraying no response. Breathing hard, Yugo forced himself to steady his voice. "It doesn't matter. If someone comes to your door with a threat, eliminating the danger is the right thing to do." Gritting his teeth, Yugo mustered his strength with Suigetsu's help and struggled to his feet, looking at Sasuke. "Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto asked me to give you a message." Propping his chin on the back of his hand, Sasuke's eyes flickered. "What message?" Yugo replied. "He said Danzo isn't in Konoha. He's gone to Orochimaru's base, seeking to rise again. You better strike first. I think that's good advice." Sasuke's hands clenched tightly, his gaze icy and fixed ahead. "My revenge doesn't need his meddling. No matter how Danzo tries to borrow outside power, no matter how ugly, how ridiculous, how pathetic his attempts to draw near Uchiha's strength, my hatred will utterly consume him." As for Naruto, Sasuke's eyes paused, a complex, unreadable emotion flickering within. He's barely able to protect himself. He'd best worry about his own survival. Land of Fields, bordering the northern reaches of the Land of Fire, was the birthplace of the Sound Village. In recent years, as the Sound Ninja fell into decline, it faded from the awareness of most shinobi. This little country, so lacking in any sense of presence, had instead become fertile ground for seeds of evil to take root. Deep in the forest, surrounded by wetlands and swamps, lay a secret stronghold, its entrance leading down into the earth. The walls were etched with ancient, weather patterns, showing their age. Snake-shaped candlesticks stood symmetrically along each side of the corridor, their flames casting light no farther than 5 paces. Every 30 steps, another pair of candlesticks marked the way, the interplay of light and shadow lending the place an eerie atmosphere. The corridors twisted and turned like a labyrinth, riddled with hidden traps and mechanisms. Anyone who ventured unprepared would almost certainly never return. The labyrinth leads to the deepest part of the underground fortress, to that vast human experimentation chamber. The laboratory is expansive, yet the dim and somber tones make the space feel stifling and oppressive. Along the walls, transparent glass vessels contain a variety of submerged experimental subjects. Some are human, some are serpents. Some are grotesque hybrids of man and snake, while others defy easy description, distorted, unnatural forms suspended in solution. A slithering, scraping sound echoes in the gloom. At the workbench, a man is hunched over, deeply engrossed in his work. His back is shrouded in a dark coat, his head concealed beneath a hood. Yet from beneath his robes, 2 white serpents extend, flicking their tongues restlessly behind him. A sinister laugh, chilling in the quiet air, breaks the silence. Hif hif hif. The world above is growing more lively by the day. Well, perhaps it's not so strange. After all, when you linger too long in darkness, talking to yourself becomes a reasonable pastime. That Naruto, not only did he defeat your most capable subordinates, he also took the eyes that should have belonged to you. Those eyes are crucial for your plans going forward, aren't they? That's why you're so cautious, afraid to lose everything. I know your original intention was to incite chaos during the 5 Kage summit, wasn't it? No longer lurking in the shadows, but instead using the power you've amassed to openly seize both the 8 tails and the 9 tails. It's a perfectly logical plan, efficient and direct. I even prepared a little surprise myself for that very moment. As he speaks, his slit-pupiled eyes flash toward a coffin in the corner. But since you've changed your plans, I can't risk revealing my trump card too soon. He withdraws his gaze and shakes his head. A pity, really. How I long to see that ridiculous, laughable expression beneath your mask. But at this stage, it hardly matters. To be honest, war has nothing to do with me. My only goal is to reclaim Sasuke from your grasp. Rather than forming some roundabout, unpredictable alliance with you, I've already found a far better bait for Sasuke. Yes, for the sake of revenge, Sasuke will inevitably come after Danzo. He lowers his eyes to the workbench before him. Though perhaps, I may have gone a bit too far. Lying on the laboratory table, Danzo has been transformed into a genuine monster. Faces of the first Hokage, cover every inch of his body. And in the eye sockets of each of those faces, a Sharingan has been embedded. A dangerous laugh bubbles up. Ahaha. No longer just a single arm. I've implanted Shin Uchiha's rejection-resistant cells throughout Danzo's entire body, increasing his tolerance to the first Hokage's cells. And then, by negotiating with Shin, I obtained 100 clones, 200 Mangekyo Sharingan produced through cloning technology, all of them transplanted into Danzo. Besides Danzo's new right, I was the special surprise I saved just for you. A low, sinister chuckle echoed, then burst into wild, unrestrained laughter. With his hood thrown back, Kabuto revealed his true face, tilting his head back as he cackled. Go on, Sasuke. Indulge your thirst for revenge. I'll make sure you suffer. An unprecedented defeat, right here at Danzo's hands. When your resolve is shattered, when you're lost and adrift, you'll crave even greater power. And, naturally, just like 3 years ago when you sought out Lord Orochimaru, you'll come to me. And then, I, who have now become Orochimaru, no, who have surpassed Orochimaru himself, will shape you with my own hands into something greater than the legend of the Uchiha. That's right, Sasuke, in my hands, you will surpass that legend. You will surpass Uchiha Madara himself. Kabuto's laughter slowly faded. He pressed his finger to the bridge of his glasses, the lenses glinting white in the silence. In that quiet moment, he finally voiced his true goal. That way, I can prove to the world that my existence has meaning. Yet, their obsessions and madness did not disturb the tranquil village beneath the rain. Amage Cure, the tower. After receiving treatment, Conan's fever had subsided, and she was finally able to rest peacefully. Phew. Shizen took a moment to compose herself before stepping out of the room. Naruto smiled and said, Thank you, Miss Shizen. She nodded politely, then grew serious. Naruto, there's something I need to say, but Naruto cut her off first. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you the reason I left the village. Hearing this, Shizune's expression darkened. Naruto added, All I can say is, I would never do anything to harm the village. Lady Tsunade is awake now, and after hearing what's happened, she's been completely overwhelmed. I just don't understand why this one. Time, won't you discuss things with us? You know that, no matter how stubborn you were in the past, Lady Tsunade was always on your side. Shizune's words came out in a rush, her eyes searching his face for any sign of hesitation or regret. Yet, to her disappointment, she found none. Naruto's gaze held only clarity and depth. He spoke methodically, his voice calm and steady. This isn't something that can be solved by just talking it over. Without absolutely convincing evidence, even if I win the trust of select few, there would still be endless obstacles later. Rather than dragging a whole group along to shoulder the pressure, it's more efficient for me to act alone. That's the conclusion I came to after careful thought. Even if it's not the perfect solution, it's at least the most cost-effective one. Naruto reached out and gripped Shizune's shoulders. With a sudden flash, he whisked Shizune away to a forest outside the Leaf Village, placing Taunton gently into her arms. Shizune's face was clouded with confusion. She truly couldn't see through Naruto anymore. After a brief silence, she asked, What exactly has happened to you? Could you tell just me? I promise. I won't breathe a word to anyone. Naruto smiled gently. Miss Shizune, you should head back. Realizing further questions would be futile, Shizune sighed softly, cradling Taunton in her arms as she walked toward the village in the distance. Watching her retreating figure, Naruto called out, By the way, pass along a message for me to Granny Tsunade. Talp! Shizune stopped in her tracks. Naruto's gaze gleamed with a mysterious light. Tell her this. No matter what happens, I will not allow Danzo to return alive to Konoha. Tell her to prepare to take up the mantle of Hokage once again. Shizune was left speechless. After a moment, she continued on her way. Once Shizune had left, Naruto slowly turned his gaze aside and raised his hand. Universal pull. A strangled scream broke the silence as a lurking white Zetsu was yanked from the shadows and pulled into Naruto's grasp. Naruto smiled faintly. Well, what a coincidence, running into one of you ever-present guys. White Zetsu snarled in frustration. Why are you roaming around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Naruto replied. That's what I should be asking you, but I have a faster way to get answers. Crack. Naruto's hand clamped down on White Zetsu's head. His left eye, the Rinnegan, shimmered as he slowly closed it. Human path. In just a few seconds, Naruto had plucked every detail of Akatsuki's plan straight from White Zetsu's mind. So that's it. Naruto opened his eyes. These are Akatsuki's next moves. Whoosh! With a pull of his hand, a ball of white light was drawn from the top of White Zetsu's head. The price of being read by the human path was the loss of one's soul. That means I'll need strategies of my own. With a flourish of his cloak, Naruto vanished into the pale morning mist. By dusk, within the high tower of Amigakure, in a tranquil room, Konan opened her eyes, her hand resting lightly on her brow. As fragments of memory from before she fainted the previous night drifted back, she slowly reached out and lifted the covers, noticing she was now dressed in a fresh white robe. Her orange eyes narrowed in thought. Last night, I remember Naruto wanted to bring a woman from the village, but I stopped him. After that, exhaling softly, Konan sat up and began to tidy her appearance. There isn't a woman alive who doesn't love a touch of makeup, and even someone as cool and elegant as Konan was no exception. She dusted her eyelids with pale violet shadow and fixed a delicate blue paper flower in her hair. As for the lip stud beneath her mouth, that had been placed there on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony. Once she was satisfied with her appearance, she stepped down from the bed and began to change. The soft swish of fabric filled the room as she slipped off the white robe, folding it neatly and placing it in the wardrobe. In front of the mirror, her graceful figure was revealed in full, a fair complexion, as pure and radiant as freshly fallen spring snow. Her taut stomach accentuated by the gleam of a navel ring, a secret so intimate that not even those closest to her, like Nagato, were aware of it. Soft rustling sounds accompanied her as she slipped into a backless fishnet top with a zipper, changed into pale lavender leggings, and draped a black cloak embroidered with white-edged red clouds over her shoulders. She fastened a Rain Village headband at her right hip. This had been her signature attire for years, practical for combat, yet unmistakably signifying both the ideals of Akatsuki and her identity as a Rain ninja. Stepping out of her room, she found Naruto already waiting in the corridor, having stood there for quite some time. Staring at Naruto's back, she asked, "Did you not sleep at all last night?" Naruto nodded gently before turning around. "Konan, about last night. I'm sorry." He apologized because he felt responsible for making Konan accompany him and his shadow clones out in the rain all night, which had led to her falling ill. Konan lowered her gaze and replied softly, "It's nothing. You've had a tough time, too." Naruto didn't think much more of it and smiled. "Let's go eat something together." In the Rain Village kitchen, the meal was already prepared, with most of the dishes tailored to Naruto's tastes. Konan had always preferred light, vegetarian fare, with grilled fish being the only exception. "I received new intel. Akatsuki is planning a series of major operations soon." During their meal, Naruto shared with Konan the information he'd gleaned from White Zetsu's mind. Konan's eyes grew sharp. "They're willing to go to such lengths just to deal with you." Naruto sighed. "Yeah, Toby is a master strategist, born of circumstance, and he has a real talent for manipulating people. I have to admit, this time his plans really hit us where it hurts. Also, we need to start building our own intelligence network. Akatsuki has countless White Zetsu agents they can deploy all over the ninja world, keeping tabs on every ripple." At this point, Naruto's expression turned serious. "Honestly, the reason I caught wind of their plans this time was pure luck. If not, something big could have happened. We can't let this continue. If things keep going like this, we'll end up on the back foot. So, we need to get this done as soon as possible." Konan set down her chopsticks, dabbed her lips with a napkin, and said with quiet determination, "Leave this to me." Naruto asked, "Will it be difficult?" Konan replied, "The Rain Village has reserved ninjas separate from Akatsuki. I plan to gather them and select the right candidates." Naruto nodded. "Good. If any of them show promise, we can train them and give them important roles." After their meal, Naruto and Konan made their way to the coast of the Rain Village. Kisame was there, shirtless, resting atop a rock near the water, clearly having just emerged from the sea. "Thank you for your hard work, Kisame. From now on, I'll be helping out as well." Naruto landed on the water surface and began to form hand signs. The art of summoning. With a series of thunderous bursts, white smoke billowed up again and again. Crabs, squids, crocodiles, terrapins, octopuses, jellyfish, a myriad of snakes, an array of amphibious summoning beasts of every conceivable kind appeared, called forth from the void. Unlike the ones in the realm of Samsara, these creatures had thick black rods embedded all over their bodies, and their eyes reflected the projection of Naruto's Rinnegan. Strengthened through the animal path of the Rinnegan, these summoning beasts retained their primal instincts and combat prowess, moving at Naruto's command as they channeled his chakra. What's more, Naruto could share their vision, seeing through their eyes. Naruto gave Kisame special instructions. When you're running low on chakra underwater, you can replenish it through these beasts. Take as much as you need. Don't worry about my reserves. Understood. That makes things much easier for me, Kisame replied, rising to his feet. He merged once more with Samahata and slipped beneath the waves. Konan said, normally, the summoning beasts of the Rinnegan act only within a limited range, since they rely on the caster's chakra. But there are two modes of operation. If you allocate chakra to them in advance, distance won't be an issue, but once the chakra runs out, they'll stop moving. Naruto nodded. That makes sense. After all, they're technically already dead. There's still work to be done, so let's use the second mode for now. Pressing his palms together, Naruto distributed his chakra to each of the great summoning beasts through the black rods, proportioning it as needed. When he finished, he swept his arm, and the beasts dove one after another into the sea. Konan asked, are we heading out? Naruto replied, yes. Akatsuki is making its move, so we have to pick up the pace on our end. Before Orochimaru comes back, we need to wrap up the plans we left unfinished. Konan stepped forward, and Naruto placed his left hand on her shoulder. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Let's go to the hidden Cloud Village. In a flash, they arrived at the foot of Heavenly Thunder Mountain, where the Cloud Village was located. But Naruto didn't head up the mountain right away. Instead, he made his way to a nearby spot. From what he had gleaned from White Zetsu's mind, Naruto already knew that Akatsuki had succeeded in hunting down the Eight Tails. Killer Bee had met a tragic fate. Killer Bee was someone Naruto had known in his previous life, a friend with whom he had shared some joyful times. The Cloud and Lightning Gorge remained unchanged, but the carefree figure who used to rap his offbeat rhymes was gone forever. At the summit of Lightning Gorge, Naruto laid down a bouquet of paper flowers. He removed his mask and stood with eyes closed, mourning in silence. Uncle B, without a doubt, it was my return that altered the course of history and, indirectly, led to your demise. For that, I truly feel a deep sense of regret. Gazing up at the drifting clouds above, Naruto's expression was somber and grave. But even after living through that hellish future, I don't dare promise that this time I'll be able to protect everyone. I will keep moving forward in my own way, unwavering and resolute. In the days ahead, there will still be people who, directly or indirectly, fall on this path because of me. I don't know whether this is right or wrong, but this is the only thing I can do as the person I am now. It wasn't that Naruto had grown cold. He had simply witnessed too many deaths right before his eyes, lives snuffed out like ants. He understood all too well the overwhelming strength of that clan, and knew that naivete would only lead to more needless deaths. Konan gazed at Naruto's retreating figure. Only she understood the weight of the burdens he carried on those young, world-weary shoulders. From the depths of her heart, she now wished to witness his journey to the very end, and to follow him wherever it led. When the morning was complete, Naruto donned his mask once more, restoring the aura of grim determination that surrounded him. With a voice that rang with finality, he declared, inform the hidden cloud. Either prepare what I want, or be ready for all-out war. At midnight tonight, the dawn will pay a visit, right on your doorstep. Hidden Cloud Village, heavy training room. The Raikage's neck was encased in a thick plaster cast, yet he strained mightily, lifting a heavy barbell overhead. B, my brother, this blood debt. Your big brother will surely make them pay for it. Ever since he woke 3 days ago and learned of Killer Bee's and Mabui's brutal deaths, he had been consumed by rage and grief, weeping uncontrollably. But soon, he rallied, turning his pain into strength, pushing himself through relentless, punishing training, night and day, determined to surpass his limits, to avenge Bee and the others. Akatsuki, Uzumaki Naruto, I will never let any of you escape my wrath. Lord Raikage. As the Raikage was in the throes of his workout, a hidden cloud and Bu burst in, breathless with urgency. What is it? Can't you see I'm in training? If it's food, just leave it over there. By reflex, the Raikage tried to turn his head, but a searing pain shot through his neck. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his whole body awkwardly, barbell still in hand, shooting a fierce glare at the messenger. The ENBU said, our patrolling ninja received a message scroll. The contents, you should read them yourself. With a heavy thud, the barbell crashed to the ground, sending a tremor through the whole training hall. The Raikage strode forward and snatched up the scroll for a look. What? One glance was all it took. His eyes blazed red with anger. That little brat. I was just worrying he wouldn't show his face. With a sharp crack, he crushed the scroll in one massive hand and stormed through the wall, heading straight for his temporary office. There, the elite Cloud Jonin, head of intelligence, and advisor Dodai had been waiting for some time. Dodai spoke. Lord Rakage, according to the letter, all the other side wants is that secret technique scroll. They're not necessarily demanding a fight. My suggestion is, let's hand over the scroll. The Rakage glared and barked. What did you just say? Sukadai wore a worried expression. These are extraordinary times. We've lost Lord B, and you're wounded as well. If we go all out against them now and fight to the bitter end, even if we win, it could be a bloody and devastating battle. Worse, it might give other shinobi villages, especially Iwagakure and Konoha, the perfect opportunity to exploit our weakness. The Rakage snapped. So what? Are we supposed to grovel and surrender? I am the Rakage. I will not do anything that would disgrace the honor of the Yatsuki clan or our forebears. That Uzumaki Naruto, he is the true cause of B's death. Sukadai's gaze grew somber. With all due respect, Lord Rakage, that Uzumaki Naruto, who calls himself Myocho, might not actually be on the same side as the Akatsuki who killed Lord B. Otherwise, why would he go out his way to stress the difference between Myocho and Akatsuki? The Rakage ground his teeth in frustration, a harsh growl rumbling from his throat. Before the Rakage could explode, Sukadai hastily pressed on. And another thing, when he last invaded with his group, not a single one of our shinobi was killed. That was clearly intentional on their part. It shows they don't want to sever ties with us. Completely. It's true we suffered losses, but with such a powerful force as Myocho at our doorstep, especially when we're surrounded by enemies, now is not the time to turn them into mortal foes. In fact, we should even consider trying to win them over. Crash. Enough. All this noise is driving me mad. Silence. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the Rakage smashed his fist into the table, shattering it. I'll face them in battle. I don't want to hear another word. Ah, so we're fighting them. Sukadai wiped the sweat from his brow and shifted his tone. If we're going to fight, we need to target his abilities directly. The Rakage's eyes flashed with a fierce light. I've more or less figured out that kid's power. He has a repulsive force that can fling away anyone who gets close. But if I master the one-handed strike, I can break through. Sukadai replied. The one-handed strike is the previous Rakage's ultimate technique. It can't be mastered in a day or two. Forcing a head-on breakthrough isn't the only option. From what I've observed, there's a short gap between his techniques, about 5 seconds. The Rakage's gaze sharpened. I noticed that too, back when I fought him in the Land of Iron. But his eyes let him switch between different abilities. Still, if I keep up a relentless assault with taijutsu, I should be able to cope. The real problem is what he did last time. At that, the Rakage fell silent, haunted by the memory of being trapped in utter darkness, helpless, gasping for air. Sukadai spoke up. You mean the jutsu, where he created a massive sphere with gravity, sealing everything inside? Yeah, the Rakage clenched his fists and turned at Sukadai. Sukadai, do you have any ideas? Sukadai's eyes were grave. I've been thinking about the technique ever since I watched him use it. I've been pondering it these past few days. For once, the Rakage listened intently, giving Sukadai his full attention. Sachikage spoke carefully. When the enemy casts that jutsu, they throw a core similar to a gravity sphere into the sky. Only then does the earth split and gather toward that core. That's why I believe the gravity core is the key to the technique. Rakage, urge him on, go on. If we can destroy the core before we get pulled in theory, we can break that move. At this point, Sachikage shifted tone. However, since that gravity core can bear the weight of countless massive boulders, it must be incredibly tough. Only the most powerful long-range ninjutsu might have a chance to break it. Hearing this, Rakage said unwillingly, when it comes to long-range attacks, nothing beats the tailed beast ball. If only we were still here. Sachikage, how many ninjas do we have who can use long-range ninjutsu? Sachikage considered, roughly over 1,000, with about 200 of them being jonin. Rakage pressed, and how many do you estimate it would take to break that gravity sphere? Sachikage replied, at least 300 jonin. Rakage's brow furrowed. Jonin, that's not enough. What if we substitute with chunin? Sachikage answered, to fill the gap left by 100 jonin, we'd need at least 300 chunin. But in the chaos of real combat, chunin just don't have the mental fortitude or self-preservation skills of jonin. That could add a lot of unpredictable variables. Still, we do have one advantage. That technique's gravity pulls indiscriminately. We can actually use that to our benefit. We don't need to aim. As soon as the enemy activates the technique, we can unleash all our long-range attacks at once, and the gravity will pull our jutsu right to the core. These conclusions are all based on the intelligence we have now. There's always a chance the enemy has hidden strengths. That's why I still recommend we avoid direct confrontation. Rakage cut him off. Sachikage, you'll select 500 ninjas skilled in long-range jutsu. Tonight you'll fight at my side. The rest will stand by and protect non-combatants. But if the opportunity arises, they can join the battle. I swear, Naruto Uzumaki will not leave alive. A sigh escaped Tsuchikage's heart, but he complied. Understood, Lord Reikage. Beneath the thunderous shadow of Mount Tenrai, in the gloom of night, Naruto and Konan waited quietly. Naruto glanced at the clock in his palm. Konan made a mental note. That mechanical clock is the entry mechanism for the path of Azura. Click! Midnight struck, and the clock vanished from his hand. Naruto stood, his cloak billowing in the wind, while the Rinnegan beneath his mask glimmered with a mesmerizing, almost hypnotic light. It's time. We should get going. Last time he infiltrated, Naruto had already left flying thunder god markers inside and outside the hidden cloud, so there was no need to use his previous method to bypass the heavenly retribution barrier. With a swift motion, he was gone. He appeared on the open ground of the hidden cloud village, with Konan at his side. This open ground had once been the site of the Reikage mansion, but it was destroyed during the fighting. Then, thanks to Chibaku Tensei, it became a low-lying area. The land had only just been turned over and renewed, the earth still fresh and unsettled. No sooner had the two of them arrived than the hidden cloud shinobi on guard nearby spotted them, quickly surrounding them on all sides. Naruto spoke coolly. Looks like your boss doesn't intend to hand over what I want without a fight, huh? One of the cloud ninjas shouted. The will of lightning will never bow to marauders. Naruto's expression was unreadable. The will of fire, the will of stone, the will of lightning. It seems that the founders of every great ninja village followed the spirit of their times, leaving behind ideologies colored by their own desires, which their successors then upheld as sacred truths. I was once the same, but as my experience grew, I realized that most so-called wills were nothing more than the words of those seeking their own gain, useful for rallying people together. The hidden cloud shinobi exchanged uncertain glances, silent. Naruto continued, Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to dismiss or belittle you. These wills really have strengthened villages, even whole nations, by making them more united. But to an overwhelming power, such things seem awfully thin. Tell me, have you ever heard of the will of the gods? The cloud shinobi echoed, Gods. Naruto smiled faintly. But he wasn't talking about that self-proclaimed god, his senior brother. He meant those beings far away, beyond the mortal world, who truly stood above all life, the genuine gods. The will of the gods is to scorn the cycles of cause and effect, to see all living beings as nothing more than pawns. Lower creatures, as they call us humans, us shinobi. The cloud shinobi were baffled. What is this guy even talking about? Naruto just shook his head with an amused smile. Well, perhaps it's too soon for that talk. The kind of oppression, the kind of despair I speak of, it's something you can never truly understand unless you experience it for yourself. His gaze dropped to the ground beneath the cloud shinobi's feet. By the way, the chakra under your feet, is that meant to counter my abilities? Looks like you made at least some preparations for my arrival. But it's all pointless. With a swift motion, Naruto began weaving hand signs. He's casting a jutsu, the cloud shinobi shouted, bracing themselves. Yet, contrary to their expectations, no repulsive force exploded outward. When Naruto finished the sequence, he pressed his palm to the earth. Summoning jutsu, there was a puff of white smoke. Out of the mist appeared a bomb-wielding monstrous bird, its body ashen brown, its beak long and pointed. Naruto and Konan leapt onto the bird's back together, soaring up into the sky, far above the reach of their pursuers, all eyes fixed on them as they ascended. Then, a strange, oblong object dropped straight down, entering the cloud shinobi's line of sight. When they got a good look, the ninja who had shouted earlier cried out in confusion. An egg. With a resounding crash, the bizarre egg slammed into the earth. Its shell cracked open, and a heart-pounding rush of golden light surged forth. Yin Yin's pupils contracted sharply. This is bad, fall back now. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the night. Flames burst into the sky, igniting the darkness and signaling the beginning of the assault. The monstrous bird soared hundreds of meters above, circling high overhead. Xiao Nan remarked, So, the first casualties have finally appeared. Naruto replied, We're not just playing some childish ninja game here. I've already given them a chance. Xiao Nan smiled faintly. That's good. To be honest, I used to worry that when the time came to be ruthless, you wouldn't be able to steal your heart, and that would end up putting you at someone else's mercy. Naruto gave a short laugh, then gazed down at the tumultuous scene below, his expression turning serious. Speaking of which, there used to be a guy in Akatsuki called Deidara. His abilities were similar to this, perfect for demolishing enemy bases. Xiao Nan nodded. Yes, that's true. But Deidara's aerial combat had its limits. He wore a miniature telescope over his left eye, which gave him a visual range of about 100 meters. Beyond that, he couldn't drop his explosives with much accuracy. So, his greatest threat was in close-to-the-ground combat. Within 100 meters, he could still target long-range ninja effectively. But even if he wasn't accurate, Naruto added, if he just bombarded a base indiscriminately, it would still be incredibly dangerous. Xiaonan replied, that's true, but he had to form hand seals to detonate his bombs. If he was more than 500 meters away, he couldn't set them off. His clay bombs, being Earth-style, also had a fatal weakness. If struck by lightning-style attacks, they'd turn into duds. I see, Naruto said earnestly. You really do know every Akatsuki member's abilities inside and out, don't you, Sister Xiaonan? Xiaonan answered, after all, yesterday's enemies can become today's allies, and vice versa. So I have to be cautious. The only one from Akatsuki I never truly saw through was Itachi Uchiha. Swish! The bomb-carrying monster bird swept past overhead, unleashing a relentless barrage of explosives. A series of explosions ripped through the night, roaring along a straight path in rapid succession. In the area commanded by the Reikage, Yun-In and his followers scanned the sky through ninja telescopes. An unidentified monstrous bird has appeared overhead. It's the same enemy who attacked last time. They're riding on the back of that beast. Sukadai's gaze was grim. They're taking an aerial assault route this time. As I thought, the enemy never showed their full strength before. What I feared has come to pass. Raikage-sama. The Reikage barked, humph. It's just a bird. Nothing we can't handle. As long as we watch where the bombs are falling and predict the impact points, we can dodge the explosions. The body flicker technique is our specialty in the cloud. He wasn't boasting. After adapting to the situation, the cloud-hidden ninjas managed to anticipate the bomb's trajectories and landing points, combining this with their body flicker technique, and truly increase their chances of dodging the explosions. The appetizers are about done. Time for the main course. Naruto murmured as he branded the flying thunder god mark onto the bird's back, then stood and scattered a large handful of kunai inscribed with the same mark, tossing them randomly below. Whoosh! Naruto flashed out from one corner of the cloud village, forming hand seals with both hands. Summoning jutsu. Boom! A gigantic rhinoceros burst forth from a cloud of white smoke, roaring as it charged forward in a rampage. Whoosh! Naruto appeared at another location in a blur. Summoning jutsu. Bang! This time, what emerged was a colossal centipede. Whoosh! Naruto darted back and forth, repeating the process again and again. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Bang! 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 White smoke erupted all over the battlefield. He had unleashed the giant summons of the animal path across every corner of the cloud-hidden village. Whoosh! With the summoning complete, Naruto flashed back onto the bird's back. That should keep them busy for a while. A ninja rushed in with a report. Lord Reikage, countless monsters have suddenly appeared all over the village, causing massive destruction. Reikage's eyes widened. What did you say? Dodai said urgently. Lord Reikage, our original tactics won't work in this situation anymore. Crack, crack, crack. The Reikage clenched his teeth so hard they audibly creaked, but forced himself to suppress his fury. Change of tactics, full defense, everywhere. Yes, sir. And take me to the nearest battle zone at once. I want to see for myself what kind of monsters these are. Could anything really be more fearsome than a tailed beast? Arriving at the nearest battle point, they found a large group of cloud ninjas desperately struggling against a massive summoned beast. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight something like this? Where's the backup? Why aren't they here yet? Clang. Just as despair was peaking, the Reikage arrived in a flash of lightning, making a powerful entrance. It's the Reikage. The cloud ninjas breathed a collective sigh of relief. Humph. The Reikage barked. Out of the way, you brats. Let me handle this with one move. At that moment, the Reikage was facing none other than one of the Animal Path signature summons, what Naruto had named the infernal three-headed warhound. Smack! The Reikage surged forward, cloaked in electricity, his hand slicing downward like a blade. Lariat. Heavenly Judgment. Note. Lariat. Water Judgment is a sweeping hand chop. Lariat. Heavenly Judgment is a vertical hand chop. Slash. The infernal three-headed warhound was cleaved in two right through its central head by a bolt of lightning. As the Reikage halted behind the beast, he scoffed, Humph, hardly worth the effort. Lord Reikage, watch out behind you. Cries of alarm rang out from the Kimogakure spectators, their voices trembling with fear. Reikage tried to turn to see what was happening, but his injured neck refused to obey. A savage blow struck him from behind, sending Reikage hurtling through the air. He tumbled several times, but landed on his feet without injury. Only then did he finally see what had happened behind him. The warhound that had been cleaved in two by Reikage's thunderstorm balance blade had somehow split into two separate beasts. Reikage stared in shock and anger, utterly bewildered. What's going on? With a guttural snarl, the warhounds lunged at him again. He leapt back to evade and brought his hand down in a sharp, chopping strike once more. There was a sickening crack. A dog's head thudded to the ground, but instead of dying, it squirmed, sprouting a new torso and limbs. To Reikage's astonishment, it stood up, and two brand new canine heads emerged from its shoulders. As for the decapitated dog, an entirely new head grew back on its stump. Now 3 hellish Cerberus hounds stood before him. 9 heads, 18 Rinnegan eyes, all glaring at Reikage with a chorus of ferocious roars. And then, as one, they rushed to attack him. Reikage's hair practically stood on end. Are you kidding me? Everything that transpired was being shared through the Rinnegan's visual link, so Naruto saw it all unfold. He sighed. Reikage's luck couldn't be worse. Out of all those summons, he just had to pick the one that counters him the most. Conan asked, "What's happening?" Naruto replied, "Reikage's locked in combat with my hell, Cerberus, right now." Conan said, that dog summon with infinite division, right? If you can't target the summoner, you have to rely on either a powerful sealing technique or a sustained, wide area attack, like that Amaterasu from the Uchiha boy, Sasuke, or something with the destructive force of Tail Beastball. Otherwise, there's really no way to deal with it. Naruto shook his head with a faint smile. But Reikage doesn't have any of those options. This isn't something he can handle. Just die already. I want to see how many times you can split. Reikage unleashed his lightning-release chakra mode in full, hurling himself into a frenzy against the Hell Cerberus. Lord Reikage, please calm down. If this keeps up, their numbers will just keep growing. While Reikage was locked in a deadly struggle with the Hell Cerberus, battles were raging all across Kumogakure. A centipede, tens of meters long, slithered nimbly between the buildings. There was a thunderous rumble as the Kumogakure shinobi formed rings of defense, hurling kunai and explosive tags and coordinated attacks, but nothing seemed to work. The centipede's carapace was simply too tough, stronger than even the most powerful explosion tags could handle. This isn't working. Seeing the siege get nowhere, a veteran jonin from Kumogakure drew his ninja blade, wreathed it in lightning, and with a flash of body flicker, brought it slashing down. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the chaos. A shallow slash appeared. Combining lightning release with sword techniques works, but it's not enough to land a fatal blow. Damn it. If only Lord Reikage were here, he'd definitely bring this monster down. No time for complaints. Let's create an opening together. Jonin skilled in swordsmanship, attack it from all sides. Understood. A squad of Cloud Shinobi joined forces to cast their jutsu. Water release. Water formation wall. A great surge of water rose up, crashing against the centipede's body. Another Cloud squad immediately followed up with their own jutsu. Lightning release. Grateful wave. Crackling bolts of lightning raced along the water wall, coursing into the centipede, leaving it paralyzed. That monster's movements are sealed. Quick, aim for its vital points. Slash, slash, slash. The sword-wielding Cloud Jonin struck as one, lightning-infused blades flashing. Gashes both deep and shallow appeared, and even some of its tentacles were severed. Yet the centipede seemed unfazed. Does this monster not feel pain at all? The effect of the grateful wave faded, and the giant centipede lashed its body with tremendous force. The shinobi clinging to it were all hurled away. Damn it, what in the world is this creature? But our combined attacks worked. We have to keep wearing it down. If we keep this up, we'll take it out eventually. The centipede's Rinnegan eyes stared coldly down. Suddenly, with a wet hiss, green liquid sprayed from its mouth and spread into a drifting mist. Every Cloud shinobi nearby froze in place. My body, I can't move. Is that venom with a paralyzing effect? Damn it. Lord Reikage, we've done all we can. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. Elsewhere, Samui, Omoi, and Karui, having finished evacuating civilians, arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Smoke billowed, explosions thundered, and Omoi bit down hard on his lollipop, his face grim. This is terrifying. I can only imagine what Konoha went through back then. Omoi and Karui had previously been tasked with delivering the 5 Kage Summit invitations to Konoha, and had seen firsthand the devastation left by the attack. As for Samui, though she hadn't seen Konoha's devastation herself, she had just endured the pain of losing family. Her younger brother, Atsui, had fallen not long ago at Obito's hands. Tap! Samui, her golden hair and snow-white skin as striking as the highest peaks in the shinobi world, rivaling even Tsunade, was at this moment seething with anger. Head held high, shoulders squared, she strode toward the source of the explosions. Carrie called out, "Captain Samui." Samui replied, "I will find that masked bastard. How dare he impersonate me and deceive everyone?" Additionally, she remained resentful about Naruto pretending to be her earlier, even though she didn't know Naruto personally. Rustle, rustle, rustle. But suddenly her body was lifted off the ground, as if something had wrapped around her, hoisting her up into the air. Omoi and Karui were both stunned. A chilling, slithering sound filled the air. The hidden monster revealed itself, a lizard-like creature, its eyes bulging out of their sockets, long and flat Rinnegan eyes spinning round and round. Its tongue, long, agile, tipped with a fleshy bulb, shot out and coiled around Samui's body, tightening its grip. Inevitably, the front of the tongue pressed against her, thick, sticky saliva trickling down from its tip. NGH, Karushi, so painful. Samui squeezed her eyes shut, her face flushed red from lack of air, her expression twisted in agony. This sight left Omoi utterly entranced, two small blushes appearing on his dark cheeks. Karui snapped, "WH, what are you waiting for? Hurry, save the captain." "Oh!" Omoi snapped back to his senses, drew his ninja blade with a sharp metallic ring, and sliced clean through the chameleon's tongue. Karui drew her sword as well. Secret art, cloud-style, swift flowing slash. Lightning crashed down, striking just behind the chameleon, and immediately following came 3 powerful arcs of sword light. With a thunderous pop, the chameleon vanished into a cloud of white smoke. Thud! Samui, now out of danger, landed amidst the sticky residue, gasping for breath. After sheathing her blade, Karui hurried over and asked with concern, "Captain Samui, are you all right?" Omoi, meanwhile, couldn't help but think to himself, if Sensei had seen that just now, he would have had quite a show. High above, riding on the back of a bird, Naruto raised his left hand, a mysterious smile curving at the corner of his lips. Conan asked, "What is it? Something good happening?" "Nothing, just a small dream from long ago finally came true." Naruto lowered his hand, his gaze shifting downwards. Whoosh! A summoning bird streaked up toward the sky, carrying a young, dark-skinned cloud shinobi. With a swift flip, he leapt onto the back of the bomb-carrying bird. "Villain, don't think you can do as you please in our homeland." His words rang out, his short sword drawn, crackling with wind and thunder. Cloud-style, crescent moon slash. A faint smile lifted the corners of Naruto's mouth beneath his mask. "Good, bring it on." In a blur of motion, the young cloud ninja darted forward, his short blade sweeping in, his form splitting into 3, flanking from front, back, and left in a coordinated attack. The cloud-style crescent moon slash was strikingly similar to the leaf-style's dance of the crescent moon. Both techniques use clones to unleash a barrage of slashing attacks. The key difference is this. The Konoha-style clone is a physical double, while the cloud-style clone is an illusion with a real body hidden within, making it highly deceptive. But no matter which style it is, against Naruto now, none of them matter at all. Shinra Tensei. Naruto chose the simplest and most direct way to respond. Whoosh! 2 phantom images swept past Naruto from front and back, crisscrossing as they went. The true body on the left was struck violently by repulsive force, sent flying off the explosive bird, and the short blade in his hand spun out of his grasp. A sharp piercing cry. The earlier summoned bird circled in the sky and swooped down to catch the boy. His bones ached as if they were about to shatter, and the youth's face was full of shock. "What was that just now?" Naruto turned around, his voice calm and indifferent. "Want to try again? Don't underestimate me." The youth, pride burning in his eyes, raised his hands to form seals, but Naruto was a step ahead, reaching out through the air. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh! The boy's feet left the summoned bird beneath him, and he was pulled through the air toward Naruto. "What the?" Even as surprise and alarm surged in his chest, the boy's hands finished forming the seals. Crackling. Lightning sparked between his palms, condensing into a sphere. Using the pull of the force in front of him, he hurled it straight at Naruto. Lightning style, Thunderbolt technique. Oh, so you can condense lightning style and throw it as a sphere. Naruto maintained Bansho Tenin with his left hand, while raising his right. Predapath. From a moment of Shinra Tensei, Conan, who had scattered into paper sheets, reformed half her body, her eyes closely following Naruto, to use the abilities of the Deva Path and Predapath simultaneously. Naruto's mastery of his left eye had reached a whole new level. Whoosh! With his right hand, Naruto absorbed the thunderball. With his left, he seized the boy by the throat. Even while pinned by Naruto, the youth refused to give in, forming a subtle hand seal with 2 fingers. A shrill cry. The summoned bird shrieked and dove at Naruto in a desperate attack. But Naruto remained unruffled. Predapath. A gurgling sound. Chakra surged from the boy's throat into Naruto's left hand. In an instant, it was completely drained. Poof! Deprived of chakra, the summoning jutsu collapsed, and the summoned bird vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Naruto spoke. You move quickly, you're sharp under pressure, and more importantly, you're young, yet already at Jonin level. What's your name? The boy answered, Kyomogakure Buroi. Naruto thought to himself, Buroi, if given time, he might become the next Kakashi Hitaki of the ninja world. Buroi's arms fell limp, his face shadowed with grim resignation. This smell. Naruto caught a whiff in the air, his gaze sharpening. With a swift motion, he tore Buroi's ninja jacket from him with his right hand, along with hundreds of explosive tags hidden beneath, and flung them away. A thunderous roar split the night. The explosion lit up the sky. Buroi's face went pale as death. Even his desperate trump card had been seen through. Naruto stared at him and asked, Do you have a death wish? Buroi closed his eyes. Go ahead, kill me. All right, I'll send you on your way. Naruto glanced down, then hurled Buroi out with all his strength. Lord Sukadai, I acted on my own again. I'm so useless. Sigh, I haven't even confessed to Samui yet. But maybe it's for the best. Having feelings for a woman 15 years older than me? That must seem so strange, right? If she turned me down, I'd be a laughingstock for sure. As he plummeted, Buroi waved goodbye to this world. A heavy crash echoed as he hit the ground, the earth caving in from the impact. But he didn't die. Oh, that hurts. Wait, why am I still alive? Only then did he realize he'd landed in a freshly turned patch of soft mud. Could it be? In shock, he looked up at the massive shadow sweeping across the sky. Behind Naruto's mask, the Rinnegan gazed down, and he muttered to himself, Don't be so eager to die, young man. The time for you all to truly shine hasn't come yet. The thunder of battle rolled on. Cloud Village's siege had raged for a whole hour. The Raikage was still locked in combat with the Hellhounds, but he had grown wiser, realizing that using cutting-type taijutsu only multiplied their numbers. Heavy current burst. With a resounding thud, he smashed one of the Hellhounds away with his elbow. Nearby, Cloud Shinobi skilled in Earth Release surrounded the beast, joining forces to cast their jutsu. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A deep rumble shook the ground as thick layers of soil enclosed the battered Hellhound, temporarily pinning it in place. A chilling howl echoed from within. There were still 36 Hellhounds circling the Raikage. Damn it! The Raikage roared, chakra reserves beginning to wane. Raikage-sama, hold on a little longer. The Sealing Squad is almost here. The Raikage barked. Where's Tsukadai? Where is he? If we had his jutsu right now, this would be so much easier. Elsewhere, a massive rhinoceros rampaged through the village, smashing buildings as if they were made of paper. Dozens of Cloud Shinobi tangled thick iron chains around its body and legs, hauling with all their might. But despite their efforts, chaos erupted. People and chains sent flying in all directions. Then, a calm and composed man stepped forward. Lava release, Demochi pool. The earth suddenly gave way, and a viscous, rubber-like liquid surged upward. The rhino's forelegs sank deep, leaving it stranded and unable to move. Relieved, the nearby Cloud Shinobi cheered. Lord Sukadai, we can handle it now, thanks to you. Sukadai said, No need, just leave this to me. You all go support the other battlefronts. Understood. Please be careful. Once the surrounding ninja had withdrawn, Sukadai raised his eyes to meet the stare of the summoned rhino. All those summons possess those troublesome eyes. But how could there possibly be so many of those tricky eyes? So, they must originate from the summoner, projected in some fashion. He paused for a moment, then continued. You're watching, aren't you? The summoned rhino remained silent, giving no response. Sukadai went on. Summoned beasts always avoid attacking genin and civilians who lack combat ability. I don't believe they possess the intelligence to make such distinctions. So it's clear you're deliberately controlling them. And that control must be based on what you can see. Therefore, I'm certain you and your summoned beasts share vision. We've crossed paths once before. I know you act with strong intent, and you have no wish to escalate this conflict pointlessly. So let's talk. Maybe I can offer what you want. Meanwhile, atop the explosive bird, as expected of Uncle Homo, his sharp analysis is just as brilliant as Shikaku's. Naruto murmured in admiration, slowly rising to his feet, and said to Konan, I'll be back in a moment. Clang! A flying thunder god kunai landed right in front of Tsukadai. In a flash, Naruto appeared beside him. Mr. Tsukadai, your analysis was spot on. If the Raikage had half your intelligence, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Tsukadai replied, though I despise your actions, I was against this conflict from the very beginning. As a ninja of the hidden cloud, I must obey the Raikage's orders. Naruto asked, and now? Your strength has far exceeded my expectations. If it means preventing further casualties, then here, take this. Tsukadai reached into his robe and produced a scroll. Naruto's eyes narrowed beneath his mask, but he made no immediate move. Tsukadai assured him, don't worry. This is the secret scroll of the lightning release chakra mode. I haven't tampered with it in any way. I'm not foolish enough to invite suspicion or bring even greater disaster upon the village. Naruto raised his palm and drew the scroll over with a pull of gravity. With a sigh, Tsukadai said, to be honest, I don't even know if this is the right thing to do. Who knows what that technique will become in your hand from now on. After checking the scroll, Naruto tucked it into his cloak and looked Tsukadai in the eye. Tsukadai, time will tell everything. Your judgment is the right one. Tsukadai asked, is it over then? Naruto grinned and asked, Tsukadai, ever thought about working for me? Tsukadai was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Don't joke around. I'm a ninja of the hidden cloud. I could never betray where I stand. Is that so? What a pity, Naruto replied with a hint of regret, though he didn't press the matter. But it's fine. As long as you're alive, your wisdom will someday serve the shinobi world. That's more than enough. With those enigmatic words hanging in the air, Naruto vanished without a trace. Tsukadai stared after him in confusion. To serve the shinobi world? Was his true goal? He's a man impossible to read. In a blur, Naruto reappeared atop the giant bomb bird. Conan asked, mission accomplished? Naruto nodded. Yeah, it's time to go home. He placed a hand on Conan's shoulder, and together they disappeared in a flash, returning to the hidden rain with the flying thunder god technique. All across the hidden cloud, the summoned beasts began to vanish one after another, dissolving into puffs of white smoke. Ha ha! At last, I've defeated these damn hounds, the Raikage bellowed triumphantly. As the lightning dissipated, he lay flat on the shattered earth. Sweat poured from his bronze skin and seeped into the ground. That night, no one in the hidden cloud slept. High atop the Rain Village Tower, Naruto sipped hot tea while poring over the freshly acquired scroll. Lightning released chakra mode, a B-rank jutsu, he mused. It's the same level as the shadow clone technique, but not because it's weak. The truth is, while it isn't hard to learn, it's of little use to most shinobi in real combat. Yes, to most shinobi. He paused, setting his cup down. In other words, both are meant for the rare few who possess vast reserves of chakra. Conan stepped forward and refilled his teacup, her tone lightly teasing. You mean shinobi like you, who can command dozens of summoned beasts and run circles around a great nation's ninja village all night without breaking a sweat? Naruto glanced up. Conan, I know you're teasing me, but couldn't you at least crack a smile? Now that I think about it, I've never actually seen you smile. Conan pondered for a moment. Really? I could have sworn I've smiled plenty of times. Naruto scratched his head. Sorry, I guess I never noticed. How about you show me now? Conan hesitated. Is that an order from our leader? Naruto coughed awkwardly. Let's call it that. If it's an order, then so be it, Conan replied, setting the teapot down on the table. Naruto sipped his tea, watching her intently. With a deep breath, Conan raised her hands, patted her cheeks, then tugged at the corners of her mouth, forcing herself into a smile. Naruto couldn't hold it in any longer. A mouthful of tea sprayed out as he burst into laughter. What was that, a forced smile? Sorry, Conan, but that was just too funny. If you asked me to smile on purpose, I really just can't do it. Conan put her hand down and glanced at Naruto, who was laughing with abandon. Despite herself, a faint, gentle smile appeared at the corner of her lips. With that little episode behind them, Conan gathered up the used teaware and, her expression turning serious, said, It's about time to rest. You didn't sleep at all last night, did you? Naruto replied, I'm not tired. Conan eyed the scroll on the table. So you're planning to strike while the iron's hot and train in that jutsu? But Naruto shook his head. Mastering it is simple. It'll just take one night. But before that, there's something else I need to do to lay the groundwork. A curious light shone in Conan's eyes. Oh, what kind of groundwork? Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, illuminating the tower with a sudden burst. Naruto gazed intently at the sheets of rain outside the tower. First, I need to master purple lightning. Conan's elegant brows knitted together as she searched her memory, but she drew a blank. Purple lightning? I've never even heard of that. Is there such a lightning release technique? Propping his chin on the back of his hand, Naruto spoke in a low voice. Conan, I've shown you glimpses of the future, but there are countless details that weren't included in those memories. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, we joined forces to seal Kagaya, and Kakashi Hitaki lost his Sharingan in that very battle. Conan mused. Kakashi is famous for combining the Sharingan with his lightning blade. Losing the Sharingan must have been a devastating blow to his strength. Naruto smiled. That's true. But after that, he became the sixth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. And he didn't get that title just because of his seniority, it was his real strength. In the years following the war, he blazed a new trail. By pushing the boundaries of lightning release, he created a deadly technique. Purple lightning. Purple lightning is more powerful than anyone could have imagined. Even without the high-speed charge of the lightning blade, it surpasses it. In pure destructive force. That means he no longer needed the Sharingan to wield it, and Kakashi's strength even surpassed what it once was. Then Naruto's tone shifted. To be honest, that lightning release always fascinated me. But back then, I didn't meet the requirements. Conan asked, what requirements? Naruto replied, first, although I have a lightning affinity, I'm not skilled with lightning release. That's not such a big deal, I can overcome it with enough training. The real problem is the second requirement. I don't have the chakra nature of yin release. Note, yin release is fundamentally different from yin-yang release. Conan asked, and now? Do you have it? Naruto lifted his left hand, half covering his right eye. That's right, the power of the Uchiha is the ultimate form of yin release. With Shursue's Sharingan, aside from the power of Koto Tsukumi, I finally gained the yin release I once lacked. Now, everything's in place. It's time for me to master the lightning style I'm not good at, and push it all the way to the level of purple lightning in one go. Conan remarked, but you once said that even Kakashi Hitaki spent years developing purple lightning. Naruto grinned. Development and learning are two different things. My father also spent years developing the Rinnegan, but it only took me a week to master it. Besides, I have a unique advantage in training. Yes, that's the shadow clone jutsu. Conan's expression was tinged with helplessness. So tonight will be another sleepless night, won't it? Naruto stood up. Looks like it. But, Conan, you shouldn't stand in the rain with me again, or you'll catch a cold. A flicker of emotion flashed deep in Conan's eyes. She gently brushed aside her bangs, regaining her usual cool composure. She made a point to clarify, I didn't get a fever from the rain, but because I overused my paper clones, which drained my chakra, and getting drenched just made it worse. Naruto nodded. I figured you're not someone who'd come down with a cold easily. This time, I won't be holding an umbrella for you and your clones. Naruto was surprised. Wait, Conan, aren't you going to sleep? Conan replied, no. Back when I was with the Akatsuki, I got used to sleeping only an hour or so each day. Well, if you say so. Naruto gave a resigned smile. The red cloud cloak fluttered around him as he leapt off the tall tower. Conan watched him descend into the rain, thinking to herself, Naruto, you're the bridge to the future of the shinobi world, the hope everyone's counting on. I once failed to protect those two. So this time, no matter what, I'll be the pillar that supports your bridge. With a rush, Conan followed him into the rain. Naruto formed a series of hand signs. Ninja art, multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a rush of sound, nearly 1,000 shadow clones burst forth from the swirling white mist in the pouring rain. Even after the war, I practiced other chakra natures besides wind, but I'm still not as good with lightning as I'd like to be. I'll use this technique to really get the hang of it. With a swift movement, Naruto's real body finished a string of seals, gripping his left wrist with his right hand. Lightning style, Chidori. A fierce surge of lightning wrapped around Naruto's left hand, crackling with a chorus of shrill, piercing cries, like 1,000 birds calling at once. The shadow clones followed suit, each imitating the move. In an instant, the night air was filled with 1,000 piercing calls, echoing beneath the rain-soaked sky. Naruto raised his voice energetically. All right, everyone, let's master the Chidori until we don't even need hand seals to use it. His shadow clones responded with enthusiastic cheers. Yes, sir. We'll give it our all. Call me Uzumaki Kakashi. Call me Uzumaki Sasuke. And so it happened that, once again, the night was filled with tireless training, another sleepless night. That very night, thanks to the relentless efforts of thousands of shadow clones, Naruto achieved a breakthrough. He could now perform the Chidori without a single hand seal. But Naruto was still human. After days of constant exertion and desperate training, his chakra finally hit its limit. He took a day to rest and recover, regaining his strength. Then, while helping Kisame search the ocean, he resumed his training. 3 days later, he had mastered various forms of the Chidori, becoming an expert in lightning-style jutsu. But being an expert was just the beginning. Next, Naruto threw himself into the demanding practice of purple lightning, training with total devotion and barely stopping to eat or sleep. This time, the process was far from smooth. To master purple lightning, he needed to blend a precise amount of in release into his lightning-style chakra. First, in release was an entirely new field for him, something his past self had never even touched. Second, he struggled to get the mixture just right. As a result, his progress was slow in the beginning. Fortunately, his experience balancing chakra while training for tailed beast bombs in his previous life came to his aid at this critical moment. After countless rounds of trial and error, Naruto finally grasped the key. That night, he stood on muddy ground, his left hand battered and scarred, wrapped in a crackling shroud of violet lightning. Before him stood 10 shadow clones. Naruto called out loudly, "Come on then!" The 10 shadow clones formed hand seals in unison. Lightning style, Thunder Tiger Assault. A fierce howl echoed as 10 lightning dogs merged into a single majestic lightning beast. Guided by the clones' ropes of lightning, the beast charged straight for the original Naruto. But Naruto only needed a casual swing of his left hand, now wreathed in purple lightning. With a final anguished cry, the lightning beast was obliterated in a flash. The violet arcs leapt along the ropes, surging back to the clones. With a flurry of pops, all 10 shadow clones vanished in clouds of white smoke. This was the pinnacle of lightning-style jutsu, the true power of purple lightning. The electricity fizzled out from Naruto's left hand. Breathless, he collapsed onto his back, panting hard but grinning with satisfaction. "I finally did it. Kakashi-sensei, your ultimate technique really lives up to its name. Even now, it took me a full 10 days to truly master it. Can you rest now?" Conan walked over to him. "No, now that the iron is hot, I have to strike again. I'll push through and master the lightning release chakra mode in one go." Naruto sat up, pulling out that precious scroll from his cloak. He unfurled it in the muddy ground, and then once again gathered his chakra to unleash the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Conan sighed inwardly. If things had followed their original course, that so-called Fourth Great Ninja War would be nearing its end by now. But for the shinobi world as it stands today, everything is only just beginning. Akatsuki's hideout. With a sharp whoosh, swirling vortexes appeared, and Obito emerged, tossing the prisoner slung over his shoulder onto the ground. Rustling sounds followed as Black Zetsu and White Zetsu surged up from the earth, staring at the unconscious ninja lying there. White Zetsu remarked, "Oh, isn't this that Yamato from the Hidden Leaf? Orochimaru's old test subject. How did you end up bringing him here?" Obito replied, while heading toward a coat rack in the corner. "I took a little trip to Konoha to scout things out. Saw him using some impressive wood release techniques, so I brought him along. He'll be useful to strengthen your forces. Left out there, someone else might have set their sights on him." Black Zetsu murmured, "Hell, what a coincidence. Seems someone else was interested in him too, but you got there first, Yet, Obito paid no mind to Black Zetsu's suggestive words. He reached the coat rack, shrugging off his damp cloak adorned with red clouds, and asked White Zetsu behind him, "So, what did you find out from the reconnaissance I sent you on?" White Zetsu replied, "There's been no sign of Naruto since then." Obito shook the water from his clothes and hung them up. "Have you figured out why Naruto attacked the hidden cloud?" White Zetsu answered, "It seems everything started over a scroll. Something called the lightning release chakra mode, right? Oh, that technique favored by generations of Reikage? It can enhance reflexes and the body, but it seems only those with powerful chakra can master it. Looks like Naruto wants to rely on speed and reflexes to win." Unconsciously, Obito's hand moved to his bare shoulder. The wound he'd received 16 years ago had long since healed, yet for some reason, it still ached faintly. Watching his back, Black Zetsu remarked with a meaningful tone, "Did that stir up some unpleasant memories?" "Oomph, that was then, and this is now. Even if Minato were still alive, I'm confident I could defeat him." With a dramatic sweep, Obito donned a fresh cloak with red clouds and turned around, asking, "Where's Sasuke?" White Zetsu replied, "He's been honing his new techniques over and over. He worried the base was too cramped, so he went outside." Obito strolled over to a stone chair and sat down unhurriedly. Seems the earlier setback made him impatient. White Zetsu voiced his concern. "If we let him keep growing stronger, won't that eventually work against us?" Obito shifted his posture slightly, his eyes deep and shadowed beneath the mask. "It's nothing. Even if his ocular power one day rivals Madara's, the gulf in real combat experience will still define his limits. He'll never surpass Madara." A thought flickered through Obito's mind, but he kept it to himself. Moreover, even in the worst-case scenario, If they could not reclaim the Rinnegan from Naruto's hands, should Sasuke awaken the Rinnegan, the Eye of the Moon plan could still be set in motion. White Zetsu spoke up. Should I send my clones to Rain Village for a closer investigation? Obito considered for a moment. No need. Letting White Zetsu infiltrate the Rain would certainly help us track Naruto's movements, but the risk of leaking information is too great. Under the power of the Rinnegan's human path, even the safeguards I've placed with the Sharingan would become useless. White Zetsu shook his head, sighing. What a shame. A war of this scale is looming, yet we're still in the dark about our enemy. It's rather unpleasant. Obito's gaze grew more intense. There's no rush. Time is still on our side. The day Konoha's reconstruction is complete will be the day Dark Dawn launches its full offensive. After all, only something brand new, that hollow emptiness of starting from zero, can truly be called despair. Having tacitly accepted the existence of Bright Dawn, Obito now saw himself as the leader of Dark Dawn. He already regarded Naruto as his equal, a worthy opponent for a true contest of strength. Rain Village, at the break of dawn. With a series of quiet pops, every shadow clone vanished, returning their chakra and accumulated knowledge to the original body. Out in the open, rain pouring down. Naruto stood bare-chested, fists clenched, eyes tightly shut. A sizzling surge. Crackling lightning chakra erupted around him, forming a cloak of violet electricity. The violet lightning chakra mode. Conan's beautiful eyes trembled in awe. What incredible chakra! Naruto flexed his fists, feeling the rush of power. Yeah, this mode, it's even more unbelievable than I imagined. Even if Kurama refuses to cooperate for now, I won't be left defenseless. Naruto lifted his head, letting the rain fall on his face. Through the rain he summoned with the Rain Tiger at will technique, he sensed a powerful chakra approaching. Conan's gaze sharpened. What is it? Naruto smiled. Orochimaru is finally back. If he stayed away any longer, handling what's coming next would have been nearly impossible for me. Naruto helped Orochimaru set up the recovered experimental equipment. It's a bit rough around the edges, but at least this gives me a proper lab in the Rain Village. Outside the new lab, Orochimaru stood beside Naruto, dressed in immaculate white. Naruto-kun, while I was away, Bright Dawn has made quite the entrance into the shinobi world. As a first battle, it was passable, I suppose. Naruto spoke in an offhand manner, his eyes catching the dark red ring with the kanji for sky on Orochimaru's left pinky. The Void of Akatsuki, Orochimaru's former codename. After leaving Akatsuki, he preserved both his severed left hand, taken by Itachi, and that very ring in a certain laboratory. This time, he had retrieved the ring as well, a sign that he had made up his mind to formally join Akatsuki's new dawn. Inside the conference room atop the high tower, once Naruto had taken a seat, he cut straight to the point. Orochimaru, do you have any of Itachi's living tissue? Orochimaru replied with great interest. Yes, I do. I kept a close eye on his development from a young age, and managed to collect some samples without him noticing. Why do you ask, Naruto-kun? What are you planning? Beneath his mask, Naruto's gaze was somber. I want to try summoning him back with Edo Tensei. Orochimaru responded. That's not difficult, but I'll need a living sacrifice. Wait a moment. Naruto stood, vanished, and returned shortly with a vacant-eyed man in tow. Past, present, or future, Naruto would never harm the innocent. This man was a remnant of Hanzo's faction, who had tried to infiltrate the village during Naruto's lightning release training. Naruto hadn't killed him then, precisely for a moment like this. How delightfully decisive. Orochimaru chuckled, standing up with a smile. He quickly inscribed the summoning circle, placed Itachi's tissue and the living sacrifice within, and as he formed the seals, his elegant hair billowed as if caught by a phantom wind. Forbidden Jutsu, Edo Tensei. But the summoning did not activate. Orochimaru's delicate brows furrowed. He slowly released the hand seal, and said in a measured tone, there are two possibilities. Either Itachi is still alive, or he's already been summoned with Edo Tensei elsewhere. Naruto was not surprised. So it's come to this. Kabuto has already begun his moves. Orochimaru's voice sank. Kabuto, is it? I see. With his chin resting on his hand, Naruto stared into the curtain of rain beyond the tower, his thoughts turning inward. Itachi had once planted a crow within me. That crow containing Shursue's Kodoa Mitsukami, the left eye. Itachi had inscribed a genjutsu called Protect Konoha within that left eye. The condition to trigger it was to see Itachi's eyes. This jutsu was meant for Sasuke. Itachi anticipated that if Sasuke sought revenge on Konoha, he would inevitably transplant Itachi's eyes to gain eternal sight. In order to stop Sasuke, I would eventually have to face him in battle. In my previous life, I knew nothing of this. By chance, when I encountered Edo Tensei Itachi, I inadvertently triggered this technique, accidentally freeing him from Kabuto's control. Unlike the last time I met Sasuke in the Land of Iron, now, Sasuke should already have Itachi's eyes. So, the next time I meet Sasuke and our eyes lock, the crow inside me will respond, and Kodoa Mitsukami will activate on Sasuke. Naruto's hand clenched tightly. But Sasuke is someone I absolutely do not want to control with Genjutsu, no matter what. That's why I want to remove this obstacle as early as possible. But as expected, there's still so many difficulties in the way. Well, the Akatsuki are planning something of this scale. It's not going to happen overnight. When the time comes, I'll think of something else. Orochimaru watched Naruto, who was lost in thought, and mused to himself. Naruto-kun's thoughts are truly hard to read at this moment. But, for something to trouble him so much, it must have to do with Sasuke. The entanglement of these two winds is truly fascinating to me. Let's put aside the matter of Itachi for now. Naruto's words pulled Orochimaru back from his musings. A rustling sound echoed through the air as Konan wrapped sheets of paper around the sacrificial offering and led it away. Orochimaru also carefully stored away Itachi's life essence. Naruto slid a wooden box in front of Orochimaru. Thud, thud, thud. The wooden box thumped and rattled without pause. Orochimaru opened it, and Haiden's head glared up at him with wide, furious eyes, looking as if he wanted to bite them both. Naruto said, Orochimaru, can you make him a new body? And it needs to retain his original abilities. Haiden snarled, I'll tear you both apart. Orochimaru chuckled, that's quite simple. Even though he's just a head now, his soul is intact. I've long since studied the power of the curse of Jashin. That curse touches on the domain of the soul. The body is merely a vessel for the ritual. Haiden shouted, I hate dirt and darkness. Let me out of here. Naruto asked, then I'll leave it to you. How long will it take? Haiden howled, Kakuzu, where are you? Orochimaru pondered a moment, then replied, about half a month, I'd say. Haiden raged, damn it, I can't feel my own body. Naruto said good. He'll be a strong trump card in our hands. Haiden threatened, don't let me stand up again, or I'll make every one of you offerings to Lord Jashin. Naruto frowned, what a nuisance. Orochimaru smiled, couldn't agree more. Konan's gaze was cold as she remarked, it's been over half a month since you last used that technique, hasn't it? Oh, you're right. I nearly forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Naruto removed his mask. A low crackle sounded as the three tomo in his right eye spun and gave way to the mangekyo. He lifted Haiden's head out of the box. Haiden snarled viciously. Blondie, what are you staring at? A sharp hum filled the air as Naruto's right eye glinted coldly. Kodoa Mitsukami. Haiden, you can continue to worship your Jashin Lord, but first and foremost, you must listen to me. Is that clear? Haiden's face immediately took on an expression of fanaticism. If it's for Lord Naruto, I'd even offer up Jashin-sama's own head myself. A sharp hiss cut through the air. The Mangekyo Sharingan faded back into its three-tomo state as Naruto put his mask back on. Work well with Orochimaru. Don't cause him any trouble. Orochimaru accepted Haiden's suddenly docile and obedient demeanor with a faint smile. Then I'll get to my own business, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded. Go on. Orochimaru led the way out. Konan spoke up. While you were training, I finished organizing the intelligence division. Would you like to inspect them? Naruto's spirits lifted at once. Oh, well, what are we waiting for? Take me there. Cold and solemn, the figure stood on the square beneath the looming statues. Over 100 Amigakure shinobi knelt on one knee in the rain, their faces hidden behind masks and their bodies clad in armor. Konan said, there are a total of 108 members here, all of them elite shinobi who survived the brutal world we came from. Behind his mask, Naruto's Rinnegan swept across the gathered crowd. There were men and women, young and old, but every one of them had the bearing of a jonin. Naruto felt a surge of emotion. For a small nation and a small village like Amigakure, this was almost their entire foundation. Konan had truly given him everything, holding nothing back. And so, he felt all the more responsible for these lives entrusted to him. Let me see what you're capable of. With a dramatic flourish of his cloak, Naruto strode forward, the explosive crackle of lightning release turning into an aura of violet energy around him. All of you, come at me together. His words sent a ripple of astonishment through the Amigakure ninja. All at once? Is he serious? Even if he's Lord Pain, isn't this a bit much? What's wrong? Didn't you hear what I said? Naruto quickened his pace, advancing on the group of shinobi. One of them shouted, scatter. In a slick movement, they broke formation. Kunai and shuriken, each rigged with explosive tags, whistled through the air. A thunderous roar erupted as explosions sent up towering curtains of water, but Naruto burst through unscathed. The Amigakure shinobi stared in shock. What? Not even a scratch. Is it that chakra cloak around him? Naruto's voice was deep and commanding. The missions you'll undertake and the enemies you'll face. Teamwork is the key to survival and success. Can you do it? If not, I'll toss you all into the sea for the crabs. He's really underestimating us. Is he truly Lord Pain? His voice sounds far too young. Then let's see for ourselves. A dozen or so ninja broke from the ranks, forming hand seals in unison. Water style, wild water wave. From their mouths, torrents of water surged forth like cascading waterfalls, merging into a raging flood that swept over Naruto. Rain-hidden sensory ninja. I can sense his chakra. It's definitely in that water. Earg, watch this. A burly rain ninja formed hand seals, then slammed both hands onto the ground. Earth style, stone mound dumpling. Channeling earth nature chakra to amplify his strength, he tore a massive boulder from the ground. Hoisting it high, he hurled it straight at the water surface. A thunderous crash echoed as the boulder struck, sending water spraying everywhere. Suddenly, 6 oil paper umbrellas spun through the air, positioning themselves above the boulder. One of Rain Village's signature hidden weapon techniques. A masked rain ninja, controlling the umbrellas, form hand seals. Ninja art, 1,000 needles of rain. Countless shining Senbon needles rain down, piercing the boulder with ease. Rain ninja converge from all directions, forming hand seals in unison. Earth style, earth spear. Jagged stone spikes erupted, shattering the boulder from below. After all that, there's no way he came out unscathed. But with a resounding boom, rubble flew in all directions. From the debris, Naruto shot into the sky, lightning crackling around him. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he unleashed a storm of violet Senbon, encircling the rain ninja and dropping them all in an instant. One fallen rain ninja stared in shock at the faint arc of lightning on his shoulder. What kind of lightning style is this? Just one tiny needle, and our bodies are completely paralyzed. Naruto landed lightly, murmuring, I made sure to avoid your vitals. Your teamwork's not bad, but you've got a long way to go. He crouched slightly alert. A rush of wind swept over his head. What? Gasped a rain ninja who'd been hiding behind him. Camouflage concealment jutsu, huh? Especially suited for recon and ambush. Naruto turned with a smile, chopping behind him with the edge of his hand. With a splash, the camouflaged figure dissolved into water. Naruto grinned, and a camouflage technique launched with a water clone. Now that's rare. Taking advantage of the opening his comrades created, another rain ninja burst out from underground, chains whirling. He cast them at Naruto, binding him tightly and pulling the links taut. Naruto glanced down. Oh, insulated ninja gloves, just to ward off lightning attacks. A group of rain ninja rushed in, blades drawn. Naruto mused, too bad. Violet lightning can pierce even the best insulation. A sharp crack. Lightning arced along the chain, ignoring the gloves and shocking the rain ninja into unconsciousness. And before the sword-wielding rain ninja could close in, Naruto vanished from sight. It wasn't flying thunder god, just sheer speed, a simple body flicker. He's gone. That speed, incredible. The sensory ninja gasped in horror. How could this be? It's as if his chakra has vanished completely. Could it be his body flicker technique is so fast, it's beyond my perception? Correct answer. Thud. The ninja's eyes flew wide with shock. Naruto withdrew his fist from the man's abdomen, caught his collapsing body, and gently laid him on the ground. Boom! Boom! Just as Naruto straightened up, 2 hidden rain ninjas who had been lurking underground sprang out from either side, brandishing oversized ninja blades as they closed in. We knew you'd go after the sensory type first. We're sorry for Rain Ryo, but this is what teamwork is all about. Lightning release, chakra blade. Wind release, chakra blade. As they charged forward, lightning and wind chakra wrapped around their blades, each enhancing their weapon's power to the limit. One from the left, one from the right, they slashed with all their might. Rain style, twin blades of wind and thunder. Using your comrade as bait. That's a kind of teamwork too. I may not like it, but I can't deny. Sometimes sacrifice is necessary. Naruto didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out with both hands and caught the descending blades, gripping them firmly. Crack! Both blades of wind and thunder shattered in his grasp. The 2 attackers stared in disbelief. Impossible. With a swift movement, Naruto slipped away. The 2, unable to halt their momentum, crashed hard into each other and fell to the ground. That should do it. Naruto glanced around, muttering to himself. With a flick of his heel, he kicked a fallen ninja blade up from the ground, caught it, and, wrapping it in purple lightning, drove it into the earth. Purple lightning, eightfold ground surge. Sparks crackled and danced, lightning arcing in every direction. Every rain ninja in the area fell, stunned. Naruto looked at the sword in his hand, now reduced to splinters along with its handle, and murmured, "The only flaw with purple lightning is that it's so powerful, I can't channel it into a weapon without destroying it. I'll need to find a blade strong enough to withstand it, like Sasuke's Kusanagi sword." He exhaled, catching his breath. Just then, 3 rain ninjas, battered and bruised, clung to their weapons and struggled to their feet. Naruto spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Even in these circumstances, you 3 are still standing. That means among everyone here, your strength stands out. Remove your masks and tell me your names." The trio took off their masks, 2 men and 1 woman. The burly male ninja declared, "Liu Guang." The delicate-looking man answered, "Shauna." The cold, striking woman said, "Violet." Naruto nodded. "Very well, Liu Guang, Shauna, Violet. From now on, I'll call you the 3 shinobi of the Hidden Rain. The new Rain Umbu is established from today. The Hidden Rain 108 will be divided into 3 squads according to your skills and specialties. You 3 will serve as squad captains, answering directly to me." The 3 Rain shinobi bowed respectfully. "Yes, Lord Pain." Naruto stood silent for a moment, saying nothing in response. With a sweep of his cloak, he turned and strode out into the rain. Konan addressed the 3 shinobi. "Take them with you, tend to their wounds, and let them rest. Once you've recovered, you'll officially receive your assignments." On the way back, Konan spoke. "Pain holds an irreplaceable place in the hearts of the Rain shinobi and civilians, almost like a faith. For now, we still need to rely on that name." Naruto replied, "I understand. That's why I didn't remove my mask before those 3. Konan said, "I believe that one day, you'll be able to openly lead this village under the name Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto smiled faintly and asked, "By the way, that kunoichi named Violet, why does she seem so familiar?" Konan answered, "She's the elder sister of Hydrangea." Naruto looked puzzled. "Hydrangea?" Konan nodded. "Yes, she was once a rain shinobi. She died during an S-rank mission. Later, her body became the vessel for Pain's animal path." Naruto mused, "Violet, Hydrangea, so that's how it is." The next day, once everyone had recovered, the 108 Rain shinobi gathered once more. They've been organized into 3 teams according to their abilities, each led by Liu Guang, Shauna, and Violet, with 36 members per squad. Now, facing the blonde, masked youth before them, their respect was genuine and heartfelt. After all, legends are one thing, but to witness them in person is something else entirely. Naruto handed out specially crafted kunai to each person, using the opportunity to memorize every face and chakra signature. When he finished, Naruto turned his back to the group and spoke. "Each kunai you hold bears my space-time technique formula. If you're ever in danger, pour your chakra into the kunai. I'll sense it and can come to your aid immediately." There's a little-known story about the Flying Thunder God technique. After Rin's death, Minato was consumed with regret at not arriving in time, so he made an improvement to the Flying Thunder God seal. Now, when chakra is actively infused into the mark, it becomes easier to sense. It wasn't foolproof, but it greatly increased the chances of successful rescue. Naruto continued, "Of course, you're shinobi. It's only natural that you'll face all sorts of life and death situations. I want you to treat these kunai as a last resort, a lifeline. Don't become overly reliant on them, or neglect teamwork and honing your own ninja skills. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord Pain." The shinobi solemnly put away their kunai. Violet gazed at her kunai, deep in thought. "This technique, I've heard of it before. It's the Flying Thunder God of Konoha's 4th Hokage. How does he know it? Who is he, really?" The squad leader immediately spoke up. "Lord Pain, what mission do we need to carry out?" At that moment, Konan stepped forward. With a graceful sweep of her hand, a flurry of paper sheets soared through the air before the gathered shinobi, assembling themselves into tidy booklets, as if by magic. The shinobi took the booklets in hand, puzzlement on their faces. "Lady Angel, what is this?" Conan's voice was cool and clear. "These are rosters. They contain the names, appearances, and abilities of ninjas you might encounter in your future. Missions. Judge your own strength carefully. Decide which opponents you can handle, and which ones you must flee from the moment you see them." These rosters have been compiled by Naruto in a single night, covering nearly every well-known ninja in the current shinobi world. And to ensure the most faithful likenesses, every portrait in the roster had been personally drawn by Konan herself. The original copy of this roster was kept by Naruto. The ones now in the hands of a shinobi were reproductions, created through Conan's secret paper, jutsu. Indeed, Conan could replicate anything related to paper. Explosive tags, for instance. As long as she crafted an original explosive tag from her own paper, she could then use her power to create limitless copies. Though, of course, it would consume chakra. Those 6 trillion explosive tags? That was Conan's masterpiece, the result of years of tireless work. After she fully grasped Obito's abilities, she worked day and night to prepare them. 6 trillion years of effort. If given more time, she could have made even more. The shinobi rapidly leafed through the roster. So thorough, it's got the kage from each village and almost all the jonin. There was no doubt. A masked man caught everyone's attention. What's this? He can let his body phase through things, jump through space and time at will. Are these abilities a joke? Are we really expected to face someone like that in the future? Conan replied, it's not impossible you'll encounter him. In any case, you're not capable of dealing with him. If you can't escape, I hope you'll end things yourselves. This was Conan's private advice to them later on, knowing that Obito still possessed abilities even she didn't understand. She was increasingly wary. She didn't want Naruto to risk clashing with Obito too soon, just to save subordinates. Suddenly, a man from Squad 1 blurted out, what's with this guy with the barbs between his legs? He doesn't look like a ninja at all. Conan's gaze immediately shifted toward him, less than friendly. Squad 1's captain, Liu Guang, snapped, watch your mouth. You're in front of Lady Angel. Mind your words. The ninja hurriedly stammered, sorry. That was out of line. Retracting his gaze, Conan spoke in a cool, clear tone. That's White Zetsu, a force that is our greatest adversary. They are pieces on the chessboard of intelligence gathering. White Zetsu can create countless clones, and they communicate telepathically. But even this ability has its limits. When isolated, there are times their intelligence cannot be relayed instantly. In addition, they're skilled at using the spore clone technique to disguise themselves, and they can swiftly travel beneath the earth, making it impossible to sense their chakra. The group of shinobi gasped in shock. Impossible to sense their chakra? If that's the case, they could be right beside us, and we'd never know. As for methods to detect them, allow me to teach you. A deep, raspy voice broke the tension. Through the rain, a striking man with flowing hair approached, holding an umbrella. Naruto called out, Orochimaru, what brings you here? Orochimaru smiled slyly. Just needed some fresh air. I happened to witness something interesting. So, these are the newly formed rain hidden Umbu. Naruto replied quietly, that's right. Intelligence is vital to our growth. We have to start cultivating that strength now. Orochimaru nodded. Indeed, you're absolutely right. Not only did Orochimaru share the results of his past research on methods to sense White Zetsu, he even distributed to each shinobi a special toxin he had developed specifically to target White Zetsu. Naruto-kun, I hope you don't mind me meddling? Not at all. You've been a tremendous help. This will greatly increase our initiative. From this moment on, when you head out on missions, you are to collect intelligence on all major ninja villages, their surrounding factions, and our enemy, Akatsuki. Whether you find anything or not, you must report back regularly. Yes, sir. Go then. I place high hopes on all of you. Yes, Lord Pain. The shinobi dispersed, and, as they did, Violet adjusted her mask. Before turning away, she glanced back at Naruto's silhouette. Night fell. Naruto and Conan stood atop the tower, gazing out the rain. Naruto said, at last, one major task is complete. Conan, you've really worked hard. Conan replied, it's what I should do. Naruto nodded. For now, there's nothing in the rain hidden that demands my attention. It's time I focused on improving myself again. Conan asked, are you planning to visit another village to learn more secret techniques? Naruto shook his head. Obito and Sasuke are about to make their move. This isn't the time to create new enemies. Conan pressed, then how will you improve? Naruto explained, the lightning-style chakra mode can activate your reflexes and body using lightning chakra, but it puts a tremendous strain on your body. Every technique has its own safety mechanisms. So, the strength of my body limits just how strong this technique can become. At this moment, my body isn't strong enough to unleash the deeper power of lightning release chakra. In other words, the lightning release chakra mode I'm using now is only at its initial stage. Next, I must temper my body. That means I have to go to that place. Conan asked, which place? Naruto's gaze turned serious. Kumogakure, the Valley of Hell. Conan wondered aloud, the Valley of Hell? I've never even heard of such a place. Naruto smiled. That's because it's one of Kumogakure's greatest secrets. I only learned about this treasure after I became Hokage. Scorching heat and bitter cold, its climate is harsh to the extreme, an absolute trial for any shinobi. That's exactly why it's the perfect place to push one's body to the limit. Only successive Raikage, or their chosen heirs, are allowed to train there. If you can withstand its conditions, a single day of practice is said to be worth 100 elsewhere. Conan's eyes widened in amazement. A place like that must have a remarkable origin. Was it formed naturally? I can't think of any shinobi with the power to create such a place. Naruto shook his head. It's not natural. It was actually created by one of the Sage of Six Paths disciples during the era of Ninshu. Conan was even more astonished. The era of the Sage of Six Paths? A disciple of Ninshu? Naruto's expression grew more contemplative. In fact, the Land of Lightning, where Kumogakure stands, has deep ties to the Sage and the original Ninshu. The descendants of the Sage once flourished there. That's why several of the Sage's legendary ninja tools were passed down to Kumogakure. Even the infamous Gold and Silver brothers from Kumogakure, besides their Yatsuki bloodline, they also carry a trace of Uzumaki heritage. I only discovered this truth when I later researched the Uzumaki clan records. It's not just the Valley of Hell. Kumogakure also controls the real waterfall on Turtle Island, a sacred place for training the mind. I once went there myself when I was learning to master Kurama's power. Conan's worry surfaced. So, you'll have to cross paths with Kumogakure again? Let me go with you. Naruto smiled gently. That won't be necessary. The Valley of Hell isn't inside the village. It's within the Land of Lightning. I know the location. When I was Hokage in my previous life, I was invited there once. The environment there is so harsh that even I could only endure it after entering Kurama chakra mode. It's really not a place you should go, Conan. This time, let me handle it alone. Of course, just in case anything unexpected happens, I'll leave a shadow clone behind in Amigakure. For all intents and purposes, it'll be just like I never left. Hearing this, Conan finally relaxed a little. She cautioned, all right then, please be careful in everything. Land of Lightning. After traveling by Flying Thunder God, Naruto trekked through the night and at dawn arrived at the forest outside the Valley of Hell. As the vital stronghold of the hidden cloud, Hell Valley was, as expected, heavily guarded. Naruto did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he activated Sage Mode, carefully sensing and mapping out the positions of the cloud sentries. Among the cloud's guards, there were naturally sensory ninja. However, Naruto had positioned himself just beyond the reach of their detection. He drew a steady breath. As he rose, a purple current of lightning enveloped his body. Inhaling deeply, he transformed into a streak of violet light and shot straight toward the valley's depths. A flash of purple streaked past the cloud ninja. Did something just rush by us? There's no one. Must have been our imagination. I confirmed with my sensing jutsu. No one's there. I told you, aside from Lord Raikage, who else could move that fast? And our Raikage is in Hell Valley training right now. Let's get back to our patrol. Passing through a veil of mist, the world shifted. Naruto had arrived in the heart of Hell Valley. This was a valley encircled by mountains, with only a narrow path leading deeper inside. The sky, shrouded in volcanic ash, offered a vision of utter chaos. The searing heat made the very air waver and blur. Naruto, recalling his past, couldn't help but smile wryly. Just like the last time I came, except back then I was invited. Now, I'm crashing the party unannounced. He followed the solitary path forward. The deeper he ventured into Hell Valley, the more punishing the environment became. After about half an hour, a massive training platform built into the mountainside came into view. The road must be taken slowly. I'll get used to this place first. With a leap, Naruto landed on the training platform, dampening the lightning aura that cloaked his body. The effect was immediate. Sweat poured from his pores as the heat assaulted him. Eyes squeezed shut, Naruto gritted his teeth and endured. An hour passed, and suddenly the climate shifted. Scorching heat gave way to a biting cold. The abrupt transition could burst the heart of an ordinary shinobi. Glancing around, Naruto summoned multiple shadow clones, though wary of overextending himself. This time, he created only 100. And so, a day and a night went by. When the shadow clones dispelled, Naruto let out a long breath, then tried releasing the lightning chakra that shielded him. Without the protection of the purple lightning chakra, he found he could now withstand the valley's harsh environment. Satisfied, he grinned. Good. Time to go even deeper. He left a flying Thunder God seal on the training platform, then sprang onward, pressing deeper into the valley. Whenever his body began to falter, he would reactivate his lightning-style chakra for protection. At each new training platform, he repeated the process as before. Step by careful step, Naruto advanced steadily, pushing deeper into the heart of Hell Valley. He knew well. The true essence of Hell Valley lay hidden in its innermost forbidden grounds. That was exactly where he intended to train. From entering Hell Valley to approaching the Forbidden Land, it took him a full 10 days. On the night of the 10th day, he finally arrived outside the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, deep within the forbidden grounds of Hell Valley, the fourth Reikage, was baring his arms, fiercely pounding on a wooden stake. This stake was called the Heavenly Thunder Post, one of the treasured training tools of the Forbidden Land. Legend has it that no matter how much force is used, it will never be damaged. Moreover, with every heavy blow, depending on the strength, a corresponding bolt of lightning would crash down from above, striking the practitioner with raw, electrifying power. Thunder rumbled again and again, fists and kicks landing in a storm of fury. Such a brutal training method could only be described as monstrous, utterly inhuman. Uzumaki Naruto, I swear I'll pound you into a pulp. Sweat pouring down like rain, the Reikage unleashed a punch that shook the air. A thick pillar of lightning crashed down with a deafening roar, blasting a deep crater into the very ground beneath his feet. Yet, as soon as the lightning faded, the damaged earth beneath him began to heal itself, returning to its former state. Huff, huff, huff. The Reikage caught his breath, grabbed a towel, and wiped the sweat from his rippling muscles. When he finished, he tossed the towel aside, ready to resume his relentless training. He turned around absent-mindedly, and his eyes widened in shock, for a familiar figure sat quietly on the steps behind him, watching him with a calm, steady gaze. Naruto smiled and greeted him. Yo, looks like we meet again, Reikage. In an instant, the Reikage bristled with rage. What are you doing here? Naruto replied. Why? Am I not allowed to be here? Hell Valley isn't exactly part of your hidden cloud village. The Reikage bellowed. What I'm asking is, how did you make it here in one piece? Well, that's a long story, Naruto said, standing up with unhurried ease. But I'm not here to cause trouble. How about this? You train in the north, I'll stay out of your way, and we both mind our own business. A crackling surge of lightning cloaked the Reikage's body. Are you kidding me? I'll send you straight to hell. With that, he charged forward with explosive force. Naruto neither dodged nor used the almighty push. With a thud, he blocked the Reikage's devastating swing with his forearm. The sheer power made the stone beneath Naruto's feet split and crack. The Reikage was surprised by Naruto's resilience, but didn't have time to dwell on it. He pressed the attack, seizing Naruto's shoulders with both hands. Now that I've caught you, you're finished. Lightning surged wildly around the Reikage, and with a roar, he hoisted Naruto overhead and slammed him down with full force. Raging Thunder Bomb! Lightning exploded, the stone steps shattered, and cracks snaked outward in all directions. No ninja had ever taken the full force of the raging Thunder Bomb, and survived, until now. The Reikage was certain Naruto would be no exception. Sparks crackled, echoing through the night. But all of a sudden, from a sunken earth, a surge of violet lightning burst forth, breaking the standoff. What? Before the Reikage could recover from his shock, Naruto's hands, clad in a coat of crackling violet lightning, had already seized the Reikage's shoulders from behind. Rising to his feet, Naruto hoisted the astonished, furious Reikage high above his head. This move is incredible. The impact is tremendous. The air sizzled with electricity, the purple lightning crackling wildly. With a powerful motion, Naruto slammed the Reikage toward the ground. Thunderclap Bomb. A deafening crash tore through the battlefield as the Thunderclap Bomb struck. The earth shattered even further, and arcs of violet lightning snaked outward, spreading for over a dozen meters. Reeling from the devastating blow, the Reikage spat out a mouthful of blood. The lightning armor that shielded his body flickered and thinned, weakened from the attack. Naruto's arms trembled slightly as he reflected. Phew, it's only after using such high-level taijutsu for real that I realize my body can't keep up with this mode yet. Good thing, though, it means I've still got room to train. Ugh. Gritting his teeth, the Reikage forced himself up and quickly put some distance between them. Eyes locked on the lightning that danced across Naruto's body. He demanded, how did you learn that technique? Naruto just grinned. Who knows? But as the Reikage thought it over, realization dawned on him. It was Dodai. That bastard. Why get back to the village? He'll have hell to pay. Naruto offered a word of advice. Don't be ungrateful, Reikage. If not for Dodai, your casualties would have been far worse. Damn it. The Reikage clenched his fists in frustration. Hot-tempered as he was, he couldn't deny the truth in Naruto's words. He changed tack, asking, why is your lightning release chakra mode different from mine? What's with that violet lightning all over you? Naruto smiled. How about this? If you want to learn, I can teach you, slowly. But I hope you'll change your attitude and stop treating me as your enemy. Naruto's offer was genuine, but to a master of taijutsu like the Reikage, Being offered pointers from a so-called rookie was nothing short of an insult. He roared, "Don't get cocky. You still got a long way to go, boy." "Boy," Naruto replied with a meaningful smile. "To be precise, not only you, even Inoki is my junior. I just keep using honorifics out of habit. Enough of your nonsense and empty boasting. Prepare to die." A surge of lightning erupted. With his lightning release chakra at full force, even the Raikage's hair stood on end. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh, your chakra is even stronger than before. Looks like you haven't been slacking off lately." The Raikage barked. "Every single day, all I can think about is killing you, destroying the Akatsuki, and avenging my beloved brother." A thunderous boom shook the air. He charged forward in a burst, his fist, shrouded in crackling lightning, shot straight for Naruto's face. Lightning release, lariat strike. Snap! A flash of violet. Naruto dodged to the side. His punch hit nothing but air, and the Raikage's eyes widened in surprise. Until now, only your father could evade that move, with his reflexes and flying thunder god. But you're the first to dodge it purely with speed. Screech! The Raikage halted on the spot, spinning around as he changed his fist into an elbow strike. Heavy current torrent. Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Thud! Again the Raikage stared in shock. He withstood it. That was a move that once required Shinra Tensei to counter head-on. Naruto declared, "Now it's my turn to strike back." Crack! Crack! Bolts of lightning sparked to his left and right. Naruto's shadow clones appeared in a flash, taking turns to kick the Raikage up into the air. As he rose, the Raikage was stunned. Lightning release shadow clones? To be precise, it's violet lightning clones. Crackle! The clones vanished. Lightning flickered over Naruto's body as he leapt up, seizing the Raikage in his arms. Crackle! Crackle! Violet lightning flowed from Naruto, twisting into electrified ropes that bound the Raikage tightly. Then, spinning at dizzying speed, Naruto dragged the Raikage downwards, crashing them into the ground like a living thunder top. Thunder Lotus. Boom! The spinning storm of lightning drilled a 10-meter crater into the earth. At the finish, a burst of thunder blasted Naruto upward. He flipped midair, swinging his right leg down like a battle axe. His heel wreathed in violet lightning, crashing squarely into the Raikage's chest. Thunder Barrage. Thud! The bolt cut straight through the Raikage's lightning armor, carving a wound down to the bone in his chest. Don't underestimate the Raikage. Face twisted in pain, the Raikage gritted his teeth, grabbed Naruto's ankle with a massive hand, and with a sudden reversal, hurled him into the ground. What the? Boom! Naruto, caught off guard, slammed into the ground hard. The Raikage raised his leg high, channeling a terrifying surge of lightning chakra into his foot, and brought it down with explosive force. Righteous thunder, furious thunder axe. Naruto grinned. Now this is what I call a real thrill. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A burst of repulsive force exploded. The Raikage's axe kick halted in midair, his body thrown upward by the shockwave. Off balance, he spun like a pendulum and, after hitting the ground, staggered back 10 paces before coming to a stop. His eyes bulged with fury. That damned repulsive force again. Whoosh! Naruto, using Flying Thunder God, teleported from the crater back to solid ground. With a flourish of his cloak, he declared, "I have far more options than you do." The Raikage wasn't foolish. He knew all too well, with Naruto's current mode, the power of the Rinnegan, and the Flying Thunder God, injuring him was now almost impossible. His gaze darkened as he spoke. "Naruto Uzumaki, you've already mastered our Cloud's ultimate technique. So, do you dare face me like a man and engage in a head-on taijutsu match?" Naruto tilted his head. "What? Are you trying to provoke me?" The Raikage barked. "Well, do you dare or not?" Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I have a condition of my own." The Raikage's eyes lit up. "Name it." Naruto dropped his hand from his chin. "If I face you head-on and win, you and the entire Cloud Village must never trouble Sasuke again, for the rest of your lives." The Raikage replied coldly. "Humph. If you hadn't brought him up, I'd have almost forgotten about that guy." "Fine, so long as you fight me fair and square, without any tricks or flashy jutsu, even. If you die by my hand, I swear on my title as Raikage and the honor of the Yatsuki clan, I'll never go after Sasuke. But on one condition, Sasuke doesn't come looking for trouble with us first." Naruto grinned. "Deal." But in his heart, he thought, "That's good. After all, we were friends in my previous life. I really don't want to kill you, Prepare yourself for death." Sparks crackled and snapped through the air. The Raikage extended his right index finger, powerful lightning released chakra swirling at the tip, forming a spear of pure electricity. Naruto's eyes narrowed. That's the third Rakich's legendary spear, his deadliest technique, Hell Stab. So he's mastered it. No wonder he's so confident. It's too late to regret now. With a thunderous roar, the Rakich charged forward. He's coming. Lightning crackled and danced wildly around Naruto's left palm as he rushed straight at the Rakich. He's not just standing his ground. He's coming right at me for a head-on clash. Such courage deserves respect, but the Naruto Utsumaki. The lightning spear shot forward, but Naruto dodged with an almost imperceptible movement. The spear grazed past, scraping the surface of Naruto's mask and leaving a mark. Lightning roar, Chidori. At the same instant, Naruto's left hand, wreathed in purple lightning, pierced straight through the Rakich's shoulder. The Rakich's eyes went wide. Impossible. Naruto's voice was calm. You've lost, Rakich. He braced the Rakich's left shoulder with his right hand, then withdrew his left hand from the Rakich's right shoulder. The sparks faded away. I can't accept this. As the lightning dissipated, the Rakich collapsed forward, stiff as a board. He hit the ground with a dull thud. This fierce taijutsu duel had ended with the Rakich's defeat. Ugh. Inside the stone chamber deep within the Forbidden Hell Valley, the Rakich, slowly opened his eyes. His body and arms were bound with chains, his chakra completely drained, leaving him utterly powerless. He found himself trapped within the shadow of a monstrous creature. Standing before him was a massive black gorilla, stretching 5 meters long, its body studded all over with jet black rods. It bared its fangs, and a pair of enormous Rinnegan eyes stared fixedly at the man in front of it. There was no doubt. This gorilla was the summoning beast of Naruto's animal path. Hey, you're awake. The voice came from a parrot perched on the gorilla's shoulder. The parrot itself was a meter long, with black rods on its wings and back, and the same Rinnegan eyes as the gorilla. In the Rakich's startled and suspicious gaze, the parrot spoke. Don't be surprised. These are my summoning beasts, Mighty Vajra and Brother Sakura, the Rakich exclaimed. Your summoning beast can even speak for you? The parrot replied. Speaking is Brother Sakura's specialty. As for Mighty Vajra, in terms of sheer strength, I'm afraid he might even surpass you. The Rakich roared in anger. Are you telling me that I can't even beat this gorilla? The parrot hastily responded. I never said that. Don't read too much into it. Furious beyond words, the Rakich glared at his own shoulder, now tightly wrapped in bandages, and demanded, Why didn't you just kill me? The parrot answered, Unless someone stands in my way, or dares to touch my reverse scale, I rarely take a life. The Rakich snapped. So what you mean is I'm no threat to you. The parrot sighed helplessly. If that's how you want to see it, there's nothing I can do. The Rakich shouted, I get it now. You're deliberately trying to humiliate me. Death before dishonor. Just finish me off already. The parrot retorted, I'm busy. There's a wall right behind you. If you're so eager, go ahead and smash yourself into it. On the sacred training platform within the Forbidden Grounds, Naruto, shrouded in a cloak of violet lightning, struck the heavenly thunder pillar with all his might. With each punch and kick, crackling bolts of lightning rained down, tempering his body. As mentioned before, this heavenly thunder pillar was one of the treasured training artifacts of Hell Valley's Forbidden Grounds. It could withstand any attack, and would unleash a corresponding bolt of lightning based on the force it received. Crack, crackle, snap. As Naruto kept striking, he studied the black wooden pillar before him with growing curiosity. How incredible! It looks like an ordinary piece of wood, but it absorbs every bit of my attacks. There's no way this is just normal wood. Could it be something created with wood release? Thud! Naruto's fist paused atop the pillar. He opened his hand, running his palm along its surface, lost in contemplation. Hell Valley. This place was the masterpiece of a certain descendant from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Everything here, from the ever-changing climate to the land that repairs itself after destruction, and this wooden pillar, they're all works of that descendant. The first two abilities must be some sort of sage arts linked to yin-yang release. But this wooden pillar, forged with wood release, is truly extraordinary. It must be the result of wood release combined with yin-yang release. To think about it, the inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths with mastery over Shinja would release and yin-yang release. Could it be? A sudden possibility occurred to Naruto. The one who built this Valley of Hell was actually Ashura. Ashura, the younger son of the Sage of Six Paths. And Naruto himself is none other than Ashura's reincarnation. If that's really the case. Naruto glanced around at the mountains and rivers, and couldn't help but feel a newfound attachment to this Valley of Hell. Inside the stone chamber, through his shared vision, he saw the Rakich looking dispirited. With mischief in mind, Naruto had Brother Sakura tease him, saying, Rakich, since the Valley of Hell is my home, I forbid you from coming here to train. The Reikage simply hung his head in silence. Naruto, still using Brother Sakura's voice, continued to tease. All right then, Reikage, I'll allow you to train here, as long as your village sends 100 million Ryo every year to support the construction of Amage Cure. Still, the Reikage kept his head down, silent, only the clinking of chains breaking the quiet. After a while, Naruto finished his stage of training. Draping a towel over his shoulders, he returned to the stone chamber. He pulled out the bento that Konan had prepared for him and handed a portion to the Reikage. Here, eat up. Snap. Naruto broke apart his chopsticks and started eating heartily. After finishing his meal, he glanced up at the Reikage with a puzzled look. Why aren't you eating? The Reikage raised his head, eyes blazing with frustration. Maybe untie me first. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, that really wasn't on purpose. After the meal, Naruto returned to the training platform in the restricted area. All right, time to officially begin some hardcore training. He summoned multiple shadow clones and, in the harsh environment, plunged into a hellish regime of training. Inside the stone chamber, the Reikage listened to the thunderous explosions echoing outside, unsure of what to think. Late at night, Naruto returned from training. The Reikage scoffed. Humph. If you're so tough, try piling driving without using lightning release to shield your body. I could do that 3 years ago. Naruto didn't bother to argue. Don't lump me in with muscle-bound brutes. But the method you mentioned, I could give it a shot. Humph. Don't overestimate yourself. The Reikage knew all too well, without decades of taijutsu training, attempting that was nothing short of suicidal. But Naruto really did give it a try. Relying on the ocular power of the predapath of his Rinnegan, he forced his body to withstand part of the lightning's force directly, while the remainder he dissipated using the predapath's absorption technique. With this, his training progressed even more smoothly. Before he knew it, his physique had become both refined and powerful. Not the hulking build of the Reikage, but a compact frame brimming with strength. Crackle. A few days later, Naruto's Kotoe Mitsukami ocular power had recovered. He approached the Reikage and asked, about what happened with Kimogakure before, I have my reasons. Are you willing to put the past behind us and become friends? The Reikage spoke. Naruto Uzumaki, I admit you're formidable, but in my way of the ninja, I have a night moon. There's no such thing as retreat. Unless you kill me here today, I swear I'll come for you someday to settle the score. As I thought, you haven't changed. I respect that unyielding spirit of yours, so... Naruto gave a faint smile and reached up to his mask, revealing the Sharingan in his right eye. But just then, his shadow clone left behind in Amage Cure dispelled itself. Naruto paused, slightly taken aback, and then pulled the mask back over his face. Well, so be it. War has a way of making shinobi stronger. Sooner or later, that newfound strength will be aimed at the true enemy. I look forward to seeing how much stronger you'll become. With a swift flash, Naruto vanished in the light of the flying thunder god, leaving Ai behind, his face clouded with confusion. Amage Cure, atop the tower. Konan's voice was cold and serene. We just received word. Akatsuki is preparing for a full-scale assault on Konoha. Naruto answered gravely, yeah, I know. That's why I've come back. Outside the tower, thunder rumbled and lightning slashed the sky, rain pouring down in torrents. Since Naruto's return, the greatest battle yet was about to erupt. Akatsuki's lair. White Zetsu reported. All the clones are ready and awaiting orders. Obito commanded, go. Assemble outside Konoha and wait for my signal. Understood. With a rustle, the white Zetsus melted into the earth, leaving the lair empty and silent. Obito turned his gaze to the seat behind him. Sasuke sat with his head bowed, his eyes shadowed and deep in thought. The members of Taka surrounded him. It was worth noting that Yugo, whose arms had been broken before, now sported new ones, crafted from white Zetsu's flesh. Obito asked, are you ready? Sasuke remained silent. Sasuke. Karen's expression was filled with worry, silently hoping that Sasuke would turn back before it was too late. Sasuke addressed the three of them. This is my vengeance. As for you, you're free to come or go as you wish. Karen's eyes dimmed, but she still declared resolutely, I'll go with you, Sasuke. My abilities might be useful. Yugo spoke up, I'm coming too. You're the inheritor of Kimamaro's will. Your actions are as good as his own. Is it really okay if I don't go? Honestly, attacking a big shinobi village like Konoha, me being there or not won't make much difference, right? Suigetsu almost said, but in the end, swallowed his words. Instead, he hefted the executioner's blade onto his shoulder. Fine, I'm in. But don't expect me to lead the charge or mop up Konoha's grunts. And so, Team Taka decided to move out as one. Sasuke rose slowly, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Let's go. Let the flames of Uchiha vengeance rise. With a whoosh, the spiraling distortion of space-time swept them away. In the forests outside Konoha, Obito arrived, bringing with him Sasuke and the members of Team Taka. Rustling, the white Zetsus emerged one after another from beneath the ground. At the forefront, Black Zetsu said, "There are no Konoha patrol ninja in the area. That's unusual. If no ninja are out on patrol, it means all their forces have gathered inside the village." Obito observed, his gaze dark and pensive. "Now that I think about it, many white Zetsu units have gone missing recently. It's happened before, but in the past half-month, it's become noticeably frequent. So in the end, we couldn't keep it hidden. But it doesn't matter," he went on. "It won't affect the bigger picture. I had planned to let Naruto get word of our attack anyway. This just saves us some unnecessary steps." Obito turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke, you'll lead the main force of the White Zetsu army in the assault on Konoha. Since they've been warned in advance, their defense will be fiercer than we expected. Don't let your guard down." Sasuke replied coldly. "No matter what kind of formation Konoha puts up before the Uchiha's power, they'll crumble like tofu." Obito withdrew his gaze. "If you have that confidence, that's enough. Go, head straight for Konoha. Leave everything else to me, including Naruto." With a flick of his cloak, Sasuke Uchiha strode forward, his Taka squad members at his side, the White Zetsu army following close behind. The entire force surged ahead, marching toward the Hidden Leaf village. As they drew closer to the village gates, Sasuke's eyes gleamed. Suddenly, he darted out ahead. One of the White Zetsus shouted, "Hey Sasuke, what are you doing? You surround the village from the outside. Taka will move from within." With those words tossed over his shoulder, Sasuke flashed forward, slipping through Konoha's barrier in an instant, vanishing beyond the high walls. The members of Team Taka followed right after him. The White Zetsus grumbled in frustration. "These guys really don't follow the plan. They're just going to increase our casualties like this." A rush of movement. A large force of Konoha ninja assembled at the village entrance. Shikaka Nara surveyed the White Zetsu army's ranks and spoke calmly. "Just as our informant told us, the main enemy force is these numerous White Zetsu. That mysterious individual also revealed their abilities to us. Thanks to that, we were able to call in reinforcements in time. At this crucial moment, we're grateful you could come, Lord Kazekage." Gaara stood shoulder to shoulder with Shikaku, his voice steady. "It's only right. The hidden sand owes Konoha too much. This is just a small token of our gratitude." Flowing sand waterfall. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Gaara summoned a torrent of sand, surging forward with tremendous force. A White Zetsu exclaimed, "That ability! That's the Kazekage from the hidden sand. Why is he in Konoha? We didn't detect any movement from the sand at all." Gaara said, "Of course. In order not to alert any of you, I left the village secretly, accompanied only by Temari and Kangaro." A tremendous explosion echoed. The White Zetsu army clashed with the defenders of the Hidden Leaf village and reinforcements from the sand. The great battle had begun. Sasuke stood atop the highest point in the village, gazing out over the scene below. Before launching his all-out assault, he wanted to examine his own heart one last time. He remembered feeling something similar years ago when Orochimaru invaded the Leaf. Now, the village had been rebuilt, standing even more impressive and formidable than before. The stone face of the sixth Hokage, Danzo, was now complete on the Hokage monument, its chiseled features stark and jarring. Sasuke's cold eyes drifted away, fixing on the far edge of the village. Though Konoha had been restored, there was no longer a place for the Uchiha. These people, never considered us at all. Instead, they try to wash away the history of the Uchiha, the blood debts sown by Konoha itself, as if none of it ever happened. This is the village that Itachi risked his life to protect. Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes. A flurry of movement, the subtle hush of arrival. One by one, Yambiyu operatives in white landed on the rooftops nearby. Speaking into their earpieces, intruders sighted. Numbers match barrier detection. The leader, confirmed to be Uchiha Sasuke. On the other end, Kakashi Hitaki's expression darkened. So the day has finally come. Kakashi closed his eyes. Beside him, Might Guy looked at his comrade's profile and spoke in a low voice. "Kakashi, we are shinobi." "Yeah, I know." At once, Uchiha Sasuke and Hitaki Kakashi opened their eyes. "Purge the leaf. Purge Uchiha Sasuke." A rush swept through the air. Outside the hidden leaf, in a flash, Naruto and Konan appeared side by side. "Whoa, Naruto Uzumaki, I've been waiting for you. If you want to see Sasuke, you'll have to get through me first." Obito's voice was faint and haunting, drifting from behind his mask. Of course, you could always use the flying thunder god and teleport straight into the village, he continued, but I'd just follow you there. Things would get a lot more complicated then. Beneath his mask, Naruto's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You went to all this trouble just to face me head on. Honestly, you didn't need to. Even if you'd come straight to the Rain Village to find me, I wouldn't have run away. Obito's gaze darkened. That simply wouldn't do. My Rinnegan is in your hands. Fighting on your turf is too risky for me. Just as I thought, Naruto replied with a sharp smile. Your methods are as inscrutable as the pattern on your mask. Obito Uchiha. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, inside the hidden leaf, before the main force arrives, it's up to us to hold them back. The ANBU squad leader Zhu, whose mask resembled a boar and was marked by 3 red streaks across the top, spoke calmly as he weaved hand signs. Earth style, heaven's descent cover. Whoosh. A section of the sky shifted color, and a massive lid engraved with a beast's head came crashing down. When it landed, it trapped Sasuke, the building he stood on, and all of Taka's members below inside its confines. Yugo muttered, trying to seal us in here, are they? Oomph. Sasuke grunted, leaping from the rooftop. Crackling. Lightning surged over Sasuke's left hand, forming into a sharp spear. With a swift strike, he sliced open the top of the lid. Arcs of lightning scattered as the cover shattered into fragments with a thunderous crash. Not bad for a lightning-style user. The ANBU squad leader, Yuan, wearing a beaked mask adorned with pale, whisker-like patterns, formed another series of hand signs. Wind-style, cutting gale. Whoosh. A blade of white wind sliced through the air, rushing toward Taka's members. Clang. Clang. Suijutsu Hozuki whirled his decapitating sword with lightning speed, deflecting the razor-sharp wind. Karen called out, Sasuke, a huge surge of chakra is converging on us. That woman, she's a sensory type, huh? The ANBU squad leader Xiong, masked like an elephant's head, quietly formed hand signs. Lightning style, for pillar bind. Boom, 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 boom. For enormous stone pillars erupted from the ground at the cardinal points, unleashing torrents of fierce lightning. Suigetsu yelped, now that's a problem. Oomph. Sasuke's eyes morphed into the straight Tomo Mangekyo. Fwoosh. Purple chakra ignited like fire, forming the skeletal frame of Susanoo, shielding them from the raging lightning on all sides. What? Shock flickered behind the masks of the 3 ANBU squad leaders. Swish. A giant blade materialized in Susanoo's skeletal grip. With a sweeping arc, it shattered all 4 stone pillars at once. Disperse. Zhu, Yuan, and Xiong leapt back, widening the distance. Yuan quickly formed more hand signs. That thing's massive. Its wind resistance must be enormous. Wind style, great net technique. Boom, 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 boom. Blades of wind wove together, forming a net that crashed against Susanoo's front. Xiong added, weaving his own signs. But even so, restraining it like this is just wishful thinking. Lightning style, 16 pillar bind. Boom, 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 boom. 16 gigantic stone pillars shot up, sealing the area completely. Crackle. The new onslaught of lightning was several times fiercer than before, surging wildly and engulfing Susanoo in a blinding storm. Zhu, hands moving in familiar patterns, murmured, this scene takes me back to the time we fought Pain's summoned beasts. Earth style, clay downpour. A deep rumbling echoed. The sky darkened even more than before, and an immense curtain of clay began pouring down from above. Bang, bang, bang. The 16 binding pillars closed at the top, sealing shut to form an enormous box. Once more, Elephant formed a hand seal. Just like last time, let's turn up the heat. Fire style, plain firing technique. A roaring blaze erupted within the box, scorching the clay that covered Susanoo and firing it into a hardened fortress. Kite remarked, with this, he should settle down for a while. But then crack, crack, crack. Yet, fissures began to spread across the fortress, and in the next instant, it shattered apart. Is this all the power you have? Shrouded in a dark purple aura, Sasuke's gaze turned frigid and imposing, his form clad in the full armor of Susanoo. The Tengu form, Susanoo's ultimate state before awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, was now something Sasuke could summon with ease since unlocking the eternal Mangekyo. Boom, boom, boom. Susanoo swung its massive blade, leveling the nearby buildings and clearing a wide swath of open ground. From afar, 3 Umbu squad captains watched. Zhu murmured, so that's the power of the Uchiha's eyes. Kite said, there's no way the few of us could stop that thing. Elephant concluded, but our mission is already done. Ninja from every corner of the Leaf Village were arriving one after another. At the front of the crowd, Kakashi Hitaki stared into the heart of Susanoo, where Sasuke stood engulfed in a fierce aura. Pain and regret filled Kakashi's voice. You've fallen, Sasuke. Not far behind Kakashi, Sakura cried out in anguish, Sasuke-kun, please stop. Sasuke replied, Kakashi, Sakura? Yugo asked, you know them? Yeah, former comrades, I suppose. But it doesn't matter anymore. They're all targets on my kill list for this hunt. Naruto too. Sasuke's words were cold and detached as his eyes swept over the crowd. Faces both familiar and strange. His tone icy, he said, there's so many I want to kill, I can hardly decide where to start. At that moment, Sasuke's gaze flicked sharply upwards. There, an ink-painted eagle hovered in the air, carrying a young man whose features bore a certain resemblance to Sasuke's own. It was Sai, the one who had joined Team 7 after Sasuke's defection, taking his place. It's you, Sasuke recognized Sai at a glance. After all, they'd crossed paths once before, back at Orochimaru's hideout. This was the Sasuke Uchiha of today. After a silent sigh, Sai raised his voice. You've come for revenge against Lord Danzo, haven't you? But he isn't in the village now. Sai, how could he know about Lord Danzo's absence? That was supposed to be confidential. On the outskirts of the battleground, members of Root were stunned by what they'd just heard from Sai. Another member of Root in white said, Sai's abilities in reconnaissance are among the best in Root, but for him to leak information to the enemy like this, it's just as Lord Danzo predicted. He harbors disloyalty toward Root. After this incident, we should dispose of him. Sai, meanwhile, was thinking, sorry, Lord Danzo. I am a member of Root, but before that, I am a shinobi of the Leaf. If Sasuke truly came here for you, at least this way, we can prevent the disaster that would soon befall the village. I've known about this for a long time. Uchiha Sasuke murmured coldly. Then, with a chilling intent that cut through the air, he declared, it's not just Danzo. I'll wipe out the entire Leaf. Every shinobi, every civilian. No one will be left alive. Sasuke, how could you? Hearing this, Sakura broke down instantly, biting her lip as tears welled up in her eyes. Kakashi narrowed his eyes in silence. Reaching up, he lifted his headband, revealing the Sharingan he had kept hidden. And another thing, I hate it when people talk down to me from above. Sasuke paused, a cruel smile twisting at the corner of his mouth. So I'll start by killing you. With a sudden, violent motion, Susanoo hurled its massive sword straight at Sai, who was still suspended in the sky. In the forest of the Leaf Village, two men, both of whom once dreamed of becoming Hokage, stood locked in confrontation. Behind his mask, Obito's eyes were bloodshot, cold sweat sliding down his cheek as he clenched his fist, barely able to believe it. How do you know about this? Naruto replied, his tone layered with meaning. Well, that's a long story. Tell you what, let me through. After I stop Sasuke, I'll take my time explaining everything to you. How's that? Obito's gaze flickered, but finally hardened into icy resolve. In his true voice, he answered, Oh, I'll listen to your story after I take back Madara's Rinnegan. Naruto said, Neither of us are the type to back down from fate. Looks like we'll have to settle this the hard way. Conan, step back. Let me handle him. Obito replied, Tobi, you stand down. I'll deal with him myself. Conan and White Zetsu, Tobi, each retreated, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. The Mangekyo Kimui and the Rinnegan flared open at once. Come on then. Naruto had already entered Sage mode. His gaze was sharp with caution. Obito's Kimui is no mystery to me anymore, but just having intel on Kimui doesn't mean I can counter it easily. I'd better play it safe at first. He pressed his hands together, forming a seal in front of his chest. Ninja art. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a burst of smoke, more than a dozen shadow clones appeared, each brandishing a Rinnegan as they charged toward Obito. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly. Shadow clones, hoping to use numbers to feint and increase your chances of hitting me. But I won't let you succeed. Whoosh! Naruto's shadow clones darted through Obito's body again and again, but Obito simply let them pass through using Kimui, adapting to every move without changing his own. And when the moment was right, he unleashed iron spikes from his eye, shattering each clone in turn. Whoosh! Obito absorbed himself into his own dimension and reappeared above and behind Naruto, hurling a wooden stake down at him. Naruto smiled slightly, spun around, and sliced the stake aside with a kunai. With a metallic clang, he deflected the attack. Obito's gaze sharpened. So that's the sensory power of Sage mode. Swish, swish. Naruto formed a hand seal and pressed both palms to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. One giant summoned beast after another appeared, descending amid clouds of smoke. Obito's eyes swept across the scene. And with the Rinnegan's shared field of vision, there's barely any opening to exploit. Whoosh! He slipped into his own dimension again, emerging dozens of meters away from Naruto. Well then, I suppose I'll face you head-on. He formed the hand seals for fire release, while his right eye unleashed a whirl of Kamui, the two powers amplifying each other. Fire style, violent whirlwind dance. Fum, a raging inferno, empowered by Kamui, surged and spiraled toward Naruto, a sight that brings back memories. Facing the wall of fire, Naruto formed hand seals, his chest swelling as he drew in breath. Sage art, Toad, oil flame bomb. First came a jet of oil, then flames caught and transformed it into a towering fireball, colliding with a violent whirlwind dance in a clash of blazing force. For a moment, the two fire jutsu held each other at bay, but in the end, the Toad oil flame bomb took the upper hand. Obito's eyes darkened. He's overpowering me. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, their chakra reserves are unparalleled. Still, his fire jutsu was nearly spent, but the vortex swirling in his eye only grew more intense. Whoosh! A pitch-black-tailed beast ball spiraled out from his eye, surging forward with overwhelming force. A tailed beast ball, coming from his eye? Naruto's shock in that instant was every bit as intense as Sasuke's had been earlier. Before he could recover, the tailed beast ball was already upon him. Naruto thrust out his hand and activated the sealing barrier of the Predapath. As the tailed beast ball struck, it began to shrink. Obito's gaze remained shadowed. Even the Predapath of the Rinnegan needs time to absorb a tailed beast ball. Its power will diminish, but it can't change its overwhelming nature. He raised two fingers. Detonate. Boom. The thunderous explosion engulfed the forest, and Obito, using his intangibility, ignored the blast entirely. Naruto! Conan cried out urgently. Crackle. Amid the explosion, a streak of purple light suddenly flashed. Cloaked in a mantle of purple lightning chakra, Naruto emerged from the firestorm. That was close. This mode shielded me from external injuries, but the roar of the tailed beast ball still reverberated inside me. I took some damage one way or another. Naruto wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. And if I had taken a direct hit, the injuries would have been much worse. Obito studied Naruto, who was shrouded in crackling lightning. So you've mastered the lightning-released chakra mode. While it's not quite on par with the Raikage, your version has its own unique edge. This purple lightning is something I've never seen before. Once again, you surprised me, Naruto. But even so, the tailed beast bomb can still hurt you, can it? Naruto's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I think I figured out what's going on. You've hidden Gyuki, the eight tails, in the dimension of your eye, and you signed a contract with it, using it as your summoning beast, right? Obito's gaze sharpened. Oh, you figured it out after just one attack. Still, even if you know, it changes nothing. Naruto chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Gyuki would never cooperate with you willingly. That means you have to keep controlling it with Jinjutsu. But the Mangekyo, Sharingan's control over a tailed beast can't last long. So the number of times you can fire off tailed beast bombs like this, using your eye, is limited, isn't it? Obito fell silent. It was true. At his current strength, he could force the eight tails to unleash 6 tailed beast bombs using his eye. He just used one. 5 remained. Naruto thought to himself. Still, the way he's using the tailed beast is truly inventive. Back when Obito wasn't yet the 10 tails Jinchuriki, his greatest weakness was his lack of powerful attacks. Now, even that weakness is gone. Whoosh! Just as Naruto was thinking this, another tailed beast bomb came hurtling down. Good. Sister Conan is safe where she is now. That means I can dodge freely. Time to use Flying Thunder God. With a flash, Naruto teleported away, reappearing in Amigakure. He waited for the explosion to die down, then slipped back onto the battlefield. The broken earth smoldered as Obito looked on with a dark expression. It seems you've mastered your father's famous technique to perfection. Naruto grinned. Kamui has its advantages, but so does Flying Thunder God. Obito sighed. Fine. If I keep firing them one by one, you'll just keep dodging with ease. Fwoosh! 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 Blazing flames erupted from Obito's fingertips as he pressed his palm to the ground. Uchiha Flame Formation. A towering barrier of purple fire sealed the battlefield in a blazing cage. Sizzle. Unlike previous flame formations, this time, the markings spreading from Obito's palm pulsed and flowed, fusing with the barrier itself. Naruto immediately sensed it. The subtle connection with his Flying Thunder God markers outside the barrier had been completely severed. Obito warned, his voice edged with danger. All these years, I haven't been idle. Especially after learning that you master the Flying Thunder God. I didn't want you darting around everywhere. So I combined the Uchiha Fire Barrier formation with the spatial principles of Kamui, giving this barrier a brand new property. Within it, your Flying Thunder God won't let you teleport outside the boundary. Naruto replied calmly, so, inside the barrier, I can still use the Flying Thunder God freely, right? That's meaningless, Obito shot back. Because what comes next is an all-out, indiscriminate assault. With a ferocious surge, Kamui erupted. He unleashed 4-tailed beast bombs, channeling the power straight from his eyes. Immediately, Obito phased out, entering his intangibility mode. Fourfold resonance of the tailed beast bombs. A thunderous roar tore through the world, as waves of fire powerful enough to devour the heavens instantly filled the barrier. Obito, you really are something else, Naruto thought to himself, marveling inwardly. In the split second of the explosion, his left Rinnegan eye flared wide. Super Shinra Tensei. A cataclysmic shock wave burst forth, repelling the resonating force of the 4-tailed beast bombs. The barrier buckled under the pressure and shattered apart, pillars of force tearing through the sky and flattening the explosion. When the chaos subsided, the once flat plain had become a vast basin. Hovering at the basin's edge, Conan's eyes grew heavy with concern. Naruto, he used that technique. Toby muttered, well, looks like a real battle is just getting started. With a soft thud, Naruto landed at the center of the basin. Obito remained intangible the entire time, conserving his energy as he waited. His gaze was deep and unreadable. The technique Pain used to destroy the Leaf Village is terrifyingly powerful, and you chose the perfect moment to unleash it. But I know the truth. After using it, the Deva Path power will be temporarily exhausted. Naruto's eyes were composed. Aren't you the same? You just unleashed all your tailed beast bombs in one go. For now, you can't control the beasts, can you? Oomph. That's why the real showdown begins now. You know what happens. The moment my hand touches you, it's all over. The sound of chains echoed as they slipped from Obito's sleeves. The same goes for you, Naruto countered. Once I mark you with the Flying Thunder God, you'll never have a moment's peace again. A crackling snap. Purple raiment wrapped itself once more around Naruto's form, and a Rinnegan spun to life in his left hand. In a blur, the two charged at each other. Their short weapons clashed, and in that instant, Naruto hurled a kunai. The kunai passed straight through Obito's mask. Obito thought to himself, how familiar. Just like before, he'll try to warp in from the kunai, won't he? But in a flash, Obito spun around, reaching for the kunai behind him. A sly smile tugged at Naruto's lips. He hadn't warped to the kunai at all. Instead, he struck directly at Obito's back with the Rinnegan. Whoosh! But there was no sensation of impact. Naruto's body overlapped perfectly with Obito's. Obito's gaze was shadowed and deep. Tell a lie enough times, and even you might start to believe it. I played tricks like this far too often over the years. Clang! In the instant they crossed paths, chains concealed beneath Obito's sleeves snapped out, catching Naruto at the waist. Real or fake, false or true, there's never a fixed pattern in battle. Everything waits for that one opening in your enemy. The chains tightened, and Obito's hand reached for Naruto's back. Swish! But just before his palm could touch, Naruto slipped away, vanishing into the distance, into a kunai he'd thrown earlier. This clash, though it seemed to stretch on forever, actually played out in a flash, so swift and perilous that only the two combatants could truly grasp the danger and the details. In the end, it was a draw. Naruto turned slowly. You've improved so much since the day you fought my father. Obito reached for his own shoulder. Your reaction speed is almost as sharp as your father's, maybe even more cunning and unpredictable. Luckily, the Flying Raiden's mark can't be shared, or you'd be almost impossible to guard against. Next time, I won't let you slip away. Naruto clenched the kunai he'd caught earlier between his teeth, and his hands flashed through a series of signs. Ninja art, shadow clone jutsu. Bang! The shadow clone, also clad in a cloak of crackling violet lightning, appeared on Obito's other side, a kunai gripped in its own teeth. Obito muttered to himself, so, the real one and the shadow clone, using lightning release chakra mode to attack for both sides? You want to have the clone grab my true form the moment you're real. Body's in danger, but my eyes have never left you. I know exactly which is the real one. If I absorb your true body, the clone will vanish at once. Spreading your chakra like this is pointless. Naruto, biting down on the kunai, shot back. You'll never know unless you try. Obito's gaze turned icy. Then let's see you try. Whoosh! Both Naruto and his shadow clone lunged at Obito from left and right, each one's left hand gathering chakra into a spinning Rinnegan as they charged. Obito didn't move, his right eye flicking between the attacks. He thought, he's deliberately putting his real body on my left. He even noticed that the left side of my visual field is weaker in this eye. Naruto's gotten so calculating. But I've known which one is real from the start. Just as their kunai crossed, Obito pivoted left, reaching for Naruto's true body. He thought, no kunai thrown this time? Honestly, if he had, I might have hesitated for a moment. He's pulled out all the stops, but missed the crucial detail, a fatal mistake. Once someone was pulled into his space-time dimension, even a flying Raijin couldn't save them. This is checkmate. Obito's hand closed in, aiming straight for Naruto's face. Bang! But at the very instant their hands touched, Naruto vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. A clone? That's impossible. I checked with my Sharingan. There's no mistake. That was definitely the original. Wait. In that split second, did his real body and his clone swap places by simultaneously traveling through the kunai locked in their teeth? This is the Flying Thunder God's version of a Minota Jikara. Behind Obito, Naruto's true body launched a surprise attack with a Rinnegan. Obito's heart screamed, "This is bad." Boom! Obito was slammed hard into the ground. The Rinnegan tore into his back, shredding flesh and bone, blood splattering onto the kunai clenched between Naruto's teeth. With a sharp hiss, at the end of the Rinnegan's onslaught, Naruto successfully stamped the Flying Thunder God seal onto Obito's back. With a swoosh, Obito gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet, immediately activating his intangibility and putting distance between himself and Naruto. Huff, huff, huff. He panted heavily, his right eye behind a masked bloodshot, fixed intensely on Naruto. Underestimated you. I realized your reflexes now rival Minato's, but I didn't expect your mastery of the Flying Thunder God to even surpass his. Right at that moment, a small snake slipped out from Naruto's sleeve, flicking its tongue to lap up the blood on the kunai, before slithering back inside. With a pop, Naruto tossed a smoke bomb at his feet. In the cover of the swirling smoke, the small snake slipped away from Naruto, vanishing who knows where. Naruto spoke calmly. You're wrong, Obito. The one you've underestimated isn't me. It's my father. Even now, I still don't believe I've surpassed him in either of these skills. Obito's gaze darkened. Regardless, I won't give you any more openings. With a sudden movement, Toby landed by Obito's side. At the same time, paper sheets gathered at Naruto's side, forming Conan's figure. Naruto asked, "How is it?" Conan replied, "Everything is ready on our end." "Good," Naruto nodded, his eyes locked tightly on Toby. That guy has something truly dangerous inside him. Obito said, "Toby, Naruto knows my abilities inside out. From here on, I'll need you to distract him. I'll look for an opening to pull him in. Leave it to me. I've been meaning to see what this thing inside me can do myself." Smack! Toby pressed his hands together in front of his chest. Wood style. Advent of a world of flowering trees. The scene shifted back to the battlefield inside the Hidden Leaf Village. Smack! The great sword of Susanoo cleaved through the air, striking down the giant bird Sai was riding, scattering it into ink that rained to the ground. Sai plummeted from the sky. Kakashi Hitaki rapidly formed hand seals. Earth-style mud wall. The ground softened and turned to liquid with a burbling sound, cushioning Sai's fall so he landed unharmed. Kakashi's expression darkened. Just now, he clearly aimed to take Sai's life. He showed no mercy at all. There's nothing more to discuss. Sasuke, you're next, Kakashi. Sasuke's eyes were icy cold. In the hand of his Susanoo, a massive sword took shape once again. Suddenly, under Shikamaru's command, dozens of members of the Nara clan moved as one, weaving their signs in perfect unison. Ninja art, shadow, mausoleum formation. Shadows shot out in swift, snaking lines, merging with the shadow of Susanoo itself. In that instant, the arm of Susanoo, just as it was about to swing its sword, froze in place. Sasuke's brow knitted. A bunch of pathetic clowns. Without our fathers here, our current strength won't be enough to restrain that thing for long. After a quick assessment, Shikamaru kept his composure. Everyone, use long-range jutsu to attack together. Whatever you do, don't get close. A thunderous barrage erupted as ninjas skilled in range techniques unleashed their powers in unison. Earth style, water style, fire style, wind style, lightning style, all intertwined in a dazzling assault. The explosions and roaring energy filled the air. As the chaos settled and the dust and debris rained down, Susanoo was still standing tall, its armor completely unscathed. Our attacks did nothing. What is that thing? Its defense is simply terrifying. Until now, Shikamaru had never seen Susanoo before. Even he was shocked for a moment, but he didn't lose his cool. Instead, he observed closely. A giant avatar shaped from chakra, shielding Sasuke and his allies inside. But if you look closely, they're all standing firmly on the ground. Maybe, just maybe, this will work. Shikamaru changed his hand signs. With a swift motion, the shadow behind Susanoo shifted, silently seeping inside and snaking towards Sasuke's feet. Wait, something's off with the chakra. Karen sensed the anomaly at once. Sasuke behind you. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He quickly darted to the side, and Susanoo moved with him. The Nara clan shadow formation was nearly spent, and this sudden jolt caused it to collapse entirely. The Nara ninja staggered, nearly losing their footing. Shikamaru wiped the sweat from his brow, but still managed to smile. Just as I thought, the weak point is under its feet. Earth release jutsu from below could actually work against it. Oomph. Sasuke snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with power. In a flash, Susanoo's heavy armor vanished, its entire form elongated, legs taking shape as it rose to stand upright. This was the full body form of Susanoo, attainable only through the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Though it wasn't the absolute complete form, since the armor had been shed, its defense was lower than the previous Raven-like Tengu form, but its mobility had greatly increased. More importantly, the vulnerability at its feet had disappeared. With a thunderous crash, Susanoo stood ready for what came next. With the heavenly Magakako bow in hand, the string was drawn taut, the arrow knocked, and the target locked onto a single figure. Niji Hyuga, with Byakugan activated, saw it all. Not good. That arrow is aimed straight at Shikamaru. Sasuke's palm clenched coldly. A sharp twang split the air as the arrow shot forth. Damn! In that split second, Shikamaru could do nothing. He nearly shut his eyes, bracing himself for the end. Suddenly, a rush of sand surged together, forming a protective rampart right in front of Shikamaru. With a thunderous crash, the arrow pierced the sand barrier, but its momentum was checked. Wind style, Great Sickle Weasel. Temari swept her giant fan in a swift arc, sending a fierce gale that further hindered the arrow trapped within the sand. Puppet art, Human limbs technique. Whoosh! Kankuro's chakra threads lashed out from all 10 fingers, snaring the arrowhead and yanking it violently to the side. With a metallic thud, the arrow finally veered off course, plunging into the earth just beside Shikamaru. Shikamaru let out a long breath, glancing gratefully at Gaara and his companions by his side. Did you manage to hold off the enemies outside the village? Gaara crossed his arms over his chest and spoke to someone behind him. They're tough. The one supporting you here is only my sand clone. Shikamaru nodded. I see. Thank you. That was a huge help. Temari chimed in. I've told you before, don't draw too much attention on the battlefield. Now you've got yourself targeted, haven't you? Shikamaru shook his head with a wry smile. Troublesome as always. Within the Susanoo, Sasuke cast a cold glance. Gaara of the Sand, your so-called absolute defense is nothing but a joke. Daytime Tiger. No sooner had Sasuke spoken than Might Guy, having opened the 7th gate, unleashed a devastating blow. A roaring shockwave, shaped like a ferocious tiger, crashed into the back of Susanoo, sending it hurtling several hundred meters away. Sakura, witnessing this, cried out, Sasuke-kun. As the dust settled, Susanoo lay sprawled across the earth, with the Hawk squad members inside, still reeling from the impact. What just happened? Hey, did we really get sent flying that far? Only one person could do something like that. Sasuke couldn't help but recall the Chunin exams years ago. The man who left an impression on him as being even stronger than Kakashi. So, it seems that the taijutsu technique that bushy-browed Lee used on Gaara back then wasn't even the true limit of that power. Fine then. Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes. This move was meant for killing Naruto, but now, let it be Konoha's baptism of fire. Susanoo, complete form. Meanwhile, on Naruto's battlefield. Wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees. As Toby brought his hands together, the earth erupted, and lush, towering trees sprang forth, rolling forward in a relentless tide. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Budding flowers burst from the tree trunks, and as they bloom, they release poisonous pollen into the air. Naruto's gaze was grave. There's no mistake. That's the real flower tree world. The pollen is toxic. Whatever you do, don't breathe it in. Konan held her breath, thinking to herself, Naruto just used the massive Shinra Tensei not long ago. The Deva Path's power shouldn't have recovered yet. Naruto's mind raced. I can't use Shinra Tensei for now. To disperse the pollen, wind-style jutsu would work best, but with the scale of this pollen, ordinary wind techniques won't be enough. Wait, I've got it. A sudden flash of inspiration. Naruto formed hand signs. Summoning jutsu. With a burst of white smoke, Danzo's former summoning beast, the Dream Taper, appeared. But unlike before, its body was covered in black rods, and its eyes had transformed into Rinnegan. With a thunderous roar, the Dream Taper threw its jaws wide, and under the power-amplifying effect of the Rinnegan, unleashed a suction wind many times stronger than ever before. A piercing whoosh tore through the air as the spreading pollen was sucked straight into the Dream Taper's gaping maw. With another burst of smoke, the Dream Taper vanished. The pollen crisis was resolved, but the forest of trees still surged forward like a relentless tide. Naruto swiftly formed another set of hand signs. Shadow clones appeared to his left and right, his true self-wielded oil, while the clones prepared to unleash fire-style and wind-style jutsu. Sage Art Gomen. Sage Art Gomen. Originally, this technique was a collaborative sage art performed by Jiraiya and the two Great Toad Sages. Jiraiya would provide oil, Fukasaku would use wind-style, and Shima would use fire-style. The three combined to create a devastating attack, capable of incinerating vast swathes of enemies, and, in theory, consuming any tangible matter in its path. But thanks to his tremendous chakra and perfect teamwork with his clones, Naruto could now perform this legendary jutsu, all by himself. An inferno roared to life. An ocean of oil-fed flames, whipped up by the wind, surged forth as an overwhelming sea of fire, powerful enough to rival the advance of the tree world. Its sheer might had already surpassed Madara Uchiha's greatest fire techniques. With a thunderous crash, forest and fire clashed, locked in a fierce stalemate before both were utterly consumed. Scorching hot, smoke billowed high, shrouding everything from view. Obito commented, "He managed to block it." Toby added, "That's the power of Naruto Uzumaki as he is now. Even without the Rinnegan, his strength is on par with Sasuke. With the Rinnegan, he's almost a match for Madara himself." Well, speaking of Madara, with a snap, Toby pressed his palms together. A deep, earth-shaking rumble echoed as the wooden golem, thousand-armed cannon, rose mightily from the ground. As the smoke cleared and they gazed at the colossal figure looming at the edge of sight, Conan gasped in shock. "What is that?" "It's come at last," Naruto said solemnly. "That's the ninjutsu version of the true several thousand hands. Without the power of Sage Chakra, it's still essentially a greatly enhanced wooden golem jutsu. But even so, it's strong enough to rival a complete Susanoo." Conan's gaze was grave. "How do we fight something like that?" Atop the wooden cannon, Toby and Obito stood side by side. "Well, let's start with a little appetizer, shall we?" The 5 great faces on the cannon's head all opened their mouths at once. With a piercing rush, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, 5 powerful elemental jutsu came roaring down in unison. Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Perfect timing. With a series of muffled bursts, for shadow clones appeared, taking position and joining the original Naruto in forming different seals. Sage Art, Grand Elemental Barrage. The surging torrents of 5 elemental techniques collided midair, canceling each other out in a dazzling display. Conan gave an admiring nod. "You really know a lot of jutsu." With a soft pop, the shadow clones vanished. "Other than Kekkai Genkai and the secret techniques kept within the clans, I've basically mastered every jutsu currently in Konoha." Naruto replied with a smile, though anxiety twisted inside him. Still, the true power of that true several thousand hands technique isn't about releasing ninjutsu. Toby formed a seal. "Well then, time for the main course." Pseudo, Buddha descends from his summit. A thunderous uproar shook the air as the wooden cannon surged forward. The multitude of arms on the oval board behind it extended, transforming into a sky-darkening curtain of fists that pressed downward. "It's coming." Naruto's eyes narrowed in focus. Without the power of the Deva Path, this is nearly impossible to face, but not entirely, if I'm willing to spend the chakra. Ninja Art. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. In a flash, over 1,000 clones appeared, each wielding a massive Rinnegan, and, using the enhanced leaps of Sage Mode, soared up to meet the falling fists. Sage Art. Massive Rinnegan Barrage. Naruto had used this move before, when dismantling Sasuke's Susanoo in the Land of Iron, but now, the number of clones he summoned far surpassed that time. The sky erupted in a cacophony as the barrage of Sage Art massive Rinnegan clashed with the raining fists of Pseudo. Buddha descends from the summit, shaking heaven and earth. Fists shattered one after another, while shadow clones vanished in a steady stream. At last, the onslaught was halted. The cannon was stripped of all its arms. All of Naruto's shadow clones disappeared, his sage chakra depleted, and his body dropped out of sage mode. Huff, huff, huff. Naruto panted, a hint of worry on his face. Now this is bad. To make sure I kept my chakra reserved for the fight with Obito, I didn't prepare any clones to store sage chakra. With a heavy clang, the oval board separated from the cannon's main body. The true several thousand hands technique, now unburdened, advanced on Naruto. In a swift movement, Konan stepped forward, shielding Naruto. Atop the cannon, Toby crossed his arms over his chest and asked airily, "Hey, woman over there, can I ask you a question?" Conan's voice was cool as ice. "What question?" Said Afei carelessly. "Well, it's, the urge to go. What kind of feeling is that anyway?" Shounen replied with a blank face. "Who knows?" "Huh." Afei's tone turned mocking. "That's odd. Even if you're pretty, you still have to go to the bathroom, right? Or do you not? Then where does all the food you eat go?" Xiaonan's expression grew icy cold. Naruto hurriedly interjected. "Big sis Xiaonan, don't stoop to his level. He's a born troublemaker." "Oh, I wouldn't dream of stooping to his level." Xiaonan spoke calmly, but her hands were weaving signs that said otherwise. Summoning, grande explosion talisman arrêt. A deafening rustle erupted as countless explosive tags tore from the ground, flowing from under the wooden cannon's feet. In mere seconds, they covered its entire body. Then came a thunderous roar, an earth-shaking explosion. Naruto cried out, "What did you just do?" Xiaonan lowered her palms. "I simply summoned 1/6000th of the explosive tags I've stored in the Hidden Rain Village. I don't need to set them up beforehand. This is the most I can use at once." Naruto shivered, thinking to himself, "She's terrifying. Never, ever make Big Sis Xiaonan angry, or you'll be blown to pieces for sure." With a massive crash, the wooden cannon toppled to the ground, shattering into splinters. Afei murmured, "What an unreasonable woman. I was hoping maybe, one day, I'd get to watch her go to the bathroom. Oh well, I'm done playing." Uzumaki Naruto, look at his chakra flow. He's no longer in sage mode. If you want to win, now's your chance. Whoosh. Swirling like a vortex, Toby appeared right behind Naruto. 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, in a hidden spot, Orochimaru extracted a single drop of blood from the fangs of a small snake. "Now it's your turn to show your worth, Haiden." Haiden slurped up the blood, and in an instant, his entire body turned a gleaming, metallic black. He pulled open his collar, baring his chest, and dipped his foot in his own blood, drawing the ritual circle of the curse of death on the ground. "I offer everything I am to the great Lord Narukami. Let merciless judgment fall upon the heretic." Eyes alight with fanaticism, Haiden shouted as he raised his iron spike and drove it fiercely into his own chest. A sickening crunch. The sudden, excruciating pain brought Toby's movements to a halt. His eyes went wide, cold sweat beaded on his face. Blood poured down, soaking the front of his cloak. His Sharingan, red and streaked with blood vessels, brimmed with disbelief. "This is..." With the blood pact of the Death Division, you should know, this is the very technique that killed the eminent monk Chiriku of the Fire Temple, and also Asuma Sarutobi of the Leaf. Both of them, and especially the latter, were elders I deeply respected. Now, I return your own methods to you. But don't worry, Obito. I've already instructed him. He'll avoid your vital points because... Naruto turned around and reached toward the masked man's face. Not good. He's about to use the hidden right eye. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. In a flash, he raised his hand and snapped off the left side of his mask with a crack, revealing another Sharingan hidden beneath. A surge of energy crackled between them. Naruto's right eye and Obito's left flared bright at almost the exact same moment. Kodoamatsukami. Izanagi. A surge of chakra pulsed. Izanagi, the forbidden technique that can turn even death itself into nothing but a fleeting dream, and of course dispel the effects of Jinjutsu as well. Obito slipped free from Kodoamatsukami's control, but the curse wound inflicted by the blood pact of the Death Division before he activated Izanagi remained. Naruto put his mask back on. "You managed to get away. For the next 10 minutes or so, you're basically invincible. So what now? Are you really going to fight to the bitter end? But that wound in your chest isn't looking good. While Izanagi is active, you might not feel the pain or notice the bleeding, but once those 10 minutes are up, all the accumulated damage will hit you at once. It could be fatal. The smartest move now would be to head back to your hideout and treat your injuries." With a heavy thud, Toby dropped down beside Obito. Obito stared hard at Naruto. "You planned everything out, even predicted I'd use Izanagi. I don't understand. Wouldn't it have been easier to have Haiden strike my vital point and kill me outright?" Naruto replied, "I see you as a rival, not an enemy. Who knows? One day we might even stand side by side, to face the true enemy together." The true enemy. Obito thought to himself. This tedious, decaying world, stripped of hope. That's my real enemy. Naruto, let's call this your victory for now. But in the future, I won't give up anything that's mine. With that, Obito placed a hand on Tobi's shoulder and activated Kimui. Just before he was sucked away, he caught a glimpse of Naruto mouthing for silent words, and his gaze sharpened. After Obito disappeared, Conan stepped forward and asked, "In the memories you showed me, was it this ocular technique that allowed him to escape my paper god's assault?" Naruto nodded. "That's right. Izanagi, a forbidden dojutsu that requires both Senju and Uchiha bloodlines to wield. Its price is blindness. Obito is cautious. He kept his left Sharingan solely for Izanagi. For a full 10 minutes, no attack can kill him." "I see. 10 minutes. The exact limit of my paper god's power as well." Conan thought to herself, "Then we'll need to prepare even more. If 600 billion isn't enough, surely 1 trillion will be." Naruto gazed at the spot where Obito had disappeared, his heart heavy with emotion. "Obito, he's almost like another version of me. In my previous life, I was shunned and left in darkness. If things had gone just a bit differently, maybe I would have become him." Conan asked, "Are you getting ready to look for Sasuke?" Naruto sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. "Yeah, let me slip back into sage mode first, then I'll go." Obito and Tobi had retreated after their plan failed. In order to conserve their strength, the white Zetsu forces who had attacked Konoha also began to withdraw. "They're trying to escape. Damn it, they've cost us so many comrades' lives. Don't let them get away." The grief and anger in the hearts of Konoha's shinobi drove them to pursue relentlessly. Shikaku barked sharply, "Let them go." The ninja around him were taken aback. "But Shikaku-sensei," Shikaku replied, "there are too many of them. If we keep fighting head-on, we'll lose even more lives. Besides," he looked out over the devastated landscape, the cries of the wounded echoing in his ears and the ground trembling behind him. His voice grew solemn. "We have more important things to do. Rescue the wounded and support the village." A hush fell over the group as the realization struck them. Swallowing their hatred, they quickly organized and set off to carry out their new tasks. At the heart of Konoha village, the full form of Susanoo stood tall and mighty, the embodiment of a revered war god. Its presence thundered through the ruins. The deep, ominous purple radiance was a reflection of Sasuke's heart, now completely consumed by hatred. "Ha ha ha ha! Fall before this power. Tremble, despair, and then die like the insects you are. Everything you did to the Uchiha clan has brought this retribution upon you today." Within the square gem on Susanoo's forehead, Sasuke laughed maniacally, letting his fury echo out over the battlefield. In a blur, Susanoo's massive blade swept down, shattering mountains and rending the earth. The agonized screams of the shinobi rang out, filling the air. "Sasuke, please stop." Sakura rushed to Susanoo's feet, tears streaming down her face as she shouted. Sasuke looked down from above, his eyes cold and distant. "Sakura, at this point, what's the use of saying things like that?" Sakura spread her arms wide. "If you're going to destroy the village, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Sasuke replied with chilling resolve, "Then I'll grant your wish." Susanoo's foot rose, descending toward Sakura with crushing force. A black shadow loomed overhead. Sakura, overwhelmed and hopeless, shut her eyes tightly. "Sasuke, you're no longer the Sasuke I once knew. And Naruto isn't the Naruto I remember anymore either. I'm done. Let it end here." Suddenly, a figure flashed through the chaos, whisking Sakura away to safety. A deafening crash resounded as Susanoo's foot slammed down. Sakura opened her eyes in shock. "Kakashi-sensei, why did you save me?" Kakashi answered, "Don't do anything reckless, Sakura." Sakura was in despair. "But I've already lost the will to live." Kakashi replied, "Don't say such childish things. Look at your comrades." Sakura lifted her eyes. Even the Genin and Chunin were shouting, hurling kunai laced with explosive tags at Susanoo, unleashing whatever little ninjutsu they could muster. Shikamu, Niji, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Tintin, even Ino, who once admired Sasuke. Every one of Sakura's peers was fighting in their own way, without exception. Even Choza Akimichi and his son Choji together unleashed the secret Akimichi clan technique, butterfly mode, transforming into towering giants to face Susanoo's complete form in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, Sakura woke up to reality. "That's right. What am I doing? Up until now, all I've done is cry. I relied on Naruto far too much. I'd forgotten I'm a ninja too." Kakashi said, "Go. Do what you must." Sakura wiped away her tears and stood up. "Yes, I am Sakura Haruno, Lady Tsunade's disciple." Kakashi looked out at the battlefield. with a complete form of Susanoo, rampaged unhindered. The chaos of the Ninetales 16 years ago was scarcely worse than this. Sasuke truly has gained incredible power. This chakra giant possesses invincible defense and overwhelming offense. To withstand that onslaught and destroy it by brute force, only a ninja like the first Hokage could manage it. But now, there's no one of that strength left in the village. He lifted his eyes to the top of the battlefield, his gaze sharp and searching. But perhaps, if it's just Sasuke's position inside, there might be a way. A thunderous crash shook the air. Choza, still in butterfly mode, was sent flying by a heavy blow, smashing through a swath of buildings. Blood streaming from his fist, he pounded the ground in frustration. Damn it, that thing, there's just no way for people to break through it. Kakashi called out, Choza, I have an idea. Lend me your strength. Choza hesitated. Are you serious, Kakashi? If you mess up, there's no coming back. Kakashi answered, but it's one of the few options we have left. Understand. Choza gripped Kakashi in his massive hand, gathered his strength, and hurled him toward the top of Susanoo. Karen shouted, Sasuke, the sky at 4 o'clock. Sasuke turned his gaze in that direction. The wind howled past his ears, lightning gathering in his palm. Kakashi Hitaki hurtled through the air. Sasuke sneered. Kakashi, at this point you still think Raikiri will work against this? How reckless. I used to think he was weak, but clever. Looks like I gave him too much credit. Crack. Kakashi's left, I suddenly transformed. A Mangekyo Sharingan. In that instant as he closed in, his gaze locked onto the target. Kamui. Huh? A crack suddenly appeared in the square shield on Susanoo's forehead. What? Sasuke was struck by sudden shock. By then, Kakashi's Chidori was already thrusting forward, almost upon him. Crackle. The Chidori pierced right up to Sasuke, and the block that protected the wielder inside, Susanoo left no room to dodge. This is bad. Sasuke's in danger. Realizing this, Karen immediately tried to leap to his defense, but a hand had already grasped her shoulder, yanking her back. Huh? Karen was caught off guard, stunned. Sasuke's profile was harsh, cold, utterly unfamiliar. He dragged Karen in front of himself, using her as a living shield. Crunch. The Chidori mercilessly tore through Karen's chest. Kakashi's face hardened, his determination unwavering as he pushed forward. Thud. Yugo, transformed by the curse mark, lunged forward, tackling Kakashi around the waist. But Kakashi's killing intent did not falter. He forced his way onward. Unable to hold him back alone, Yugo shouted, Suigetsu! Suigetsu shook his head and sighed. Sasuke, all of us, there must be something broken inside us. Splash. His arms transformed into massive torrents of water, and Suigetsu pushed forward with all his strength. At last, their combined force managed to halt Kakashi's advance. Yugo and Suigetsu together pushed Kakashi, all of them tumbling down from Susanoo. Sasuke. As they fell, Kakashi looked at his former student with deep sorrow in his eyes. The gaping wound in Karen's chest sucked in the cold wind. Tears streamed down her face, full of hopelessness and despair, her whole body trembling as if plunged into ice. Sasuke, She couldn't finish her sentence. A mouthful of blood spilled out instead. Sasuke said in a low, chilling tone, Karen, you're of no more use to me. Die as a stepping stone on my road to vengeance. He pushed her away, and Karen's body drifted down, light as a feather. Sasuke, even if you hadn't done this, I would have stood in front of you. Treasured memories flashed through Karen's mind like a lantern show, scenes from the past whirling by. The Chunin exams in the Leaf Village, their first meeting in the Forest of Death. The boy who once saved her had, in the end, pushed her into the abyss. If only time could have stayed in that moment. Thud! She hit the ground, motionless. Choza's big hands caught Kakashi as he fell. Kakashi said, I'm sorry, Choza. I failed. Choza replied, there was nothing you could have done. Creak, creak, creak. The crack in Susanoo's forehead shield began to heal. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He can damage Susanoo's defenses as if they're nothing. Kakashi must have Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. I can't let him live. Snap! Susanoo drew its bow, notching an arrow and aiming straight at Akimichi Choza and Kakashi. The arrow screamed through the air. Choza's pupils shrank in alarm. No! Daytime tiger. Boom! A roaring shockwave in the shape of a tiger swept through the sky, snatching the arrow and vanishing with it into the storm. Boom! Might Guy, wreathed in the blue flames of the Gate of Shock, landed resolutely before the ding pillar. Kakashi gazed wearily at his comrade's back. Guy, on the other side, Suigetsu touched down, drew the executioner's blade, and grinned, baring his sharp teeth. If we're going to die anyway, might as well go out with a bang. Whoosh! Just then, the Konoha Umbu squad captain, Elephant, flashed forward with a shunshin, his sword slicing through the air. Crash! Yet Suigetsu's liquefied body completely ignored the slash. The eyes beneath Elephant's mask narrowed in surprise. I see. So you're from the Hozuki clan. Too bad for you. Physical attacks don't work on me. Suigetsu sneered, gripping the executioner's blade in his formidable water arm and swinging it down toward Elephant's back. But Elephant reacted with lightning speed, swinging his ninja blade behind him, clang, and managed to block the blow just in time. Suigetsu's expression shifted dramatically. Hey, this guy's strong. He managed to block my attack with the water arm. Even in such a rush? Clang. Young man, don't underestimate the strength of Konoha. Elephant, still facing away from Suigetsu, formed a seal with 2 fingers at his chest. Lightning style, surrounding thunder. Crackle. A surge of fierce lightning burst from his gripping hand, shooting into Suigetsu's watery body. Suigetsu's face twisted in discomfort. Damn it, of all things, he had to use the one technique I hate most. Lightning style. Ninja art, super beast imitating drawing. Sai, with a few deft strokes, sent a painted tiger leaping off his scroll to clamp its jaws on Suigetsu. Ha ha ha. Kill them all. Yugo, having landed, let his murderous intent run wild, and was about to unleash havoc. Unfortunately for him, standing in his way was Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi's Byakugan fixed upon Yugo. So that's it. What incredible chakra you have. Yugo laughed madly as he charged at Hayashi. Huh. Hayashi thrust out both palms. 8 trigrams air wall palm. Boom. A shockwave erupted, sending Yugo hurtling through the air. In a flash, Hayashi dashed forward, Byakugan locking onto Yugo's chakra points, and struck a single finger into Yugo's chest. Gentle fist, chakra point strike. Snap. That one precise poke sealed Yugo's chakra. Sizzle. His curse mark faded, and he collapsed, battered on the ground, quickly surrounded and captured by Konoha shinobi. Hayashi declared in a resounding voice, "The Hyuga are Konoha's strongest. Remember that." Rustle, rustle, rustle. Slug crawled over to Karen's side. "Lady Tsunade, what should we do? This girl is gravely wounded. I can't save her with just this clone." Tsunade, seated cross-legged and performing the slug technique, furrowed her brow. Sakura should be nearby. Send her over. Sakura hurried to Karen's side. "Lady Slug, leave it to me." Slug replied, "Thank you, Lady Sakura." Sakura crouched down, her hands enveloped in a gentle green chakra, pressing against the wound. "Sasuke," Karen murmured under her breath. Sakura paused, her eyelids dropping as she whispered, "So that's how it is? You care about Sasuke too." Boom, boom, boom. The fully manifested Susanoo continued its rampage, unchecked and unstoppable. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the village was destroyed. By Kakashi's side, Might Guy clenched his fist. Daytime Tiger won't work on that thing anymore. The only way to stop him now is to open the 8th gate of death. Kakashi was alarmed. "Guy, think of another way. This enemy is something all of Konoha must face together. There's no need for you to sacrifice yourself alone." Might Guy reached out and began unbuttoning his shirt. "No. If we keep stalling, the casualties will only grow. Using the gate of death is the most direct solution. When Pain attacked, I wasn't in the village. Naruto was the one who saved everyone. But now even Naruto is... So it's my turn." Kakashi clenched his fists in frustration. "Guy, I'm sorry. It always comes down to you." Might Guy smiled. "Don't make that gloomy face. Youth is all about charging forward, no matter what." Tap! Just as Guy was about to unleash the gate of death, a kunai shot into the ground before him. "What's this?" Might Guy and Kakashi turned and looked behind them. "It's Naruto." Hinata gazed up with her Byakugan, spotting a lone figure standing tall atop the Hokage rock, wind whipping at his cloak. Inside Susanoo, Sasuke stared intently into the distance. "So you finally came, Naruto." The heavenly Magatama bow materialized, black flames forming into blazing arrows. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi. A scene I've seen before. But this time, we're not fighting side by side. A low hum filled the air. In Naruto's upraised palm, a colossal raisin shuriken began to form, crackling with power. Sage art. Super-tailed beast raisin shuriken. A tundro explosion érupted. Wind and fire collided in midair, bursting into a tornado of black flames raging above Konoha. Whoosh, whoosh. The scorching wind howled, its force shaking the heavens. Sand and dust battered the face of the Hokage rock. Crack, crack. On Danzo's effigy, a fine fissure appeared. When the chaos finally settled, the old place, Naruto cast a lingering look into the distance, billowing his cloak as he turned away. Sasuke understood. Naruto's presence here meant he had already defeated Masked Madara. If he didn't defeat Naruto first, his path of vengeance could not continue. Oomph. Just as I wanted. Susanoo spread its wings and soared toward the horizon. Once beyond the village, Sasuke dispelled it, landing and sprinting after Naruto's retreating figure all the way to the Valley of the End. With a rush, as Sasuke landed atop the head of Uchiha Madara's statue, Naruto was already waiting across from him, standing on the head of Hashirama Senju's statue. Sasuke rose, his voice cold. Just as you wished, Naruto. I'm here. Naruto slowly turned around. He had already removed his mask, and his eyes were covered with a strip of black cloth. Yes, covering his eyes. This was the solution Naruto had come up with to prevent the crow Itachi implanted in him from being triggered. But Sasuke had no way of knowing any of this. All he saw was Naruto acting as if he were above everyone else. Furious, he demanded, Naruto, what's the meaning of this? Naruto replied half-jokingly, right now, I can't even bear to look at you, Sasuke. Sasuke actually let out a laugh, angered beyond words. Have fine. Naruto, you'll pay for looking down on me. I've never looked down on you, Sasuke, Naruto said seriously. He raised 2 fingers to his chest, forming the clash seal that symbolized respect among ninja. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then responded with the same seal. Let's do this, Sasuke. Bring it on, Naruto. The wind howled and the clouds raced above the Valley of the End, where the 2 legendary rivals would finally clash. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Atop the statues of Hashirama and Madara, both Naruto and Sasuke unleashed the Uchiha clan's signature fire style technique. A thunderous boom echoed as their fireballs collided and vied for dominance. But ultimately, Naruto's attack began to overpower Sasuke's. The firelight danced in Sasuke's eyes, his clothes whipping in the heat. As always, his immense chakra makes his jutsu even more powerful. But under my ocular powers, none of his techniques matter. A single drop of blood trickled from the corner of Sasuke's left eye as his Sharingan, streaked with crimson, locked onto the approaching flames. Amaterasu. With a burst of black flames, the fireball was utterly consumed. Naruto flipped through the air and landed atop Madara's statue. Sasuke, recklessly using Amaterasu like that isn't wise. Sasuke scoffed. Humph. I've already gained eternal light. For me, this is nothing. I could do it all day. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 launched into a fierce close-quarters battle. The longer Sasuke fought, the more shaken he became. The force behind Naruto's fists and kicks was utterly astonishing. It was more than just the boost from Sage Mode. Naruto's basic taijutsu had reached a whole new level. Thud, thud, thud. Again and again, their blows collided. Sasuke's arms and legs went numb, and he struggled to keep up, while Naruto moved with effortless ease. It's only been a few days. How has he gotten so much stronger? And even though his eyes are covered, how is he reading my every move? Naruto threw a casual punch. Say, Sasuke, have you ever heard of Senjutsu? Sasuke crossed his arms to block, skidding back 3 steps, his expression dark. What's that? Whoosh. Naruto sidestepped the kunai Sasuke hurled at him, his tone calm and unhurried. I've trained at Mount Myaboku and mastered the power of Sage Jutsu. I can sense natural energy, so even if I cover my eyes, I'd still know exactly what you were up to. Sasuke frowned. Natural energy? Just like this. Naruto casually swung a fist. Frog Kumite. Thud. A fist formed from natural energy struck Sasuke's face, rippling his skin like waves. He tumbled from the top of the statue and plunged into the water below. From his vantage above, Naruto looked down, his voice serene. You can learn Sage Jutsu too, but I don't think Mount Myaboku suits you. Between Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest, I'd actually recommend Shikatsu Forest for you. Sasuke climbed out of the water, his expression dark and brooding. Naruto continued. I've had a taste of the power from Ryuchi Cave. It's wild and violent. Absorb too much, and you might even grow horns, just like when you had the curse eel back then. I've never been to Shikatsu Forest myself, but I've heard stories. That kind of Sage Jutsu focuses more on spiritual cultivation. It can help dissolve malice and strengthen your character. Sasuke cut him off coldly. So you're saying I'm too full of malice? That my heart is unstable? Naruto shot back. Isn't that the case? I already told you. Danzo isn't in the leaf anymore. He's gonna find Kabuto. If you want revenge, go after Kabuto. But you insist on going against me instead. Honestly, you're acting childish. Enough. Sasuke clenched his fists. This is my revenge. Don't you dare meddle in it. Naruto, now earnest and sincere, pleaded, seriously, Sasuke. You really should make a trip to Shikatsu Forest and let the slug sage teach you some self-cultivation. The Uchiha's eye power is deeply tied to mental chakra. It'd really help you control your dojutsu. But Sasuke was stubborn as ever. The noble Uchiha have no need for some half-baked powers as decoration. The eye power I've awakened is more than enough to burn any obstacle to ashes. As for sage jutsu, I, Sasuke Uchiha, have nothing but contempt for it. You really are as stubborn as ever in your rebellious phase. Fine then. Naruto shook his head and leaped down from the statue. Whoosh! Sasuke stepped back, circling Naruto a few times in a show of feint and defense, then deliberately left an opening, only to be struck by Naruto. Bang! A log dropped to the ground. Substitution jutsu. A faint smile played at the corner of Naruto's lips. Whoosh! Sasuke reappeared behind Naruto, the Kusanagi sword crackling with lightning as he slashed down in a flash. Uchiha style, lightning sever. Clang! The lightning-charged Kusanagi sword strike was blocked by Naruto's arm. What? Sasuke stared in shock at the cloak of electricity now draped around Naruto's body. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sword flashed again and again, but Naruto either dodged effortlessly or caught the blade barehanded. Sasuke said coldly, "When did you learn this kind of lightning release?" Naruto replied, "Probably when you were still basking in the glory of your new eye powers." Sasuke barked, "How dare you!" Crackling energy erupted. Chidori. Intense lightning gathered in Sasuke's left hand, thrusting straight for Naruto's chest. Sparks flew wildly, but Sasuke's proud Chidori couldn't pierce even a fraction through that electric cloak. With a sharp move, Naruto caught Sasuke's wrist with his left hand, then drove his knee hard into Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke's eyes bulged wide as he coughed up a mouthful of thick spittle. Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the arm and hurled him toward the waterfall. With a thunderous crash, Sasuke slammed into the rocks behind the falls, leaving a deep dent before being swept into the river by the raging water. "You must be joking. I don't accept this." Sasuke roared in fury, his left eye locking onto Naruto's shape. Amaterasu. But with a violet flash, Naruto vanished, leaving the black flames to devour only empty air. In a blur, Naruto reappeared in front of Sasuke and landed a punch across his jaw. With a heavy thud, Sasuke was sent flying to the side. A bloodied tooth splashed into the water. Sasuke let out a wild, frenzied laughter as Susanoo erupted around him, advancing to its second form. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. With a swift motion, an Amaterasu arrow shot straight into the sky. He redirected his aim, firing a barrage of arrows at Naruto, but not a single one found its mark. The first black flame arrow exploded in the heavens, igniting the air into a scorching torrent. Updrafts gathered, forming thunderclouds overhead. Sasuke, shrouded in Susanoo, leapt onto the head of Madara's statue, clutching a sphere of lightning, summoning the fury of the storm. No matter how fast you are, you'll never outrun a lightning strike. Lightning release, Kirin. A dreadful roar split the air as the lightning Kirin descended, howling from the sky. A cataclysmic thunderstorm erupted over the Valley of the End. When the storm passed, the river's waters churned, refusing to settle. Naruto crouched on the water's surface, head bowed. Sasuke declared with grim authority, "How about that?" Naruto looked up. "If that had hit, I bet it would have hurt a lot." Sasuke, incredulous, demanded, "What do you mean it didn't hit?" Naruto, with a touch of regret, replied, "I used Flying Thunder God just now. Made a quick trip back to the Hidden Rain Village. Probably slipped away a millisecond before the lightning struck." "What a shame." Sasuke asked, "What's there to regret?" Naruto said, "If it were my father, he'd have been even faster, don't you think?" Sasuke lowered his head, trembling, then suddenly threw it back and laughed to the heavens. Good, good, good. Then let me send you to meet your father." A deafening boom split the air. The complete form of Susanoo, towering and earth-shaking. With two massive blades in hand, it brought them down with unstoppable force. The complete form of Susanoo, without the Ninetales mode, I still have to be extremely careful of those two swords. Naruto, cloaked in crackling lightning, darted nimbly to evade. The moment he spotted an opening, he immediately performed the summoning jutsu. Thanks to the animal path's enhanced summoning, a menagerie of diverse summoned beasts appeared all around. Though they were no match for the full power of Susanoo, they still managed to keep the fight alive. Inside the square crystal on Susanoo's forehead, Sasuke looked down at the scene below, like a wild, raging zoo, and exclaimed in disbelief, "What's with the sheer number and strength of those summons? Isn't Naruto only able to summon toads? Could it be? Is this the power of his left eye?" Truth be told, Naruto was sorely tempted to summon Manda, just to see the shock on Sasuke's face. But Manda had already been infused with chakra earlier and was, at this moment, scouring the rain village's sea for traces of Jiraiya's remains. Naruto knew better than to mix up his priorities. With a thunderous crash, Susanu's great blade pierced the body of the three-headed hellhound. Black Amaterasu flames raced up the blade, engulfing the beast from head to tail. With a puff, the three-headed hellhound vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Blades flashed in a dizzying flurry, cutting down wave after wave of summoned creatures. Sasuke barked in frustration. Naruto, where's all your bravado from before? Is all you can do now just jump around and play tag with a bunch of summons? Boom! The massive sword swept across, cleaving a mountain wall in two. Naruto twisted lithely, dodging the blade's edge. With a swift backflip, he landed squarely atop the head of the Hashirama statue, muttering under his breath. Finally, the power of the Deva path is restored. One by one, all the summoned beasts vanished in puffs of mist. With a sharp clap, Naruto pressed his hands together. Beneath his black eye patch, his left eye began to shimmer with power. Planetary devastation. With a piercing sound, the sphere of gravity shot into the sky. The heavens dimmed, the earth cracked open, and countless boulders tore free and hurtled upward. Not even the complete Susanoo could resist. It was swept up, helpless in the raging torrent. As they rose, Sasuke stared in shock. What is this gravity? Crash! 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 The leading boulders already began to cover the core of the gravity sphere, and the celestial body began to take shape. Damn it! This is bad, really bad. As the edge of the forming planet loomed ever closer, Sasuke scrambled to respond. First, he tried to have Susanoo spread its wings and escape, but when that failed, he turned his sights on the caster. With a hiss, a massive arrow formed, launched straight down at Naruto. It struck the ground 20 meters behind Naruto with a thunderous impact. Sasuke cursed in frustration. Damn it, did the gravity throw off my aim? With a tense snap, he hastily conjured a second arrow. Half squinting his left eye, Sasuke tried to adjust for the gravitational pull, but the difficulty was overwhelming. Explosive impacts rang out, one after another, shaking sky and earth. The second arrow had yet to be fired when Susanoo's back collided with the heavenly star and was quickly swallowed up by a cascade of tumbling stones. With swift precision, Naruto kept his palms pressed together, then flipped backward from atop Hashirama's sculpted head, landing on the water below. He parted his hands and raised them high above his head. A thunderous roar echoed. Both the statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha wrenched free from the earth, disintegrating mid-air into a torrent of boulders that hammered down onto the Chibaku Tensei, making it even more formidable. After the dust settled, the Valley of the End had become a vast basin, an enormous celestial sphere floating in the sky, with stray stones still falling from above. Naruto, pulling his blindfold down just a bit, gazed up at this extraordinary spectacle and murmured, "This scale. It's about the same as when pain trapped me back then. If it hadn't been for Kurama's power, if I hadn't released up to the 8th tail, I probably would have been caught for good." Time ticked by. About a minute passed. Suddenly, Naruto's expression changed. A sharp crack split the surface of the Chibaku Tensei as the tip of Susanoo's great sword burst out through the fissure, carving upward with force and slicing open a jagged opening. With a tremendous crash, the upper body of Susanoo's complete form smashed through the gap, and the other half fought furiously to break free as well. The entire Chibaku Tensei rumbled ominously, threatening to crumble apart. Naruto sighed in awe. Even a Chibaku Tensei of this magnitude can't hold Sasuke anymore. His power has grown so fast. Should I make it even bigger? Naruto glanced around, but dismissed the thought. If I did that, the destruction of the land would be far too great. This place, this land, is the legacy of Konoha's forebears. I can't afford to act recklessly. A deafening series of explosions erupted as the Chibaku Tensei shattered. Susanoo's complete form stood towering amidst the chaos. Breaking free as fragments of its armor, scraped away by the crushing stones, swiftly regenerated and restored its imposing figure. Sasuke, his eyes blazing red, roared, "Naruto, if you got any more tricks, bring them all out. I'll smash every last one of them." In response to Sasuke's fury, Susanoo's full form swept its twin blades through the sky, unleashing slashes that blotted out the heavens. Naruto pulled his blindfold back over his eyes, shrouded himself in his violet lightning cloak, and leapt and twisted through the air, dodging falling debris and weaving through the oncoming blades of light. There's no other way. Realizing this couldn't go on, Naruto braced himself on a falling boulder and summoned a surge of even greater power. Violet Lightning Chakra Mode, Level 2. Sparks of violet lightning blazed around his armor, intensifying several-fold. Even his golden hair stood on end, transformed into sharp, needle-like spikes. This is the fruit of my hellish training in the Valley of Hell. But I haven't practiced long enough. This mode won't last for long. I'll have to finish this quickly. With a flash, he launched himself back into the fray. Using the power of the Rinnegan's heavenly path, manipulating the force field, Naruto soared into the sky, confronting the distant Susanoo in the heavens. The lightning chakra surrounding Naruto is much stronger than before, but this fully manifested Susanoo is not something mere human strength can break. Sasuke's eyes were sharp with concentration as he shouted, "Naruto, no matter what you try, it's pointless." Naruto replied with a meaningful smile, "Don't be so sure of yourself, Sasuke." A crack of thunder split the air as Naruto launched himself towards Susanoo in a blazing rush. Inwardly, Naruto remembered. Itachi once said that every jutsu has a weakness. No matter how massive or impenetrable the full body Susanoo may seem, it still only shelters its user within a small space on its forehead. Breaking through that point should be far easier than attacking the whole. Sasuke's gaze hardened as he thought, is he aiming for the same weak spot Kakashi targeted? But Kakashi only succeeded thanks to the Uchiha's ocular jutsu. And you, Naruto, you think you can pull this off with your own strength? How reckless. Despite his doubts, Sasuke directed Susanoo to unleash a volley of arrows. Naruto, moving at incredible speed, weaved past the deadly projectiles. TCH, Sasuke sneered coldly. Is that the vaunted sensory power of Sage Mode? And his left eye, manipulating force fields for aerial movement. While the lightning around him gives him blinding speed. But none of that matters. You can't hurt me. You can't even get close enough to touch me. Naruto's aim was unwavering. The very block on Susanoo's forehead that housed its wielder. As he closed in, a Rinnegan formed in his left hand, infused with a surge of violet lightning chakra. Lightning crackled and sizzled as the Rinnegan, transformed by the purple lightning, changed in both nature and form, becoming a 4-foot-long spiraling blade of thunder in Naruto's grip. This is my strongest ninjutsu taijutsu technique, yet surpassing even the one-finger thrust of the third Raikage. With all his might, Naruto thrust the blade towards Mark. Thunderclap, spiraling blade. A shattering sound rang out as the tip of the thunderblade pierced the block, the spiraling force widening the breach until it was large enough for a person to slip through. What? Sasuke's expression changed in an instant. The thunderblade dissipated from Naruto's palm as he reached forward barehanded, grabbing for Sasuke. Having learned from Kakashi's example, Sasuke, though unwilling to admit Naruto's success, still stayed on guard. Amaterasu. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi. With a fierce glare, black flames surged up, forming a spiked barrier before Sasuke, desperate to keep Naruto at bay. But Naruto charged through the wall of black flames without hesitation, seizing Sasuke by the throat with his left hand. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Naruto burst out from behind the Susanoo, with Sasuke in tow, his left eye beneath the visor suddenly sharpening with intensity. The Predapath. Whoosh! The black flames of Amaterasu that clung to Naruto were absorbed away, and Sasuke's own chakra began to drain continuously through Naruto's left hand. As his chakra ebbed away, Sasuke felt his entire body weaken. Even his Sharingan flickered out, and behind Naruto, the complete form of Sasuke's Susanoo crumbled into nothing with a thunderous collapse. Uchiha Sasuke defeated. Why is the gap between us still so vast? Falling, Sasuke gazed up dazedly at Naruto's figure receding into the distance, murmuring his confusion. The great battle ended, and Naruto sat atop a stone to rest. Sasuke was taken away by White Zetsu, who had hurried to the scene. Naruto made no move to stop them. A rustling sound filled the air. Sheets of paper gathered to form Conan's figure. Gazing at the ruined landscape, she sighed. It was far more intense than I'd imagined. Naruto smiled. Yes, Sasuke's grown stronger. If not for that trip to the hidden cloud, defeating him would have taken quite a bit more effort. Conan asked in puzzlement. You're just letting him go like that? Why not bring him back and show him what's to come? Naruto had his reasons. The time isn't right yet. Everyone's experiences and understanding shape the way they think and act. Even if I showed him those memories, Sasuke, as he is now, would just believe I made it all up. Naruto's gaze turned somber. Besides, I need Sasuke to use his hatred to push himself further. Such words, Naruto would never have spoken them 30 years ago. But his perspective had grown much broader now. Thinking back, the power Sasuke once gained, was it not hatred born from love? In the end, though its origins were tainted, that very power was what saved the ninja world from Kaguya. With growth comes a broader view. And with a wider view, even hatred can gradually dissolve. Conan asked, but what if Sasuke can't let go and attacks the leaf again? Naruto chuckled. Then I'll stop him again. Whether it's Sasuke or Obito, the Uchiha are deeply emotional, which makes them prone to obsession. I've shown them mercy time after time, and sooner or later, they'll sense the reason behind it. The moment they truly grow curious and seek answers. That's when I'll lay everything bare to them. Conan was startled. So, it's not just Sasuke. Even Madara. No. Uchiha Obito. You want to win him over as well? Naruto looked up at the sky. Yeah, just one Otsutsuki god tier could wipe us all out. There are countless among that clan, even stronger than the one we faced. I'm not naive enough to think I could take them on alone. Besides becoming stronger myself, I also have to seize every possible opportunity. In the future, everyone will stand alongside me. It's only because of the current imbalance of information and the differences in understanding that I've had to take on the role of the pioneer. So, not only will I not suppress them, but I will also encourage them to become stronger, whether they grow through opposing me or for other reasons. As long as they gain strength, they can become a force that helps us resist threats from beyond our world in the days to come. Naruto's words were convincing, yet Conan couldn't help but worry. After all, their enemies were too powerful, and what Naruto intended to do was fraught with risk. Sensing her concern, Naruto smiled and said, Conan, you don't have to worry. I've lived through another lifetime. I know exactly which people are worth winning over, which ones can be brought to our side, and which ones will only get in the way and must be eliminated. Conan asked, can you tell me who you want to win over, and who you believe must be eliminated? It would put my mind at ease. Naruto paused in thought. Sasuke, Obito, the former Hokage, Madara, Kabuto, and Kaguya. These are the ones we could try to win over. Madara and Kaguya. Conan thought she must have misheard. Naruto's gaze grew deep. Yes, Madara was only blinded by the wrong ideals. And as for Kaguya, she simply lacked someone to walk beside her and someone to guide her. That's why she ended up on the opposite side from us. Conan asked, but Kaguya herself is an Otsutsuki, isn't she? Naruto's eyes dropped slightly. But she once coexisted with humanity. What she embodies is not just divinity, but also humanity. She acts more like a woman desperate for security than some rampaging god who sees all others as beneath her. I know it's risky, but I believe that if it's me, there's a chance we could bring both of them over to our side. Naruto looked up at the moon. That's why, one day, I will revive Kaguya and speak with her. Of course, when that day comes, I must have gained the strength to be worthy of that conversation. Naruto's decision was both visionary and daring, but as years went by, the results proved him right. Kaguya truly became their ally. But that's a story for another time. Because I plan to revive Kaguya in the future, that's why I'm tolerating Black Zetsu's existence for now. But to bring Kaguya back, the birth of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki is also necessary, and that Jinchuriki is destined to become a sacrifice. In a last lifetime, that sacrifice was Madara. This time, since I've decided to win Madara over, someone else will have to take on that role. A complex, unreadable emotion flickered in Naruto's eyes. Moreover, in Naruto's own plan, he himself was destined to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, one of the essential keys to resisting the Otsutsuki. But he would only become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails after Kaguya's resurrection, and after he had managed to bring her to his side. Naruto's tone shifted as he continued. As for the ones I need to eliminate, it has to be Ishiki Otsutsuki and his Kara organization. They're not getting away, that's for sure. Even now, they're lurking somewhere in the shadows, waiting for their moment to strike. Those people are the real vampires, devouring everything, leaving not even bones behind. Murderous intent burned unmistakably in Naruto's eyes. Once he decided the time was right, he would launch a devastating assault on Ishiki and Kara, leaving nothing behind. Our shinobi world was nearly destroyed by Ishiki and his organization before. This time, it's their turn to face retribution. Conan felt deeply honored in her heart. She was the first, perhaps the only one, Naruto had shared his entire vision for the future with, without holding anything back. That meant trust. After a good rest, Naruto swept his robe and leapt down from the boulder. This Valley of the End is destined to become the stage for my matches with Sasuke again and again. Suppose I tidy it up a bit. With a clap, Naruto formed hand seals. Earth style, dynamic alteration. The ground rumbled and rose. Drawing from memory, Naruto reshaped the statues of Hashirama and Madara, with another swift sequence of seals. Water style, waterfall basin technique. A torrent of water burst forth, cascading down the gorge between the two statues like a man-made waterfall. Though the Valley of the End wasn't fully restored, it was at least presentable again. Floating in midair, Conan's orange eyes swept between the statues. She remarked, "Aren't these two statues a little asymmetrical?" Naruto responded, then stepped back for a better look. "You're right. Madara's statue was noticeably shorter than Hashirama's." Naruto shook his head. "It'll do. Madara can't see it anyway." Conan stifled a laugh, her lips curling. "Careful. What if he comes back someday and gives you trouble?" Naruto scratched the back of his head, unconcerned. "If that day comes, I'll deal with it then." With a swift flicker, Naruto activated Flying Thunder God, and together with Conan, returned to Amigakure. Inside the Akatsuki's lair, in a shadowy chamber, Obito's chest wound, which had pierced all the way through, had been filled in with white Zetsu's tissue. His back was bare, revealing two Flying Thunder God seals, one on each side. Those seals had been left by Minato and Naruto. Originally, with Minato dead, Obito hadn't thought much of it, but the mark left by Naruto was another story. As Naruto had said, it made Obito restless, unable to sleep or eat in peace. He had to get rid of it, even if it meant harming himself. Obito spoke. "Toby, I'm counting on you." Behind him, Toby gripped a kunai, hesitating. "Shouldn't we give you some anesthetic?" "No need. Do just like this. I want to remember the humiliation of this defeat." Obito folded a towel and clamped it between his teeth. A complex look flickered in the hollows of Toby's eyes. He picked up a kunai and began to slice into Obito's back. A muffled, guttural cry escaped Obito. Sweat poured down his deeply creased face in an instant, veins bulging as he bit down hard on the towel, forcing the agonized moans to remain trapped within the darkness of that hidden chamber. But this pain, this was not even a fraction of what he'd felt when he lost Rin. A sickening sound echoed as, at last, the skin on his entire back was peeled away, exposing stark white bone. Obito doubled over in utter exhaustion, blood pooling thickly beneath him. Meanwhile, Toby disinfected the wound, applied medicine, bandaged him up, and disposed of the bloody, discarded flesh. Obito pulled the towel from his mouth, gasping for breath. He stared at the wall before him, his thoughts turning inward. There's no mistake. When Naruto mouthed those words, he was saying, "Beware of Black Zetsu." Black Zetsu is Madara's will incarnate. I've always been cautious of him. Besides, given our strength, driving a wedge between me and Black Zetsu wouldn't mean much. Naruto must know something more. Covering the bandages on his back with his shirt, Obito asked, "Toby, aside from being Madara's pawn to watch over me, is there anything else you know about Black Zetsu?" Toby was silent for a moment, clearly recalling Naruto's silent warning. After a pause, he spoke. "It's best not to discuss such secrets with me. After all, including myself, all the white Zetsu are products of the demonic statue. In the end, we're compelled to obey its will, the will of the Rinnegan's original master." Obito chuckled. "Ah, so if Madara and I were both here, you'd choose to obey Madara first, wouldn't you?" Toby hesitated, then said, "I'm your friend, so I don't want to lie to you." Obito replied, "And you're my friend as well. That's why I'll face whatever changes may come, willingly." Toby mused. Black Zetsu, the impression he gives me isn't as simple as just Madara's will. And when it comes to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, those rumors aren't groundless. "I see." Obito's eyes glinted in the gloom as he fitted his mask back over his face. "What about Sasuke? Has he been brought back?" Toby answered, "He has, but he's been knocked back to square one again." Obito laughed as he rose to his feet. "Another traitor and failure from the Uchiha clan. Maybe now, at least, we'll have fewer barriers to communication." Toby asked, "Are you heading out?" Obito replied, "Yes. Though I resent it with every fiber of my being, it's time to reclaim what's rightfully mine for the future." In another room, Sasuke sat with his head bowed, lost in a daze, his eyes empty. Absent-mindedly, he scratched at his own neck. The mark of the Flying Thunder God had been left on his throat, making it impossible for him to peel off the skin like Obito had. The merged black and white Zetsu stood silently at the doorway. Black Zetsu said, "White Zetsu, go check on Obito. I'll go console our fallen warriors." White Zetsu replied, "All right, but don't overstep your bounds. He's rather suspicious by nature, you know." Black Zetsu reassured, "Don't worry. I exist only to serve the Eye of the Moon plan. He and I are on the same path." With a swift movement, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu split apart. Black Zetsu approached Sasuke. "You seem troubled. That mark on your neck, I can remove it for you." A low, eerie rumble filled the air as Black Zetsu pressed his hand to the mark. The power of Yin-Yang release activated, and the flying thunder god seal was wiped away. Sasuke lifted his eyes to the black figure before him. "Who are you?" Black Zetsu replied. "What's this? Don't we see each other every day? Now that white Zetsu and I have separated, you can't recognize me?" Sasuke said, "Oh, so it's you, the black half of that two-faced creature." Black Zetsu gave a low chuckle. "Yes, we're usually together, but sometimes we act separately. By the way, how does it feel to have lost to Naruto this time?" Sasuke frowned. "Are you here to mock me?" Black Zetsu answered, "Don't misunderstand. Naruto's strength comes from the Rinnegan that originally belonged to Madara, so your defeat was only natural." Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say? Wasn't that Rinnegan Nagatos? And Madara, didn't he?" Black Zetsu explained, "Let me put it simply. The masked man is not Uchiha Madara. The real Madara is already dead, and the Rinnegan didn't originate from Nagato, but was awakened by Uchiha Madara himself. Madara, once the clan leader of the Uchiha, was defeated by Hashirama Senju, yet he didn't die. Instead, he obtained Hashirama's power and awakened the Rinnegan before his final moments. That's why, if you want to defeat Naruto now, you'll need to awaken the power of the Rinnegan as well." Orochimaru's words. "Perhaps they can help you." Inside, Black Zetsu's thoughts churned like a stormy sea. Obito never intended to resurrect Madara as planned. So, I let Kabuto discover Madara's corpse and revive him with Edo Tensei. But both of Madara's Rinnegan are now with Naruto. That boy, Naruto, defies all logic. I must prepare another plan. Sasuke, as Indra's reincarnation, may also possess the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. At the Memorial Stone in Konoha, Kakashi stood deep in thought. The man atop the Hokage rock that day wore a mask, but it had to be Naruto. Was it Naruto's appearance that forced Sasuke to leave the village? If that's the case, then Naruto truly. "Hey there, Kakashi, paying your respects to old friends again?" A mocking voice suddenly rang out behind him. Crackling filled the air as Kakashi's eyes sharpened. Then, in the next instant, he unleashed a Chidori behind him. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the silence. But somehow, Kakashi's attack passed straight through the masked man's body. The masked man slowly raised his hand, reaching for Kakashi. With a swift motion, Kakashi leapt back, instantly widening the gap between them. The masked man spoke in a haunting tone. "Impressive, Sharingan Kakashi. You're as fast as they say." Kakashi's gaze sharpened. "You're Madara." Without another word, Kakashi tore off his eye patch, the Sharingan in his left eye spinning wildly, transforming into the Mangekyo as he locked his sights on the masked man. "Madara, I'm ending this, right here now." "Don't bother, Kakashi," the masked man said, his voice calm and hollow. "That kind of jutsu is meaningless against me." He reached up and slowly removed his mask, finally revealing his true face. The revelation struck Kakashi like a bolt of lightning. He stood frozen, utterly stunned. "My eye. I'm taking it back," the man said coldly. In a sudden, explosive move, Obito rushed forward and gouged out Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi collapsed to one knee with a heavy thud, blood pouring from his left eye, but his gaze never wavered from the back of his former friend. "Why? You're alive, so why?" Obito stood with Kakashi's bloodied eye in his hand, his back to him. "This world, it's all a lie. You couldn't protect Rin, and Minato-sensei didn't make it in time. In the end, we're all useless. No, even I'm no different." A swirling vortex of Kamui began to envelop Obito, drawing him in. His words echoed in the air. "Kakashi, let's continue to survive as failures. When the day comes that I bring my dream of hope to this world, we'll meet again. Not just the two of us, but Minato-sensei will be there too. And Rin." Kakashi's vision flickered, darkness closing in. He collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Amage Cure, the village hidden in the rain. To recover from the exhaustion of endless battles, Naruto, following Conan's suggestion, had come to a hot spring within the village. Since it rained constantly in Amage Cure, the hot springs were always indoors. At this hour, everyone else was busy, so the spacious pool felt deserted and tranquil. Leaning against the smooth stone edge, Naruto draped a towel over his face and basked in the peaceful warmth of the water. "How long has it been since I could relax like this, body and mind? Don't push yourself so hard. There's still plenty of time." A gentle voice drifted from the other side of the springs. There, shrouded in rising steam, Conan was quietly cleansing herself. Her pale purple eyeshadow flickered softly in the mist. It was worth noting, even soaking in a hot spring, she still wore her signature paper flower in her hair. The flower was crafted from a special paper that neither warped nor faded, even when wet. From the other side of the spring, Naruto called out, "Hey, Conan, there's something I've always wanted to ask you." Conan lifted her long, fair leg from the water, her hands gliding through the surface as she gently washed herself. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she replied, "What is it? Go ahead and ask." Naruto asked, "Why do you like origami so much?" Conan paused for a moment, her expression softening as she let out a gentle sigh. "I was born during the war-torn years in Amigakure," she began. "Resources were scarce, and folding paper became a way to let my imagination roam freely. Of course, that's the deeper meaning. To put it simply, it's just something girls tend to like." She gave a wry smile. Naruto grinned. "Ah, it's like why I love ramen, just because it tastes good. There's really no other reason. But I really admire you, Konan, being able to turn your hobby into ninjutsu." He chuckled and teased, "If it were me, I'd never be able to turn ramen into a new jutsu. I can't imagine inventing something like noodle style, or anything like that." Conan let out a small laugh. "It's not as impressive as you make it sound. Using paper in ninjutsu was really just a practical solution. In those days, even basic ninja tools, like kunai and shuriken, weren't easy to come by. Our tool pouches could only hold so much, so I started thinking about making shuriken out of paper, just to save on resources." Jiraiya-sensei had a keen eye. He supported my idea and encouraged me to develop my own style. That's how the paper jutsu came to be. As she reminisced, a trace of regret flickered in Conan's eyes. It was only years later that I realized, maybe sensei wanted me to use paper as a reminder to never forget my true self. In the end, I let him down. Naruto sighed, "Staying true to yourself. Easy to say, but how many people can really do it? That's why Pervy Sage was such a great man." Conan replied, "You, as a successor, are just as remarkable. After everything you've been through, it's amazing you haven't let hatred consume you." Naruto answered, "Revenge only leads to a chain of hatred. I learned that lesson from my older brother long ago. So, given a second chance at life, I chose not revenge, but to protect what matters." Conan nodded, murmuring, "Yes. This time, I'll choose to protect too. To protect Jiraiya-sensei's greatest disciple, Naruto Uzumaki." That was the vow in Conan's heart. Naruto said, "Konan, when we get the chance, I'll teach you the mutually multiplying explosive tags technique. It was created by a legendary elder from Konoha. The man himself wasn't exactly admirable, but the technique is seriously powerful. It might even help you reach a whole new level." Their time at the hot spring came to an end, and the evening had already set in. Naruto and Conan walked side by side toward the tall tower. On the way, Conan asked, "Naruto, what do you think Sasuke Uchiha will do next?" Naruto pondered aloud. Given Sasuke's personality, giving up on revenge is impossible. After this defeat, he really only has two options. First, to attack Konoha again. Second, to settle for less and go after Danzo. He should realize that the first option isn't realistic in the short term, so it's much more likely he'll go after Danzo. As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared in Naruto's eyes. But it's been a while now. Who knows what tricks Kabuto has played on Danzo? Even if the chances are slim, it's not impossible that Sasuke might fail again. Conan asked, "And what if Sasuke can't take Danzo down?" Naruto's eyes were filled with determination. "If Sasuke can't finish Danzo this time, then I'll do it myself. I won't allow him to return to Konoha and stir up trouble ever again." Inside Akatsuki's hideout, Sasuke hadn't slept all night. His mind kept replaying the conversation he'd had with Black Zetsu earlier that day. Black Zetsu had said, "To defeat Naruto, you must awaken the Rinnegan. To do that, you should go find Kabuto. He's currently at an abandoned base in the land of rice fields, in the Hidden Sound village." Sasuke had replied, "I, Sasuke Uchiha, will find my own path to power. I won't let anyone dictate my actions, so I won't listen to you." Black Zetsu had persisted, "I'm only trying to help you." But Sasuke cut him off, "Get out of my sight, or I'll end you right here and now." Black Zetsu had let out a low chuckle. "Very well, but sooner or later, in your pursuit of greater strength, you'll walk the path I've described." His thoughts returned to the present. Staring unblinkingly at the pitch-black ceiling, Sasuke muttered to himself, "These eyes, Itachi's eyes, still carry the sadness he bore in life. I will use these eyes to see everything, even the darkness. So I have no interest in that so-called Rinnegan. As for Kabuto, I'll find him, but for only one reason, to take down Danzo." With a sudden movement, Sasuke sat up in bed, dressed swiftly, fastened the Kusanagi blade at his waist, and left the Akatsuki hideout, slipping silently into the night. Sasuke's gone. He's headed north. No sooner had Sasuke left than White Zetsu relayed the news to Obito. Obito stood before a mirror, adjusting his cloak. "North, that's toward the land of rice fields," he murmured. "After failing to take revenge on Konoha, is he now turning his sights on Danzo? Well, let him go. His hatred needs an outlet. and Danzo is certainly the best choice. But make sure to send some white Zetsu clones to shadow him, just in case anything goes wrong. Most importantly, I can't let him come into contact with Kabuto. White Zetsu replied, Understood. I've already sent clones after him. But there's something odd. Earlier today, it seemed like Black Zetsu had quite a talk with him. Obito pondered aloud. Black Zetsu, huh? Whether there's an issue with him or not, I'd rather make a mistake by eliminating him than risk letting him go. Deal with him. White Zetsu gasped in shock. But is that really okay? He carries Madara's will, after all. Madara's will. Someone else's will. It doesn't matter anymore at this point, Obito replied, his tone cold and resolute. Because... He turned around, now wearing a brand new white mask. On it, black ripple-like patterns radiated outward. The mask bore openings for both eyes and the top of the head, each marked with a Tomo symbol. Through the eye holes, the dazzling light of his Mangekyo Sharingan shone brilliantly. My eyes are longing for the coming of war. Meanwhile, within the land of fields, Sasuke was dashing through the darkness of night, making his way toward Kabuto Yakushi's hideout. His purpose tonight was clear, to kill Danzo and vent the hatred burning inside him. Kabuto, ever meticulous, had already stationed white snakes as his eyes and ears. The moment Sasuke set foot in the land of fields, Kabuto knew. At this very moment, inside his lair. Haha, so you finally arrived, Kabuto murmured, the cold glint of his glasses reflecting a sinister light. After failing at Konoha and losing at the Valley of the End, that proud young man has finally bowed his head. Now, having settled for second best, he's come seeking revenge on Danzo, the man he once spared with his own hands. But it's a pity. You're still a step too late. Danzo is no longer the man he used to be. Creak. He pushed open a hidden door. Inside, Danzo sat at a table, propping his chin on one arm. His right, I was covered by bandages, while his left, I stared into the flickering candlelight. This body has grown so powerful, even I can hardly believe it, Danzo reflected, his voice tinged with pride. I dare say, I am now the equal of my former mentor, Tobirama, the second Hokage. Adjusting his glasses with a finger to the bridge, Kabuto replied, Naturally, Isparad no expansa. Besides those 200 mangekyos from the letters, I even gave you the eye I'd kept hidden away all this time. Danzo cast him a sidelong glance. Uchiha Kagami's right eye. Where did you find it? And what is left eye? Where is it now? Kabuto smiled. I have my channels. But, if I'm being honest, I should thank Naruto for this. Danzo narrowed his gaze. Thank Naruto? Yes, Kabuto explained. That place was extremely dangerous. If Naruto hadn't interfered, and if that masked Madara had declared war at the Five Kage Summit, I probably would have abandoned my search to prepare for battle, and never found that eye. In any case, Uchiha Sasuke is on his way. His target is you. Danzo rose from his seat, eyes dark and determined. Uchiha Sasuke, the sole blemish left behind by Itachi. It's time to wipe it clean. Kabuto's voice carried a hint of intrigue. Well then, what are you waiting for? Go. The two men, one leading, the other following, walked through the dim, winding corridors, heading toward the exit of the lair. Danzo walked ahead, his gaze flickering with calculation. Kabuto knows too much about me. He holds knowledge and skills that are far too dangerous. And it's clear, he's hiding something from me. In the future, he could become a threat to Konoha and to my position as Hokage. Perhaps it's best to deal with him here and now. Halt! Danzo came to an abrupt halt. Kabuto stopped as well, asking in his unhurried, measured tone. Is something wrong, Danzo? Do you have any other questions? Well, about that, Danzo peeled away the bandage over his right eye. The three Tomo spun and transformed into an unusual Mangekyo pattern. With a sinister grin, he suddenly wheeled around. Kabuto, however, remained composed, bringing his hands together in a seal. Ninja art, reanimation jutsu. A thunderous rumble echoed out. A coffin rose up between Kabuto and Danzo. As the lid crashed down, the man inside was revealed in full. Danzo's pupils shrank in shock. This is... Kabuto smiled. Danzo, I can promise you anything, because I have the power to take it all back. I suggest you abandon your petty schemes. Don't let my efforts go to waste. Danzo quickly suppressed his killing intent, replacing it with a friendly, placid expression. What are you talking about? We're partners, aren't we? I was just making sure. Checking the vision in this right eye. That's all. Kabuto replied. So, have you confirmed it? Danzo covered his right eye again. I have. It's certainly an excellent eye. Let's keep moving then, Kabuto said. You're right. Danzo turned and strode forward once more, though a cold fear gripped his heart. I never imagined he would summon that person. What is Kabuto really after? Does he intend to destroy the shinobi world itself? Troubled and uneasy, Danzo left Kabuto's lair behind. Amage Cure, atop the high tower. Conan received a message from a paper bird, scanned its contents, and turned to Naruto. The ANB you have reported in. Sasuke has already gone to the Land of Fields. Naruto's gaze grew deep and contemplative. The Land of Fields, that's a small country where the Hidden Sound Village is located, and it's also rumored to be where Kabuto is hiding. Conan sighed. You were right after all. Sasuke chose revenge against Danzo. Then we need to be ready to clean up after whatever happens. With a rustle, Naruto rose to his feet, draping the cloak of flame-red clouds around his shoulders. Are the kunai in place? Conan replied. To be cautious, Violet only left flying thunder god kunai near the border of the Land of Fields. She didn't pursue Sasuke further. Naruto smiled. That was the right call. With Sasuke as he is now, there's no way he wouldn't notice anyone tailing him. But he's so consumed by revenge that he's ignoring the shadows behind him. If we press closer, we might have provoked him, and that could have led to needless casualties. He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Conan's shoulder. Let's go. Witness the battle between Sasuke and Danzo. Then I'll make sure Danzo meets his end. The Land of Fields. Sasuke sped forward, glancing over his shoulder with the corner of his eye before turning his attention ahead. He muttered coldly, Fat. At least they had the sense not to follow me. If I spilled blood before taking down Danzo, it would sully the purity of my supreme revenge. He darted through a dense forest, branches and thorns thick before him. Drawing the Kusanagi sword with a swift motion, he slashed decisively, hacking a path through the tangled undergrowth. In less than half an hour, he had cut his way through miles of forest. He pressed on for another 10 miles. Beneath the cold, hanging moon, the woods suddenly gave way to an open expanse. A man stood there, his back turned to the path, a Hokage's hat tied at his waist. Sasuke halted, narrowing his eyes. The memory of Danzo's frantic retreat at the Iron Country was seared deep into Sasuke's mind. So, at a glance, he recognized the figure instantly. It was the man he had been searching for. Sasuke advanced, sword in hand, his voice icy. Danzo, you've come to meet your end yourself. That saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Danzo chuckled, a chilling, sinister sound. Sasuke's brows furrowed, and he paused in his tracks. That line, Danzo replied, his voice echoing back. I'll return it to you word for word. Danzo turned around, his robe falling open to reveal a torso covered in the faces of the first Hokage. In the eye sockets of every face, a Sharingan gleamed. And these were no ordinary Sharingan. They were Mangekyo Sharingan, mass-produced by cloning Uchiha Shin's eyes. A wave of cold dread washed over Sasuke, making him shiver. The sight was monstrous, so grotesque it was hard to look at. But Sasuke had already heard from Naruto that Danzo's body had been tampered with, so this didn't come as a surprise. He thought to himself, those eyes on Danzo's body aren't ordinary Sharingan, they're Mangekyo. But how could there be so many and all identical? After nearly 3 years with Orochimaru, the answer came to him quickly. Kabuto must have mastered a cloning technique similar to Orochimaru's. But eyes cloned like that are nothing but counterfeits, no match for the real thing. Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the patterns of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan shone brilliantly. Danzo's gaze darkened. Those eyes, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the same as Uchiha Madara's long ago. But having such eyes doesn't mean you have the same strength. Compared to Madara, you're just a cocky fledgling, unaware of your own limits. Sasuke's response was cold and dismissive. With death at your doorstep, I'll let you have your last words. No matter how you flaunt those counterfeit eyes, the flames of my vengeance will consume you utterly. Danzo's hands moved subtly, weaving signs as he said in a low voice, then come and show me. Just try it, see if you dare. Sasuke's left eye snapped into sharp focus on Danzo. Amaterasu, the battle for vengeance between Uchiha Sasuke and Shimura Danzo erupted in full force. With a burst of black fire, Amaterasu ignited Danzo's body. He was killed, only to dissolve into a fleeting dream under the power of Izanagi. In a blink, Danzo's unharmed form reappeared several meters away. With a sweeping motion, countless blades spilled from his wide sleeves, rising and hovering midair. After adjusting their angles, they all aimed straight at Sasuke. By marking his weapons and controlling them with his ocular power, this was the signature ability of Uchiha Shin's cloned Mangekyo Sharingan. In a swift, slicing volley, the blades shot towards Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze sharpened in an instant. With a flicker of his body, he evaded with the body flicker technique. A sly smile played at the corner of Danzo's mouth. The blades twisted in midair, relentlessly homing in on Sasuke like shadows following their master. Without hesitation, Sasuke's hands flashed through a rapid sequence of seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A roaring blaze erupted, incinerating the leading blades, but there were simply too many. More than half broke through the fire, the heat making them even more lethal as they spun toward him. Oomph. With a cold snort, Sasuke unleashed Susanoo, its skeletal form manifesting and shielding him, halting every blade at arm's length. The onslaught continued, blades clashing and spinning against the spectral armor. Only when Susanoo's massive skeletal hand formed a great sword, sweeping and cleaving with tremendous force, were all the blades finally neutralized. With another surge of power, Susanoo transformed into its second form. The ethereal bow of Manhwareccomendation materialized. Using a sword as its arrow, Sasuke let it fly, piercing straight through Danzo. Danzo dissolved into another illusion, reappearing unharmed. It's useless. None of your attacks mean anything to me. Another flicker, and the Sharingan on Danzo's shoulder snapped shut. Now 199 remained, and theoretically, Izanagi would keep him invincible for 199 more minutes. Sasuke recalled Naruto's warning back at the Land of Iron. His voice was icy as he spoke. So that's it. This is the Izanagi you spoke of, a state of false immortality traded at the cost of your Sharingan's sight. That's why you've embedded fake eyes all over your body, turning yourself into this grotesque thing, isn't it, Danzo? Danzo replied in a low, chilling tone. You call this grotesque? No, the true ugliness is the look of a defeated man, dying as he falls. That's what awaits you. Uchiha Sasuke, just how many of my eyes do you think you can outlast? I am genuinely curious. A sharp, metallic snap echoed. Sasuke's words were cold as steel. Play with your eyes all you want. I'll keep killing you, over and over, until I send you straight to hell. With a whoosh, Susanoo shifted back to its first skeletal form, balancing defense against the blades with the need for sustained attack power, then launched itself at Danzo. From the sidelines, Kabuto Yakushi watched the unfolding battle with detached amusement. Oh, it seems Sasuke understands this is going to be a protracted struggle. To conserve his chakra for the long haul, he switched to energy-saving mode. With his fingers pressing against the bridge of his glasses, Kabuto let out a sinister chuckle. It's a pity. My modifications to Danzo aren't limited to giving him more Uchiha eyes. He also possesses the even more vigorous life force of the Senju. Clap. Danzo's hands came together in a forceful seal. Wood style, nativity of a world of trees. A deep, rumbling tremor rolled across the ground as saplings burst through the earth, swiftly growing into towering trees. Interwoven and sprawling, they transformed the battlefield into a vast, living forest, surging forward like a verdant tide. Crash, crash, crash. The skeletal frame of Susanoo was instantly ensnared by the leading branches, their grip tightening. As even larger trees slammed into it with unstoppable power, cracks began to spider across Susanoo's armor. Kabuto smiled wickedly. So your so-called energy-saving mode won't just fail to stop Danzo. It could put you in even more danger. You really have only one choice left. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his voice a snarl. Don't underestimate me. Boom! Muscles and chakra veins threaded across the bones of Susanoo, forming a heavy suit of armor. The Tengu-eyed Susanoo, fully unleashed, tore itself free from the suffocating branches through sheer brute force. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. Whoosh! Amaterasu erupted into a massive black blade, cleaving through the advancing forest, its searing flames incinerating everything in its path and halting the tree's relentless assault. Kabuto laughed again. Impressive, but it's a shame. While you were busy wrestling with the forest, Danzo has already released Izanagi and entered his own energy-saving mode. And really, nativity of a world of trees isn't even a particularly advanced wood style technique. Why not just use it again and again? Once more, Danzo's hands came together in a seal. Wood style, nativity of a world of trees. Boom! The forest sprang forth anew. Amaterasu's greatsword swept wide. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Damn it! At this rate, this will never end. Whoosh! Susanoo's heavy armor dissolved. The remaining chakra coalesced, giving form to its lower half, transforming Susanoo into a full-body figure, though not yet its ultimate form. In a blur, Susanoo vaulted high into the air, loosing an arrow in a downward arc. Kabuto raised his brows in surprise. Oh, you adapt quickly, using this form of Susanoo to leap above the forest for a surprise attack. Crack! The arrow pierced right through Danzo, but Kabuto only smiled. However, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, you can preset ocular techniques. Danzo set Izanagi to activate automatically in moments of peril. It saves energy and boosts his safety net, making him nearly untouchable. Whoosh! Once again, Danzo's apparent death was undone, his body dissolving into illusion as he reappeared elsewhere, safe and unharmed. Sasuke scowled in frustration. Damn it, I missed my chance again. Crash. Susanoo landed heavily, but before it could leap again, the ever-encroaching forest surged up, entangling it once more. In this full-body form, Susanoo was agile, but without its heavy armor, its defenses were weaker than the half-armored Tengu form. Hemmed in by the forest, it was difficult for Sasuke to force another breakthrough. Sizzle. Uchiha Sasuke understood the situation all too well. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan burned with a ruthless, predatory light. Susanoo, complete form. Boom! A surge of purple chakra shot up to the heavens, instantly leveling the entire forest domain. As it took shape, it became a towering martial god, standing between earth and sky. Kabuto let out a sly laugh. Ha ha ha, so you finally resorted to this, huh? That's right, Sasuke, you had no other choice. Danzo looked up in awe at the colossal figure before him, murmuring, so this is the complete form of Susanoo, the legendary divine power of the Uchiha clan, said to be wielded by none but Madara Uchiha himself. Truly extraordinary. Danzo, I will crush you. Sasuke's furious roar echoed beneath the night sky. The Susanoo complete form raised its massive foot, heavy as a mountain, and brought it crashing down. A thunderous rumble shook the earth. The ground caved in, and Danzo was flattened into a smear of flesh and blood. In a swift blur, Izanagi activated. Danzo reappeared at Susanoo's feet, sighing with admiration. With power like this, destroying a great shinobi village would be child's play. What a pity. You're not worthy of it. Boom, 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 boom. Susanoo's foot came down again and again, relentless. Danzo could do nothing to resist. One by one, the eyes closed. There was no doubt his Izanagi was being consumed. Huff, 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 but Sasuke's stamina and ocular power were being drained as well. He had only just awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the complete form of Susanoo demanded a tremendous price. Damn it, but Sasuke had no other option. He could only drive his Susanoo complete form forward, unleashing one deadly assault after another, continuing the war of attrition. Another flash. Danzo resurrected once more, but Susanoo immediately gave chase. Danzo muttered under his breath. Susanoo's attacks are slowing down. Looks like he's burning through his strength. Now's the time for a reversal. With a deep rumble, the forest domain surged up, carrying Danzo high into the air. Sasuke's eyes narrowed with sharp focus. With a slicing sound, Susanoo's massive sword swept out, cleaving not only the forest domain, but also the distant mountains behind it, severing everything in its path. Yet at the very moment the trees were cut through, Danzo used the momentum to leap upward. As he neared the block containing Susanoo's user, Danzo tore away the bandage over his right eye, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan that once belonged to Shisui Uchiha. His gaze locked with Sasuke's. Koto Amatsukami. Koto Amatsukami. In the instant their eyes met, Danzo unleashed the power of his right eye. A deep, resonant thud. Sasuke's pupils contracted as he suddenly found himself trapped in a dark crimson space, his body frozen. Alarmed, he realized, this is Jinjutsu? A flash of red light. Danzo was already upon him. Even within the illusion, Sasuke's instincts drove him to dodge. But the binding effect held him tight. He managed only the smallest movement, barely avoiding a fatal blow, losing only his left arm in the world of illusion. Yet in reality, Sasuke's left arm was severed at that very moment, blood gushing wildly. Yeah! The searing pain jolted Sasuke out of the illusion. Clutching his severed arm, he let out a piercing scream. Was it a misstep? What a pity. Outside the Susanoo, Danzo pressed a hand over his right eye, murmuring with regret. Thud! The colossal fist of Susanoo crashed down from above, smashing into his mortal body. Blood sprayed through the air, but with Izanagi, all of it dissolved into a fleeting dream. Only Sasuke's loss of his left arm remained, an agonizing reality. His stamina waned. Agony from the severed limb gnawed at him, and the dizziness from blood loss tormented Sasuke's will. Boom! The complete form of Susanoo began to unravel, unable to be sustained any longer. Watching from a distance, Kabuto's gaze grew deep and thoughtful. Koto Amatsukami, the ocular jutsu born from Uchiha Kagami's right eye, could trap an opponent within an illusion and deal real harm. Kagami was Shirsue's ancestor. This Jinjutsu's power rivals that of Koto Amatsukami itself, strong enough to affect even eyes beneath the Rinnegan. As he spoke, Kabuto pressed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. The lenses flashed with a cold light, mirroring the inscrutability of his thoughts. But Sasuke, you possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With this superior ocular power, you're able to resist the binding effect of the illusion, if only a little. And besides, Kodo Amatsukami is a genuine lethal illusion. If it doesn't finish the target in one strike, the pain can jolt them awake, leaving them vulnerable to counterattack. Haha, and that's exactly the outcome I wanted to see. Though the full Susanoo had collapsed, Sasuke managed, through sheer willpower, to keep it in its half-torso, second form. Ha ha ha. Inside the Susanoo, Sasuke knelt on one knee, clutching his severed arm and gasping for breath. Outside, Danzo bowed his head to look at his chest, then lifted his gaze. You forced me to burn through 30 Sharingan. Unfortunately, this is your limit. Gritting his teeth so hard they almost cracked, Sasuke prepared to fire another Kagetsuchi arrow at Danzo. Heh. Danzo sneered, moving 2 fingers with a slight, mocking curl. During Susanoo's collapse, he had planted blades beneath the earth. Now, with a flicker of ocular power, he manipulated them from below, sending them shooting up through the ground inside Susanoo. Ugh! A blade stabbed into Sasuke's chest, the sharp pain breaking his focus. Boom! The Kagetsuchi arrow veered wildly, shooting into the ground just behind Danzo's right side. Danzo hadn't even needed to use Izanagi. Danzo looked down on him with cold disdain. With those eyes, you should have seen the chakra signatures of the blades underground. Is it the blood loss that's left you blind to your own footing? Or perhaps you're just useless after all, a pair of eyes wasted on a fool. Well, it doesn't matter. Soon, you'll join your clan beneath the earth. A crackling, sizzling sound filled the air. With a sharp flick of his 2 fingers, Danzo twisted the blade buried in Sasuke's chest, driving it straight toward his heart. Aor! Sasuke screamed in agony, clutching the blade with his right hand, struggling desperately as blood seeped between his fingers. With sheer force of will, he wrenched the blade from his chest, the sound harsh and grating. Summoning the black flames of Amaterasu, he obliterated the ocular mark upon the blade. But the price was steep. Even the half-formed Susanoo crumbled, unable to hold its shape. Swoosh! Danzo seized the moment, weaving hand signs as he drew in a deep, sudden breath. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Bang! 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 Wind chakra burst forth like bullets, tearing into Sasuke's flesh and flinging him violently backward. Wind style, vacuum blade. Danzo drew a kunai, exhaling wind chakra that coiled around the blade, sharpening it into a razor edge of wind. With a full-force sprint, he launched his final attack at Sasuke. Massive blood loss, grievous wounds, chakra depleted. Sasuke's vision swam, even his Sharingan fading away. Realizing death was near, he remembered the warning Naruto had relayed through Yugo's lips. Sasuke, Danzo isn't in the leaf. He's gone to Orochimaru's hideout, seeking to rise again. You'd better strike first. What have I done? With regret gnawing at his heart, Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes. Die, last remnant of the Uchiha. Danzo's killing intent was icy as the wind blade drove towards Sasuke's heart. Slash! In that instant, a kunai whistled through the air, striking just in time. Danzo's eyes went wide. What? A figure wreathed in crackling purple lightning surged in from behind the kunai. Clang! Danzo's wind blade shattered the moment it touched that cloak of lightning. Lightning style, strong enough to overwhelm wind style, even when shaped and enhanced. Such dazzling power. There was only one who wielded the violet lightning chakra cloak. Naruto Uzumaki. Thunder Prelude. Naruto's kick landed with explosive force. Crackling lightning burst out, sending Danzo crashing diagonally into the ground. With a swift spin, Naruto caught Sasuke securely in his arms. He looked down at Sasuke, wounded and unconscious, eyes burning with fury behind his mask. The Rain Village's Umbu had left a flying thunder god kunai at the border of the Land of Fields. That was why Naruto's arrival had been delayed. Otherwise, he would never have let Sasuke suffer like this. Landing, Naruto glanced sharply to the side. Show yourself. Rustle, rustle, rustle. One after another, the white Zetsu clones emerged, their faces tense and wary. Naruto stretched out his palm, and Sasuke's severed arm, lying 100 meters away, was pulled to him by gravity. He gently laid Sasuke down, placing the arm upon his chest. Rising to his feet, Naruto addressed the white Zetsu. Take Sasuke back. Treat his wounds immediately. The white Zetsus hurried forward, lifting Sasuke onto their shoulders. One of them seemed about to say something, but another quickly interjected. Don't say a word, move. If he changes his mind, none of us will survive. Without another word, the white Zetsus carried the barely conscious Sasuke and slipped away into the earth. Naruto turned, his gaze icy as he looked down at Danzo, who was struggling to rise from the pit's depths. Those eyes covering Danzo's body were all too familiar to Naruto. After all, in his previous life as Hokage, he had crossed paths with Shin Uchiha as well. So those are Shin's eyes, and that many of them? I see. I think I understand what Kabuto did to you now. Naruto's eyes drifted to Danzo's right eye, and he murmured, "That right eye. I've never seen it before. The curved Tomo. It must excel at Jinjutsu. Judging by the chakra's color, it shares a bloodline with my own right eye. Is it the eye of Uchiha Kagami, Shurisue's grandfather and Tobirama's disciple?" Once again, he stood before the deadly enemy who had once pushed him to the brink of death. Danzo's eyes blazed with fury. "Uzumaki Naruto, you're just in time. Tonight, I will wash away the disgrace of the 5 Kage summit and restore the honor of the Leaf and the Hokage." Naruto's face was expressionless. "Shimura Danzo, you will die tonight. Even the Hokage of the past could not save you now. I swear this in the name of the Hokage." Danzo looked down, taking stock of himself. 169 eyes remain, 10 times more than I had at the Iron Country battle. And it's not just the numbers. In every sense, I am far beyond what I once was. Unless the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara himself appears, I am invincible in this era. He lifted his gaze to Naruto. "That's the same lightning release chakra mode as the Reikage. But your lightning style is even more refined. That was what neutralized my wind style before. Combined with the Rinnegan, ordinary ninjutsu can no longer touch you. But I have surprises you can't imagine." Danzo clasped his hands together at his chest. "Wood style, nativity of a world of trees." With a thunderous rumble, a forest erupted from the ground, chaotic and overwhelming. "This time, your nativity of a world of trees looks a little better than it did in the Iron Country, but still no match for the real thing." Naruto's expression was calm. He formed a seal, and 2 shadow clones appeared at his sides. Their hands met, and a streak of violet lightning crackled between their palms, then shot forward at blinding speed. Thunderclap, lightning transmission. With a series of sharp, crackling bursts, the lightning transmission sliced through the forest in great swaths before cleaving Danzo in 2 at the waist. In a flash, Izanagi activated, and Danzo was reborn a short distance away. Thunderclap, lightning transmission, second strike. The 2 shadow clones spun around, and the lightning transmission struck again, slicing Danzo in half once more. "Gore, damn you!" Danzo cursed under his breath as he revived again. With a burst of smoke, the shadow clones vanished. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk as he darted through the gap in shattered wood. This time, Danzo was prepared. The moment Naruto closed in, Danzo's right eye locked with his, and he unleashed his ocular power. Kodoamatsukami. A sharp, slicing sound. Naruto's left hand, crackling with violet lightning, pierced through Danzo without mercy. Danzo's face twisted in agony. Why? Why is Kodoamatsukami ineffective against him? From a safe distance, Kabuto Yakushi watched, pressing his glasses up the bridge of his nose and speaking in a low voice. Of course. Only the Rinnegan is truly unique. Even Kodoamatsukami and all visual Jinjutsu cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan are powerless against it. Furthermore, someone with the complete sage body and mastery of natural sage art, like Hashirama Senju, can fully resist Mangekyo illusions as well. This is a conclusion I've reached after years of research. At that moment, Naruto glanced out toward the far end of the night. Kabuto's heart skipped a beat. Has Sage Mode's sensory power detected me? As expected of the Mount Myabaku Sage art, its grasp of external natural energy surpasses both Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. That's why its sensory ability is the strongest among the 3 great sage arts. Well, in any case, my goal was merely to use Danzo to provoke Sasuke, and I've succeeded. Whether Danzo lives or dies is irrelevant now. It's time to abandon this base in the land of fields. The moment he realized he'd been discovered, Kabuto withdrew at once. Naruto's gaze shifted back. Damn it, Danzo had resurrected once more. Forming hand seals, he drew in a deep breath. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A tremendous roar echoed out. A high-pressure ball of wind shot toward Naruto like a rocket. Almighty push. A blast of repulsive force deflected the wind sphere. Naruto extended his palm. Universal pull. With a sharp whoosh, the gravitational force yanked Danzo straight toward him. After forming a new seal, Naruto pressed his left hand against Danzo's chest. Summoning Jutsu. A glowing pattern spread across Danzo's chest. Art. Danzo let out a blood-curdling scream. A piercing shriek accompanied a monstrous bird's beak as it burst ferociously from Danzo's back, followed by its head and body, all forcing their way out in a gruesome spectacle. Naruto leapt, landing atop the monstrous bird's back. The creature unfurled its wings and soared several hundred meters into the sky. Danzo stared up with a conflicted expression, barely able to make out the distant figure above. Even with his Inagi to cheat death, his jutsu could never reach such heights. Standing atop the bird, Naruto looked down upon the world below. With a sound like fluttering wings, sheets of paper gathered and took the shape of Konan. Naruto had sensed Sasuke was in danger earlier, so he'd hurried over at full speed. That's why Konan only caught up now. Did I make it in time? Konan asked. Of course, Naruto replied. I won't let anything happen to Sasuke. A crackling sound. With the purple lightning chakra mode deactivated, Naruto sat down on the bird's back. From here on, we'll just take it slow. Let's wear down those eyes on his body, one by one, until they're all gone, and then finish him off. Simple as that. The monstrous bomb bird soared above, dropping one oblong egg after another, each a powerful explosive. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless, carpet-bombing barrage. There was no need for precision. Damn it, this can't go on. Danzo, reborn just outside the blast zone, unfurled a scroll and summoned forth a multitude of blades, each one previously marked by his ocular power. Clink, clink, clink. The blades fused together into a flying contraption, lifting Danzo and carrying him skyward. As soon as he came within range, several blades detached from the main cluster, shifting angles to shoot straight at the monstrous bird Naruto was riding. Naruto looked on, slightly surprised. Oh, so even that technique for manipulating ninja tools with your eye can be used for aerial combat. Now that's something new. But those blades you marked with your power are basically expendable, right? How many can you really prepare? Sage Art, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Whoosh! A torrent of fire rained down, incinerating the incoming blades and surging toward Danzo. Danzo hurriedly maneuvered his flying contraption to dodge the flames. He didn't fear being burned himself, thanks to his Inagi, but those precious blades of his weren't protected by the same technique. After repositioning, Danzo resumed his assault with the blades, while Naruto continued to counter with fire techniques. Attack and defense alternated in a fierce aerial tug-of-war that raged for more than 10 minutes. Though Danzo's blades were being used up, he still had plenty left. At this rate, he could keep fighting for at least another hour. Conan's gaze sharpened. To make dodging easier, he's deliberately keeping his distance from us. Even the blades he's launching are calculated for efficiency. The chakra consumption on both sides isn't equal. If this keeps up, it's to our disadvantage. Naruto smiled. But this is only temporary. I think it's just about time. Rumble. Sensing something, Conan looked up. At some point, dark clouds had swallowed the moon overhead, and thunder cracked across the sky like tearing silk. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. You mean all that fire-style jutsu you were using, this was your plan? That's right. It's one of Sasuke's signature moves, using intense fire-style jutsu to heat the air. Still perched atop the bird, Naruto rose to his feet. Then, with the updrafts, you form cumulonimbus clouds, and a natural thunderstorm takes shape. Crackling thunder rolled across the sky. Wild, natural lightning raged above, gathering into the form of a mighty Kirin. This is... Under the overwhelming power of the heavens, Danzo trembled with fear. Snap! In Naruto's left palm, a ball of lightning formed. He lifted it high above his head. All I need to do is draw the natural lightning down upon you. There's no way you can escape, Danzo. As his words faded, Naruto's palm fell. Lightning release, Kirin. A deafening roar tore through the sky as the Kirin descended, striking Danzo in an instant. Atteindre explosion érupted. The bladed contraption beneath Danzo's feet shattered violently, obliterated in a flash. In the crater left by the impact, Danzo was reborn by Izanagi, but now he had completely lost his airborne vehicle. This meant, in the battles to come, he would be nothing more than Naruto's living target. A torrential rain poured down after the storm of lightning. As long as I survive, there's still hope. If I can just make it back to Konoha, I can use my position as Hokage to rally the entire village's strength against Uzumaki Naruto. Fearing for his life, Danzo fled toward Konoha, clinging to a sliver of hope. Danzo, don't even think about making it back to Konoha alive. Naruto watched the fleeing figure with cold eyes and gave chase atop his monstrous bird. The hunt had begun. Danzo raced onward, leaving the land of fields and entering the borders of the land of fire. Explosions boomed relentlessly behind him. The The bomb-dropping monster bird shadowed his every move, releasing a barrage of explosives. But with Danzo's rapid movement, the bombs often missed their mark, unable to guarantee a direct hit each time. With a swift motion, Naruto hurled a kunai to the ground and instantly appeared at its location using Flying Thunder God. Forming hand signs, he pressed both palms to the earth. Summoning jutsu. With a burst of smoke, the dream taper emerged. In another flash, Naruto reappeared atop his bird. The dream taper surged forward, Rinnegan eyes locked onto Danzo's back, Mach gaping wide as it unleashed a tremendous suction. Caught off guard by the sudden, fierce pull, Danzo was dragged backward, even as he sprinted desperately. The dream taper. He glanced back, shock etched across his face. Damn it. The dream taper was supposed to be dead. How did it become his summon? And this suction, it's far beyond its normal limits. Unable to break free from the dream taper's pull, and with bombs still raining from above, Danzo spun around and performed a jutsu he rarely used. Fire release, dragon flame technique. A blaze of dragon fire swept along the wind, swallowed up by the dream taper, which vanished in a puff of smoke. Watching from a bird's back, Naruto shook his head. As expected, the dream taper isn't suited for dealing with fire techniques. Its real strengths are absorbing things like dust and pollen. Don't you agree, Conan? Conan's cool voice responded, Yes, I think so too. With the dream taper out of the way, Danzo ran with even greater desperation. Explosions thundered overhead. Under Naruto's relentless aerial assault, the Sharingan eyes on Danzo's arm closed one after another, spent and fading away. Naruto glanced at the clock, his brow furrowing in confusion. That's strange. It's already been 2 hours, yet Danzo's eyes still aren't used up? I'd better check just to be sure. Conan volunteered. Let me handle this. With a swift motion, sheets of paper folded themselves into a soaring paper kite, its streamlined wings built for maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, the paper kite dove down before Danzo. Danzo's eyes narrowed. In mid-sprint, he exhaled a gust of wind, instantly shredding the paper kite to pieces. Conan frowned slightly. Danzo still has about 120 eyes left on his body. Naruto's own brow knitted with worry. That can't be right. Did he cancel his Izanagi halfway through? That would be reckless. One mistake. It's all over for him. Or could it be? A realization dawned on Naruto. All those eyes are Shin's Mangekyo, and Mangekyo can preset their eye techniques. If he's preset Izanagi to activate only when danger appears, then our attacks in between don't even count towards his Izanagi's duration. In other words, the 120 eyes left equal 120 minutes of Izanagi's effect. We'll need to maintain a full 120 minutes of continuous, effective attacks. Continuous, effective attacks. Conan's frown deepened. If we don't count the gaps between attacks, 120 minutes would demand an unimaginable amount of chakra. After all, most ninja battles rarely last more than 10 minutes. Naruto closed his eyes. Exactly. So next, I'll use Sage Chakra to offset the drain and combine it with the widest, fastest Sage attacks I have. I'll make sure the assault never lets up. A crackling sound filled the air as Naruto's golden hair grew rapidly, streaming down his back. Conan stared in shock. Is this? Naruto's eyes snapped open. It's the pervy Sage's technique. To maximize the damage, I'll combine Sage mode with the Violet Lightning Chakra mode. A surge of electricity flickered. Violet lightning armor cloaked Naruto's entire body. Standing tall on the bird's back, his hair hardened and transformed into thousands of needle-like points. Sage art, thunder roar, needle storm. With a rapid whoosh, golden hair needles broke free, entwined in violet lightning, and crashed down on Danzo like a sudden rainstorm. The ground trembled with relentless impacts. What? Danzo gasped, weaving left and right as he sprinted, desperately trying to evade the barrage. But with both the Rinnegan and natural sensory perception locking onto him, Naruto predicted every move, adjusting his aim. Danzo had no chance to escape. He could only hope Naruto's chakra would run dry soon. 5 minutes later, Naruto's Sage Chakra was finally spent. With his short hair restored, Naruto sat cross-legged. Sister Conan, I need to replenish my Sage Chakra. During this time, you take over the attack. Leave it to me. Dance of the Shikigami. Paper wings unfurled from Conan's back as she dove from the sky. From 100 meters above, she launched paper spears downward. Though not every shot hit, her accuracy still held above 50%. In just 5 minutes, Danzo had burned through 3 of his Sharingan eyes. After swapping attacks, Naruto entered Sage mode again, his hair growing long. Sister Conan, take a break. Leave the rest to me. Conan returned to the bird's back and swallowed a soldier pill to recover. Those deadly Senbon needles rained down once more. Danzo cursed under his breath. Damn it, he's realized I have his Izanagi. He can now turn it on and off at will. Anxious but helpless, he could only pray that the luck of the Hokage would carry him through the night. Naruto and Konan pressed their assault on Danzo, taking turns in their relentless attack. Danzo's eyes, one after another, closed in exhaustion as his long trek wore on. Dawn crept across the eastern sky. The very last Sharingan embedded in his chest began counting down the seconds of Izanagi's power. In those precious 60 seconds, his bloodshot natural eye kept darting down, checking the time remaining. He still had to cross another kilometer of forest before reaching Konoha. Even with all his blind confidence, he knew the odds were stacked grimly against him now. Is this the end for me? No. The trees ahead still offer some cover. Maybe there's still hope. With a burst of desperate energy, Danzo sprinted forward. Naruto raised 2 fingers in a sign. Boom! A giant scorpion 10 meters long burst from the earth in front of Danzo. This was one of the Rinnegan's summoned creatures, which Naruto had named the Abyssal Burrower Scorpion. He and Yumamaku had summoned it earlier, letting it burrow underground as a hidden trump card. A guttural roar tore from Danzo's throat. Out of my way! He unleashed a surge of violence. Trees erupted from his arm, instantly crushing the summoned scorpion in a cloud of white smoke. Crack! The trees snapped at the shoulder, and Danzo leapt into the forest. The Sharingan in his chest closed. Only his right eye remained. On the bird's back, Naruto remarked, "He's really stubborn." Konan asked, "What now?" Naruto's tone was icy. "I said he died tonight. I won't let him see the dawn." Bang! With a snap, the summoned bomb bird vanished. Cloaked in lightning, Naruto dropped from the sky into the forest, pursuing at lightning speed. He'll use Shirsue's right eye to activate his Izanagi. That's his only choice. But even so, he doesn't have enough left to make it back to Konoha alive. Muttering to himself, Naruto casually hurled a kunai at Danzo's fleeing back. Slash! A wound opened across Danzo's shoulder. Drip! A drop of blood splattered against Naruto's crackling cloak of lightning. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Blood? Didn't he activate his Izanagi? The Hokage rock. At the very least, I must see it with my own eyes. Even if it's from a distance, I have to capture my image as Hokage in the Sharingan, even if it's just once. With a conviction known only to himself, Danzo burst out of the forest. The walls of Konoha came into view, and from here, he could see the Hokage rock on a mountain. But just then, with a thunderous crash, the stone face of the 6th Hokage, Danzo, collapsed in a heap. With the shattering of that monument, Danzo's right eye widened in disbelief, and his steps came to a sudden halt. In that moment, Naruto's arm, crackling with violet lightning, pierced mercilessly through Danzo's back and burst out his chest. The strange noise startled the Hidden Leaf village. Ninja hurried to investigate. What happened? The 6th Hokage's face on the mountain just collapsed. Was it shoddy construction? No. It looks like it was already damaged when the village was attacked by the Akatsuki before. The cracks just kept spreading, and now it finally gave way. Well, at least no one was hurt. Danzo fell. Even in death, his gaze remained fixed on the mountainside where the Hokage faces were carved. He knew there was no way out, yet he didn't use his last remaining eye to activate his Izanagi. Was it just so he could look upon his own image on the Hokage rock one last time before dying? Your obsession with the title of Hokage is noteworthy, Danzo, but it cannot erase your crimes. I'll be taking Kyo's right eye now. Naruto reached into Danzo's eye socket, retrieved Kyo's right eye, sealed it in a bottle, and slipped it into his sleeve. He cast a complicated look back toward Konoha, then turned and walked away. Morning light crept gently over the hidden leaf. Shimura Danzo, the shadow lurking in the darkness of the ninja world, was gone. If one is determined to grow stronger at any cost to oppose that clan, ocular power is an absolute necessity. The completeness of that power, whether it's a single eye or a pair, whether it came from the original owner or not, makes all the difference. But Orochimaru had an even deeper understanding of such matters. At the top of the Rain Village Tower, Naruto, who had just ended Danzo, immediately sought an audience with Orochimaru. Their conversation turned naturally to the subject of eyes, and Orochimaru shared his thoughts. The origin of the eyes only truly matters when we're talking about the Rinnegan, Orochimaru said. As for the Sharingan, it's clear that Uchiha clan members have a natural compatibility. If someone from outside the clan transplants a Sharingan, it creates a tremendous burden. To put it simply, it's like installing an extra plugin on hardware with fixed performance. It's bound to overload the system. But among two clans, there are exceptional individuals who are rare exceptions to this rule. Yes, I'm talking about the Senju and Uzumaki. The most outstanding among them possess a special constitution that's downward compatible. After transplanting a Sharingan and surviving the adaptation period, their bodies can use it just as well as the original owner. In other words, Naruto, right now you are no different from the original owner of Shirsue's eyes. I see. Orochimaru's conclusion put Naruto at ease. At the very least, this meant he wouldn't have to nitpick and let Orochimaru experiment on his body any further. But Orochimaru's tone shifted. However, if you were to transplant the Rinnegan, even if you adapted perfectly, even if you became nearly identical to the original owner, it would still be impossible to truly become the same as them. Oh, that much I understand. Naruto removed his mask. That's why I intend to awaken my own Rinnegan. A deep rumble rolled across the sky outside the tower, followed by a sharper, more urgent downpour. A glint flashed through Orochimaru's vertical pupils. Naruto partially covered his right Sharingan, and from between his fingers, the black pupil began to spin, revealing 3 Tomo. The Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Eternal Mangekyo, and the Rinnegan. These are the stages of the Uchiha's ocular evolution. Beyond the 3 Tomo, every step requires fulfilling extremely harsh conditions. I already possess a Mangekyo Sharingan equal to the original owner. Furthermore, Naruto reached inside his robe and retrieved a vial. Suspended in the nutrient fluid was the trophy from his battle with Danzo, Uchiha Kageme's right eye. Sliding the vial across the table to Orochimaru, Naruto spoke with deep meaning. I've heard that to awaken the Eternal Mangekyo, the transplant must occur between father and son, or between brothers. Orochimaru lifted the vial, examining it closely, his snake-like eyes gleaming with insight. During times of war, almost no clans had the luxury of meeting family members across generations, Uchiha included. That's why transplants were performed between brothers or father and son. However, according to my years of research, as long as the blood relation does not exceed 3 generations, there's a chance for the Mangekyos to merge and awaken the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru set the vial down. Uchiha Kagami was Shirsue's grandfather, precisely within 3 generations. Naruto's gaze grew heavy. So, the condition for awakening is satisfied, isn't it? Orochimaru nodded. Yes, the requirements for the Eternal Mangekyo have been met. But as for the Rinnegan, the true conditions for awakening it are still not entirely clear to me. Naruto's voice dropped low. That I know. Orochimaru's eyes widened with surprise. Naruto shifted his posture. Very well. I'll tell you everything about Ashura, Indra, and their reincarnations. Orochimaru listened intently, his eyes growing brighter with each word. His breathing quickened, betraying his excitement. In just these 10 short minutes, his understanding of the truth leapt forward by at least a decade. To awaken the Rinnegan, you need the power of Ashura, combined with the power of Indra. Of course, it also requires you to have already awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru quickly grasped the connection. So that's it. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were the previous incarnations of Ashura and Indra. That's why Madara, after gaining Hashirama's power, was able to awaken those eyes. And now, Naruto and Sasuke are this generation's Ashura and Indra. Once your respective powers awaken and merge, in theory, either of you could open those eyes. Naruto nodded. Exactly. Orochimaru's words were laced with deeper meaning. So, when you awaken the Rinnegan, Naruto, you'll need to take Sasuke's. Understanding what Orochimaru implied, Naruto fell into thoughtful silence. Because this concerned their past lives, Naruto was still holding some things back from Orochimaru. In his previous life, when he was gravely wounded and near death, Sasuke received Hashirama's cells from Kabuto, and also gained some of Hashirama's chakra. That was how Sasuke managed to awaken the Rinnegan. As for the power of Yin given to Sasuke by the Sage of Six Paths, it wasn't the key to awakening the Rinnegan. It merely hastened the process. Without it, Sasuke might have had to wait until the brink of death, just like Madara, to awaken those eyes. This proved one thing. The power of the previous generation, Ashura, could also assist the current generation Indra. So, couldn't the reverse be true as well? As the current Ashura, perhaps Naruto could bypass Sasuke altogether and draw upon the power of the previous Indra to awaken the Rinnegan. And the previous Indra was Madara Uchiha. Or perhaps he could find a way to meet Indra himself. Such roundabout thinking was all, because Naruto couldn't bear the thought of hurting Sasuke, not even a little. Returning from his thoughts, Naruto spoke in a deep voice. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Orochimaru grinned. Then should we transplant Kageme's right eye right away? There's not much point in awakening just one. Let's wait until we have both. Shirsue's eyes, Kageme's eyes. As he spoke, Naruto put his mask back on. By the way, Orochimaru, can you transplant the eyes using both hands? Orochimaru smiled. That technique is quite refined now. Simply open holes in the palms, then connect them to the optic nerves from the arms. That's all there is to it. Naruto replied calmly. I see. Well then, once I've gathered both eyes, perhaps I'll just move Madara's Rinnegan to my palm for now. Orochimaru chuckled and said, It doesn't have to be just your hands, you know. There are plenty of other places on your body as well. That's far too grotesque. It's completely at odds with my sense of aesthetics. Naruto shook his head, put away Kyo's eye, and stood up. Orochimaru, thank you for all your efforts in reconstructing Haiden's body this time. Without Haiden's abilities, taking down Obito would have been no simple feat. Naruto stepped forward and gazed out at the curtain of rain beyond the tower, his eyes darkening. Obito won't back down so easily. If I were in his position, I would try to collect both eyes. Bringing those two eyes together would unleash a power beyond imagination. In some ways, it could rival even the Rinnegan. What's more, Kabuto still holds another trump card of SSR-level power in his hand. Thunder rumbled, and lightning tore across the sky as the rain lashed down in torrents. Naruto turned to look at the map of the ninja world behind him. It's time to push my plan forward. This time, I'll go all out and try to obtain the secret techniques of both Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Inside the Akatsuki's lair, in a secluded chamber, Sasuke had regained consciousness, and his injuries had been carefully treated. It was worth noting that there were no medical ninjas in Akatsuki. Out of respect for a departed friend, Obito had specifically acquired medical ninjutsu, so he personally handled the eye transplants for both himself and Sasuke. Ugh, my left arm. I can't feel it. As Sasuke awoke, he found his left arm encased in plaster, further wrapped in thick bandages and suspended from his neck. He tried to move it, but there was not even a hint of sensation, which filled him with dread. Obito sat nearby, his gaze dark and heavy. Don't move. Your left arm was completely shattered. Bones, blood vessels, even nerves were all severed. I used White Zetsu's cells to patch the wound and barely managed to stabilize it. Just stay still for a while. Sasuke, stripped of his bravado, recalled his battle with Danzo, how his confidence had crumbled, how he'd been driven into a corner, and in the end, how he'd closed his eyes and resigned himself to fate. He frowned at Obito and asked, Was it you who saved me? Yes. Obito began to answer, but just then, a White Zetsu emerged from the wall with a bombshell announcement. It's been confirmed. Danzo is dead. Naruto chased him all the way from the land of fields to Konoha and struck him down right outside the village gates. Naruto! Sasuke was stunned. Obito fell silent for a moment, then muttered softly, I see. That's pretty much what I expected. Sasuke pressed urgently. Naruto? Hey, what on earth is going on? Obito answered honestly. Naruto saved you from Danzo, then had White Zetsu bring you back here. In that moment, emotions surged within Sasuke. Resentment, anger, shame, and humiliation. All these feelings tangled in his heart, leaving him restless for a long time. Obito added, That's how it all turned out. To be honest, I've never lied to you or kept anything from you. Sasuke lowered his eyelids in silence, his right hand clenched tightly. Obito spoke seriously. Now your greatest enemy, Danzo, is dead. Will you continue seeking revenge against the Leaf, or will you choose a different path? Sasuke looked lost. How am I supposed to know something like that? Obito replied. It seems your thirst for revenge has subsided. So now, you have two choices. Follow Itachi's will and protect the Leaf, or embrace Akatsuki's ideals. Cut off the chains of hatred for good, so that Itachi's tragedy will never happen again. Sasuke's gaze flickered toward Obito. Are you Madara? Obito fell silent for a moment before answering, I'm not. I see. Sasuke withdrew his gaze. Leave me alone for a while. Very well. Take your time to think. I won't use force to coerce you anymore. With those words, Obito and White Zetsu left the room together. Sasuke lay back on the bed, as limp and dispirited as a wilted eggplant. Fragments of the past drifted through his mind, again and again. I'm tired. Strength or power, none of it matters anymore. Itachi, Naruto, is this the outcome you both wanted to see? Weary, Sasuke closed his eyes. Just before falling asleep, the last faces to linger in his mind were Itachi's and Naruto's. Akatsuki's lair, outer chamber. White Zetsu asked, Are you really going to let Sasuke choose for himself? Obito replied, He's suffered setback after setback. He needs time to process it all. This is the crucial moment to reach his heart, to make him truly join us by his own will, not by force. White Zetsu said, I see. For a moment, I thought your fight with Naruto had shaken your resolve. Obito glanced at White Zetsu, then looked away. Shaken? Impossible. The Eye of the Moon plan is the wish I've pursued for years. No one and nothing can stand above it. And besides, it's almost time to deal with the threats within Akatsuki itself. Half an hour later, a thunderous roar echoed. Outside the lair, Black Zetsu was slammed in the mountain wall by a fierce blast of fire style. He glared desperately into the encroaching darkness and shouted, "Obito, what are you doing?" Inside the pitch-black Susanu's skeletal frame, Obito advanced coldly. "Black Zetsu, you've said things to Sasuke that you never should have. Did you really think I knew nothing about it?" Note: the color of Susanoo reflects the moment of awakening and mirrors the inner world. That's why, despite having the same eyes, Kakashi Susanoo is blue, while Obito's is pure black. Once the color is established, it never changes, even if the user's state of mind does. Just look at Sasuke, whose Susanoo remains a dark purple even after his personality shifts later on. Realizing he'd been exposed, Black Zetsu still refused to yield and sneered defiantly. "So, you're really going through with this? Ever since Lord Madara died, you've truly grown bold. I am Madara's will, created by his yin-yang release. With your jutsu, you can't possibly kill me." "Oh, is that so?" Beneath Obito's mask, his eyes glimmered with a cold, deep light. Suddenly, jet black chakra surged outward, forming a mighty suit of armor around the spectral skeleton. In an instant, a pitch-black sword materialized, slashing straight through Black Zetsu's body. "This is my Susanu's divine weapon, the Blade of Nothingness. It carries the power of Kamui. Anyone pierced by it will be banished to a dimension of nothingness, a prison where space and time do not exist, and there is only void. For you, it's no different than death." With a sharp, swirling sound, the dark vortex of Kamui erupted from the blade, mercilessly dragging Black Zetsu into its depths. Black Zetsu let out a desperate, agonized wail. "Arg! Curse you! Obito, you'll regret this." Another rush of swirling energy, and the vortex snapped shut, banishing Black Zetsu to oblivion. Obito withdrew the Blade of Nothingness, and his Susanoo faded away. He winced, clutching at his eyes. Toby asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Obito lowered his hand, and the light in his eyes shone even brighter. "I'm fine. It's just that my eyes are breaking through their limits. This feeling, like breaking out of a chrysalis, makes the Uchiha blood in my veins come alive with excitement." Toby thought to himself. As expected, the Uchiha truly are a clan that lives for battle. The awakening of Susanoo marks a turning point in their hearts. Right now, Obito's thirst for battle is overwhelming. Days passed, and Kabuto still hadn't seen any sign of Sasuke. It seems Naruto's timely appearance has kept Sasuke from heading in the direction I'd hoped. No matter. Although it's risky, it's time to summon that one. Someone who will set Sasuke's heart ablaze. To be safe, I'll use a medium for the summoning. That night, on a windswept cliff at the edge of the Land of Fire, sand and dust swirling through the darkness, a man wrapped from head to toe in bandages emerged from the void. It was Mu, the second Tsuchikage. With his unique, dustless, transparent technique, he possessed the terrifying ability to conceal his chakra completely, earning him the title No Man. He was one of Kabuto's reanimated collection, and the chosen medium for summoning that presence. Mu formed hand seals, pressing both palms against the rocky cliff. Summoning. Impure world reincarnation. Boom! Boom! The coffin began to rise, then suddenly exploded with a violent force. Clack! A man clad in Warring States armor, his long hair undisturbed by the wind, stepped into the swirling sand. At last, that boy Nagato has truly grown a lot. With a solemn expression, Mu said, "I never would have thought the one summoned by Edo Tensei would be you, the fearsome Uchiha Madara of the Warring States era." Uchiha Madara stared in disbelief at his own hand, covered in a black battle glove, fissures running deep across its surface. "You're saying this is Edo Tensei? Not the Samsara rebirth?" Night had fallen at the edge of the Land of Fire, cliffs battered by raging sandstorms. The moment Madara realized he'd been revived by Edo Tensei, not by the Samsara rebirth, he immediately assumed, "Is this that man's doing? It seems he didn't follow the plan we agreed upon, and now I'm resurrected in this form." Without turning his head, he asked Mu, "Who's the caster behind this Edo Tensei?" "I don't know." Suddenly, Mu's eyes turned blank and white as Kabuto seized control and introduced himself. "I am Kabuto, someone privy to your plans." Madara crossed his arms, still facing away. "To address me through Edo Tensei, how cunning." Kabuto replied, "This Edo Tensei was prepared especially for you. In fact, you're now even stronger than at your peak. Have you ever seen me at my peak?" Madara shot him a sidelong glance, his gaze imperious. Kabuto answered with humble deference, "No, I haven't. I can only imagine it, driven by my admiration. But whether it meets your expectations, I'll leave that for you to decide." "Humph, that at least sounds a bit more reasonable." Madara withdrew his gaze, surveying the desolate scene of flying sand and jagged rocks. "Where's this place? If you claim to know about our plans, then what is your purpose in summoning me back to this world?" Kabuto replied, "This is the border of the land of fire. The other Madara, no, your so-called executor, has already betrayed you. He never intended to resurrect you and acts solely on his own will. As for his current whereabouts, no need to say more. I'll find him myself." Madara cut Kabuto off and leapt from the cliff's edge. Kabuto, through Mu's eyes, intended to follow, but Madara's cold voice stopped him in his tracks. "Don't follow me. I despise having anyone at my back." Watching Madara's solitary figure disappear into the dust, Kabuto muttered to himself, "Just as I thought, he's not easy to deal with. Well, after sleeping for so long, let him stretch his legs for a while. As long as I control this Edo Tensei, in the end, he'll still dance to my tune." While running, Madara Uchiha sensed something amiss. He lifted his armor and glanced downward, only to find Hashirama's face glaring back at him, right above his heart. "Yeah, so that's how it is. That Kabuto fellow is quite the schemer." Madara smiled as he shifted his gaze away. "Still, the fact that he dared to summon me proves he's just another self-important rat. Well, after waiting for decades, what's a little longer? I might as well enjoy myself for a while. Oh, right, I should contact that one." He sent out his thoughts, reaching Black Zetsu, who lay hidden thousands of miles away. Black Zetsu responded, "Lord Madara, you've returned. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Madara asked, "Why does your chakra feel so unsteady?" Black Zetsu replied, "Obito turned against us and struck at me with everything he had. Fortunately, I prepared in advance and separated part of my body. He doesn't know I survived." Madara's eyes grew cold. "So Obito's not one to be underestimated after all. What about Nagato?" "Nagato used the Rinne rebirth technique to revive the people of Konoha." Madara said flatly, "Each of them is the same, always falling short, so I have to handle things myself." "Where's Obito's base?" "It's in the land of fire. The exact location is..." Black Zetsu relayed the coordinates, then added, "But Obito seems to be away, together with Deidara." "So the base is empty?" Madara asked. "There are some white Zetsu left behind." Madara cut in coldly. "Humph. Then there's no point in going there. I'll just hunt Obito down directly." Black Zetsu countered, "Not necessarily. Besides the white Zetsu, there's someone else there you might find interesting." Madara's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, and who might that be?" "His name is Sasuke Uchiha." Madara immediately lost interest. "Oh, a survivor of the Uchiha clan? I thought it was someone important." But Black Zetsu continued, "He's awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." At this, Madara paused, then a wide, fierce grin split his face. "Excellent. I never expected such a delightful surprise upon my return. I'll head there at once." Boom! As he raced forward, Madara unleashed his Susanoo in its complete, azure glory. With a sweep of its great wings, he soared toward the farthest edge of the sky. A wild gust tore across the lake below, splitting its waters clean in two. Meanwhile, Naruto and Konan, after a long and arduous journey, finally arrived at the borders of Awagakure in the land of Earth. Konan used her paper jutsu, scattering herself into countless sheets to scout out the defenses of the hidden stone village. She reported, "The security is extremely tight. There's hardly any opening to exploit." Naruto said, "Old Man Inoki is really no pushover. He must have tightened security after what happened at the Hidden Cloud Village. I have a feeling that if we try to force our way in, this battle will be even harder than the one against the cloud." Konan asked, "So how should we break through?" Naruto closed his eyes in deep thought. The Hidden Stone Village has an aerial combat unit. With their secret technique of ultralight and heavy rock, they're able to fly. So attacking from the air wouldn't be smart. Besides, Iwagakure's Earth-style jutsu has reached its peak. Tunneling from underground is almost impossible as well. Konan said, "So if the sky is out and the ground is out, do we just barge and head on?" Naruto opened his eyes and smiled. "Except for the first time I went to the cloud, when the rakeage wasn't there, I've always preferred diplomacy before force. Inoki is a respected elder in the shinobi world. Maybe he'll see reason. Konan, would you deliver a letter for me?" So Naruto penned a letter, sincerely requesting to borrow the secret technique scroll and promising not to spread its contents. The words were as earnest as could be. After reading it, Sachikage and Inoki fell silent in thought. Kuratsuchi fumed. "What an insolent brat. He really doesn't know his place." But Inoki said, "It's not so simple. I actually think this kid shows signs of greatness." Kuratsuchi scoffed. He's just a rogue ninja. How dare he try to negotiate with a proper shinobi village like us? Where does he get the nerve? Inoki replied, he actually does have some leverage. At the 5 Kage summit, he absorbed my particle style technique. That means even my strongest trump card may not work. On him, if we really fought, the village would pay a heavy price. Just look at the cloud as a living example. It's not worth sacrificing so many ninja over a single scroll. Kuratsuchi said, so we're just going to hand over our scroll to him for nothing? Inoki smiled slyly. Of course not. Help me draft a reply. The gist of the letter was this. Iwagakure would agree to hand over their secret technique scroll, but Naruto must trade it for the scroll he obtained from the cloud, and he must not show it to anyone else. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. After reading Inoki's reply, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. Deal. But in exchange, Iwagakure must also include one more technique. The second Tsuchikage's infinite dust maze. Outrageous. He's pushing his luck. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but curse aloud when she heard that Naruto wanted to add the second Tsuchikage technique to the trade. With a swoosh, Inoki's small frame floated up, and he took down a box from the top of the cabinet. It was Iwagakure's treasure chest for storing secret technique scrolls, sealed so that only Tsuchikage Inoki's chakra could open it. If forced open with brute strength, the box will release a highly corrosive acid that destroys the scrolls inside. This is a measure Iwagakure devised to prevent their secret technique scrolls from falling into the wrong hands. Opening the box, Inoki took out 2 sets of scrolls. The scroll on the left contained the secret techniques of the weight increase and lighten weight series, while the scroll on the right recorded the art of dustless confusion. He looked at the hot-tempered Kuratsuchi and spoke calmly. Don't get agitated. Since this is a negotiation, it's only natural to strive for the greatest benefit. He hasn't made any outrageous demands, like asking for our dust release technique. He's already shown restraint. It's worth mentioning that dust release isn't an innate ability. It was invented by Iwagakure's genius in ninja arts, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, a technique that surpasses even the bloodline limit, known as the bloodline selection. Dust release is an art that can be mastered through training. Inoki himself learned it from Mu. Gazing at the scroll on his right, Inoki's old eyes grew deep with thought. Dustless confusion is the most powerful stealth technique in the ninja world. Jutsu-like cloak of invisibility can only hide your body from ordinary ninja. If a sensory ninja is present, you'll be found immediately. But dustless confusion doesn't just erase your physical form. It makes your chakra signature and even your scent vanish without a trace. With this, not only ordinary sensors, but even the Inuzuka hounds of Konoha, the Sharingan of the Uchiha, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga would be unable to detect you. The only way to find someone under this technique is through physical means, like the Kazekage sand or the wide-reaching insect swarms of the Aburame clan from Konoha. Only such methods stand a chance against dustless confusion. Yet this technique is also the most difficult to master, perhaps even more so than dust release itself. Since its creation, only Lord Mu has ever mastered it. Inoki couldn't help but sigh. Even though I've mastered dust release, I was never able to grasp dustless confusion. That's been one of my greatest regrets in life, but at this point, it hardly matters anymore. Even the battle-hardened Inoki, the twin scales of Iwagakure, once had his own youthful days. Inoki moved to the window, holding the scroll behind his back. One must know, dustless confusion is the ultimate technique for peeping. Using a crystal ball or a telescope might be safer, but it lacks a sense of truly being there yourself. All in all, even if he receives dustless confusion, whether he'll ever master it remains an open question. Inoki returned to the desk, set the scroll down, and then took out 2 more sets of scrolls from the ornate box. Since I'm already giving away dustless confusion, I might as well offer steel style and earth mountain technique too. I hope this gesture will win Iwagakure a valuable ally. Inoki looked up and said, Kuratsuchi, I'll leave it to you to deliver the scrolls. Huang Tu turned his head aside. I'd better not. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back, and might end up fighting him. Inoki shook his head. What a handful. In that case, let me go. Old man Gramps. A mischievous girl's voice rang out. A sharp-eyed, short-haired young woman leapt in through the window. She wore the flak jacket of the Hidden Stone Village over a tight red outfit with a single left sleeve. As she stood up, her long legs, clad in black mesh stockings, drew everyone's attention. She shot her father and grandfather a playful grin. Hihi, Kuratsuchi. Huang Tu's expression changed at once. Absolutely not. That's a rogue ninja from the Leaf Village. He attacked the cloud. Kuratsuchi replied, What's the big deal? He's coming to our doorstep. What's he going to do, eat me? Inoki said, Let Kuratsuchi go, but send a squad of guard along for protection. Outside the Hidden Stone gates, Naruto waited patiently. Conan remarked, "It's taking a while. Do you think they'll agree?" Naruto said, "They should. After all, they've seen what happened to the Cloud Village." Conan asked, "Then why not demand dust release? If you pressed harder, they might have to give it up." Naruto smiled. "Always leave some room when you act. It's better for future dealings. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Besides, as useful as dust release is, it's not irreplaceable." After all, Naruto had once mastered the six-path sage mode. The truth-seeking orbs encompassed all the abilities of dust release and surpassed them in form and range. It was a clear hierarchy. Sooner or later, he would regain the six paths' power and command the truth-seeking orbs again. Since that was inevitable, why be fixated on dust release? Conan gazed coldly toward the village entrance. "They're finally here." A group of stone ninja arrived, Kuratsuchi at their head. The crowd surged around her, halting 5 meters from Naruto. The stone ninja were all tense, ready for anything, while Kuratsuchi herself strolled forward as if nothing was amiss. "Let's trade. Hand over the scroll." Naruto casually tossed her the Cloud Village's scroll. Kuratsuchi caught it, gave it a glance, and tossed it behind her. Then she threw out 4 scrolls in quick succession. Naruto took the scrolls and, without even checking them, slipped them into his ninja pouch. Kuratsuchi asked, curious, "Aren't you going to check them?" Naruto smiled lightly. "You're the Tsuchikige's granddaughter, and you've come in person. How could it be fake? No need to check. We'll take our leave now." "Wait." Naruto was just about to leave with Conan when Kuratsuchi stopped him. "What is it?" Naruto glanced over. Instantly, every stone ninja tensed, ready for action. Kuratsuchi, hand behind her back, said, "I heard that when you broke into the cloud, you rode in on a giant bomb bird and attacked from the sky, right?" Naruto said, "I think I remember something like that." "Why do you ask?" Kuratsuchi's bright eyes sparkled. "Can you show me your big bird?" Naruto asked why. Kuratsuchi lowered her gaze, nudging a stone at her feet aside. "I had a god brother. He was a rogue ninja, just like you. He loved riding birds in a battle, but he died not long ago. So could you let me see it?" Naruto wasn't aware of the connection between Kuratsuchi and Deidara, so he didn't realize the brother she mentioned was Deidara. He could only reflect inwardly, thinking at this age, Kuratsuchi really is just a little girl. "All right then," Naruto agreed. He formed a hand sign, summoning jutsu. With a burst of smoke, the bomb bird appeared. "Wow!" Kuratsuchi's eyes shone with excitement. Naruto explained, "This is the Yatagarasu, one of my summoning beasts." Kuratsuchi asked, "Can you take me for a ride?" Conan's brows furrowed slightly, but Naruto just smiled. "I'm afraid not. You only get one extra request, and you've already used it. Better head home soon. You don't want your father and grandfather to worry." With another puff of smoke, the Yatagarasu vanished. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto whisked Conan away. The Iwagakure ninja all let out a collective sigh of relief. Kuratsuchi muttered under her breath, "How come other rogue ninja are so rational and principled, while my brother Deidara was just a total bomb maniac?" After a brief night's rest back in Amigakure, Naruto seized the momentum and set off for Kirigakure. But this night was anything but peaceful. Boom! Flames erupted, sending sand and rocks flying. Thud! Uchiha Madara brushed the dust from his armor and said in a deep voice, "Your dance is lacking. You've only managed to stir up some dust." From a shattered cliffside, Sasuke strode forward, shrouded in Susanoo. "Who are you? State your name." Madara's eyes flickered. That face. As he studied Sasuke, Madara was reminded of his own brother, Izuna. For a moment, he was overcome with emotion. He then noticed Sasuke's left arm in a cast, suspended in a sling around his neck, and asked, "What happened to your left arm?" Sasuke's eyes flashed. That was the one thing he didn't want brought up. Assuming Madara was mocking him, he shouted, "Mind your own business. I'll ask you one more time. Who are you, and why do you have the Sharingan?" Madara replied, "First you attack me with fire jutsu, then you ask why I have a Sharingan. Clearly, you see yourself as a true Uchiha. So let me ask you, do you know what real Uchiha fire jutsu is?" Sasuke looked completely bewildered. "What are you even talking about?" Madara smiled faintly. "Words are pointless. Let me show you instead." He lowered his hand from his chest, forming a single seal. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A roaring inferno surged forth, engulfing everything in its path. What is this?" Sasuke's face twisted in shock, and he instinctively summoned Susanoo, retreating into the cave behind him. A deafening explosion shattered the mountainside, and the firestorm swallowed Susanoo in an instant. The scorching heat warped the air, and Sasuke stared in horror. The armor of Susanoo. It's melting. This can't be real. Amaterasu. Blood trickled from his left eye as black flames erupted, barely managing to consume the ordinary fire around Susanoo. Madara's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, Amaterasu. How fitting for an Uchiha. The molten Susanoo armor began to reform, and with it, the heavenly Magatama bow and the blade of Kagutsuchi took shape once more. Sasuke spoke with certainty. I get it now. You're just like Danzo, trying to steal the power of the Uchiha with a fake Sharingan. With a swift motion, the arrow shot through the air, aiming straight for where Madara stood. In response, Madara's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A magnificent, azure Susanoo materialized, conjuring Magatama beads and launching them forward in one fluid motion. The arrow of Kagutsuchi was intercepted and exploded, turning the ground into a sea of black flames. Madara murmured to himself, mere grains of sand, hardly worth comparing to me. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Susanoo, your so-called Sharingan. How can it be this powerful? Madara's voice was grave. Why I have this power isn't important. What matters is whether your strength amounts to anything more than this. Sasuke shouted back, don't look down on me. With a powerful release, Susanoo's armor fell away as it grew 2 legs, transforming into its full-bodied form. Oh, that's a familiar feeling of strength. Perfect. There's a technique I've been wanting to test. Clap. Madara crossed his arms before his chest. Wood style, deep forest emergence. A thunderous rumble shook the earth as an endless forest erupted, trees bursting forth in all directions. Sasuke stared in shock. Wood style? It's even stronger than Danzo's. With a mighty swing, the blade of Kagutsuchi materialized and slashed furiously through the forest. Madara's lips curled into a smirk. So you're borrowing the power of Kagutsuchi. Very well. He added another hand sign to his sequence. Flower tree world blooming. Suddenly, countless flower buds sprouted along the tree trunks, blooming in an instant and releasing clouds of pollen into the air. What is this now? Wait. Sasuke didn't realize the pollen was poisonous. By the time he noticed, it was too late. Thud. Susanoo vanished, and Sasuke collapsed powerlessly to the ground. As the pollen dispersed, Madara approached. Don't worry, I control the concentration. It won't kill you. Uchiha style, lightning sever. A sudden slash cut through the air. When Madara paused right in front of him, Sasuke sprang into action, drawing the Kusanagi sword with a crackle of lightning, slashing toward his foe. But in a flash, Madara's hand shot out, seizing Sasuke's wrist with uncanny precision. With a slight twist, Madara forced the Kusanagi to slip from Sasuke's grasp and clatter to the ground. With a swift kick, Madara sent the sword skidding across the floor, then yanked Sasuke forward in one fluid motion. A brutal knee strike landed, doubling Sasuke over with a dull thud. Sasuke curled up on the ground, gasping in agony. Your movements are quick enough, but your swordplay could use some work. Your right hand, it's not your dominant one, is it? Madara scrutinized Sasuke as he spoke. Look closely, your Mangekyo is a straight tomo. And from your Susanoo. Just now, aside from the heavenly bow of Amaterasu, I sensed other sacred treasures within. The Yata mirror, the Tatsuka blade, and the Yasakani Magatama. These must be from your host eyes, right? So you can't fully use them yet. Madara paused, then made a proposal. How about it? We're both survivors of the Uchiha. Want to join forces? I could teach you how to better master those eyes. But Sasuke only laughed a wild, almost unhinged sound. Ever since you showed up, you just keep running your mouth. These eyes from Itachi from my older brother, I don't need some outsider like you judging them. Raha! Dark purple Susanoo chakra erupted, shaking the earth like thunder. Madara leapt back, his gaze rising to meet the threat. From the angular forehead of the Susanoo high above, Sasuke looked down on him. How about this? This is the true power of Susanoo. What have you got to say for yourself now? Madara closed his eyes and smiled. Well, my mistake. Shouldn't have treated you like a kid. Turns out you're a grown man now. Since that's the case, I suppose it's fine if I stop holding back. A surge of brilliant blue Susanoo chakra shot up, stabilizing at a height that forced Sasuke to look up in awe. Sasuke stared dumbfounded. Though both wielded the full-body Susanoo, the difference in scale was staggering. From above, Madara's voice echoed down. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan doesn't just combine the ocular powers of the original and host, it forges a new power altogether. But that power must be trained and awakened, or it will remain dormant forever. My awakened ability is Ofudon. It pushes ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even ocular techniques far beyond their limits. But what are you? Sasuke demanded. My name is Uchiha. An overwhelming clash ensued. There was never any doubt as to the outcome. Sasuke was left sprawled in the ruins, defeated. Madara walked up to him once more, his voice cold and commanding. Get up. Sasuke did not move a muscle. Madara pressed down with authority. Stand up. Sasuke's hand dug into the earth in silence. Madara's voice brimmed with disappointment. What's this? Can't you even manage to stand at attention and take a beating? How utterly pathetic. Sasuke replied wearily. Enough. I'm tired of fighting. Defeat after defeat had left Sasuke in utter despair. Madara spoke with a curious undertone. Oh? So, even before I came to find you, you'd already known what it felt like to lose. Did you just say you're tired of fighting? Sasuke, dejected, muttered, I've hit a wall. A wall. Madara's tone turned icy. Wrong. You're just a useless failure, that's all. With a thunderous kick, he sent Sasuke flying. Sasuke crashed through a wall and tumbled to the ground. Madara strode over, leaned down, and seized Sasuke's bandaged left arm. Just like how you've grown so used to relying on your left hand that your right refuses to obey. Sometimes, only by breaking can one be remade. With a sickening snap, Madara tore off the left arm that had only recently been reattached. Sasuke's agonized scream pierced the sky, a sound so raw it seemed to echo from the very core of his being. Madara gazed at him coolly. I was planning to take your eyes as a backup, but I've changed my mind. There's still plenty of time, so I'll give you a choice. Don't let me down again. With those words, Madara tossed Sasuke's severed arm aside, gave him a long, searching look, and turned to leave, abandoning Sasuke in the shattered ruin of his lair. After leaving, Madara's expression softened with a trace of nostalgia. Gazing in the direction of the Land of Fire, he murmured, since it's not far, I may as well pay that place a visit along the way. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Umbu morgue, after finishing her examination, Shizune stepped out. It's confirmed. The body is indeed the 6th Hokage himself. The grim news stunned advisors Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu. After exchanging a heavy sigh, they left in silence. The sudden death of the Hokage was no small matter. Heads of all Konoha's departments, along with the village's elite jonin, gathered for an emergency meeting. Marino Ibiki reported. According to a member of Root, Danzo left the village over a month ago without permission to seek out Kabuto Yakushi. The one who remained in the village was merely his double. In fact, the large quantity of first Hokage cells extracted from Danzo's corpse supports this account. His contact with Kabuto appears to be true. Yamanaka, in Noichi, added, as Hokage, to be consorting with a notorious rogue ninja and dangerous criminal while the village was under attack by the Akatsuki. If word of this got out, it would be disastrous for the Hokage's credibility. Not to mention his negative conduct at the 5 Kage summit. At that moment, Nara Shikaku entered the chamber with explosive news. Just now, the daimyo has officially announced the removal of Shimura Danzo's title as the 6th Hokage. A wave of shock swept through the assembly. It was unprecedented in the history of Konoha. Never before had a Hokage been removed from office, let alone posthumously. That Lord Daimyo of the Land of Fire was known for his compassion and sense of humanity. Even White Fang, once shamed, had his name cleansed after death. Given the daimyo's nature, even if a Hokage had faltered during their tenure, upon their passing, the title would be preserved out of respect for the deceased. But Danzo was an exception. This alone spoke volumes about how deeply his actions had alienated everyone. The assembly fell into silence once again. The question on every ninja's mind was, so, who will become the next Hokage? Shikaka Nara took his seat, his expression grave. The daimyo originally intended to reappoint Kakashi Hitaki as the 6th Hokage. But after all that's just happened to Kakashi, Lady Tsunade will once more shoulder the responsibility and return as Hokage. At sunset, in a lakeside pavilion in Konoha, Tsunade gazed out over the water, sipping sake, her thoughts heavy. A gentle breeze ruffled the surface of the lake, and also brought a faint, bitter smile to Tsunade's slightly flushed face. Danzo is really gone, and I've once again become Hokage. That Naruto boy, when he sets his mind to something, there's no changing it. She was well aware of the time when Shizune had been secretly summoned by Naruto, and the message he'd asked Shizune to pass along. Yet Tsunade still struggled to accept it. The boy she had once trusted and depended on, the gap between what she remembered and the reality when she awoke was immense. Shizune, holding Tanten in her arms, stepped forward. I think Naruto, just as Shikaku and Kakashi believe, must have had no other choice. At the very least, his loyalty to his friends, that much has never changed. Tsunade's somber eyes flickered at that, and she lifted her sake gourd, drinking deeply as if to drown her feelings. When she finished, she sighed. If only Jiraiya were still alive. Maybe things wouldn't have come to this. None of the Hokage have ever met a gentle end. But even knowing the Hokage's fate is ill-starred, for the sake of this village, we still give it everything, until our dying breath. That's what it means to be Hokage. The sake gourd floated out onto the lake, drifting farther away with the current. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, turned and strode forward with renewed resolve. Konoha Hospital. Kakashi dreamed a long, winding dream. In it, he relived moments with his teacher Minato, with Rin and Obito. At the end, his Chidori pierced through Rin's body, her eyes wide, her face pale, twisted into a ghastly expression, a memory warped by guilt, haunting Kakashi's conscience. But this dream was different from all the others. The surrounding mist ninjas all transformed. Every one of them became Obito. Obito looked at him with eyes full of contempt, as if staring at garbage, and demanded, "Kakashi, didn't you say you'd protect Rin? So why did you kill her with your own hands? Why?" And now, before his eyes, Rin, who should have been dead, reached out with her blood-soaked hand toward Kakashi's left eye. In Obito's voice, thick with resentment, she hissed, "Kakashi, you don't deserve this eye. Give it back to me." Crack! Kakashi jolted awake from his nightmare. He gasped for breath, clutching his left eye, his heart pounding in terror. Beneath the bandages, the hollow socket still throbbed with a pain that pierced to his very core. "Kakashi, you're awake. Another nightmare?" The gentle question calmed the chaos within him. Slowly, Kakashi lowered his sweat-soaked hand and turned to Tsunade, who sat quietly by his bedside. With a sense of shame, he murmured, "Lady Tsunade, I'm sorry you had to see me like this." Tsunade replied with quiet composure, "Don't say that. After all you've been through, anyone would have trouble finding peace." The man in Akatsuki, the one who claimed to be Madara, was actually Minato's student, Kakashi's comrade, the hero Uchiha Obito, thought to have died during the mission at Canopy Bridge. Ever since Kakashi first awoke after being attacked, this truth was no longer a secret. The new generation of Leaf Shinobi didn't know Obito personally. They could only sympathize with Kakashi's suffering, unable to truly share in his pain. But for those who had been Kakashi and Obito's peers, who understood Obito's true nature, as well as the elders who had watched them both grow, none could help but be shaken. The revelation that Obito had survived, yet never returned to Konoha, choosing instead to hide in the shadows as Akatsuki's mastermind and threaten the entire ninja world for over a decade. Their shock and confusion went beyond words. Yet none bore deeper wounds than Kakashi, whose bond with Obito had been profound. Nearly everything Kakashi had believed in was now shattered. If that's the case, then 16 years ago, the masked man who controlled the Nine Tails and attacked the village, killing Master Minato and Kushina, must have been Obito as well. With that realization, regret, self-reproach, and anger surged over Kakashi like a tidal wave. He grieved for failing to protect Rin, blamed himself for not noticing any signs after all that time, and raged at Obito's deception and the many unforgivable acts he had committed in secret. Tsunade said, "At the very least, we should be grateful that the masked man wasn't truly Madara." Kakashi sighed. That may be a small mercy in a sea of misfortune. After all, the very name Uchiha Madara was enough to bring about war. The Valley of the End, its name was given later. They say Konoha rebuilt the ruins from our legendary battle, and raised statues there in memory. Hard to imagine someone as calculating as Tobirama being sentimental. But in the end, those statues of Hashirama and me standing side by side were meant to comfort the hearts of the Uchiha, weren't they? So be it. After the infinite Tsukuyami, everything will be reset to zero. Only the statues of Hashirama and myself, along with the glory of our shared past, will be preserved in stone. Uchiha Madara, lost in memories, strode forward with vigorous steps, hurrying through dust and wind to the Valley of the End. Yet what greeted his eyes was an extraordinary sight. The waterfall thundered down, and the two titans stood face to face. But his own likeness, immortalized in stone, was gazing straight at Hashirama's chest. Madara burst into laughter, loud and unrestrained, his voice rising to the heavens. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. But gradually, his laughter cooled, hardening into a searing fury. Look at that. See what those youngsters have done. Who is it? Which blind brat is responsible for this outrage? It was Naruto Uzumaki, the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. To be honest, Lord Madara, your Rinnegan is also in his hands now. A slithering, shadowy voice echoed out. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground at the side. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Madara murmured, forming a series of hand signs before pressing his palms to the surface of the water. Summoning Jutsu. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Far away, over 100 miles out at sea, Naruto was racing toward the land of water. Suddenly, a scorching pain seared his abdomen, forcing him to crouch down on the water surface, his face twisted in agony. Conan halted in alarm. Naruto! Inside Naruto, the long silent Nine Tails appeared once more, panic etched across his face, bloodshot pupils wide with dread. That ominous chakra, trying to summon me. Could it be? Yeah, it's him, no doubt about it. The timing may be different, but that man has finally arrived. Naruto slowly stood up on the waves, pressing a hand to his stomach to soothe the beast within. Don't worry, Kurama. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Even so, Naruto couldn't help but feel a rush of anxiety. Conan pressed. What's going on? Naruto's, so be it. After all, once the infinite Tsukuyami is cast, everything will return to nothingness. Only the statues of Hashirama and me, along with the glorious days we shared, will remain, preserved forever in stone. Uchiha Madara, lost in memories of the past, strode swiftly, dust swirling as he hurried to the Valley of the End, only to witness a most unusual sight. The waterfall thundered down as the two titans faced each other. But his own statue, instead of looking Hashirama in the eye, gazed squarely at Hashirama's chest. Madara let out a booming laugh, throwing his head back, his laughter echoing to the sky. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! His laughter slowly cooled, giving way to a raging fury. Look, just look at what those youngsters have done. Which blind fool, which reckless brat is responsible for this? It's Uzumaki Naruto, the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki. To be honest, Lord Madara, your Rinnegan is in his hands now as well. A whispery voice slid through the air as Black Zetsu emerged from the ground nearby. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Madara murmured, forming hand seals and pressing his palms to the water surface. Summoning Jutsu. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Far away, 100 miles off in the seas of the ninja world, Naruto was dashing toward the land of water when a searing pain suddenly gripped his stomach. He dropped to his knees on the water surface, face twisted in agony. Conan halted, alarmed. Naruto! Within Naruto, the Nine Tails, silent for so long, suddenly reappeared, panic written all over his face. His slit-pupiled eyes were bloodshot. This ominous chakra, trying to summon me. Could it be? Yeah, it's him, no doubt about it. The timing's a little off, but that man has finally come. Naruto stood shakily, one hand pressed to his stomach, gently reassuring, Don't worry, Kurama. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. But even as he spoke, Naruto couldn't help feeling tense. Conan asked urgently, What's going on? Naruto replied grimly, The real Uchiha Madara has come back to life. He sensed my location, and I fear he'll be here very soon. Conan pressed, We should head back to Amagakure and take shelter at once. Naruto gave a faint, wry smile. That won't help. It'll only bring war to Amagakure. Besides, what's meant to come can't be avoided. Valley of the End. Madara slowly rose from the water surface. Seems you were right. The Nine Tails is indeed still inside the Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu asked, So what now, Lord Madara? Madara glanced at the statues behind him, his voice deep and cold. What else? I'll take back both the Rinnegan and the Nine Tails. As for the boy himself, perhaps I should cut him down to size. Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. As expected of Lord Madara, but do be careful. Ever since his fight with Nagato, that kid hasn't lost once. Not even against Obito. Madara let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Don't compare me to some brat who brings home a pet, and then spends years raising it. In this world, the only one who ever made me taste defeat was Hashirama, and he's already dead. Out at sea, Naruto's expression was grave. There's no other way. Recall the summoning beasts that are searching the sea around Amagakure. Bang, bang, bang. Beneath the waters of Amagakure, the summoned beasts that had been scouring the ocean, having reserved chakra for this moment, vanished in plumes of white smoke. In the next instant, Naruto summoned them all to his side on the open sea. Along with them, other formidable summoning beasts appeared, called to the water surface. 30 in total. That's the maximum I can summon at once right now. Swish! Naruto leapt onto the head of the hellhound Cerberus, sitting cross-legged, eyes shut. Conan, I'm going into sage mode. Conan's gaze lowered, a bead of nervous sweat tracing down her cheek. She thought to herself, after all the time I've known Naruto, this is the first time I've seen him on such high alert. Naruto entered sage mode, his sensory abilities fully unleashed, attuned to every stir and whisper of the wind across the ocean. Half an hour passed before a sinister, ill-boding gale swept into his range of perception. Naruto's eyelids flickered. Here it comes so fast. The sea suddenly heaved and roared, waves churning violently. A piercing gust tore through the air. With a thunderous crash, a shadowy figure struck the ocean, sending a tidal wave surging skyward. The hellhound Cerberus stood its ground atop the restless waves. Exhaling slowly, Naruto rose from the beast's head, his eyes behind the mask calm and deep as a tranquil well. The sea stilled once more. Madara stood with arms folded across his chest, giving a cursory glance at the circle of fierce summoning beasts, then turned a mocking gaze on Naruto. Quite the grand display. You're Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? You've gotten quite good at using my eyes, haven't you? Naruto's expression didn't waver. What are you talking about? These eyes were awakened by my senior, Nagato. I merely inherited both his will and his eyes. Humph. Madara lowered his eyes, lips curling in a cold sneer. So you're gonna play dumb? Are you? Black Zetsu has already told me everything you've done. Naruto looked about and challenged. Where's Black Zetsu? Let him come out and face me. Madara, somewhat exasperated, muttered, You really are thick-skinned to this degree. I'm at a loss for words. He then raised his voice and demanded, Tell me, was it your handiwork that defaced the statues at the Valley of the End? Above, Conan's eyes sharpened with realization. So it's true, Naruto replied indifferently. Ah, there were a few minor imperfections in my repairs, I'll admit. Madara's tone deepened. So you knowingly disregarded such a grave disrespect, didn't you? Naruto shrugged and said, So what if it is? It's just a statue, not like you yourself have lost a limb. Uchiha Madara, the great and mighty, why be so petty? Be grateful you even get a renovation. Stop nitpicking every little thing. Madara let his hands fall from his chest. His deep voice was impossible to read, neither anger nor amusement showing through. Naruto Uzumaki, from Mito's clan, is it? Let's see what you're truly capable of. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A tremendous roar erupted. An overwhelming wave of fire rolled across the surface of the sea. Conan exclaimed, What incredible power! But Naruto simply grinned, and two shadow clones appeared at his sides. Sage Art Gomen. Again, a tremendous blast split the air. A sea of oil ignited, and with the wind's encouragement, became a towering inferno that clashed with Madara's fire, turning the battlefield into a chaotic blaze. He's actually matching my fire style, even with power of Oho amplifying it. This kid has incredible chakra reserves, and like Hashirama, he can use Sage Mode? Very well, let's turn up the heat. Maintaining his fire jutsu, Madara's hands shifted through a sequence of seals. Wind style, vacuum chaos dance. A series of explosive blasts tore through the flames. Dozens of massive whirlwinds erupted from the fire curtain, merging into fiery tornadoes that carved spirals into the ocean surface. For a moment, the battle spiraled out of control. Conan muttered, With this kind of reckless attack, isn't he worried about hurting himself? Naruto, calm and focused, replied as he swiftly read the flow of the fight. Because his body is reanimated, he doesn't need to worry about being hurt by his own jutsu. As always, he makes the most of every advantage. Despite the chaos on the sea, Naruto's hand seals were precise and unwavering. Sage Art, 3 Water Jiraiya. A mighty surge of water answered his call, waves rising and roaring as they crashed over the fire tornado, bearing down upon Madara's position on the sea. Madara raised an eyebrow. Oh, using natural energy to command the sea, combining Sage Arts with the terrain for a water-style technique. The waves broke, and amid the furious surf, Susanoo revealed its imposing form. Summoned beasts, towering over the water, closed in from every direction. Haha, now things are getting lively. Madara, encased in Susanoo, swung his twin blades, unleashing mighty ninjutsu in concert with his own strength, and fought off more than a dozen giant summoned beasts without giving an inch. The clash of wind, water, gleaming blades, and beastly might filled the air with tumult and chaos. Suddenly, with a splash, a tentacle shot out and wrapped around Madara's ankle, dragging him beneath the waves. A feeler? Could it be a mantis shrimp? Underwater, Madara followed the tentacle to its source, and when he saw what it really was, he chuckled, Oh, it's just a crab. With a crisp motion, Susanoo formed hand seals. Fire style, Susanoo, majestic destroyer flame. Beneath the water, Madara, harnessing the enhanced version of majestic destroyer flame through Susanoo, forced the surrounding seawater aside. The crab's shell glowed red-hot before vanishing into a billow of white steam. After taking down the summoned crab, Madara noticed vague shadows shifting beneath the surface. He's really deployed quite a number of summoning beasts underwater. Well, so be it. Splash! Madara resurfaced, his eyes transforming into the Rinnegan. With a fierce blaze, Susanoo rose as a double-faced guardian, its hands forming different seals in tandem with the caster. Let's wipe them all out at once. Heavenly Obstruction Crushing Star. Heavenly Obstruction Crushing Star. A shadow blanketed the sea as, above the clouds, a colossal meteor blazed through the atmosphere, its tip igniting with fire as it howled earthward. Conan gasped in horror. A meteor? Is this another Rinnegan power? Naruto's expression was calm. Yeah, it's a technique that combines the Rinnegan with Susanoo. Back in the Fourth Great Ninja War, he used this move to nearly wipe out an entire unit of the allied shinobi forces. And this one's a double yellow. Conan gazed up at the sky, her face grave. Should we try to stop that thing? Naruto chuckled. Why bother? Steel should be used where it counts. No matter how much chakra you have, waste is never wise. Let's just lay low for now. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. Naruto whisked Conan away, vanishing from the open sea. The Flying Thunder God? Madara was momentarily surprised, then let out a knowing sigh. I see now how Obito lost. Well, no matter. This technique is just a means to clear out all those summoning beasts he'd prepared in advance. Boom, 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 boom. The meteor crashed into the ocean, unleashing a cataclysmic surge. The clouds scattered, only for a second meteor to follow, swiftly behind. With a thunderous roar, tens of thousands of tons of seawater were blasted outward, sending waves in all directions and creating a small-scale tsunami. It was a full 10 minutes before the sea calmed again, revealing countless dead fish floating on the surface. Above and below the water, every single summoning beast had been wiped out. As dust rose, Madara regenerated where he stood, gazing over the deathly still waters with a sense of emptiness. With Edo Tensei, this undying body, I can take my enemies down with me and maintain a peak of chakra that never runs dry. I can unleash large-scale jutsu to my heart's content. But, without pain and blood, this can hardly be called a battle. I detest this feeling. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Naruto returned to the sea's surface. Oh, Madara was genuinely surprised. You didn't just use the Flying Thunder God to flee, but came back to the battlefield. I have to admit, that raises my opinion of you. Naruto's voice was low and steady. This ninja world, sometimes it seems vast, sometimes so small. Once you've caught Madara's eye, even if you ran to the ends of the earth, what meaning would that have? If you seem to know me quite well. Madara smiled ambiguously. By the way, that paper woman, why didn't she come back with you? Naruto chuckled. With the legendary Uchiha Madara as my opponent, I hardly have the energy to protect a delicate woman. If you took her hostage and forced me to return the Rinnegan, I'd be at a real disadvantage. Madara's gaze darkened. Do I look like someone who'd resort to such tactics? Naruto replied with a grin. Whether you would or not doesn't matter. I simply consider every possible risk and avoid them when I can. I understand better than anyone how a single misstep can bring lifelong regret. For someone so young, you're remarkably shrewd. Compared to that greenhorn, you're more like a battle-hardened veteran. Madara couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. How about this? Become my right-hand man. If you do, I'll let bygones be bygones regarding the statue incident. Of course, you'll have to return the Rinnegan. As for the Nine Tails, when I resurrect the 10 Tails, I'll leave some of its chakra in your body, so you'll survive. Isn't that a better deal than losing everything? A muffled snicker escaped from behind Naruto's mask. Madara frowned. What are you laughing at? Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'm just surprised you'd actually extend an olive branch to me, but I'll have to decline. I might return the Rinnegan to you someday, but not now. As for Kurama, the Nine Tails, give up. You'll never lay a hand on him. And one more thing. The person who should worry about losing everything isn't me. It's you. Each word, fired off with unyielding clarity, made it clear to Madara that winning Naruto over was impossible. Calling you mature for your age was giving you too much credit. I guess I'll just break your arms and legs and take back the Rinnegan and Nine Tails myself. Madara spoke with disappointment, then lunged at Naruto like a sudden storm. Boom! But an invisible shockwave blasted him back. An unseen fist, natural energy, is it? Crack! Taking advantage of the opening created by the frog sniper, Naruto pressed his palms together. A black sphere of gravitational energy formed in his hands and soared into the sky. Planetary devastation. A roaring surge, waves collided. The two giant meteors Madara had summoned earlier with his heavenly obstruction star were drawn up by the sphere's pull. They shattered into countless boulders, which spiraled toward the core. Under such overwhelming gravity, even Madara couldn't avoid being pulled into the sky. Just a slightly bigger ant. Crash! Susanoo blazed to life, its hands spinning Magatama and hurling them skyward. Yasaka Magatama. Madara formed hand seals, compressing a vast amount of fire-style chakra into a single arrow and shooting it at the heavens. Fire style, majestic flame arrow. Rumble. Drawn by gravity, the magatama and the flaming arrow, one after the other, struck the gravity sphere with perfect precision. With an explosive blast, the Chibaku Tensei was shattered in its cradle. The stones that had risen into the air now came crashing down one after another. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Oh, did he destroy the gravity sphere? Madara replied coolly, your tricks are finished. Now it's my turn. Boom! Susanu's complete form was unleashed. Twin blades cleaved through the air, sweeping and slashing with such power that even the sea was split in two wherever the sword light reached. Crackle. Naruto entered the violet lightning chakra mode, weaving nimbly through the dazzling dance of blades. Madara's full-body Susanoo is much larger than Sasuke's. Using the same tactics as before won't work this time. Madara watched the streak of violet lightning darting about and muttered, that purple lightning in the evolved chakra mode, troublesome. Indeed, what a pity. In my Edo Tensei state, my Rinnegan can't use the limbo technique. Otherwise, this would be much easier. But, Naruto Uzumaki, you are not the original bearer of the Rinnegan. Using Chibaku Tensei is already your limit. Chibaku Tensei, isn't that enough? Clap. Naruto brought his hands together once more. Again, he used Chibaku Tensei, but this time, it was different from before. Rumble. The fallen boulders soared upward again, gathering toward Madara's complete Susanoo. Madara was taken aback. Naruto's gaze burned with intensity. This is an advanced form of Chibaku Tensei. Rather than creating a new gravity core, I use my opponent themselves as the center of gravity. But the target must possess immense chakra, such as a tailed beast, or in this case, a Susanoo of your scale. Rumble. The massive stones completely engulfed Madara's full-body Susanoo, merging with the remnants of two meteorite Chibaku Tensei. Finished. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, countless fissures spread across the Chibaku Tensei sphere, a sign Madara was already forcing his way out. Whoosh! Naruto shot into the sky, formed a hand sign, and pressed his hands against the base of the Chibaku Tensei sphere. Earth-style, ultra-weighted boulder jutsu. Buzz! The entire Chibaku Tensei sphere grew thousands of times heavier, its density, mass, and hardness all multiplied beyond measure. The cracks vanished, sealed tight as iron. The ultra-weighted Chibaku Tensei plummeted toward the ocean. Naruto declared resolutely, if you can break free from this, I'll admit defeat. Boom! The heavenly sphere crashed down, shaking the sea to its core. The endless tides surged outward in every direction. Chibaku Tensei imprisoned Madara, dragging him into the dark depths of the ocean. The battle came to a close. Swish! Naruto used the flying thunder god to return to the hidden rain village, then brought Konan along and teleported back to the eastern sea of the Land of Fire. Gazing out at the sea, Konan's beautiful eyes couldn't conceal her worry. Achoo Madara, has he really been sealed away? Naruto reassured her. Don't worry, Sister Konan. The super heavyweight version of planetary devastation is 1,000 times stronger, unless he can use ultra lightweight rock to counter it, or has space-time abilities like the flying thunder god or Kimui. There's absolutely no way he could break free. Even as he spoke, Naruto's mind was racing. Madara's Rinnegan technique is limbo, border jail, which lets him swap himself out with his shadow. If Madara were not in an Edo Tensei body, but truly resurrected, and even at just one Rinnegan back, no matter how powerful my planetary devastation is, it wouldn't be enough to hold him. Konan let out a long sigh of relief. While waiting in the hidden rain, she'd been holding her breath in worry for Naruto. Naruto, too, felt an immense sense of relief. Luckily, I made that trip to the hidden stone village and learned this secret technique. Otherwise, there really wouldn't have been any way to keep Madara contained. Honestly, whether it's Madara or Obito, both of them have enormous potential. In the past, circumstances held them back from showing it fully. But from now on, there's no guarantee that'll still be true. This narrow victory didn't leave Naruto smug. Instead, he felt a rising sense of crisis. That sense of crisis was transforming into a burning desire to grow stronger. Naruto looked out at the endless sea on the horizon, eyes shining with determination. This is a race that never really ends. We'll each move forward in our own way, but I'll do everything I can to be the one leading the way. With a dramatic sweep of his cloak, Naruto set out again. Let's go. We have to keep moving. Next stop, the Hidden Mist Village. We need to get our hands on the secret scrolls there, Databayo. As they ran, Konan watched Naruto's back, her heart filled with hope. Naruto, if you're the one out in front, then I want to stand where I can always see your silhouette ahead of me. the shattered hideout of the Akatsuki. Several hours earlier, Obito had hurried back and, through the white Zetsu left behind, learned everything that had happened. Edo Tensei, the caster is Kabuto Yakushi, is it? He and Tobi had gone out precisely to search for Kabuto's whereabouts. Because of what Kabuto had done to Danzo, Obito had realized that Kabuto could soon become a major threat, and he'd wanted to eliminate him before that could happen. He hadn't expected that premonition to come true so quickly. Beneath the white mask, Obito's eyes flickered with a dark, unreadable light. Dealing with just Naruto was troublesome enough, and now even Madara is back. White Zetsu asked, "What do we do next?" "First, we move the hideout. Send your clones to gather as much intel on Madara's movements as possible." Hoisting the half-dead Sasuke, who had been beaten within an inch of his life by Madara, Obito activated Kimui and sucked him into the swirling vortex. He murmured to himself, but the fact that Madara didn't take Sasuke's eyes, which were right within his grasp, really surprises me. After relocating to the new hideout, Obito waited anxiously for news from White Zetsu. And now, at this very moment, White Zetsu brought explosive news. Out on the eastern sea of the Land of Fire, Madara fought Naruto, and Naruto won. Obito fell silent for a long time before finally asking, "Was Madara's Edo Tensei undone?" White Zetsu replied, "Apparently not. He was just sealed at the bottom of the sea with Chibaku Tensei." Obito pondered, "Chibaku Tensei? That technique is powerful, but it shouldn't be enough to hold Madara for long. Did Naruto do anything else?" "I couldn't say. The movements of those two are impossible to track. The only reason I noticed anything this time was because their battle caused such a commotion." White Zetsu continued, "But it said that before fighting Madara, Naruto went to a Wagakure and obtained some secret jutsu scroll from the Tsuchikage, Inoki." Obito thought out loud. First the secret jutsu from Kumagakure, now from a Wagakure too. It seems he's adept at combining all sorts of unique techniques, along with Senjutsu and the Rinnegan's ocular powers, taking them to entirely new heights. White Zetsu asked, "So what do we do next?" Obito analyzed. Naruto fought Madara on the eastern sea of the Land of Fire. That's a shortcut to the Land of Water. Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist? I think I understand what he's planning. Obito stood up and walked toward the wall. If we let Naruto continue to grow unchecked, things will only spiral further out of control. For now, Madara's threat is temporarily removed. He slung Madara's old war fan across his back, his eyes deep and resolute. Kirigakure, the village of the bloody mist. It's time to settle things with Naruto, right there, just a wall away. Sasuke, who had just woken up, trembled all over. He'd overheard the conversation between Obito and White Zetsu. Naruto defeated that Uchiha Madara? Are you kidding me? That suffocating monster. He took him down all by himself? The staggering blow to his pride nearly drove Sasuke mad. Naturally, his mind recalled the words Black Zetsu had whispered to him before. If you want even greater power, go to Kabuto Yakushi. Late at night, a man, his body swathed in bandages, landed atop the sea where Madara and Naruto had fought. It was none other than the second Tsuchikage, Mu, now under Kabuto Yakushi's control. After scanning the area, he dove into the ocean's depths. The further he descended, the more the crushing pressure began to break down even his Edo Tensei body. Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Earth Release, Super Weighted Boulder Jutsu. First, he used the Earth Release technique to harden his own body, then further enhanced his weight and toughness with the Ultra Added Weight Rock technique. With these preparations, he managed to reach the ocean floor, where he saw the Chibaku Tensei star deeply embedded in the muddy seabed. Luckily, this star is so heavy that not even the ocean currents can move it. Its position remains unchanged, making it incredibly easy for me to find. You just suffered a defeat, so it's about time you calm down. Obediently play your role as my pawn from now on, Madara. Harboring devious intentions, Kabuto Yakushi landed atop the Chibaku Tensei star, forming hand seals with both hands. Earth Release, Ultra Lightweight Rock Technique. A deep, resonant hum filled the water. The Chibaku Tensei star's weight was drastically reduced. Cracks began to spread all at once. Uchiha Madara, controlling his Susanoo, broke free from the Chibaku Tensei star. But before Kabuto could even react, Madara's hand was already wrapped tightly around Mu's throat. Madara's Rinnegan glinted coldly at Mu. I've had enough of that sealing technique for a second time. It's time you handed over your jutsu. Pretapath. A gurgling, ominous sound echoed as Mu's chakra surged into Madara's palm, and cracks rapidly crawled across Mu's body. Sensing danger, Kabuto immediately severed his connection with Mu. Human path. In an instant, Madara read all memories related to Mu's techniques. As his hand withdrew, Mu's very soul was ripped out. The Edo Tensei was undone, and the sacrificial corpse, exposed to the crushing water pressure, was instantly pulverized. With a roaring surge, Madara returned to the ocean's surface, forming hand seals once more. A word of advice to all jutsu users. Forbidden techniques should not be used recklessly. Edo Tensei, release. A sharp snap sounded. What? Miles away, Kabuto was left utterly dumbfounded. He never would have imagined that Madara could break free from Edo Tensei on his own. On the ocean surface, Madara reflected on his recent battle with Naruto. That Uzumaki Naruto, the way he played with Chibaku Tensei like that, he's no ordinary brat. Although my own carelessness was partly to blame, I can't deny his incredible battle instincts. He stared at his own trembling hand, which refused to calm. My body is actually trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha. Excellent, truly excellent. This is what it means to be a real ninja. Madara lowered his hand and gazed out over the vast sea. I awakened the Rinnegan not long before my death, and transplanted it to Nagato before I could properly develop its abilities. For now, I'll find a place to familiarize myself with these eyes, at the very least mastering the full power of the Rinnegan's 6 paths. The Land of Water is an island nation with a culture all its own. Hidden deep in the mountains, the territory is shrouded in perpetual mist, and its ninja village remains completely isolated from all other lands. Although the Land of Water is surrounded on all sides by the sea, it is still distinguished by its many mountain peaks and unique terrain. In addition, the main island is encircled by numerous smaller islands, each with its own customs and traditions, and many islanders continue to live according to these ways. Because the country is so far from the continent and separated by the ocean, this is why the Land of Water rarely became involved in the great ninja wars of the past. Hidden in thick mists, the village hidden in the mist is a mysterious ninja village, second only in scale to the leaf and sand villages. As an island nation surrounded by sea, the Land of Water boasts a thriving fishing industry and a bounty of marine life. The Mist Village is ruled by the Mizukage, who leads a formidable ninja army governed by strict regulations. Among its ranks, the 7 ninja swordsmen are the most renowned. To strengthen the village, the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, followed the example of the second Hokage, Tobarama, by establishing the Hidden Mist Ninja Academy and the Umbu, and also instituted strict laws to protect the village's secrets. Jinjetsu placed great emphasis on the inheritance of the ninja swords, training many new generation ninjas to join the 7 ninja swordsmen. These elite swordsmen answered directly to the Mizukage, carrying out high-level, dangerous missions. However, due to the poor leadership of the 4th Mizukage in later years, the entire group of 7 ninja swordsmen eventually turned rogue. The era under the 4th Mizukage rule was also known as the darkest period in the Mist's history, the time of the Bloody Mist. Many people misunderstand this era, believing it was Uchiha Obito who single-handedly created the Bloody Mist. But that's not the case. The Bloody Mist era had already begun even before Obito descended into darkness. The proof lies in the moment when Kakashi and Rin were surrounded by Mist Umbu, and someone shouted, "Don't underestimate the Bloody Mist." After that, Obito used Jinjutsu to manipulate the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, pushing the era of the Bloody Mist to its peak. It wasn't until the 5th Mizukage, Meichirumi, took power that the mists cleared and the village entered an era of brightness and peace. Even so, the Mist's brutal fighting style and the secret assassination techniques born from the Bloody Mist era have endured, becoming the village's unique hallmark. Now, in pursuit of the Mist's secret techniques, Naruto and Conan have traveled a great distance, setting foot in the Land of Water. Outside the Mist Village, the forests are shrouded in a thick fog. Naruto, taking a break by a woodland path, eats a ninja bento. Conan has slipped into the trees to answer nature's call. After all, even ninjas can't escape the call of nature. Once he's finished his meal, Naruto uses ninjutsu to make the bento box and food scraps disappear completely. For a seasoned ninja, it's basic knowledge to leave no trace behind. Naruto checks his watch and mutters, "Sister Conan isn't back yet. She's taking quite a while. Don't tell me." His eyes widen. Could it be Conan went for number 2 and forgot to bring paper? Speaking of running out of toilet paper, Naruto couldn't help but recall his previous life. After the battle with Tonari, Naruto and Hinata officially confirmed their feelings for each other and married not long after. Yet, when it came to matters between a man and a woman, Naruto was a bit oblivious, and Hinata, being a traditional woman, remained reserved and shy. Their married life quickly became the talk of the Hidden Leaf Village. So, at that time, Kakashi Hitaki, the sixth Hokage, came up with an idea and assigned the newlyweds a rather special mission. The task was to search for the ninja love scrolls, scattered all across the ninja world. It was said that all the major ninja villages took part in this mission, offering their full cooperation. To put it plainly, it was simply an excuse to give Naruto and Hinata the perfect opportunity for a honeymoon. Ninjas traveling far and wide often had to camp outdoors. Once, when Naruto needed to relieve himself in the wild, he found he hadn't brought any paper. Caught in a dilemma, and just about to make do with a few fallen leaves, he saw Hinata, blushing deeply, approaching with a roll of toilet paper in hand. That very night, beneath the open sky, the two of them lay side by side in their tent, gazing up at the stars, and shared their sacred first time together. From that moment on, things only intensified. Between the trees, on the grass, by the lotus pond, within mountain springs, even on the benches of remote campsites, the traces of their love could be found everywhere. By the time they had collected all the ninja love scrolls, Naruto carried Hinata in his arms as they returned to the village. Looking back, Naruto was filled with emotion. Those days were truly wild. After that, Hinata really opened up. It was a bit overwhelming, honestly. But that kind of peaceful, gentle, and warm life, that's what I truly want. Isn't that what every ninja, every person longs for? If only we could live without threats from beyond. Returning from his memories, Naruto murmured to himself, to protect that peaceful life, I have to bear the weight and keep moving forward. Speaking of which, Konan can turn herself into paper, so how could she possibly run out of it? Could she have run into some trouble? I'd better go check. With that, Naruto donned his mask and raced into the thick fog of the forest. Trees on either side flashed past as he sprinted, the scent of grass and earth filling his senses, tinged with a faint, metallic tang. Naruto sniffed the air, immediately recognizing the source of that sharp scent. This is blood? Don't tell me. Swift as the wind, he followed the scent of blood, weaving through the shrubs. With a few quick hand signs, he unleashed a wind release to clear away the mist. Near a large bloodstain lay the bodies of several hidden Mistumbu. Standing by the corpses, dressed in her signature fire cloud robe, was Konan. Judging by her puzzled expression, though, it seemed she wasn't the one who had done this. Naruto stopped to take in the scene. This is... Konan's cool gaze lingered on the bodies. I just happened to pass by and found them here. Naruto examined the scene and concluded, these people are probably all Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. Konan nodded and added, and there aren't any signs of struggle. Each was killed in a single blow. Naruto removed the mask from the corpse before him. Beneath it was the weathered face of a middle-aged ninja, his eyes wide open as though, in the moment before death, he had witnessed something utterly terrifying. With careful deliberation, Naruto continued, the Mists Anbu are notorious for their elusive movements, and this man is old enough to have survived the Bloody Mist era. Yet, even when he discovered the enemy, he didn't put up any resistance. He was simply eliminated. He gently replaced the mask on the Mist Ninja, preserving his dignity. Rising slowly, Naruto said, there are only a handful in the shinobi world who could pull this off. It seems someone was already targeting the Mist before we even arrived. It looks like the real adversary we'll face on this mission may not be the Mist or the Mizukage after all. Someone else is at play here. Konan asked, so what should we do next? With a sweep of his cloak, Naruto declared, we move forward. Even before reaching the Hidden Mist, a veil of blood had already shrouded their journey. The Hidden Mist village lay ahead, its blue-hued buildings looming in and out of the fog. Naruto and Konan stood atop a high vantage point, gazing down at the village's entrance. Everything appeared normal. There were no signs of an invasion. Naruto said, just like with the Hidden Stone, let's start with diplomacy. If we can avoid unnecessary conflict, that would be ideal. Konan, however, harbored no such optimism. The Cloud Scroll has already been traded to the stone, and you've promised that Tsuchikage not to leak the stone scroll. Now, without any bargaining. Chip, you're trying to request a vital secret scroll from a great village, all in the name of an outsider and a missing nin? The chances are slim. Then, Konan's tone shifted. Of course, if you're willing to break your verbal agreement with the stone, that's another matter. After all, it was only a spoken promise. The stone likely just wanted to save face. They probably never expected you to truly keep it. In the face of real benefit, agreements like that rarely hold up. But Naruto just smiled. And how could I do that? Even if much has changed, my ninja way, charging forward and keeping my word, remains unchanged. As for a bargaining chip, who says it has to be a secret scroll? If the Mist Village is willing to part with it, then in the future, should they ever face hardship, Naruto Uzumaki will spare no effort to help. Conan, please write exactly that in a letter to the Mizukichi. Whether she agrees or not, that's for her to decide. Conan nodded with a smile. All right, let's do it. With that, Conan pinned the letter and sent it off to the hidden mist. Very soon, Naruto received a definite reply from Kirigakure. The fifth Mizukichi, Meitarumi herself, would personally deliver the scroll. Conan couldn't help but feel surprised. Isn't this a bit too easy? Naruto agreed. Yeah, it feels almost unsettling. Let's hope everything really does go as planned. 10 minutes later, a striking figure in blue emerged from the mist. The fifth Mizukichi, Meitarumi, her beauty easily counted among the wonders of the shinobi world. Her emerald eyes, long red-brown hair, cascading in crisscrossing waves like the boughs of a pine, her right eye veiled by her bangs, and lips tinted a soft pink. She carried herself with a voluptuous figure and porcelain skin. The vivid blue was the color of her strapless dress, cinched at the waist with a white belt. Her fingernails were lacquered a deep, glossy blue. She was every inch a mature woman, exuding alluring charm and captivating grace at every turn. Meitarumi greeted them in her own unique fashion. Lord Naruto, since we last parted in the Land of Iron, your reputation has grown ever more impressive. I hear you've settled in Amigakure, established Akatsuki, and have already visited both Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Oh, forgive me, visited is more polite than conquered. And now, you've come all this way to Kirigakure. I must say, I'm quite overwhelmed. Pretending not to notice the subtle sarcasm in her words, Naruto smiled and replied, Mizukichi, you flatter me. Those stories are much exaggerated. I've come with sincerity, seeking your guidance. If you grant me your favor, I will surely repay it in the future. Meitarumi stopped a few steps ahead, resting one hand on her hip, displaying elegant poise. Favor is too strong a word. I only hope that, if we cannot be friends, we won't become enemies, either. Naruto spread his hands in a gesture of peace. Akatsuki will never turn against your village. With a gentle smile, Mei produced the scroll and offered it forward. Very well. Here is the secret jutsu scroll of Kirigakure. Take it. Conan stepped forward, accepting the scroll from Meitarumi and opening it to inspect its contents. But just then, Mei's lips twisted into a strange smile. Her hands flashed through a series of seals. Iton, Ikai no Jutsu. Lava release. Melting monster technique. With a sudden, sickening rush, she unleashed a wide torrent of viscous, highly corrosive acid, spewing it in a sweeping arc toward them. In a split second, Naruto's eyes sharpened. Grabbing Conan, he leapt back, dodging the acid by a hair's breadth and landing 10 meters away. The acid crashed down, hissing and eating away at the earth, leaving the ground riddled with gaping holes. Meitarumi's beautiful face was now clouded by a shadowy, unnatural expression, one that was utterly unlike her true self. Naruto said, just as I thought. Her chakra doesn't feel right. She must be under Genjutsu. Conan added, to control the current Mizukichi from a distance with Genjutsu, it could only be a dojitsu. Exactly. With a thunderous crack, Naruto's foot shattered the earth as he surged forward, cloaked in lightning. His fist landed with perfect precision, striking Meitarumi squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Meitarumi gasped in pain, her body curling up. Naruto swiftly removed his mask, revealing his right eye, an abrupt, piercing sound. His black pupil spun, transforming into a three-tomo Sharingan, and met the Mizukichi's unfocused gaze. Sharingan, illusion break. A sharp crack. Meitarumi's emerald eyes suddenly trembled, then lost focus and slipped into unconsciousness. A sinister wind howled. An ominous vortex swirled in midair. Obito Uchiha appeared, draped in black robes, a fan strapped to his back. Beneath the white mask, his Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed coldly. Obito! Naruto's pupils shrank in shock, his hands forming seals before his mind could catch up. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A roaring blaze exploded in midair, forming a barrier of flame between himself and Obito. With a thud, Naruto tossed down a smoke bomb, hoisted the unconscious Meitarumi over his shoulder with one arm, retreated to Conan's side, and in a flash, used the flying Raijin technique to teleport back to Amigakure. As the wall of fire faded and the smoke cleared, Toby emerged from his side. That kind of quick thinking, impressive. Should we chase after them? Obito gazed into the distance where Naruto had disappeared, his eyes deep and inscrutable. No need. He'll be back, probably. In the tall tower of Amigakure, Naruto gently set Meitarumi down. Conan, puzzled, asked, didn't he lose to you before? Why withdraw this time when you met again? Naruto answered cryptically, those eyes are no joke. One wrong glance, and you could be dead before you know it. If the Kamui in his right eye is the ultimate defense, then the Kamui in his left is the most terrifying weapon. Together, they're unstoppable. Without proper preparation, facing them is a death wish. Visual jutsu are the most convenient techniques. No hand signs needed, just a line of sight is enough to activate them. There's almost no way to defend, and even the most skilled ninja could fall prey to them. The margin for error is just too slim. Naruto partially covered his left eye. I used Kodo Amitsukami against Obito before, and my ocular power hasn't recovered yet. He must have realized that. Conan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Then, those bodies of Amegakura's ANBU in the forest earlier, that was his doing. Naruto nodded. Yes, he got to Kirigakure ahead of us, broke through the ANBU, used Genjutsu to control the Mizukage, and waited for the perfect moment to strike. Always the master tactician. He turned to look out the window. Obito's already left the Kimui marker here in Amegakure, but he didn't come after us directly. He must want to avoid fighting on unfamiliar ground. He's become a lot more cautious than before. Conan asked, "So what's our next move?" Naruto replied, "I already have a plan, but I'll need some time to prepare." On the bed, Mei Terumi's eyelids fluttered as she regained consciousness. Where am I? After waking up, Mei Terumi sat up in bed, clutching her aching, dizzy head, unable to make sense of her situation for a moment. Conan stepped forward and spoke succinctly. "You were put under a Genjutsu by the masked man from Akatsuki. It was our leader of Amegakure, Naruto Uzumaki, who rescued you." The masked man from Akatsuki? Mei's pupils contracted as the memories flooded back. 2 nights ago, after finishing her official duties and preparing to return to her residence for rest, the man with the white mask appeared before her. The masked man's voice was low and menacing. "Fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, the woman who ended Yagura's bloody, mist era. You're even younger than I expected." Catching sight of a Sharingan beneath his mask, Mei immediately backed away, weaving the mist concealment jutsu. Her tone was resolute. "I do enjoy hearing I look young, but not from someone as dangerous as you." As she spoke, she bit her finger and whistled sharply, a signal for help. But even after the signal rang out, there was only silence beyond the door. The masked man's voice turned cold. "Give up. The ANBU guarding your residence, and even your personal bodyguards, I've already dealt with them." Mei's eyes widened with fear. "Chojuro AO." The masked man dashed towards her through the mist. "The mist has accrued too many debts. There will be no more escaping your fate. You will pay the price." Frost settled over Mei's features as she formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful water dragon bullet jutsu. With a thunderous roar, the water dragon surged forth, but the masked man's eyes had already transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. "Little girl, you don't get a say in this." With a chilling hiss, the masked man's words fell like ice, and his eyes gleamed with a sinister red light. "No, this is Sharingan Jinjutsu." Mei tried to shut her eyes, but it was too late. Her gaze glazed over as she fell under the illusion's control. After that, she remembered nothing. In the present, Mei cried out in alarm, "No, I must return to the village at once." Naruto's deep voice echoed, "If you go back now, you'll only be throwing your life away." But Mei replied, "I don't care if I die. As Mizukage of the Mist, my fate is tied to my villages." Naruto said, "Maybe I can help you." "You?" Mei halted, turning her gaze to Naruto. "What are you after?" Naruto replied, "To be honest, the reason Akatsuki is targeting the Mist again is partly because of me." But Mei said, "This is an old score between the Mist and that masked man. That powerful Genjutsu, those ominous words, I have no doubt. He's the same puppet master who haunted us since Yagura's reign, pulling strings from the shadows all along." At this, she turned to face him. "But if you insist on wading into these troubled waters, I won't object. Just don't think you can use this favor to manipulate Kirigakure." Naruto chuckled. "I have no interest in controlling the hidden mist. What truly fascinates me are its secret techniques. Those are the real tools I need to confront that man. Lady Mizukage, would you be willing to part with them?" Mei Terumi gazed deeply at Naruto. "Are you truly willing to lend your aid?" Naruto replied, "That depends on how useful those techniques are. If I judge there's a chance of victory, I'll act. But if not, I'll have no choice but to evacuate all of Amegakure and look for another way to deal with him." Mei fell silent, lost in thought. She saw again the tragic ends of Ao, Chojuro, and the loyal members of her Umbu. She remembered the catastrophe awaiting Kirigakure. In the end, she chose to compromise. In truth, she couldn't trust Naruto at all, even if he had just saved her life. But she had no better option left. "Very well, I'll give you all of Kirigakure's secret techniques." She formed hand seals. With a loud puff, a summoning seal appeared, and a sea lion materialized before her. May reached into the creature's mouth and pulled out a thick scroll. It was a scroll similar to Konoha's Book of Seals, containing all of Kirigakure's secret and forbidden techniques. May explained, all the forbidden jutsu passed down since the time of the first Mizukage are recorded on this scroll. But many of them are either too difficult or too dangerous to master. No shinobi has inherited them for generations. Thank you. Naruto accepted the scroll. Maya's gaze was anxious. She knew that, from the moment she handed over the scroll, she had lost the initiative. The fate of Kirigakure would now rest entirely on Naruto's character. Naruto unrolled the thick scroll, scanning its contents. He couldn't help but tighten his grip and marvel. No wonder the first Mizukage could stand toe-to-toe with the first Hokage. This is truly remarkable. From behind, Konan watched the scroll over Naruto's shoulder, worry clouding her face. With so many powerful techniques, even if you use shadow clones to help, mastering all this would take at least 10 days, maybe even half a month. In that time, who knows what could happen to Kirigakure? And the longer you take, the greater the risk that he'll show up here himself. Yeah, you're right. Naruto set the scroll aside, his eyes growing serious. That's why it's time to use that technique. Konan was taken aback. That technique. Naruto opened the window and leapt down into the rain at the base of the high tower. Konan and May followed, jumping down one after the other. Naruto's back was set and determined. Konan, I mentioned before, when I was training in lightning release chakra mode, that every technique has its own self-protection mechanism to keep the user from harm. More precisely, this protective mechanism in ninjutsu is called Kimen, the Wondrous Gate. Shounen murmured, Chimen. Naruto continued. The second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama, was inspired by the principles of the Eight Gates technique and created the Chimen Doujinshi. This technique is recorded at the very end of Konoha's Book of Seals, the ultimate of forbidden arts. By using Chimen Doujinshi, you can unseal a jutsu, removing its self-protection mechanism and disregarding any harm it might cause to the user. This allows the technique to unleash unimaginable power. The method is to combine the hand signs of Chimen Doujinshi with those of the jutsu you wish to unseal. Shounen lowered her gaze. The harm to the user, wait. But Naruto had already begun, his hands weaving an impossibly intricate sequence of hand signs, eyes burning with determination. My multi-shadow clone jutsu, even at my peak, could only create 5,000 clones at most. But if I use Chimen Doujinshi to unseal it, I can summon tens of thousands, or even more. As Naruto finished the hand signs for Chimen Doujinshi, he seamlessly transitioned into the signs for the multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a thunderous roar, chakra surged from his body, lifting his robe and making veins bulge on his forehead. Chimen release. Ninja art. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. An explosive succession of sounds filled the air, one after another, like an unstoppable tide. White smoke billowed endlessly, stretching as far as the eye could see and beyond. The number of shadow clones surpassed 12,000, covering the entire clearing so densely that not even a drop of water could have seeped through. Naruto, his true self, unfurled a massive Kirigakure scroll and a smaller one beside it, his voice ringing out, "All right, tonight we'll master the techniques of the hidden mist and the secret Iwagakure art, dustless maze, which I never managed to learn before. Let's devour them all in one go." Understood, came the rousing chorus. We'll work hard. We'll get even stronger. The shadow clones responded with fervent enthusiasm. But Xiaonan's gaze was tinged with concern. A technique like this must come at the cost of one's lifespan. Terumi Mei, still reeling from shock, looked on with deep confusion and disbelief. Why is he going this far for Kirigakure? He already has the scrolls and holds the advantage. There's no need for him to do this at all. Xiaonan replied, he's doing it for a promise. Mei was taken aback. A promise. Xiaonan handed her a copy of the letter Naruto had sent. As long as Kirigakure is willing to let go, should you ever face hardship in the future, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will spare no effort to come to your aid. This, Mei's eyes trembled with astonishment. Xiaonan's tone was both pained and proud. Uzumaki Naruto is that kind of man, fearless, true to his word, and unwavering in his path as a ninja. That is his nindo. As Naruto raced against time to master the forbidden mist technique in order to face the ever-stronger Obito, chaos erupted within the Akatsuki's lair. White Zetsu, left behind to guard the base, was impaled by the enormous blade of Susanoo. Staring fiercely at the youth cloaked in a dark purple aura, White Zetsu demanded, Sasuke, why? Why are you doing this? Sasuke replied coldly, this is the conclusion I've come to after much thought. Staying with you all serves no purpose anymore. White Zetsu shouted, then just leave. Why do you have to kill me? Sasuke's voice was icy. Because you'd run straight to them and give me away, wouldn't you? I can't let that fake Madara ruin my plans. Besides, your death will be the final severing of my ties with you. In a flash, black flames of Amaterasu erupted from the great sword, racing up to consume White Zetsu's body. Traitor, we never treated you badly. Ah! White Zetsu's screams echoed as he was engulfed and killed. With a sharp sound, the great sword was withdrawn, and Susanoo faded away. Sasuke gazed around the now empty hideout, his right hand resting on his left shoulder, recalling how Obito had once looked after him. Don't move around. Your left arm suffered a traumatic break, bone, blood vessels, even the nerves were severed. I used White Zetsu's cells to patch it up, so it's only just holding together. You need to take it easy for a while. All I'm saying is the truth. I've never lied to you or kept anything hidden. Looks like your thirst for revenge has settled. From here, you have two paths. You can follow Itachi's will and protect the leaf, or embrace the Akatsuki's creed and shatter the chains of hatred, so tragedies like Itachi's never happen again. Are you Madara? No. I see. Then let me be alone for a while. All right, take your time. I won't try to force you anymore. His thoughts shifted to Madara's thunderous rebuke. A bottleneck? Wrong. You're just plain useless. You've relied on your left hand for so long your right doesn't even know how to move. Sometimes things must be broken before they can be remade. With a decisive snap, Sasuke tore off his left arm. The one Madara had twisted off and Obito had painstakingly reattached, and tossed it to the ground. No matter who you are, or why you're pretending to be Madara, my debt to you is paid in full. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. His robes billowed in the wind as Sasuke strode out of the Akatsuki's empty lair. Staring into the silent wilderness, he drew a deep breath and shouted, Kabuto Yakushi, I know you planted spies here. Show yourself. But aside from his own echo, there was only silence. Sasuke clenched his right fist tightly and shouted again, Do you really think I can't see through your plan? You turned Danzo into a monster and spread rumors. Through that black-cloaked man, all to guide me into seeking revenge against Danzo. Wasn't it just to use him to provoke me, to make me willingly come to you? I spent 3 years with Orochimaru. I know all too well how you operate. Now, just as you wished, I'm here. Stop pretending you can't hear me and show yourself now. The wind rustled through the trees, and from the shadows and the bushes came a strange disturbance. Is that you, Sasuke? A gentle male voice rang out. Dressed in white, with silver hair and an ethereal air, a beautiful young man stepped forward. Yet the cracks, covering his skin and the ash-gray tint in his eyes betrayed the fact that he had been resurrected by the forbidden reanimation jutsu. Sasuke asked, Who are you? The young man replied, My name is Kimimaro. Kimimaro? Sasuke was taken aback. You're the one Yugo always spoke about. Weren't you already dead? Kimimaro nodded. Yes, I died long ago, but I was brought back by reanimation. I can sense Lord Orochimaru's chakra within the summoner, so I didn't resist. Sasuke pressed further. That's not important. Where is Kabuto Yakushi? I will lead you to him. As he spoke, Kimimaro's gaze flicked to a corner of the clearing. But are you sure it's safe? It seems we're being watched. A sudden snap echoed from behind the cliff. It was Sai, formerly of Root, now a member of Konoha's elite Umbu. He had come here to gather intel on the Akatsuki after Danzo's death, and was now startled by what he overheard. With a sharp hiss, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. An unwavering smile played at his lips. Yes, I've already cut ties with the Akatsuki. Next, I'll kill one of them myself. This will be my final farewell to the past, my break with Konoha. Only then can I continue forward alone, proud as a Uchiha. In the second half of the night, news of Sai's death reached Konoha. But before he died, Sai managed to send back the information he'd gathered using his Super Beast imitating drawing, details about the Akatsuki's hideout, and Sasuke's impending meeting with Kabuto Yakushi. How heartless can he be? I'm going after Sasuke myself. I'll end this with my own hands. Haruno Sakura trembled with anger. Shikamaru tried to reason with her. Sakura, calm down. Right now, you're no match for Sasuke. But Sakura pressed her hand to her forehead, determined. I can do this. I've already mastered the strength. I need to kill Sasuke. Ignoring all objections, Sakura set off alone, intent on taking Sasuke down herself. As she ran, resolve sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Naruto, I don't want to rely on you anymore. So I'll settle things with Sasuke myself, with my own hands. Sakura, wait. Sakura looked back in surprise. You all of you, led by Shikamaru and Niji, the Konoha peers had, in the end, followed after them. Well, that was only to be expected. At dawn in Kirigakure, Obito, who had waited through the night, muttered in disappointment. It seems I misjudged him once again. With both swords strapped to his back, Toby crossed his arms lazily over his chest asking in a casual tone, "So, what now?" Obito's gaze turned deep and unreadable. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Let's stain this mist crimson, and then head for Amigakure. Just at that moment, deep within the forests outside Kirigakure, Naruto began weaving hand seals. Sage art. Phantom moon, hidden waterfall. With a sharp whoosh, a dense mist surged forth, blanketing everything within a radius of 20 kilometers and reducing visibility to almost nothing. The entire village of Kirigakure was instantly shrouded in this sudden, overwhelming fog. Toby murmured in awe, "So much mist. This is the first time I've seen fog this thick. It's a blinding white. Can't see a thing. Unbelievable." Beneath his mask, a hint of a smile curled on Obito's lips. "Yeah, so you've come then? Very well, let's finish this here and now, on the soil that symbolizes the rot at the heart of the shinobi world." Uzumaki Naruto, Kamui, tailed beast bomb. With a piercing roar, the eight tails tailed beast bomb, unleashed from Obito's eyes, tore through the sky above Kirigakure, aimed straight at the heart of the mist-shrouded forest where Naruto stood. This tailed beast bomb was Obito Uchiha's declaration of war. And so, Uzumaki Naruto chose not to evade with Flying Thunder God this time. No matter the time or place, I'll face you head-on, every step of the way. Naruto's hands flew as he formed seals at lightning speed. Space-time barrier technique. Boom! As the tailed beast bomb crashed down, a spatial jutsu barrier flared up to meet it. The barrier buckled under the impact, but then the bomb was swallowed up, vanishing into the void. Naruto stretched both arms out, a Flying Thunder God, kunai, spinning deftly between his palms. Flying Thunder God. Lightning conductor. A thunderous explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the land for miles and miles. "So, you're trying to shroud my vision with this thick mist, hoping to counter my ocular jutsu. Very well, let's see whose skill prevails." With a sharp sound, Obito Uchiha appeared at the center of the swirling fog. Yet the Kamui vortex around him did not subside. Instead, it spun even more fiercely, as if trying to suck away the very mist that blinded him. "If I dare to come back, it's because I've made every preparation." Secret art, Dustless Maze. With a swift flicker, Naruto faded into nothingness, his form and chakra vanishing without a trace. "Obito, your double Kamui, my Mount Maiboka Sage Arts, the single Rinnegan, and all the secret jutsu I've inherited from the great shinobi villages. Let's find out here and now which of us is truly stronger." Amigakure. Konan and Meitarumi gazed intently into the crystal orb before them, watching every move unfolding on the mist-veiled battlefield of Kirigakure. During the last battle between Naruto and Madara, Konan had been taken back to Amigakure midway through, left to wait in anxious uncertainty, a feeling she never wanted to experience again. So, she asked Naruto to teach her this telescope technique, which would let her watch the fight in real time, even from a great distance. However, right now, the crystal ball before her showed nothing but a blinding white. That was a thick mist with almost zero visibility. Outside the mist village on the battlefield, Naruto used the secret technique Ghost Moon Hidden Falls to conjure a dense fog, cutting off all sight lines. Then, with the second Tsuchikige's secret art, Dustless Maze, he erased his form, his chakra, even his scent. But with Sage Mode sensory abilities, he could still pinpoint Obito's location, even while hidden from sight. Swoosh! Swoosh! While invisible, Naruto moved at high speed, closing in on Obito. Though Dustless Maze was remarkably effective in real combat, he still had to account for one thing: sound. For top-tier shinobi, locating an enemy by sound alone wasn't difficult. But Naruto had mastered the mist's silent killing technique, erasing all noise as he moved. Now, even hearing was useless against him. Swish! Yet, thanks to Kimui's continuous absorption, much of the fog was gradually thinned out, and visibility barely held at around 10 meters. Besides the Sharingan, I have my own ways of sensing chakra. But Naruto's chakra has vanished entirely. There's only one jutsu I know that can achieve this. Having learned from Madara himself, Obito quickly caught on. Dustless Maze, the second Tsuchikige's technique? Naruto's certainly picked up some impressive skills. He murmured to himself, thoughts racing. In a ninjutsu I gathered while Madara was alive, there was a counter to this. Whoosh! Obito formed a series of hand signs. Heaven's Canopy Array. Swish! A sensory barrier spread out from Obito, expanding outward until it covered Naruto's position. Naruto remained unfazed. Oh, so this is the perception barrier of Heaven's Canopy Array. Come to think of it, Pervy Sage could use it too. But, at its core, this barrier still works by sensing chakra. It'll never detect me. Only physical sensory methods can break dustless maze. However, dustless maze has a weakness. The moment Naruto gathers chakra to attack, his invisibility is dispelled, and his position will be revealed inside the Heaven's Canopy array. A sly smile curled at Naruto's lips. But to be paralyzed by fear and do nothing would be foolish. When it's time to strike, you strike. Crackle. Activating his purple lightning chakra mode, Naruto launched himself at Obito. Oh, is it starting? The instant Naruto's chakra appeared, Obito immediately sensed his location. As that streak of violet lightning entered his field of vision, he sharply focused his left eye. Kamui. Whoosh. Space twisted. But Naruto vanished from the spot, reappearing hundreds of meters away at a flying thunder god kunai he'd planted in advance. Obito clicked his tongue. He dodged it again. Naruto thought to himself. Whenever he uses Kamui, his body becomes tangible. I plan to lure him in, then use Flying Thunder God to teleport behind him and strike. But now, I can't sense the mark on him anymore. Did he erase it physically? Obito really doesn't hold back with himself. And just now, I tested it. It's as I guessed. Kamui, unlike Amaterasu, actually distorts the fabric of space itself. Even with lightning release chakra mode's body flicker, I can't guarantee a perfect escape. Using Flying Thunder God is still the safest bet. Whoosh. Once more, Naruto used his dustless, bewildering cover to disappear without a trace. Next time I make a move, I'll be even more cautious. No matter how powerful or convenient a dojutsu is, it still depends on dynamic vision and precise focus. If you can't catch your target in your sight, or can't see them at all, the dojutsu is rendered useless. This was Naruto's tactical approach, and as luck would have it, the secret techniques of the Hidden Mist Village were especially effective at countering ocular jutsu. But theory is one thing. Putting it into practice is another. Achieving total visual and sensory concealment isn't something ordinary ninja, or even Kage-level shinobi, can easily accomplish. Yet, thanks to his vast reserves of chakra and mastery of Sage Mode, Naruto managed to push those secret techniques to terrifying levels of effectiveness in real combat. Obito frowned. Hiding again, you sly fox. Now I finally understand why he seems so confident, even knowing I have both Sharingan powers. Turns out, he's mastered ways to counter the Uchiha's eyes. What puzzles me is, how did he learn all this in just one night? At this point, fairness means nothing. Even if it means getting dirty, I have to win. Foom, foom, foom. 5 tongues of flame ignited at Obito's fingertips, pressing into the ground. Uchiha Fire Barrier Formation. A grand, violet wall of flame rose up, sealing off the battlefield. Black markings spread from Obito's palm, flowing outward to reinforce the barrier's walls. By merging the principles of the barrier with Kemui's space-time abilities, he endowed it with a brand new power. Obito had used this very technique in their last confrontation. This barrier will keep him from escaping outside with Flying Thunder God. I'll limit his movements within its walls. Toby, use your jutsu. Force him out. Sure, leave it to me. Clap. Toby brought his hands together. Wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees. Boom. The great tree burst from the earth, thriving with vibrant energy, transforming into a chaotic forest realm. The entire barrier was saturated with blossoming buds, each releasing a thick cloud of poisonous pollen. Within the sealed domain, that pollen became even more lethal. Yet Naruto smiled wryly. Is this your move? Well, I've already mastered the first Mizuki's secret technique, Breath of Water. It was created for holding one's breath during massive water-style jutsu that could even engulf the user by opening the pores and extracting oxygen directly from water, replacing ordinary breathing. There's no water here, but this heavy mist is just as rich in moisture. And besides, if you use Kamui to completely absorb all the mist in this barrier, you'll end up sucking up all the pollen too. Honestly, I'd be happy to see that. The forest of blossoming trees failed to drive Naruto out. Obito was silent, even beginning to suspect that Naruto had escaped long before the barrier went up. Seconds ticked by. Neither side made a move. This was a battle of nerves, a test to see who could outlast the other. A flash of irritation surfaced within Obito. The pollen was hindering his own breathing too, though thanks to the Hashirama cells within him, he could tolerate it far better than most. Unable to wait any longer, Obito called out, Toby, get away from me. I'm going to absorb all the mist and pollen at once. Got it, Toby. Zetsu quickly put distance between himself and Obito. Obito's Sharingan swirled with Kamui's power. In an instant, everything within the barrier, the thick mist, the toxic pollen, was swept up and pulled into the vortex. But this was no reckless move. Obito's mind was sharp and calculating. If I were Naruto, I wouldn't let myself miss the chance to strike while he's solidifying to absorb everything. Show yourself if you're really still inside this barrier. The mist and pollen quickly thinned. Naruto was well aware Obito was absorbing everything, but chose not to act rashly. The Obito I know is a master of psychological warfare. If he's bold enough to absorb the mist right in front of me, he definitely has something up his sleeve. If I attack now, it might be exactly what he wants. Better to... In Sage mode, Naruto's heightened senses noticed that Tobi had moved far apart from Obito. Target that Tobi, the white Zetsu. He's different from the others, a strange outlier among white Zetsu, with immense combat strength. Plus, Captain Yamato is inside him. To be safe, I'll use that technique. Naruto began forming hand signs. Ghost Moon Shadow Clone. With a soft pop, a special shadow clone materialized and charged straight at Tobi. Obito, still in the midst of absorption, sensed the shift immediately. He's coming, for you, Tobi. Yeah, I know. Tobi unsheathed the twin blades, Hiramakiri, the spoils from killing Chojuro, and swung them forward to meet the attack. This is section 234/255. Here is the English translation, preserving the paragraph structure and literary style. The Ghost Moon Shadow Clone, created by the first Mizukage, Byakuren, was an innovation built upon the shadow clone technique invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama. It was even more powerful than the Mist Village's traditional water release, shadow clone, and could grant the clone a trait that even the original body did not possess. That trait was the hydrification ability unique to the Hozuki clan. With a rush of water, Hiramakiri sliced through the shadow clone, but it was like trying to cut water with a blade. The water simply flowed on. Obito mused, so you're using that trick? If it's the same as that Suigetsu guy, then a crackle of electricity. Lightning release burst forth, but the Ghost Moon Shadow Clone was shrouded in a cloak of violet lightning, completely insulated from harm. Naruto's true self grinned. My Ghost Moon Shadow Clone can also activate the Violet Lightning Chakra mode. That means even the hydrification ability's only weakness, lightning release, has been overcome. In a flash, as they passed each other, the Shadow Clone reached out, marking Obito with the flying Thunder God seal. Since I've got the hydrification of the Hozuki clan, how could I go without their secret technique, the Water Gun Jutsu? By combining it with Violet Lightning, both its power and its range are drastically increased. The Shadow Clone spun on his heel, shaped his hand like a gun, and aimed straight at Obito. Thunderclap, Water Gun, a sharp whistle, a droplet of water, crackling with violet lightning, shot out and struck Obito's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. Not only did it pierce his resilient body, it also blasted through Yamato, who was trapped inside. Naruto's gaze deepened. That lightning release will awaken Captain Yamato's suppressed consciousness inside you. A wild primal roar. Yamato, like a lion roused from deep slumber, let out a thunderous bellow and, summoning all his strength, tore himself free from the prison of Obito's body. A sudden whoosh. Naruto's true self, following the mark left by his shadow clone, flashed to Obito's side, grabbed Yamato, and brought him back to safety in an instant. With a crisp snap, Naruto seized Yamato by the shoulders, and his left eye glimmered with the power of the Rinnegan. Within this barrier, I can't use the flying thunder god to escape with you, so... Human path. A sharp sound. Yamato's soul was drawn out. Naraka path. With a rumbling roar, the statue of the king of hell, wreathed in purple flame, rose up and swallowed both Yamato's body and soul, then vanished without a trace. Naruto spoke in a low, steady voice. When this is over, I'll bring you back, Captain Yamato. Just bear with it for now. A thunderous boom. Naruto, I have to admit, you're nothing like your father, the Hokage. You're clever and resourceful in your own right. Behind the white mask, Obito's eyes blazed with murderous intent as the jet-black Susanoo ignited around him. Kamui Shuriken. Obito, my father is not someone you can speak about so lightly. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and in his hand, a massive surge of sage chakra gathered and spun, wind blades bursting forth as he hurled the attack forward. Sage art. Wine style, super giant raisin shuriken. A deafening roar shook the air. The fierce battle between the two heroes reached its climax. With a sharp sound, Kamui Shuriken collided with the Sage Art. Wine style. Super giant raisin shuriken, triggering a powerful vortex that pulled in and completely absorbed the latter. Naruto spoke. Kamui Shuriken is a jutsu Kakashi-sensei once used against Kagaya. It's incredibly powerful, capable of swallowing its target straight into another dimension. But since it's a projectile attack, it can be intercepted. Secret technique, dustless bewildering cover. With a swift movement, Naruto once again vanished, concealing both his chakra and physical form. Obito gritted his teeth. He's hiding again, that damn technique. But as long as he's within this barrier, he's trapped like a rat in a jar. He called out, "Toby, come to my side." Obito communicated with Toby through a mysterious jutsu. Toby replied in his peculiar tone, No, that won't do. I've got his flying thunder god mark on me. If I get too close, he'll just appear right here." Obito countered, "Then get 20 meters closer. I'll help you remove that mark." "Understood," Toby complied. By now, the mist inside the barrier had almost entirely dissipated, absorbed by Obito, so the view was clear. Obito focused his left eye on the marked spot on Toby's body and activated Kamui. With a slicing distortion, the marked part of Toby's body separated and was sucked into the other dimension. "That should do it." Toby returned to Obito's side, brandishing his twin blades. Obito took the giant war fan off his back. With a clatter, chain slipped from his sleeve and fastened to the fan's handle, extending its reach for wider attacks. Meanwhile, thanks to Sage Mode's heightened senses, Naruto tracked their every move, analyzing the situation carefully. From what I've observed so far, I've figured out the range of Kamui from Obito's left eye. Its maximum reach is about 100 meters, longer than Kakashi-sensei's 80-meter range, but shorter than Sasuke's Rinnegan Amino Jikara at 150 meters. So, if I keep a distance of 120 meters from Obito, I should be able to avoid his ocular jutsu. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Obito deliberately had Toby approach, so he could use Kamui with his left eye just to mislead me. After all, he knows I can sense him. So, 120 meters isn't a guaranteed safe distance. But at 150 meters, I'll be completely out of range. It's simple. The Mangekyo Sharingan can't surpass the Rinnegan in terms of visual jutsu distance. With a sudden movement, Naruto revealed himself exactly 150 meters from Obito, a calculated move to lure him into launching an attack and force him to become tangible. Sensing Naruto's sudden appearance, Obito's gaze sharpened. I deliberately had Afe close the distance before using my left eye's Kamui, so Naruto would misjudge the maximum range of my technique. But in the end, he still saw through it. He knows the true limit of my left eye's Kamui, 120 meters. Naruto's thoughts raced. Of course, he could always use his right eye's Kamui to actively approach me, coming within an effective range. But within this barrier, I've scattered hundreds of flying Thunder God Kanai at varying distances, so I can teleport to any point at any moment. So then, what will you do, Obito? A faint smirk appeared beneath Obito's white mask. "It seems you've underestimated me." A crackle of chakra filled the air as his left eye focused on a point 30 meters in front of Naruto. With a sudden whoosh, the swirling vortex of Kamui began to spin. But this time, unlike before, it turned counterclockwise. My left eye, just like my right, can not only absorb but also release. With a thunderous boom, a tailed beast ball from the 8 tails burst from within the vortex, hurtling straight at Naruto. Given its massive diameter, the 20 meters between them vanished in an instant. Naruto marveled. He can do that. A deafening explosion tore the ground apart where Naruto had stood, obliterating everything in its wake. But in the blink of an eye, Naruto used the flying Thunder God technique to teleport away just before the blast could reach him. His hands flew through a series of seals. Sage art, frog kata wave. A razor-sharp blade of water, compressed to the utmost, sliced effortlessly through the earth, surging toward Obito. From afar, the Kamui vortex snapped shut, and Obito instantly entered his phasing mode. "So that's it. You revealed yourself to lure me into attacking, then used the flying Thunder God to maneuver and combined it with a long-range Sage Jutsu, hoping to catch me the moment I became tangible. That's your plan, isn't it?" Obito's eyes darkened. "Well, I must admit, I'm growing a little impatient myself." A black flame of chakra ignited, forming the skeletal frame of Susanoo. Muscles wound tightly around the bone, beginning to shape into its second form. In a blink, a jet-black Magatama materialized in Susanoo's palm. Obito's voice was harsh and menacing. "The sacred treasure, Yada's Kamui Magatama, will shatter every last one of your hopes." Afe spoke in a low, worried tone. "Is this wise? The Hashirama cells can only guarantee that one eye won't go blind. If you keep pushing both eyes like this, you won't last much longer." Obito's reply was resolute. "My eyes don't matter. Only by reclaiming the Rinnegan can the infinite Tsukuyami plan move forward." With a swift motion, Susanoo drew its arm back and hurled the Magatama with all its might. Obito murmured, "This will end everything." The Magatama spun as it shot toward Naruto, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Never seen this before? Have you? A long-range attack, just like the Kamui Shuriken. Well then, let's see how you handle this. Naruto instantly unleashed a Raisin Shuriken, aiming to intercept the Tomo. Whoosh! But the expected clash never happened. The two attacks overlapped and passed right through each other. Naruto stared in shock. What? Obito said, that Tomo can be phased through by attacks. Intercepting it is useless. Naruto focused his left eye. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh! Repulsive force burst out, but the Tomo ignored the gravitational field of Shinra Tensei. Swish! Naruto flashed to a distant spot using Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! The Tomo immediately veered after him, relentlessly chasing Naruto down. Naruto's expression grew grave. A homing attack. Swish! Naruto cloaked himself with his dust veil, concealing both his presence and chakra. Obito said coldly, it's pointless. Once locked on, that Tomo will chase its target until it hits. Swish! 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 Naruto kept shifting positions with Flying Thunder God, but no matter how many times he changed locations, the Tomo dogged his every move. Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's face. This is bad, really bad. In the Hidden Rain village, Konan and Meitarumi watched the distant battle through a telescope, their hearts tightly gripped with worry. The Tomo drew closer and closer. Crackle! A fierce cloak of violet lightning wrapped around Naruto. His short golden hair stood on end, turning into sharp spikes. Violet lightning chakra mode, second form. Obito said icily, it's all pointless struggle. As long as you're inside this barrier, there's no way out. Crackle! But in a flash of lightning, Naruto charged straight toward the edge of the barrier, his eyes sharp as blades. This barrier can withstand even a tailed beast bomb level attack without a scratch. But a tailed beast bomb spreads its force across a wide area. No matter how powerful, the barrier disperses the impact. But if I concentrate all that power into a single point. As he sprinted, a Rinnegan gathered in Naruto's left hand, infused with a torrent of violet lightning chakra. Crackle! Crackle! Merged with violet lightning, the Rinnegan transformed in both nature and shape, forming into a 4-foot-long spiral lightning blade in his left palm. Thunderclap! Spiral blade! Crack! Cracks instantly spread across the barrier. Obito shouted, don't think you can escape. The Tomo closed in on Naruto's back. Catch up to me if you can. Naruto drove the blade forward. Crack! The barrier shattered, leaving an opening just large enough for one person to pass through. With that, the restrictions on Flying Thunder God were as good as gone. Swish! Almost at the instant the Tomo was about to strike, Naruto flickered away with a Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing back to the Hidden Rain village. The Tomo, having lost its target entirely, finally froze in midair. Obito stared, disbelief thick in his eyes. Even this wasn't enough to take him down. Afei asked for advice. He's probably gone back to the Hidden Rain. Maybe we should just let it go this time. Obito's gaze was steely. No, we'll head to the Hidden Rain immediately. At that critical moment, Naruto broke through the barrier and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to the Hidden Rain. Phew, that was close. Naruto sat on the damp ground, still shaken from the ordeal. Tap! Tap! Konan and Meitarumi landed nearby. Konan asked with concern, are you alright? Yeah, that was pretty dangerous. I didn't expect him to pull out such a terrifying move all of a sudden. But as long as I used space-time jutsu to jump a certain distance away, that thing couldn't catch up. Otherwise, there really would have been no way out. Naruto stood up with a smile. Konan was anxious. Do we need to go back? Maybe not. His resolve is frighteningly strong. I have a feeling this time he'll come after us no matter what. Naruto glanced toward the edge of the rain-soaked horizon. Oh, he's already here. Whoosh! In the southern district of the Hidden Rain, a black vortex twisted through space and time. Obito and Afei landed atop the ruins of a building jutting out over the water. Obito looked around. The layout is a bit different than when I was here last time, but that doesn't matter anymore. Konan was about to charge forward. Let me face him. Naruto stopped her. Konan, you don't need to. With his current power, you won't be able to get close. Konan clenched her fists tightly. Then what should we do? Leave it to me. This is where it ends. Naruto's gaze grew deep. If he won't end it, then I will. Sage Art. Phantom Moon Mirage. To the south. The rain stopped. Obito lifted his eyes to the sky. The rain that never ceases over Hidden Rain Village has stopped. Though the rain had ended, the sky was still shrouded in mist. The whole atmosphere was enveloped in a hazy veil. Obito sneered. Is it fog again? Some habits really die hard. Kamui. Whoosh. Both eyes spun with Kamui's power, but instead of clearing, the haze spread even further. Kamui faded. Obito frowned. This isn't fog. To the north. Meitarumi gazed solemnly at the spreading haze. This is mirage vapor, a rare atmospheric phenomenon. Only the first and second Mizukage could use it. The second relied on his summoning beast, the giant clam. The first drew on the power of the Whetbone Forest Sage arts, channeling natural energy for the effect. Naruto remained seated, hands forming seals. A fierce battle is coming, and it's impossible to predict how far it'll reach. Conan, have the Umbu evacuate and protect the civilians. Lady Mizukage, I'll trouble you to do everything you can to safeguard Orochimaru's research base. It's a vital facility for the Hidden Rain. Meitarumi replied, Of course. May I ask where the research base is located? Lord Mizukage, we meet again, came a deep, raspy voice. Orochimaru, dressed in ethereal white, emerged from the shimmering haze, smiling as he said, This time, would you like to become one of my test subjects? Meitarumi replied, I'm more than willing to help protect your research base, but as for becoming your experiment, I'm afraid I must decline. Orochimaru chuckled. Yeah, that's fair enough. Please, follow me then. Conan, still uneasy, asked, Are you sure this is safe? When you use the Ghost Moon Mirage, the caster can't move, right? Naruto responded, I can't move, but the mirage created by the mist will conceal my true location. But Conan wanted to protest, but she knew there was no turning back now. Understand. Go, someone urged. Once Conan departed, the mist fully enveloped the area. To the south, Toby, also known as Obito, muttered, I have a bad feeling about this. He's definitely planning something. Obito replied, Then let's take him out before he can act. This jutsu is much clearer than the previous mist. My ocular powers won't be completely blocked. Besides, a technique using chakra on this scale couldn't possibly be paired with the dustless illusion at the same time. With a swift motion, Obito darted through the area, searching for Naruto. Suddenly, he spotted Naruto's silhouette, sitting cross-legged in the haze, forming hand seals. So, that's where you are. Without hesitation, he launched a tailed beast bomb straight from his eye. But when the explosion faded, Naruto remained unmoved, sitting exactly where he had been. It's just an illusion, Toby realized. His real body isn't there at all. So that's your game. Obito clenched his fist. Then I'll just attack everything. Right now, I can use Kamui to unleash tailed beast bombs endlessly, until that beast in my dimension collapses from exhaustion. One after another, Kamui-fueled tailed beast bombs hurtled outwards in rapid succession, bombarding the surroundings like a relentless barrage. Obito's eyes gleamed red with madness. Why stop now? Let's add Kamui Shuriken to the mix. With a thunderous roar, the pitch-black Susanoo unfurled, taking on the shape of a monstrous crow Tengu. Shuriken infused with Kamui spun out, swirling through the chaos. A storm of explosions rocked the area, Kamui's swirling vortexes tearing through the haze. The most perilous moment came when a Kamui Shuriken landed just 20 meters from where Naruto's real body was hidden, the edge of its space-distorting field coming within a mere 3 meters of him. One misstep, and Kamui would be fatal in an instant. An indiscriminate assault combining tailed beast bombs and Kamui Shuriken. Obito, you really have grown stronger. If I slip up for even a second, I'll be finished. Beneath his mask, Naruto's expression was tense, though he forced himself to remain steady. He was nervous, but not panicked. If one falls into chaos out of fear of death, the scales of victory will never tip in their favor. Thunder rolled, shaking the heavens. Explosions erupted one after another, peril looming at every turn. Naruto closed his eyes, gathering his sage chakra on the razor's edge between life and death, where even the slightest mistake would be fatal. His hands flashed through a new sequence of signs. Crystal light, refined radiance. Mist began to billow, shaping itself into countless illusory forms of Naruto. Obito focused his gaze. Shadow clones, is it? With a swift motion, the arm of his Susanoo swept through the clones nearby, shattering them in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, new clones formed again. Hidden within the shifting mist, the real Naruto whispered to himself. Crystal light, refined radiance. Using this mirage mist, I can create endless clones. They're fragile, disappearing at the slightest touch, but as long as the mist endures, so do the clones, without end. In a heartbeat, thousands of clones materialized, each one gathering a Rinnegan in its hands. Naruto murmured, Each clone comes equipped with only one sage art, Rinnegan. But with sheer, overwhelming numbers, I'll keep attacking, relentlessly without pause. A relentless barrage thundered. each Rinnegan striking Susanoo, steadily breaking down its armor and defenses. Sacred treasure, Yada, mirror. A pitch-black mirror materialized in Susanoo's hand, its swirling divine vortex absorbing every attack from the front and sides. Yet it could not defend against the onslaught from behind. Cracks began to spiderweb across Susanoo. Then, moments, it was dismantled completely. Obito hastily placed his hand on Tobi's shoulder, using Kimui to warp Tobi away, then attempted to escape himself. But Naruto's clones, each wielding a sage art, Rinnegan, had already closed in. There was no time to escape. The attack could not be absorbed in time. Obito swung his chain war fan, scattering a cluster of clones, only for 10 more to appear in their place. With a jarring snap, the chain broke, sending the fan flying. The clones surged forward, Rinnegan at the ready. Obito grunted, forced into his intangibility mode. Naruto's eyes flashed open, sharp as blades. Obito, let's see whose limit comes first. Your intangibility or my chakra? This is a battle where both our lives are on the line. The unending storm of attacks passed through Obito again and again. The assault was so dense he could not, let his intangibility drop for even a second. All he could do was gamble that Naruto's chakra would run dry before his own ability reached its limit. But as the countdown on his intangibility ticked ever closer to 0, dread began to gnaw at Obito's heart. A sharp crack split the tension. 5 minutes later, his intangibility reached its limit. A Rinnegan slammed into the white mask on Obito's face. Another sharp crack rang out. Cracks appeared, spreading across the mask until it shattered, revealing his true face. Oh, damn it! Obito staggered back, forcing more chakra into his eyes, desperately trying to activate Susanoo. But with a thunderous heartbeat, a wave of searing pain shot through his eyes, dropping him to his knees atop the sea, blood gushing uncontrollably. Remembering the lesson from Haiden, he wiped the blood away with his palm. Flames ignited in his hand, burning every trace of blood to ash. Sizzle. His eyes looked more desolate than ever. Susanoo barely held its skeletal form, far too feeble to block Naruto's next attack. Wood style, pandemonium of hell. Crack. Wild wooden branches burst from his right shoulder, spiraling outward in a wild, frenzied sweep. Once again, chaos shook the heavens and the earth. Huff, huff, huff. As the tumult faded, Obito crouched atop the water, panting raggedly for breath. The mirage dispersed, and Naruto's sage mode reached its limit. Accompanied by Konan, he stepped onto the sea, standing face to face with Obito. In Obito's blurred vision, the two figures overlapped again and again. He focused, activating Kamui. Whoosh! A vortex of Kamui spun into existence before Naruto and Konan, but failed to hit its mark. Naruto's voice was low and steady. I knew it. Your eyes can barely see anymore, can they? Indeed, after relentlessly straining his ocular power throughout the fight, Obito's vision was nearly gone, especially in his left eye. Kakashi, who lacked Hashirama's cells, had already pushed it to its limits, and now the damage was only compounded. He couldn't even use long-range Kamui with any precision. Obito's gaze flickered. At this point, there's no escape. Naruto's chakra is finally running dry. If I sacrifice one eye and use Izanagi, I'll have 12 minutes of invincibility, enough to risk everything on one last gamble. Seeing through Obito's intentions, Naruto pointed at him and said, Give it up, Obito. Look beneath your feet. Huh? Obito looked down at the sea below. Behind Naruto, Konan swept her hand through the air. A crashing roar. The sea before Obito parted, exposing a hidden ocean beneath, an ocean made entirely of explosive tags. Hiss! Obito gasped, cold dread clenching his heart. This whole sea was a disguise made of explosive tags. The divine paper person technique. It could transform paper into anything. She'd even disguised 600 billion explosive tags as the ocean itself. Not just the ground. This technique could turn paper into water too. Even a Sharingan couldn't see through the intricacy of this ninjutsu. Konan's voice was icy. These 600 billion explosive tags are a gift I prepared just for you. They'll keep exploding for 10 whole minutes. More than enough time. Even if you use Izanagi to survive this, by the time it's over, your Izanagi will be finished. Do you really think you could defeat Naruto with the little time you'll have left? Naruto added, Even without these explosive tags, I still have a forbidden technique up my sleeve that I haven't used yet. But the price would be steep, you know? So what do you say, Obito? Are we going to go down together in flames? As he spoke, Naruto reached up and removed his mask, a youthful face breaking into a sly, almost Madara-like grin. To be honest, I'm actually itching to give it a try. We're all rogue ninja, rejected by this shinobi world, with nothing left to hold us back. I'd be more than happy to see this through to the end. Obito clenched his fist tightly. The threat of 600 billion explosive tags, and now the hint of some unknown forbidden technique from Naruto, left him with no choice but to reconsider his options. Madara seemed to have broken free already. Even if they all went down together, it would only end up benefiting Madara, like a fisherman reaping the rewards from a fight between two fish. Conan, you really are ruthless. Obito finally relaxed his clenched hand and got to his feet. This battle, let's call it your victory, Uzumaki Naruto. Whoosh! A swirling vortex opened from his right eye, drawing him inward. As he was about to leave, Obito said, "We probably won't be meeting again anytime soon. As for who'll shape the future, I'll be watching with interest." Whoosh! Obito vanished, taking with him his battered body and nearly blind eyes. Phew! Naruto let out a long, relieved breath. Conan turned to him and asked, "Naruto, that forbidden technique you mentioned, did it really exist? You've pretty much used everything from the Mist Village scroll already, haven't you?" Well, Naruto just smiled ambiguously, saying neither yes nor no. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, and he staggered forward. Conan quickly caught him, her eyes filled with concern. "You haven't rested since last night, have you? You trained with thousands of shadow clones, then rushed straight to the mist." Naruto said wearily, "Sorry for causing you so much trouble, Conan. Conan's voice softened. "Don't say that. Just rest now. You don't have to worry about a thing. I'm here." A gentle snore escaped Naruto, a bubble forming at his nose as he drifted off to sleep. Conan smiled indulgently, and then turned toward Orochimaru and Mei Terumi as they approached. Her smile faded, cool composure returning. "Mizukage, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to stay in Amigakure a while longer." Mei glanced at Naruto, now sleeping soundly in Conan's arms. "Well, there's no helping it, is there? By the way, does Amigakure have any hot springs? I got splattered with mud fending off that last attack, and I feel absolutely filthy." Conan's tone remained cool. "We do, but there's a fee. If you don't mind, feel free to go." Naruto, worn out from the fierce battle, had finally fallen asleep. But like a tree that longs for peace while the wind refuses to settle, new unrest was already stirring in the shinobi world. Up ahead, "If spotted Sasuke," Neji called out as he ran, his Byakugan locking onto a distant target. "Got it." Sakura sped up, and as she ran, a brilliant blue diamond-shaped mark appeared on her forehead. "At last, after 3 years, I've been consistently storing the refined chakra into this seal. Now it's finally full, the strength of 100 seal." Behind Sakura, Shikamaru spoke with utmost seriousness. "Sakura, the reason everyone accompanied you here is because we came prepared for this. If we keep letting Sasuke go unchecked, it'll only bring harm to the village. I just hope that, when the time comes, you won't hold back because of the past. Can you do that?" Sakura's emerald eyes shimmered. "I will. I promise." Shikamaru nodded. "Good. Then everyone and I will do everything we can to support you." Sasuke and Kimimaro, still running, glanced back. Kimimaro remarked, "They were your former comrades, weren't they?" "Humph," Sasuke answered coldly. "Just a bunch of irrelevant fools, deluding themselves with misplaced emotions." Their footsteps came to a halt. The two sides confronted each other, tension in the air so thick it could snap at any moment. Under the cloak of night across the desolate fields, Sakura stood at the forefront of her fellow shinobi of the same generation, facing off against Sasuke. Sakura demanded, "Sasuke, why did you go so far as to try and kill Sai?" Sasuke let out a cold laugh. "Sai? Oh, you mean the one I crushed in a pulp with my Susa?" Everyone present, except Kimimaro, was struck dumb with shock and overwhelmed with grief and anger. Sakura's voice trembled in sorrow. "Sasuke, you—" Shikamaru spoke in a low, grave tone. "Sakura, there's no point in saying more. He's fallen too far. There's no reconciling with him now." "Understand." Sakura hugged her trembling shoulders tightly. Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Tenten, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Neji, and Lee. Sasuke's eyes swept over the 10 of them one by one, his voice icy. "You really think the likes of you stand a chance against me? How utterly naive." Shikamaru paid no mind to Sasuke's arrogance. Instead, he turned his attention to Kimimaro at Sasuke's side, already formulating strategies in his mind. Kimimaro, according to Sai's intel, his body was revived by Kabuto's impure world reincarnation. "Lee, you've fought Kimimaro before, so you'll be our main force against him. But remember, in this state, he can't be killed. Use your strong fist to hold him head-on. Neji, use your gentle fist to target his chakra points and try to seal his chakra flow." Lee, burning with fervor, declared, "Leave it to me." Niji replied, coolly, "That's not a problem, but according to the intel, Kimimaro can control his own bones for defense. That makes it tricky for me to target his chakra points. Shikamaru responded, no puedes. Shino, use your insect for support. If there's any opening, have them drain his chakra." Shino nodded. "Understood. Leave it to me." Shikamaru continued. "As for Sasuke, he'll be up against the Ino Shikicho formation, plus Sakura." Kiba protested. "Hey, what about us?" Shikamaru said, "Kiba, Hinata, Tintin, save your chakra. Be ready for any unexpected changes that might come next." Kiba couldn't believe it. "Hey, we're talking about Sasuke, the guy who nearly destroyed the whole village by himself. Are you really saying just the four of you can handle him? Are you sure about this?" Shikamaru replied, "It's going to be tough, but if everything goes according to plan, it's not impossible. Since I'm here, I won't lead the team to die in vain." Sasuke shook his head hopelessly. "This is just unbearable. I don't want to waste even a single second on you." The perfect Susanoo. A deafening roar rang out. A dark purple blaze of chakra erupted, forming the towering, all-encompassing form of the perfect Susanoo right at their base. Sasuke wasted no time. He opened with his most lethal technique, determined to give Shikamaru's team not even a sliver of a chance to fight back. Kiba's voice trembled with fear. "That thing, seeing it once, is more than enough. I never want to face him. I really don't get where Shikamaru gets his confidence." Swish, swish, swish. Lee and Niji squared off against Kimimaro, while Shino unleashed his bugs to support them from behind. Kimimaro greeted Lee. "Rock Lee with the thick eyebrows, it's been a while. You look like you've grown a lot. I suppose you don't need to borrow the power of Drunken Fist this time, do you?" The fifth gate, Gate of Limit, opened. A surge of green energy blazed around Lee as he proclaimed, "No need this time, because today, I'm fighting side by side with my friends. No matter how overwhelming our enemy's power may be, we are not afraid, because I believe in my comrades." Kimimaro looked on enviously. To have friends you can trust and fight alongside without reservation. How wonderful. But I won't be holding back. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Bone. Crack, crack, crack. Long white bones burst out from Kimimaro's body. Behind the lines, Sakura's face was clouded with confusion and fear. She had rushed here in a fit of anger to confront Sasuke after hearing about Sai's death. But seeing the perfect Susanoo in person again sent a chill down her spine, snapping her back to reality. How can I possibly fight this? The Ino Shikicho trio stepped forward, standing between Sakura and the threat ahead. Sakura called out, "Shikamaru." Shikamaru reassured her, "We'll create an opening for you. To be honest with you, Sakura, ever since the last disaster, I've been racking my brain, wondering how to fight against that." Sakura asked, "Do you really have a plan?" Shikamaru replied, "Let's get started." A fierce shout tore through the air. Super Expansion Jutsu. Choji's body swelled rapidly, massive wings of chakra unfurling from his back, making him large enough to go toe-to-toe with Susanoo itself. Sasuke sneered, "So, you're just bigger and stronger now. But what difference will that make?" A mighty crash answered him as Susanoo's sword ignited in flame. Shikamaru called out, "Ino." Understood. After forming the seals, Ino crossed her hands, her palms aimed separately at Choji and Shikamaru. Mind-body switch, soul link. A low, humming vibration filled the air. Sakura asked, "What did you just do?" Ino replied, "This is the mind-body soul link technique. As long as they both cooperate willingly, it lets them briefly swap their souls and chakra." Sakura was astonished. "When did you learn something like that?" Ino's voice dropped, solemn. "Right after I saw Sasuke attack the village with my own eyes, I begged my father to teach me our clan's forbidden jutsu." Sakura fell silent. Sasuke scoffed coolly, "Utterly pointless." Steel scraped. Susanoo raised its massive blade, poised to strike. But suddenly, a shadow darted forward and merged with Susanoo's own, right at its feet. The great sword, about to come crashing down, froze in place. What? Sasuke was caught off guard. That shadow had shot out from beneath Choji, because at that moment, Shikamaru's mind and chakra were residing inside Choji's body. With Choji's enlarged body, the super expansion shadow imitation technique can restrain Susanoo, even if only for a short time. The shadow technique worked, but in practice, it's tough to judge distance and control with a body this huge. Now, with Shikamaru at the helm, Choji shouted, "Shikamaru, don't hold back. Go for it." "Yeah, I know. We only get one shot at this. If we fail, everything we've done so far will be for nothing." Shikamaru, controlling Choji's enormous hands, lifted the oversized ninja blade and swung it around, turning the edge toward their own forehead. At the same moment, under the shadow technique's influence, Susanoo mimicked the motion, raising its own giant sword. With a harsh scrape, Choji slashed the blade hard into his own forehead, a deep cut down to the bone, blood flowing freely. Susanoo, in perfect sync, carved a matching gash across the block that protected its own brow. The classic tactic, turning the enemy's own spear against their shield. Susanoo's defense was nearly impenetrable, so they used its own weapon to break through. Sasuke stared at the blade now, so close he could feel its threat. Instinctive fear flickered in his eyes. It was painfully clear. If they'd stabbed instead of slashed, his life would have ended here and now. Shikamaru grinned. Feeling scared, are you? Relax. I'm not about to run this blade through your skull. Scum like you aren't worth the life of a single one of my friends. With that, he made Choji's giant body topple backward. With a heavy crash, the shadow imitation forced Susanoo to fall as well, slamming into the earth with a thunderous roar. Shikamaru thought to himself, not only has the area of the shadow expanded greatly, but the distance between my shadow and the square where Sasuke is hiding has been drastically shortened. This way, my shadow stitching jutsu can flow right through the slit we made earlier, slip inside Susanoo, and trap Sasuke himself. Whoosh! Just as Shikamaru predicted, the shadow slipped through the gap and wound itself tightly around Sasuke's body. It was only then that Sasuke realized, with a start, these people, they really are here to kill me. Shikamaru yelled, Ino! I understand. Ino dashed forward, weaving her way around until she found the perfect spot, then came to a halt. Shikamaru's mind raced. Sasuke is lying flat, staring at the sky, unable to move. Ino has circled around into his blind spot, so he can't use his eye techniques on her. Sasuke, I love the person you used to be, kind, positive, full of light. Not this cold, ruthless, fallen version of you. I know that my words mean little, and I'm powerless to change you. So I have no choice but to put an end to the you that's fallen this far, with my own hands. Yamanaka Ino, once the girl who admired Sasuke, now reached out with trembling hands, her heart heavy with sorrow, and wove the signs to launch her mind transfer jutsu. Buzz! The mind transfer succeeded. Ino collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting instant when her mind overtook Sasuke's body, the complete Susanoo, battered by the intense spiritual assault, shattered and vanished. Thud! Sasuke, bound by the shadow, crashed helplessly to the ground. The unwavering resolve and desperate actions of everyone left Sakura frozen, stunned by their determination. Sakura, now's your chance. Use all your strength. Hit Sasuke in the head. Crack! Shikamaru's urgent shout snapped Sakura out her daze. She hesitated, but Ino, isn't she inside Sasuke's body right now? If I strike, the mind transfer jutsu has a shared pain effect. If the host body is injured while Ino's consciousness is inside, any harm will also be reflected onto Ino herself. Shikamaru called out, don't worry. At the very last moment, Ino will release the jutsu and return her body. She won't get hurt. But Sakura still wavered. Shikamaru pressed her, quickly. Sasuke's willpower is strong. Ino can't hold him for long. All right. Gritting her teeth, Sakura charged forward, releasing the strength of 100 seal on her forehead. Not good. Kimimaro, realizing the danger, tried to rush in and help, but his focus slipped. Niji's gentle fist sealed his chakra points, and then Shino's insects swarmed to bind him. Thump, thump, thump. Sakura closed in on Sasuke. In her sights, that familiar yet now unrecognizable face loomed ever larger. She raised her right fist. Empowered by the 100 strengths jutsu, Sakura's monstrous punch, though it couldn't shatter the full form of Susanoo, could, without exaggeration, easily crush Sasuke's skull to pieces. At this very moment, she was the one who held Sasuke's life in her hands. A tense silence fell, her fist drawn back, gathering strength, teeth clenched as she swung down. But in that instant, memories of Team 7, their past, every little moment, flashed through her mind. Her fist stopped abruptly, just an inch from Sasuke's face. Sakura's eyes filled with pain, her voice trembling. I can't do it. I just can't. Standing before the man she once loved so deeply, Sakura's resolve melted away. Yet her hesitation did nothing to turn the tide in their favor. Ino's mind-body switch technique on Sasuke reached its limit. At the same time, the shared link between Shikamaru and Choji was released, their minds snapping back to their own bodies. Sasuke glanced coldly at Sakura, whose face was twisted in agony. Sakura, has no one ever taught you that the greatest mistake on the battlefield is to show the enemy mercy? You're as naive as ever. Sakura's gaze quivered, her resolve shaken. But that's exactly why I'm still standing. Now, Take your regrets with you to the next world. A sharp crackling sound filled the air as Sasuke's right hand surged with Chidori, thrusting mercilessly toward Sakura. In the depths of her despair, Sakura could only close her eyes once more. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a flash of green light streaked by. At the very last moment, Rock Lee hurled himself at Sakura, knocking her aside. Chidori tore open a savage wound across his back. 8 trigrams, air palm. Niji's palm strike shot out from a distance, but Sasuke deflected it with Susanu's shield. Oomph. Without even glancing his way, Sasuke swung Susanu's massive fist, sending Niji flying. He glared coldly at Sakura and Lee. D. A whistling sound ripped through the air. Kagutsuchi's arrow shot forth. Choji charged in, heedless of danger, his supersized arm pierced and set ablaze by the arrow. Arf! With a scream, Choji tore off his own arm to survive, but drained of strength, he shrank back to his normal size. Choji! Ino cried out in shock at her wounded comrade, then desperately formed the mind-body switch hand sign toward Sasuke once more. Oomph! Sasuke glanced over, his left eye narrowing in focus. Amaterasu. A jet-black flame erupted, instantly engulfing Ino. Her body became a living torch, her screams echoing as she struggled in agony. Everything was spiraling into disaster. As panic threatened to overwhelm him, a sudden idea flashed through Shikamaru's mind. Sasuke, you still have a younger brother. He was adopted by the elders of the Leaf Village. Sasuke's pupils constricted. What are you talking about? Shikamaru's mind raced as he spoke. It's absolutely true. Before your mother, Mikoto, died, she was 3 months pregnant. The A and B you discovered. This during the autopsy. The third Hokage, moved by compassion, saved the child and sent him to be raised outside the village. I know where he is. Shikamaru's words didn't sound like baseless rumors. For Sasuke, who regarded family ties above all else, this still struck a chord. Where is he? A gut-wrenching scream tore through the air. Ino's agonized cries stabbed at Shikamaru's nerves. Eyes reddened, Shikamaru shouted, "Put out the black flames burning Ino. If you do, I'll tell you everything, right down to the last detail." Sasuke's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering within them. No, if you know this, then others must know as well. Shikamaru replied urgently. I only learned about the child by accident when I was reviewing records years ago. I promised the higher-ups to keep it absolutely secret. After that, the files were destroyed. No one else knows. Sasuke's gaze shifted, uncertainty clouding his eyes. Ino's sobs grew fainter and weaker, her strength draining away. Hurry, extinguish the black flames. Shikamaru's anxiety mounted, but recalling Sasuke's Sharingan Jinjutsu, he pressed a kunai to his own throat. If you don't, I'll end it all right here, and you'll never learn your brother's whereabouts. At last, Sasuke raised his right eye, focusing on Ino. With Kagutsuchi, he snuffed out the black flames. In a heartbeat, Shikamaru lunged forward and caught Ino in his arms. Though her body was covered in severe burns, she was barely clinging to life. Pain and relief mingled in his eyes. Sasuke, impatient, demanded talk. Now, Shikamaru's mind spun. There was no way to defeat Sasuke anymore. All he could do was stall for time, giving the others a chance to retreat. Just then, as Shikamaru searched for a way to continue the standoff, Kimamaro's eyes suddenly shifted. The mind within had changed. Kabuto was now in control. He immediately called him out. Sasuke, a 3-month-old fetus cannot survive after losing its mother's nourishment. You might not know that, but to any medical ninja, it's basic knowledge. The moment those words reached Sasuke, his face darkened. Through Kimamaro, Kabuto continued. Now, help me get rid of these bugs crawling all over me. In an instant, Amaterasu's flames roared to life, burning away the insects Shino had sent to restrain Kimamaro. Kimamaro rose to his feet, and Kabuto said coldly, These people are full of tricks, and they're a real pain to deal with. Sasuke, there's no need for you to tangle with them any longer. Leave what happens next to me. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. With a thunderous crash, 5 coffins prepared in advance rose up ahead. As each lid fell away, 5 formidable ninja, resurrected by the Impure World Reincarnation, revealed themselves. They were, respectively, Deidara, Sasori the Red Sand, Kakazu, the Third Raikage, and Nagato. The Third Raikage spoke. So, the technique that has brought me back to life is the second Hokage's Impure World Reincarnation. As expected, this jutsu is nothing but a calamity left for future generations. Deidara chimed in. Sasuke, you've been revived with the Impure World Reincarnation too. So, what do you think of my ultimate art? Impressive, isn't it? Sasori corrected him. Deidara, take a closer look. He's alive, not a product of the impure world reincarnation. Deidara blurted out, "What?" Kakuzu sneered. "If I remember right, you're Narashikamu, that clever brat from the leaf. Why do you look so pale now? Have you finally outplayed yourself?" Nagato spoke in a low voice. "Nearly all the ones revived alongside me were members of the former Akatsuki. But Itachi isn't here? As for Conan and Naruto, I wonder how they're doing now. Ah, and it seems we're surrounded by leaf shinobi. What a troublesome situation." Sasuke replied coldly. Looks like there's no need for me to step in after all. How could this be?" This scene left everyone from the leaf utterly stunned. Narashikamaru was filled with regret. "It's my fault. I only accounted for the tactical side, but I didn't fully understand my comrade's character and mindset." She hesitated, unable to strike. "Because of old bonds. I failed to consider this, and that's what led to the situation we're in now. I must take responsibility for this defeat. But taking responsibility isn't just about words." With a look of resolve, Shikamaru declared, "I'll stay behind. The rest of you go." Rock Lee protested. "I don't agree. We came together, and we'll go back together." Shikamaru insisted. "It's pointless. Look at them. Every one of them crossed over to the afterlife by stepping over countless lives and rivers of blood." A chilling sound filled the air. The 5 resurrected shinobi's eyes lost all light, their gazes turning deadly. They had entered a state of pure slaughter. Shikamaru, his voice heavy with grief, urged, "Go. Now." The group bit their lips, torn and unable to decide. Suddenly, a powerful figure landed squarely in front of them. Rock Lee cried out in surprise, "Gai-sensei! Lee, your youth must not end here. Let the Crimson Beast of the Leaf clear a path for you." Might Guy declared with passionate fervor, his thumb pressed resolutely to his chest. The 8 gates formation. With a mighty surge, the gate of death opened, and his life began its final countdown. His blood ignited, transforming into a raging, violent chakra. Might Guy's pupils vanished, and crimson steam erupted from every chakra point on his body. His eyebrows and hair turned a blazing red, like a living inferno. Turning to the shinobi behind him, Guy commanded, "From here on out, leave everything to me. You all must make it back to the leaf, safe and sound." Rock Lee choked with emotion. "Gai-sensei." Guy smiled softly. "Lee, don't be sad. My own father entrusted the will of the ninja to me in just this way, to protect the future of the leaf. Now it's my turn to become the Crimson Beast. This is the greatest expression of my youth. You should send me off with a smile, not with tears." Rock Lee wiped away his tears with the back of his fist. Gai-sensei, if this is the moment you fulfill your ninja way, then your student will be proud of you." Niji, Tintin, Hinata, and the others all looked downcast and somber. Shikamaru stepped forward. "Master Guy, everyone except Sasuke is in a reanimated body." "I understand," Might Guy nodded. Shikamaru lowered his head, as if wanting to say more. But Might Guy said, "Youth has never been a smooth journey. It's about growing through hardship and setbacks. Don't let this failure cloud your path ahead. Carry that regret and those lessons with you, and keep moving forward." Shikamaru straightened and replied with resolve, "I understand." Might Guy smiled. "When I see your teacher, Asuma, I'll tell him he has a student to be proud of. I am deeply grateful." Shikamaru Nara bowed deeply to Guy's retreating figure. The companions who were still conscious bowed with him. This was their final farewell. Might Guy shouted, "Run! Don't look back!" No longer hesitating, Shikamaru and the others ran toward the Leaf Village, their hearts weighed down with pain and sorrow. This was Might Guy, risking his life to win them a chance to escape. Behind the lines, Sasuke Uchiha fixed his gaze on that figure wreathed in crimson steam, his heart pounding wildly. "That chakra! Is this some kind of joke? All the others are in reanimated bodies. Even if they're killed, they'll come back. If I'm determined to die, I have to take out at least one threat for the sake of the leaf." A thunderous roar erupted. A crimson storm howled across the battlefield as Might Guy charged forward, his pupil-less eyes locked on his target. He's coming for me." Panic-stricken, Sasuke immediately unleashed Susanu's complete form. In a flash, Guy leapt high, landing directly above Susanu's head, his fist drawn back and surging with power. Ra! Evening Elephant! First step. A shockwave of compressed air blasted down at an angle, smashing Susanu's head to pieces. The force flung Sasuke deep into the earth. Sakakun! Amid the booming chaos, Sakura turned to see Susanu's complete form shatter. Letting out a desperate scream, she tried to rush back. But a strong hand clamped down on her shoulder with a snap. Tears streaming down his cheeks, Lee silently shook his head at her. Sakura choked back her sorrow, turned, and ran after the other shinobi, racing towards Konoha. Rumble! Up! The aftershock of the evening elephant dragged Sasuke down into the depths of the earth. When he finally stopped, pain shot through every bone in his body, as if they had all shattered. He stared up at the narrow patch of sky at the tunnel's entrance, a storm of shock and fury swirling inside him. This kind of power. Impossible. My guy. He's just an ordinary ninja without Uchiha blood. How could pure taijutsu wield such destructive force? No, this can't be. If I take another hit from that, I'm finished. Crack. My guy was gathering his strength, ready to throw a second punch, when a sudden bone-deep crack made his whole body seize up. Forced to stop, he plunged downward. So that's it. It really does hurt, but I've gotten used to it. Crackle. At that moment, the reanimated third Raikage, cloaked in lightning, charged in with his hell stab. One-finger assault. Looks like the one behind this reanimation jutsu has finally caught on. There's no way. I'll have to take care of them first, or I'll never get close to Sasuke. My guy drew back his fist, the evening elephant rising once more. First step. Boom. Even with his legendary shield and lightning armor, the third Raikage body was torn apart by the shockwave in an instant. Behind the scenes, Kabuto's face drained of color, panic written all over him. My guy. I never really paid him much attention before, but now he's a monster. Restore their combat awareness. Now. Snap. 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 Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kakuzu, Nagato. All of them regained their senses at once. Second step. Third step. But it was pointless. Guy's punches came in rapid succession. Kakuzu and Sasori's bodies were shattered in a single blow each. Hey, this is just insane. Does Konoha really have monsters like this? Deidara, astride his giant bird, soared 100 meters into the sky. But at this height, he can't reach me. Time to show them my art. He reached into his ninja pouch and started working his explosive clay. Bang, 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 bang. But through the endless barrage of sonic booms, my guy was already dashing through thin air, chasing him down. Wait, he's not even human, is he? Deidara, struck with terror, whipped his bird around and tried to flee. Guy's eyes followed the speeding bird, his expression cold as he gathered his strength and swung his fist. Fourth step. Boom! The air cannon struck in a flash, obliterating Deidara and his bird in midair. With a single, downward glance, Guy turned and hurtled toward Nagato. Nagato murmured, "There's no doubt, the one controlling these reanimations is the enemy of Konoha. In that case, I have no reason to interfere." Guy's fist tightened, gathering power. Screech! At that moment, Nagato's hand lifted involuntarily. Damn it! The instant I sensed the attack, my body reacted on its own. 5 pads of pain. Super Shinra Tensei. A thunderous roar erupted as the air cannon collided with an immense repulsive force, creating a cataclysmic spectacle. Both fighters were blasted backward by the shockwave. Guy said, "I see now. This enemy is no ordinary foe. The body of an Edo Tensei, the power of the Rinnegan. So this must be Pain's true body, Nagato." Kabuto replied, "To deal with him, Nagato's body alone just won't cut it. No choice, I'll have to use that." Snap! Kabuto seized control of Nagato's consciousness. With a swift sequence of hand signs. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. 2 coffins rose up on either side, the lids slamming down. From within emerged the notorious Gold and Silver Brothers of the Cloud Village, who instantly unleashed the 9 Tails chakra cloaks. Kabuto manipulated Nagato, making him extend both hands toward the brothers. The Rinnegan flared open. Pretapath. Absorbing all of the 9 Tails chakra from Gold and Silver, Nagato's emaciated body quickly refilled, regaining its complete form. Clap! He pressed his palms together with a sudden, thunderous gesture. Chibaku Tensei. The earth convulsed and shattered as it rose into the sky, carrying Guy upward as well, though he remained undaunted. Within his vision, the 4 defeated Edo Tensei were already beginning to reconstitute their bodies. Nagato stood as an impenetrable wall. Behind him, under Kimimura's cover, Sasuke was desperately fleeing for his life. And then, there was the matter of the 8th gate's time limit. Weighing everything, Might Guy drew a conclusion. It's time to stop using Evening Elephant. Boom, 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 boom. Chibaku Tensei sealed the entire battlefield in a solid prison. Watching through Nagato's eyes, Kabuto smirked. "Now let's see how you handle this." A rumble shook the heavens. But in the blink of an eye, the celestial sphere exploded, and a blood-red dragon came roaring down from above. Night Guy! Crash! The raging night Guy dragon plunged straight down from the sky. The very first to meet its fury was none other than Edo Tensei Nagato. Even from miles away, separated by the Edo Tensei technique, Kabuto could feel the storm of blood and violence rushing toward him. Super Shinra Tensei. Another overwhelming shockwave burst forth, enough power to level a village. Yet not even this could halt Night Guy's advance. Kabuto was horrified. The force field, no, space itself, is being warped. Crash. The barrier shattered. Nagato's body was blown apart like fragile tofu. Even the gold and silver brothers at his side were utterly destroyed. Boom! The Night Guy pressed on, and the mere aftershocks of his light scattering to either side were enough to utterly destroy the reformed bodies of the third. Reikage, Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Kakuzu, four mighty shinobi who had only just been pieced back together after being shattered by the image of dusk. That blood-red dragon of fury surged forth, tearing after Sasuke, who was desperately fleeing for his life, intent on claiming his soul. It's over. Sasuke only glanced back once, and despair overwhelmed him. The raging wind barreled toward him, locking onto his position. He couldn't move, couldn't dodge, paralyzed by fate itself. But at that very moment, a sudden heat surged through his eyes. Susanoo, acting against his conscious will, unfolded on its own. Yet, its color was not his usual dark purple, but a blazing crimson. A fiery red mirror materialized before Susanoo. It was Uchiha Itachi's legendary artifact, the Yata mirror. With a thunderous impact, Guy's right leg, merged with the dragon's maw, struck the Yata mirror. A brilliant flare burst from the mirror's surface, holding back the advance of Night Guy. But Might Guy's killing intent was boundless, cold, and overwhelming as a winter storm. He roared, his voice echoing with a raw, primal fury. Ignoring the shattered bones in his foot, he pressed forward and forward again, unyielding. Crack! Crack! Space itself warped and twisted around the mirror, distorting violently, as if invoking the power of Kamui itself. With a sharp, shattering sound, the legend of the Yata mirror's invincibility was ended, broken by the force of Night Guy. As the mirror fell, so too did the Susanoo behind it, crumbling like dead wood before a storm. Beside Sasuke, Kimimaro unleashed the curse mark of Earth. His entire body, empowered by the curse's chakra, was sheathed in the formidable Shikatsumiyaku, and he threw himself in front of Sasuke as a shield. A deafening crash followed. Kimimaro's body lasted less than a second beneath the onslaught of Night Guy before shattering to dust. Sasuke grabbed the Kusanagi sword with his right hand, its point leveled at his foe, a final desperate act of resistance. But Guy paid no heed to the blade, driving his kick forward all the same. A sickening crack. From the tip, the Kusanagi sword fractured into dozens of pieces, then melted away beneath the searing, blood-red steam. Only the last fragment, tainted with traces of Might Guy's burning blood vapor, was flung far away before it too dissolved. Having broken through every defense, Night Guy's kick finally crashed into Sasuke's chest. A catastrophic snap. Sasuke's ribcage shattered in an instant. His eyes rolled back, and his body, limp as a severed kite string, was hurled hundreds of meters away into a ruin of debris. Blood and fragments of broken organs gushed from his mouth and nose as he lost consciousness. As for Might Guy, his fiery life force spent, the Night Guy's curtain fell. His life now waned, like an autumn leaf drifting toward its end. His entire body blackened and cracked, fissures glowing like molten lava. Starting from the foot that unleashed Night Guy, his flesh turned to ash, the transformation swiftly claiming his whole warrior's frame. A wind arose, scattering his ashes into the void. But the shattered earth and the enemy's devastated remains were proof that he had once existed. A body revived by the reanimation jutsu could not truly be killed by any means except the power of yin-yang release. Even the might of the Night Guy was no exception. With a sharp whoosh as the dust settled, those who had perished under the Night Guy, Nagato, Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kaku, the third Reikage, Kimimaro, and the gold and silver brothers, one by one, their bodies began to reform. Kabuto, controlling Nagato, walked up to Sasuke to inspect him. Just a single glance made his brow furrow deeply. All of Sasuke's internal organs, including his heart, had been shattered by that kick. From a biological standpoint, Sasuke was already dead. This is far beyond what any medical ninjutsu can heal. Even if I came in person and used Hashirama cells, it would be impossible to save Sasuke now. However, the series of defensive measures taken earlier did serve to cushion much of that attack's force. As a result, Sasuke's brain wasn't instantly destroyed. Though his consciousness has already ceased, his brainstem, strictly speaking, still clings to a sliver of life. When the heart stops beating, it's typically considered death, but from a biological perspective, true death is marked by brain death. At the very least, Lord Orochimaru's research shows that up until the final moment before the brain completely dies, the soul remains anchored within the body. In that case, Kabuto, still controlling Nagato, reached out his hand. Human path. With a sharp sound, Sasuke's soul was extracted. To resurrect someone with the Hell path, both body and soul are essential. If I wait any longer, Sasuke's soul will leave his body for the Pure Land, and then only the reanimation jutsu would remain. But that would mean he could never awaken the Rinnegan. Hell path. A blazing roar erupted as the statue of the King of Hell materialized behind Nagato, enveloping both Sasuke's corpse and his soul within its jaws, with the intent of reviving Sasuke once they returned to their stronghold. Who could have imagined that unremarkable might guy would unleash such devastating taijutsu? Now that Madara has abandoned me, Naruto and Obito have both risen to prominence, and Sasuke is not yet ready for greater responsibilities. If only I could revive Might Guy with the reanimation jutsu, or by some other means, it would be a tremendous asset. Unfortunately, he left not even a corpse behind. If only a single drop of blood had survived. Just then, through Nagato's eyes, he spotted a blood-stained fragment of the Kusanagi sword wedged between the rocks. With a sly slither, Kabuto licked his lips and chuckled. Ha ha ha! Truly, fortune smiles upon me. With Madara lost, I have nothing left to regret. In a forest outside Konoha, Ino, gravely wounded and teetering on the brink of death, was being desperately tended to by Sakura Haruno, who was pouring all her strength into medical ninjutsu to save her. The enemy did not catch up, which meant that Might Guy, at the cost of his own life, had successfully held them back and covered their escape. Ino's burns were shocking to behold. Her whole body was barely left unscathed. To keep her alive was already a stroke of luck. Shikamaru said, "Choji, is your hand all right?" Clutching his severed arm, Choji replied, "I'm fine. I can't even feel the pain anymore. Compared to what Ino's been through, what I suffered is nothing at all." Sakura's hands trembled despite her best efforts to steady them, but she couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. Helplessness, guilt, and self-reproach all surged within her, pushing her heart to the very brink of collapse. A memory of that bright, sunny smile appeared in her mind. At last, she could no longer hold it in, and she cried out with all her might. "Naruto! Naruto! Naruto, where are you? Please come back to the Leaf Village. Come back to us, Naruto!" In the Rain Village, on the 7th floor of the high tower, inside a bedroom, Naruto opened his eyes, shaking off the exhaustion of battle and regaining his energy. Konan walked to the bedside, her collar half covering her face, making her expression unreadable. "There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first?" Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes and answered without hesitation. Let's hear the good news first." Konan smiled gently. Just 1 hour ago, Jiraiya-sensei's body was found. Naruto's eyes suddenly shone with a fierce, vibrant light.